In the warm glow of a late afternoon sun, Benico, the serene city of water, unfolds, nestled between gentle hills and bordered by a winding canal. The capital city of the Great Lock Empire stands proud. Rows of picturesque buildings with steep, slanted roofs line the cobblestone streets, their facades reflecting the architecture of a bygone era. The meticulously designed houses, standing shoulder to shoulder, create an orderly and charming townscape, exuding a sense of peaceful rhythm and harmony. At the forefront, an elegant stone bridge arches gracefully over the canal, connecting both sides of the town. Below, a small boat lazily drifts along the quiet waters, the ripples trailing in its wake adding life to the otherwise tranquil scene. The bridge itself is adorned with lampposts, casting soft light as twilight nears, and leads into the heart of the town, where narrow streets bustle with distant figures. The pride of the city is the expansive, grand architectural complex of the prestigious Coliseo Academy, laid out in an orderly and symmetrical fashion. The entrance ceremony for the academy leads people from around the globe to flock to the city. At the heart of the academy grounds sits an impressive structure surrounded by high, fortified walls. It seems to be the central hub of the institution, perhaps the main building where important activities and ceremonies take place. The complex is enclosed by another layer of walls to provide exclusivity and protection, a place for only the elite or highly privileged. A neatly trimmed courtyard with pathways, fountains, and gardens spreads between the buildings, displaying both functionality and aesthetic beauty. On the day of the entrance ceremony at Coliseo Academy, the campus buzzes with excitement as clubs and organizations eagerly promote themselves to recruit new members. The bustling halls are filled with the shouts of students vying for attention, each trying to draw others into their activities, events, and clubs. Among the crowd, two students engage in conversation. One of them is especially animated, noting that this year's competition to attract recruits is even more intense than the previous year. His friend agrees, pointing out the large influx of new students from both the Hot Weapons Department and the Cold Weapons Department. Coliseo Academy is divided into these two main departments. The Cold Weapons Department specializes in traditional weaponry such as swords, bows, and spears, while the Hot Weapons Department focuses on the mastery of magic. Despite their areas of specialization, students are required to develop a well-rounded education that encompasses general knowledge in addition to their core training over the course of 4 years. As the conversation continues, one of the students flips through the pages of a recruitment form and shares with his friend some of the most notable first-year students this year. Among them is Tutor, from the prestigious Don Quixote family, renowned for their expertise with spears, and Bianca from the Usher family, famed for their exceptional archery skills. Both of these students had tied for first place in the practical test, making them top targets for recruitment. Hot on their heels are the Baskerville Triplets, ranked 3rd, 4th, and 5th, hailing from the formidable swordsman clan of Blood and Iron. In the Hot Weapons Department, however, all eyes are on Sinclair, a standout student who achieved first place in the practical test and second in the theory test, gaining widespread admiration. Lastly, the student mentions Vikir van Baskerville, who secured first place in the theory tests for both departments, rounding out the list of the most highly anticipated recruits for the year. Vikir walks through the bustling corridors of Coliseo Academy, his deep crimson eyes briefly lighting up as he overhears students discussing him. His expression flickers with curiosity, but upon hearing their dismissive tone, he lowers his gaze and continues walking. The students weren't interested in recruiting someone like him, someone who only excelled in theory exams, displaying more of an aptitude for studying than for practical combat. They feared someone like Vikir would disrupt the vibrant and competitive energy of their clubs. On top of that, with more than 10 students sharing the name Vikir, finding him in the first place would be a hassle they didn't want to deal with. As a bead of sweat trickles down his temple, Vikir reflects on the choices that brought him here. To blend in and avoid attention, he had forsaken his renowned Baskerville surname and applied to the academy as a commoner. He thought this would help him remain unnoticed. Yet despite this, his outstanding performance in the theory exams had made him stand out more than he intended. Vikir had heard that it was especially challenging for commoners to get into the academy, so he had focused on acing the written tests rather than the practical ones. Now that very decision seemed to have backfired, casting him in a light that made him undesirable to student recruiters. As he continues his solitary walk, Vikir is unaware that three shadows trail him closely, the Baskerville Triplets. They follow him in secret, intent on protecting him without his knowledge. His introspective thoughts are abruptly interrupted by a loud shout from a nearby student. The excitement in the air shifts as attention turns to a figure who has just entered the area. A ripple of awe passes through the gathered students, many of whom had enrolled in the academy just to see her. The student in question is Dolores Lunquatis, the school's student council president and head of the newspaper club. With her long golden hair cascading in soft waves past her shoulders and her large, vibrant green eyes, she radiates optimism and warmth. Her smile, though genuine, carries a hint of nervousness as she waves to the crowd, asking them to calm down. Her popularity is undeniable, and she attempts to steer the conversation toward recruitment for the newspaper club, but the crowd is more interested in her than the club itself. Vikir, standing at a distance, observes the scene. As the school president, Dolores represents everything Vikir seeks to avoid: attention, recognition, and leadership. He silently resolves to steer clear of her, knowing that any interaction would only draw unwanted eyes in his direction. Yet, as if sensing his presence, Dolores turns around and her gaze locks onto him. A flicker of recognition flashes in her eyes, but Vikir, seemingly oblivious, continues walking away without acknowledging her. Later that day, as students begin filtering toward the dormitory buildings, Vikir follows the flow of people. His mind is heavy with thoughts about his plan to remain unnoticed during his time at the academy. He arrives at his assigned dormitory room and pauses at the door, only to hear a voice behind him. The voice asks if this is his room, as they have been assigned the same one. Turning around, Vikir is met by a boy with messy brown hair and an excitable demeanor. The boy introduces himself as Piggy. In stark contrast to Vikir's stoic nature, Piggy exudes a youthful energy that seems almost childish. Vikir recalls Piggy from his previous life, remembering him as a kind-hearted boy who reached out to him, even when Vikir's sole focus was on looking after the Baskerville Triplets. He also remembers the cruel bullying Piggy had endured from their roommates, an experience that marked the beginning of his misfortunes. Vikir silently hopes that in this life, things will turn out differently for Piggy. As they settle into the room, Piggy smiles and tells Vikir that he can choose which bunk to take, as he doesn't mind either one. With a bright smile, Piggy suddenly asks if Vikir plans to attend the welcome party for new students later that afternoon. Vikir remains silent, and Piggy quickly realizes that the question has made things awkward. It wasn't mandatory to attend the party, but most new students saw it as a crucial opportunity to make connections with their peers and seniors. For Vikir, though, networking and building friendships were far from his priorities. When Vikir finally declines the invitation, Piggy is visibly confused. He can't comprehend why someone would choose to miss such an important event. Surely everyone would attend. He begins anxiously explaining to Vikir that not going to the party would upset the seniors, and even among his classmates, he might be ostracized. Piggy enthusiastically lists the names of influential students who will be at the party, emphasizing their impressive backgrounds and accomplishments, hoping this would change Vikir's mind. Vikir, however, remains unmoved. He remembers Piggy's knack for gathering information, a skill he had in his previous life as well. But despite Piggy's enthusiasm, Vikir turns him down once again. His firm refusal leaves Piggy in a state of shock. Without further discussion, Vikir leaves the room, stating simply that he has no interest in the event and urging Piggy to enjoy himself. Piggy, surprised but impressed by Vikir's unwavering decision, watches him go with a mixture of awe and confusion. As Vikir walks away, Piggy, still in the room, reflects on Vikir's independent spirit. His ability to make his own decisions without yielding to peer pressure strikes a chord with Piggy, who can't help but admire Vikir's resolve. Though Vikir may stand apart from the crowd, Piggy secretly hopes that one day he too can develop that same strength of character. Under the cover of night, Vikir stands atop a tall building in the shadowy heart of the city, his figure almost completely obscured by darkness. The only light piercing through the veil is the cold glow of a crescent moon hanging high in the sky, casting a faint, eerie luminescence across the scene. Wispy clouds drift lazily across the heavens, further muting the pale light. Below him, the city is steeped in shadows, its buildings cloaked in gloom, save for a few flickering lights in the distance. The air is thick with tension, the city seeming to hold its breath as if anticipating something ominous. Not far from Vikir's vantage point, near a row of dilapidated warehouses, a group of criminals gather around a makeshift fire burning inside a rusted barrel. The flames flicker and dance, casting long, distorted shadows on the ground around them. The men, their faces hardened by years of crime, appear relaxed now that the unsettling sound of children's cries has ceased. One of them, a man with a mohawk, grins as he comments about the warehouse being packed with children these last few days. The others chuckle darkly, but one of them, a bald man, asks what happened to the kids. The redhead man smugly answers that a cart came earlier and took everything away. He had heard they were going to an orphanage run by Quavatis, but the man with the mohawk quickly snaps at him to stop asking questions unless he wants trouble. Their conversation drifts into silence as they bask in the warmth of the fire, unaware of the approaching danger. From the shadows, a figure steps forward, a sword strapped to his back. His presence is immediately commanding, his voice cutting through the night like steel as he warns them to stay vigilant if they want to earn their pay. The man, Ron Batson, known as the Meat Grinder, licks his scarred lips, his eyes glowing with a predatory gleam. He sneers at the gathered criminals, dismissing them as low-level mercenaries incapable of challenging someone of his stature. A graduate of the academy, Ron laments the lack of worthy opponents, expressing his twisted desire to cut down something, anything, just to feel alive again. But his thoughts are interrupted by a voice calling his name, asking if he truly is Ron the Butcher. Outraged by the audacity of what he assumes is one of the lowly mercenaries, Ron turns around, his hands gripping the hilts of his swords, ready to strike. But as he spins, his blood runs cold. The three men he had been speaking with just moments ago lie lifeless on the ground, their bodies unmoving, their lives snuffed out in silence. Ron's scarred eyes widen in disbelief as he frantically scans the area, trying to comprehend what just happened. The voice calls out again, this time from above, addressing Ron by name and reminding him of the sins he has tried to bury in the darkness. 4 years ago, the voice reveals, Ron made a contract with a demon, and as part of that pact, he slaughtered his neighbors, sacrificing their lives in cold blood. The voice accuses him of even greater betrayals, joining the Northern Guild Union only to spy for the demon and feeding critical information to the enemy, betraying his comrades in the process. During a crucial battle, it was Ron who leaked the location of his platoon, leading to their massacre. Ron's grip on his swords tightens, his patience rapidly unraveling. His voice trembles with rage as he demands the mysterious figure to stop speaking and show themselves. But the voice continues, now directly behind him, recounting the destruction caused by Ron's betrayal. The lives lost, the blood spilled, all because of his treachery. With a snarl, Ron spins around, swords flashing in the moonlight as he swings with all his might at the unseen figure. But Vikir is gone, having moved with supernatural speed, disappearing without a sound. Ron, bewildered and increasingly desperate, glances around, trying to make sense of the situation. Before he can fully process what happened, Vikir reappears, his movements precise and deadly. In one swift, fluid motion, Vikir draws the Beelzebub sword and slices through Ron's arms, severing them cleanly at the elbows. Ron falls to the ground, writhing in agony, blood pooling beneath him as he cries out, his screams echoing in the empty streets. Through his sobs, he pleads for answers, insisting that he knows nothing of the human forces he supposedly betrayed. But Vikir, his eyes glowing a menacing crimson from behind the lenses of his mask, remains silent for a moment. Then, in a cold, emotionless tone, he informs Ron that he knows of the contract, the demon deal that sealed Ron's fate. Ron's eyes widen in terror. He begins to stammer, his face twisted in horror, unable to believe that someone could know such a damning secret. Before Ron can utter another word, his head begins to swell grotesquely. His face contorts in unnatural ways, bulging and twisting, and just as he seems on the verge of revealing something, his head explodes in a violent burst of blood and gore. Vikir remains impassive as the grisly scene unfolds, merely observing the aftermath. Without a trace of emotion, he notes that this is the third time a target's head has exploded before he could extract valuable information. Calmly, Vikir pulls out a small, blood-stained diary from his jacket and dips his finger in the pool of Ron's blood. He crosses out Ron's name, just one more name in a long list of traitors and demon worshippers identified by memories of the past and research done by Cindy Windy. The diary is filled with the names of those who sold humanity to demons, even before the era of ruination, a blacklist that Vikir is determined to complete. Closing the diary with a soft thud, he slips it back into his jacket, taking one last look at the carnage he's left behind. As Vikir contemplates the demon's ability to cause such gruesome head explosions, he comes to a conclusion. The demon must be hiding somewhere within the imperial capital. Far away, deep inside the capital itself, a hand reaches up, slowly peeling away a sticky black mask. The figure, cloaked in a smoky dark aura, struggles to remove the mask. Clad in a military uniform, this individual is confirmed to be one of the upper 10 corpses, those who have made contracts with demons and now serve their twisted wills. The mask, a symbol of their corruption, clings stubbornly to their face as the smoky aura thickens around them. The deep toll of a church bell pierces through the stillness of the night, its mournful melody echoing through the quiet streets. The sound travels across the city, reaching the grand, shadowed mansion nearby, where the balcony door stands ajar. Inside, the scene is drenched in horror. Headless corpses litter the lavish room, their blood splattered across walls, floors, and even the ceiling. Gore paints the once opulent chamber in a macabre display of death, the pungent smell of blood thick in the air. Vikir stands at the center of it all, unflinching, his expression hidden behind the crimson glow of his Beelzebub blade. Tendrils of sinister red light snake from the weapon, pulsing with power, the room illuminated by its eerie glow. As Vikir surveys the grisly aftermath, he makes a grim observation. This was the 29th body, another victim whose head exploded the moment they tried to speak of the demon. The pattern was undeniable now. The demon's contract must have a fatal clause preventing its followers from revealing any information. Their lives forfeit the moment they attempt to betray their master. Vikir, expressionless, pulls out his journal, flipping through the worn, blood-stained pages. Slowly, methodically, he crosses out the names of the individuals now lying dead at his feet. Each name represents another lead that has ended in futility, another failure in his hunt for the 10 superior corpse demons. Despite the carnage, Vikir feels no surprise. He hadn't expected to uncover anything significant on his first day of interrogation. These were merely pawns, their usefulness limited, and yet the day's work hadn't been wasted. The puzzle pieces were slowly coming together, and he was patient. For now, though, it was time to return to the academy. With the grace and precision of a shadow, Vikir exits the mansion, moving silently into the night. His form is almost a blur as he leaps from rooftop to rooftop, each jump fluid and effortless. The city blurs beneath him as he makes his way toward the academy, the moonlight his only companion. Despite the swift, almost reckless pace, his movements are precise, each landing silent as a whisper. Time passes in a blur until he finally reaches the towering walls of the academy. Without breaking stride, he leaps over the gate with ease, landing on the thick branch of a tree just inside the grounds. From his perch, Vikir gazes through a lit window where the sounds of laughter, music, and chatter spill out into the night air. The welcome party for the new students is in full swing, the halls alive with excitement and youthful energy. For a brief moment, Vikir watches from the shadows, detached from the festivities that beckon from inside. Dropping silently from the tree, Vikir lands softly on the ground. Without hesitation, he strips off his blood-stained clothes, quickly donning his academy uniform. As he pulls on the pristine jacket, he brushes off the dust from his landing, ensuring every detail is immaculate. The transformation from the shadowy assassin to the unassuming student is swift and seamless. He adjusts his glasses, their lenses catching the faint light from the windows, and stands up straight, his appearance now one of quiet normalcy. Though Vikir has little interest in socializing, he knows the importance of maintaining his cover. He isn't here to draw attention, just the opposite. Blending in is crucial. With a final glance in the direction of the lively party, he resolves to at least show his face, to make an appearance, and keep up the facade of fitting in with the others. The mask of Vikir, the student falls into place as he steps forward, disappearing into the night once more, now with the Academy's lights guiding his path. Inside the grand hall of the Academy, the welcome party was in full swing. The air buzzed with the excited chatter of students, the clinking of glasses, and the soft strains of music. Long tables were lined with a lavish buffet, laden with an abundance of food ranging from roasted meats to delicate pastries. The scent of freshly baked bread mingled with the sweet aroma of fruit, and the students eagerly helped themselves, laughing and chatting as they filled their plates. Everywhere, students were indulging in the evening's offerings, their spirits high as they reveled in the festivities. At the center of the party, the Baskerville triplets stood out with their synchronized movements, lifting pitchers to their lips in perfect unison. Their presence drew attention, not just for their identical looks, but for the seamless coordination that made them seem almost otherworldly. They rarely spoke but moved together as if they were a single entity, casting an imposing figure amidst the carefree crowd. As they drank, others around them whispered in awe, their eyes darting toward the triplets. The atmosphere shifted as Dolores Lunquatis, the student council president, entered the hall. Her appearance ignited a wave of excitement, students immediately expressing their admiration, some openly declaring their love for her. Dolores, with her radiant smile and graceful demeanor, acknowledged the crowd with a slight wave, her blonde hair shimmering under the chandeliers. Her mere presence seemed to elevate the party, and many students eagerly sought her attention, some even volunteering as waiters, serving wine just to be near her. Dolores's charm had an almost hypnotic effect on the students as they flocked toward her, their admiration palpable. While the party continued in full swing, with students enjoying fine wine and conversations with beautiful companions, Vikir slipped unnoticed into the hall. His entrance was quiet, yet his sharp eyes quickly took in the scene, scanning the crowd. He soon recognized two figures that made his breath catch, two people he had never expected to see in his year at the Academy. Heroes from his past, figures of legend who had fought alongside him during the era of ruination. Standing amid the party were two of humanity's greatest warriors. The first was Tutor La Mancha Don Quixote, a brilliant tactician and spear wielder from the renowned Spear Clan of the expansive ocean. Vikir remembered him vividly as the one who always led from the front lines, cutting down enemies with precision and grace. The other was Bianca Poe Usher, the genius archer from the Divine Secret Bow Clan, known for her deadly accuracy, her arrows having felled countless demons in the wars. In Vikir's mind, these two stood tall as larger-than-life figures, their auras of intimidation blazing on the battlefield. Now, seeing them as students, just like himself, was surreal. They looked much younger than the towering heroes he remembered, but their presence was unmistakable. As Vikir looked around the party, he noticed several other familiar faces, faces he had once seen drenched in blood and dust on the battlefield. It was as if the past had come alive before him, but instead of warriors, these were students enjoying a party. A strange smile tugged at the corner of his mouth. He had never imagined meeting them again like this, and a fleeting thought crossed his mind about Camus Morgue, another hero of their time, who might also be enrolled in the academy. His thoughts, however, were interrupted by a small commotion in the corner of the room. The sharp sound of mocking laughter caught Vikir's attention, and his eyes shifted toward the source. In the corner, a group of senior students had gathered around Piggy, the excitable boy Vikir had met earlier in the dormitory. Piggy stood there clutching a pitcher, his face pale and his voice trembling as he tried to respond to the older students' taunts. The seniors, sensing his fear, took advantage of his nervousness, crowding him and pressuring him to sing for their amusement. One senior, with a cruel smirk, placed a hand on Piggy's shoulder, his grip tight as he explained that it was the duty of juniors to entertain their seniors. Another girl, her voice dripping with mockery, loudly announced that Piggy was going to sing, causing more seniors to gather around him, eager for the spectacle. Piggy's eyes filled with tears, his small frame trembling as he tried to resist, but the pressure was overwhelming. His voice cracked as he pleaded, his words barely audible over the laughter of the crowd. The girl shoved a giant jug of beer into Piggy's hands, telling him that if he drank it all in one go, he wouldn't have to sing. The jug was enormous, far too much for someone like Piggy to handle, and his tearful eyes darted between the beer and the grinning seniors. The seniors urged him on, their smiles wide and cruel as they taunted him, demanding that he drink. They laughed as they gave him the ultimatum, mocking his hesitation and daring him to trust them. Realizing he had no choice, Piggy lifted the jug to his lips, his hands shaking as he began to drink. The students around him roared with laughter as he gulped down the beer, their jeers growing louder with every second. Piggy, unaccustomed to drinking such a large quantity, soon faltered. His body rebelled, and before long, he began vomiting. The seniors burst into laughter, their cruel nicknames echoing through the hall as they called him Vomit Piggy, mocking his weakness. Piggy, hunched over and still vomiting, sobbed quietly, his humiliation complete. He was powerless against the seniors, unable to defend himself from their taunts. But just as the scene reached its cruelest point, a black cloak swirled through the air. Vikir, without saying a word, draped his cloak over Piggy's vomit, concealing the mess from view. His presence was immediate, and the seniors stared at him, confused and taken aback by the sudden interference. Vikir glanced at Piggy from the corner of his eye, and memories of the boy's fate before his regression flashed through his mind. In the previous timeline, Piggy had been relentlessly bullied until he eventually dropped out of the academy. His life had spiraled into hardship, becoming a low-ranked civil servant, struggling to care for his ailing parents. Vikir clenched his fist at the thought, silently resolving that things would not unfold the same way this time. Vikir's thoughts drift back to a time after the era of ruination had begun. He vividly remembers meeting Piggy again, this time not as a frightened student, but as a brave strategist on the front lines. Despite the harshness of war, Piggy had been one of the few who volunteered to fight. His sharp intellect and incredible analytical skills had saved countless lives, including Vikir's. Piggy's ability to devise winning strategies and interpret battlefield data was unmatched. He was no longer the timid boy from the academy, but a comrade deserving of respect and admiration. As Vikir stands watching the scene unfold, his gaze locks onto Piggy, who looks confused to see Vikir stepping in. Before Piggy can even ask why, Vikir speaks calmly, telling him to return to the dormitory and let him handle the situation. Piggy hesitates, unsure, but something in Vikir's tone makes him listen. The last thing Vikir wants is to stand by idly while a comrade from before his regression is publicly humiliated. The memories of Piggy's contribution during the war strengthen his resolve. He cannot allow history to repeat itself. Before Vikir can act, a hand suddenly lands on his shoulder. The senior student who had been tormenting Piggy smirks, mocking Vikir with questions, wondering aloud if he has lost his mind for interfering in a senior's business. His condescending tone drips with arrogance as he taunts Vikir, questioning how he dared to interrupt and ruin their fun. Vikir remains perfectly calm, his expression unreadable as he chooses not to respond. Frustrated by the lack of reaction, the senior lashes out, slapping Vikir hard across the face. The sound echoes through the room, causing heads to turn. The impact stings, but Vikir's composure remains intact. He reaches up to adjust his glasses, the red mark of the slap bright on his cheek. His eyes, however, begin to glow faintly with a crimson intensity, a silent warning. The Baskerville triplets, observing from a distance, feel their own fury ignite. The sight of someone daring to lay a hand on their master fills them with silent rage. But Vikir's gaze alone is enough to stop them. His look speaks volumes. He is undercover as a commoner in this academy, and any action revealing his true identity would be disastrous. The triplets understand the message immediately, though their anger simmers beneath the surface. Another senior, the one who had offered PG the pitcher earlier, steps forward. She feigns concern, suggesting that they shouldn't be too harsh on the freshman. Her sweet smile hides her true intentions, and her eyes gleam with amusement. With a flourish, she produces another large jug of beer, placing it on the floor with a smirk. Her challenge is clear. If Vikir can drink the entire jug, they will let him and Piggy go. Vikir remains silent, his face emotionless, while Piggy, still shaken, pleads for Vikir not to do it. The boy's voice trembles with fear and guilt, insisting that he can take the punishment himself. But before Piggy can finish his plea, Vikir takes hold of the jug, lifting it effortlessly. Without hesitation, he begins drinking. The seniors exchange glances, their smug expressions growing wider. They had spiked the beer with high concentrations of vodka and rum, confident that no one could drink it without collapsing. But to their shock, Vikir downs the entire jug in one smooth motion, his face showing no sign of discomfort. The room falls silent as the impossible unfolds before them. Vikir drains the last drop and places the jug back on the table, wiping his mouth with casual ease. Stunned silence grips the room. The seniors are speechless, their confident smirks now replaced by wide-eyed disbelief. Vikir's movements are calm and controlled as he turns to Piggy, who still looks pale and unwell. Vikir, without a word, helps Piggy to his feet and begins leading him out of the circle. They make their way toward the exit, leaving the baffled seniors behind. Just as they reach the door, the bully from earlier places a hand on Vikir's shoulder once again, trying to stop him. Before the senior can say anything, the atmosphere shifts. An intense, suffocating dark energy suddenly fills the room, radiating from Vikir. His eyes, glowing red, fixate on the senior. The oppressive aura spreads through the space, making it difficult for anyone nearby to breathe. Immediately, two students of note, Tutor La Mancha Don Quixote and Bianca Poe Usher, snap to attention, their senses alert to the strange and powerful energy that fills the room. The senior gripping Vikir's shoulder begins to tremble. He looks into Vikir's eyes and feels fear coil around his spine, icy and paralyzing. Without another word, he drops his hand, stepping back, unable to maintain eye contact. Vikir's voice is low, but piercing, as he asks if there is anything else the seniors want from them. His question hangs in the air, a challenge wrapped in a threat. The senior can only stammer, lost for words, before Vikir turns away, the dark energy vanishing as quickly as it appeared. The tense moment is interrupted by the arrival of Dolores Lunquatis, the student council president. Her elegant stride and calm presence cut through the lingering tension. She approaches the group, her brows furrowed as she asks what is happening and why the area seems so chaotic. The seniors, now visibly shaken, force smiles and hurriedly explain that a freshman had vomited. They assure her that everything is under control and that they will handle it. Dolores, unimpressed, narrows her eyes at the seniors. She reprimands them sternly, reminding them that as students of this prestigious academy, they are expected to treat the new arrivals with respect and maintain the dignity of the institution. Her words carry weight, and the seniors bow their heads, muttering apologies. Vikir seizes the opportunity to quietly slip away with Piggy, who whispers a heartfelt thank you to Vikir as they walk toward the dorms. In a corner of the room, the Baskerville triplets watch with pride, their earlier anger having dissipated, content now in their master's handling of the situation. Across the hall, however, Tutor and Bianca exchange uneasy glances. Both had felt the strange, suffocating energy emanating from Vikir, but couldn't make sense of it. It had vanished almost as quickly as it appeared, leaving them wondering if they had imagined it. Standing between them is another figure of interest. Sinclair, a white-haired student from the Hot Weapons Department, ranked first in the Academy's practical exams and second in theory. Her sharp eyes follow Vikir as he leaves the room, her cheeks flushed with excitement. She had felt the dark energy too, and had seen its source in Vikir. To her, he was no ordinary student, and she watched with growing intrigue, already recognizing him as someone worth keeping an eye on. At the Academy, the Cold Weapons Department and Hot Weapons Department shared most of their classes, fostering a highly competitive environment. This setup was designed to ignite the students' egos, pushing them to excel and increasing their concentration. The Academy believed this rivalry would enhance their performance. The atmosphere in the lecture hall was tense, as students from both departments strove to outperform each other, especially under the leadership of Vency Morg, the grizzled head professor of battle theory. His stern presence alone commanded respect, allowing little room for distraction. Suddenly, the professor closed his textbook with a sharp snap, demanding the attention of the entire room. His gaze swept across the students, gauging their readiness for the challenge he was about to present. With deliberate authority, he posed a critical question: whether the students, using the locations of barbarian camps they had studied, could estimate the location of the barbarian base. As the weight of the question settled over the room, most students diverted their gaze, avoiding the professor's scrutiny. From the Cold Weapons Department, Tutor La Mancha Don Quixote opened his notebook and scratched his head, trying to recall the locations of the Empire's confrontations with the Balak tribe, Heights 1, 8, and 75 in the southern region. Yet despite his effort, the answer to the professor's question eluded him. Bianca Poe Usher, another student in the Cold Weapons Department, quietly contemplated the problem, tapping her chin in thought. She remembered that most of the skirmishes occurred in lowland areas and deduced that the barbarian base might be located somewhere in the low plains. However, even she wasn't fully certain of her conclusion. While most students were caught up in uncertainty, Sinclair from the Hot Weapons Department rose with confidence. Her enthusiasm was palpable, surprising both Bianca and Tutor, who were stunned that someone had an answer so quickly. Sinclair radiated energy as she explained that, according to military strategy taught at the Academy, the barbarian tribe's combat with the Empire generally took place in highland areas. Her explanation was precise and cheerful, commanding the attention of the room. As Sinclair spoke, Vikir found himself distracted, his mind wandering to the previous night's events. He recalled the 29 Night Hound victims he had encountered, all reeking of demonic energy. Their faces had exploded before their deaths, a detail that disturbed him deeply. He began considering the cause, suspecting that an upper-level demon corpse might be hiding somewhere within the capital. One specific location came to mind, and Vikir made a mental note to ask Cinderwendy to investigate further. His thoughts were interrupted by a sudden tap on his shoulder. Piggy, who sat next to him, wore a look of panic, urgently trying to get his attention. Slowly, the focus of the room shifted toward Vikir, and he realized that nearly every student was now staring at him. The professor, with quiet authority, remarked that the Cold Weapons Department seemed to be struggling more than the Hot Weapons Department, further pointing out the audacity of a student seemingly falling asleep on the very first day. Vikir, maintaining his composure, adjusted his glasses and calmly clarified that he wasn't sleeping. His demeanor, however, shocked Piggy, who couldn't believe Vikir would respond so boldly. The professor's expression darkened as his temper began to rise. He demanded to know Vikir's name, insisting that everyone in the room had seen him with his eyes closed. The professor found Vikir's explanation unbelievable and a weak excuse for inattentiveness. Despite the rising tension, Vikir remained calm, explaining again that although his eyes were closed, he hadn't been sleeping. The professor, barely containing his anger, sarcastically accepted Vikir's explanation, though his irritation was clear. Vikir, unbothered by the sarcasm, responded with such calm indifference that it further incensed the professor. As Venci fought to maintain control, his frustration grew at the audacity of this student. Trying to compose himself, the professor shifted gears. He announced that Sinclair's correct answer had earned her department 10 points and an additional point for herself. The professor then presented a challenge to Vikir, offering him the opportunity to earn the same points for his department if he could answer the next question correctly. However, the stakes were high. If Vikir's answer was wrong, the cold weapons department would lose points. Vikir knew the situation wasn't fair, but the professor wasn't giving him a choice. The question posed to him asked where the Balak tribe had clashed with the Imperial Army, and, using that information, where their hideout might be located. Sinclair, now seated, began to feel uneasy. Information about the Balak tribe was notoriously difficult to obtain, and the professor's question was exceptionally challenging. Meanwhile, Bianca was clearly frustrated. If Vikir failed to answer correctly, her entire department would suffer the consequences. Vikir remained quiet for a moment, his eyes hidden behind his glasses as memories of his past resurfaced. A faint smile appeared on his face as he recalled sharing meals with the Balak tribe, who had once been his allies. He had spent time among them, gaining insights that no one in the room could have imagined. Without hesitation, Vikir provided a detailed account of the Balak tribe's hideout location, offering more information than anyone had expected. His response left the room in stunned silence. Both Tutor and Bianca were speechless, while the professor found himself taken aback by the depth of Vikir's knowledge. Vikir's answer contained intricate details, some of which the Academy hadn't even officially confirmed yet. It was at that moment that the professor remembered the name Vikir. The realization dawned on him. This was the same student who had taken first place in the Academy's theoretical entrance exam. His surprise deepened as he considered how a student could have such precise knowledge about the Balak tribe. Despite the correct answer, the professor, maintaining his stern demeanor, decided to deduct 10 points from Vikir for having his eyes closed during the lesson. Vikir accepted the penalty without protest, promising to be more attentive in the future. Meanwhile, Sinclair began observing Vikir more closely. She hadn't realized that he had ranked first in the theoretical exam and was now intrigued. The sun's rays filtered through the classroom windows as Vikir stood, his face calm and unreadable. Tutor, resting his head on his hand, couldn't help but notice Vikir's remarkable knowledge. A small smile played on his lips as he wondered if Vikir's practical abilities would be as impressive as his theoretical prowess. As the sky cleared and the sun cast a warm glow over the Academy grounds, it marked the start of the much-anticipated physical lesson. The students gathered at the expansive sports pitch, which stretched wide with perfectly trimmed grass, ready for the day's challenge. The game to be played was run flat, a popular and intense sport that tested both strength and strategy. With 40 players on the field, the objective was simple yet grueling: score points by getting the ball through the opponent's goal. The only equipment needed was a pair of gloves and a single ball, but the rules were strict: no mana, no weapons. It was a raw, physical battle where almost anything went as long as it led to victory. The mood was charged, and as if to set the tone for the match, a heavy boot stomped into the turf. It was Tutor, his eyes gleaming with determination. He snatched up the ball with a confident grip and took off running at a blistering speed. His powerful strides tore across the field, his athletic form a blur to the other players. One after another, opponents lunged toward him, trying to wrest the ball from his grasp, but he was too fast, too elusive. With sharp, practiced movements, Tutor dodged left and right, weaving between the defenders with ease. His body seemed to move effortlessly, each motion a testament to his agility and strength. The ball in his hands began to glow faintly, an effect of the pressure he was exerting, and with a triumphant grin, he relished the moment. In his mind, this was his chance to shine, to prove that he was the best at run flat. Bianca watched from the sidelines, her expression one of disdain. To her, this game was little more than barbarism dressed up as sport. The chaos, the roughness, it all seemed so brutish to her, especially compared to the elegance of the cold weapons training she preferred. Her eyes narrowed as she followed Tutor's relentless sprint across the field, unimpressed by his display of physical prowess. Tutor, however, was in his element. His speed was unmatched, leaving the other players trailing behind him. But just as he neared the opposing goal, 3 figures appeared in his path. It was the Baskerville triplets, their identical blonde heads gleaming in the sunlight. They stood like a wall before him, their eyes locked on Tutor with unflinching intensity. Their reputation preceded them. They were known as the monsters from the Iron and Blood Sword clan, feared for their brutal strength and unbreakable teamwork. Tutor's smile grew wider at the sight of them. He knew these were no ordinary opponents, but that only fueled his competitive spirit. Before the triplets could even react, Tutor sprang into action. His body moved with such speed and precision that 2 of the triplets were left stunned, unable to keep up as he dodged past them with a fluidity that bordered on inhuman. Inwardly, Tutor chuckled, acknowledging that while he respected their monstrous strength, his superior agility gave him the upper hand. He hadn't planned on engaging them directly. He would rely on his speed to outmaneuver them. Yet, he had miscalculated. The 3rd triplet, faster and more perceptive than his brothers, anticipated Tutor's move and positioned himself directly in front of him. With a fierce growl, the triplet lunged, determined to block Tutor's path. Tutor reacted instinctively, his hand extending backward as he gathered all his strength. A powerful surge of energy formed in his palm, and with a mighty strike, he sent the triplet flying backward. The force of the blow was so strong that it knocked the formidable Baskerville heir off his feet, sending him crashing into the ground several meters away. Tutor, standing tall with one arm still extended, couldn't suppress his growing grin. He hadn't wanted to engage the triplets head-on, but now that he had, he was exhilarated by his own strength. His confidence soared as he continued his charge toward the enemy goal, his feet pounding the ground as the defenders scrambled in vain to catch him. Spectators on the sidelines murmured in awe, amazed by his sheer physical power, especially without the aid of mana or weapons. Tutor truly was the pride of the Don Quixote clan. As he neared the goal, Tutor's thoughts drifted toward Vikir, his cold weapons classmate. In Tutor's mind, Vikir was nothing more than a theory prodigy, someone who excelled in books but lacked the raw physicality needed to be a true warrior. For Tutor, strength was the only thing that mattered on the battlefield. The body was the ultimate weapon, and he prided himself on mastering it. His confidence faltered when he saw who was standing in front of the goal, Vikir. A wave of annoyance washed over Vikir as he realized the triplets had forced Tutor into his direction, drawing unwanted attention. He had hoped to stay unnoticed, blending into the background of the game. Now, there was no avoiding it. He debated simply stepping aside and letting Tutor pass, but Tutor, sensing Vikir's hesitation, only accelerated, his eyes gleaming with the thrill of the chase. He saw this as an opportunity to mock Vikir, thinking perhaps he could teach the bookworm a lesson in what it meant to rely on physical prowess. Tutor charged, building momentum with every step, his shoulder poised to slam into Vikir with full force. He planned to send Vikir flying, his strength proving once and for all that brawn triumphed over brains. But in a split second, the situation changed. Tutor crashed into Vikir with all his might, but the impact did not unfold as he had imagined. Instead, it was Tutor who was sent flying backward. The sheer force of the collision launched him into the air, his body twisting and contorting from the unexpected power of Vikir's stance. Tutor's vision blurred as he felt consciousness slipping away. The shock of the impact rippled through the field, causing a collective gasp among the spectators. Sinclair and Bianca, who had been observing from the sidelines, were left wide-eyed, their concern for Tutor mingled with disbelief at what they had just witnessed. Vikir had barely moved, yet Tutor, one of the Academy's most physically gifted students, had been completely overpowered. Seconds later, Tutor's body hit the ground behind Vikir with a heavy thud. Vikir, turning slightly, glanced back at Tutor, his face a mask of confusion. He hadn't intended for this to happen, and couldn't understand why Tutor had charged at him so recklessly. Lost in thought, Vikir briefly considered his next move before deciding to avoid further attention. He dropped to the ground, pretending to be in pain from the collision. If anyone suspected anything, he could feign injury to keep suspicions at bay, blending back into the shadows once more. Tutor's eyes, closed from the impact, suddenly flickered open as he regained consciousness. Disoriented at first, he quickly realized he was lying on the ground, surrounded by concerned teammates who had rushed over to check on him. Their worried faces, even those of the girls watching, left him confused. He scanned his surroundings, unsure of what had transpired, his mind fuzzy as if he had fainted. For a moment, he wondered if he had simply dozed off during the game. But as his awareness returned, so did the memory of his intentions. He had been charging at Vikir, hoping to shoulder tackle him. Yet, what happened afterward remained a blur. As Tutor began to sit up, his eyes landed on Vikir, who was casually dusting himself off. It dawned on him in an instant. In their physical clash, he had lost, unable to overpower Vikir, the unassuming bookworm. Vikir, after brushing the dust from his knees, calmly continued by wiping off his shoulders, unfazed. The realization hit Tutor hard. He had been bested by someone he viewed as weaker, and frustration surged within him. Gritting his teeth, determination burned in his chest. He couldn't accept defeat like this, and decided he would try again. The game resumed as the players from both teams fell back into position, ready to continue the match. The ball was passed to Tutor, but his mind was fixated on one thing: another chance to confront Vikir. Glancing at the triplets standing protectively in front of Vikir, Tutor ignored the game's actual objective and focused entirely on his rival. Something stirred within him, pushing him to challenge Vikir again. His determined gaze locked onto his target, drawing attention from Bianca and Sinclair, who had been barely interested in the match until now. Tutor, instead of advancing toward the goal, changed direction and ran straight toward Vikir and the triplets, leaving everyone confused. With a fierce resolve, Tutor charged at the triplets, shouting for them to move out of his way. The triplets, equally resolute, shouted back their intentions to stop him. They lunged at Tutor, trying to strip him of the ball and prevent his advance. But Tutor's speed and agility were unmatched. He evaded their attempts effortlessly, leaving them stunned as he slipped past them with ease. Now, with a clear path, Tutor focused entirely on Vikir. His expression was one of fury, his eyes blazing with the intent to prove himself. Vikir, who had instructed the triplets to keep Tutor away, stood still, uncertain why Tutor continued to approach him so aggressively. Tutor's stare was filled with hate and challenge, and he knew this encounter would not be left to chance again. Drawing upon the secret techniques of his clan, Tutor decided to use the powerful Naphtali move of the Spear clan, known as the Saint Spear Tackle. His pace quickened, and as he surged forward, his eyes glowed with intensity, the spectral image of a spearman forming behind him. With this technique, Tutor was certain he could finally take down Vikir. As he closed the distance, Vikir remained calm, not even flinching despite the ferocious energy Tutor was directing toward him. Sometime later, Tutor was startled awake by the voice of a gray-haired, muscular boy with scars etched across his face, his arms crossed as he stood over him. Tutor realized, with growing frustration, that he was once again lying on the ground, knocked out cold. He quickly sat up, his hand instinctively going to his head as panic set in. He couldn't believe it. He had been knocked out yet again. As his thoughts raced, the gray-haired boy, Sancho Barataria, remained calm, his expression steady as he urged Tutor to relax. Sancho explained that after Tutor had charged at Vikir with a high-speed tackle, he had bounced off him with such force that he was flung into the air, landing hard and losing consciousness. Sancho, now focused on putting on his equipment, acknowledged that he understood why Tutor was so fixated on Vikir. He too had sensed something unusual about him. Vikir was definitely hiding something. Determined, Sancho decided it was his turn to challenge him. Tutor, still sitting on the ground, was surprised by Sancho's resolve. Without a word, Sancho strode onto the field, his eyes narrowing with purpose. He reflected silently that he couldn't stand by and do nothing while his friend was defeated twice in a row. This determination wasn't baseless either. Sancho was a scholarship student, highly recommended by numerous mercenary guild associations in the north. His strength was so formidable that he had chosen not to play Naphtali with anyone his own age. Now, with the ball firmly in his hands, he was ready to test Vikir. Sancho's focus intensified as he gripped the ball, silently issuing his challenge. His people were warriors, raised to fight from the moment they were born until the day they died. The triplets, standing in front of Vikir, clenched their teeth in determination, vowing to protect him at all costs this time. But before they could solidify their defense, Sancho barreled into them with overwhelming force, scattering their bodies like leaves in the wind. In an instant, the triplets were hurled backward, passing by Vikir, who remained still, silent as ever. Vikir shot the triplets a piercing glare, his eyes cold and menacing. The unspoken question in his gaze was clear. Did they want to die? The triplets, feeling the weight of his stare, started trembling, tears forming in their eyes as they begged for forgiveness. But while Vikir's attention was briefly diverted, Sancho seized the moment. He charged at Vikir with terrifying speed, dirt and dust flying up behind him as he powered forward. His teeth clenched in fierce determination. Sancho decided to end it with a single blow. As he neared Vikir, he extended his arm backward, preparing to strike with all the might he could muster. When he finally unleashed his punch, aiming squarely for Vikir's abdomen, it felt to Sancho like he had collided with a mountain. The shock of the impact reverberated through his entire body, the sensation of striking solid rock overwhelming him. Seeing the shock in Sancho's face, Vikir decided to play along. He lifted his feet off the ground, allowing the force of Sancho's blow to carry him backward. He tumbled along the field, flying several meters to ensure it didn't seem like he was pretending. The spectators, watching in stunned silence, couldn't believe what they had witnessed. Some worried that Vikir might be seriously injured or even dead, but others didn't care. They were thrilled that Class A seemed on the brink of victory. Sancho, however, was not celebrating. His hand trembled uncontrollably as he stared at it in disbelief. He had felt as though he hadn't struck a person at all, but something far more immovable. His mind raced, trying to make sense of the situation, his hand shaking even more. Lost in his thoughts, Sancho didn't notice one of the triplets sneaking up behind him, ready to steal the ball in his moment of distraction. Before Sancho could react, one of the triplets swiftly stole the ball from him and darted toward the enemy base. Sancho was caught off guard, frozen in place as he watched the triplet race across the field. With the path to the goal now wide open, the triplet made the shot effortlessly. The referee's whistle pierced the air, signaling the end of the game and Class B's victory. Instantly, the players of Class B erupted into cheers, celebrating their hard-earned win. The triplets were at the center of the commotion, hoisted into the air by their teammates as they basked in the glory of their accomplishment. Everyone praised their efforts, tossing them into the air in joy. Meanwhile, as the celebration unfolded, Vikir quietly stood up from where he had fallen and began to brush the dirt from his clothes. Just as he finished dusting himself off, he felt the cool sensation of water being poured over his head. Surprised, he turned to see Sancho standing behind him, smiling as he emptied the bottle over Vikir's head. Sancho was trying to cool Vikir down from the earlier impact, but he also explained, with a grin, that Vikir was the unsung hero of Class B's victory. He encouraged Vikir to join in the celebration, instead of standing off to the side. Sancho's attempt to lighten the mood made it clear that he recognized Vikir's quiet contribution to their win. Tutor, now in good spirits, also approached Vikir, resting his arm on his shoulder with a cheerful grin. He expressed his appreciation for Vikir's role in helping Class B win, despite their earlier scuffle. Tutor admitted that in the heat of the game, He had been rough with Vikir out of jealousy, hoping to teach him a lesson. But now, after everything that had happened, he realized how much he still had to learn, acknowledging how far behind he was compared to Vikir. The humility in his voice was clear. He had learned his own limits that day. Sancho, standing on Vikir's other side, clapped a hand on his shoulder, admiringly asking what kind of exercise Vikir had been doing to develop such a strong physique. He speculated that Vikir must have been using mana to achieve that level of strength. Vikir, looking down thoughtfully, removed the last piece of his equipment from his head. His expression was sincere as he clarified that he was a commoner, unable to use mana. Both Sancho and Tutor, upon hearing this, exchanged surprised glances. Tutor remarked that it was a shame, commenting that with Vikir's remarkable physical abilities, proper training could have made him an expert, just like himself. While they were talking, 3 girls approached, each holding towels and offering them to the boys. Their voices caught the attention of Tutor, who turned to face them. As Sancho handed a towel to Vikir, he began walking away with the girls. After Vikir received his towel, Sancho rejoined Tutor, and the two started chatting among themselves. Vikir, meanwhile, reflected on the 2 boys in front of him. Tutor, a future hero of the Spear clan of the expansive ocean, and Sancho, a genius from the Mercenary Guild. Both would one day play pivotal roles in saving humanity by hunting down countless demons during the time of ruination. The thought made Vikir smile as he removed his glasses. He found it amusing how such future legends harbored petty jealousies and engaged in friendly competition at their current age. Seeing Vikir without his glasses, both Sancho and Tutor were momentarily speechless. On the other side, Bianca and Sinclair, watching Vikir as he dried the sweat from the game, were equally taken aback. With the towel draped around his neck, Vikir revealed his face fully, and the onlookers shared the same thought. Vikir was strikingly handsome. Unaware of the effect he had on others, Vikir remained carefree, oblivious to the fact that his time at the academy was about to become far more complicated. As night fell once again, overlooking a grand mansion in the city, the Night Hound cornered Lloyd Dorksler, a man of 52 years, who stood trembling with fear. The room was littered with corpses, all freshly slain by Vikir, their lifeless forms sprawled across the floor. The air was thick with the metallic scent of blood. In his hand, the Beelzebub sword pulsed ominously, its demonic energy growing stronger with each beat. Vikir's voice cut through the tension as he revealed that Lloyd, the district head and the director of a prominent orphanage, had conspired with a demon, selling children from high-ranking families into an unspeakable fate. As the sword emitted an intense aura, Vikir's eyes locked on Lloyd, who stared in horror at the weapon's solid energy. In that moment, Lloyd realized with dread that he was facing a Swordmaster. His gaze fixated on the blade, quaking with fear. Vikir, momentarily lost in thought, looked at the sword himself. He noted the aura, though solid, still retained some fluidity, signifying that he had not yet fully ascended to the rank of Swordmaster, but was at the highest graduate level. Breaking free from his musings, Vikir stepped forward. He gave Lloyd a final chance, advising him to cooperate in capturing the demon responsible. If Lloyd agreed, Vikir promised there would be compensation for his cooperation. Lloyd stammered, torn between fear and the slim hope of escaping his fate. Suddenly, a shadow loomed over the two, casting darkness over the moonlit room. In an instant, the mansion's towering structure came crashing down directly towards them, aimed at where Lloyd stood. The tower struck the ground with a violent impact, sending a thick cloud of dust and debris into the air. Vikir leapt backward, narrowly avoiding the deadly blow. As the dust settled, Vikir's eyes focused on a figure standing atop the fallen tower. The overwhelming stench of death filled the air, an acrid, pungent odor of rotting human flesh. Even from a distance, Vikir could tell the man before him was no ordinary foe, perhaps one of the upper 10 corpses. The figure was hulking and muscular, dressed in a purple suit that clung to his broad frame. His face was obscured by a grotesque mask, fashioned from stitched human skin, with only a single red, glowing eye peering out from the darkness. In his left hand, the man gripped the long handle of a massive hammer. The hammer's head rested on the ground, its surface adorned with a patchwork of human faces, sewn together in a nightmarish display. The air around the masked figure crackled with malice, and Vikir braced himself, realizing he was now facing something far more dangerous than the frightened man who had stood before him just moments ago. Upon spotting the imposing figure standing atop the crumbled remains of the tower, the Beelzebub sword throbbed in Vikir's grip, resonating with the eerie presence before him. The air around them seemed to thicken as the overwhelming pressure from the figure expanded, saturating the area like a suffocating fog. Hidden behind his mask, Vikir's sharp gaze fixed on the figure, the rancid stench of death and decay invading his senses. He wondered if this was one of the dreaded Upper 10 corpses. The figure, draped in a purple suit, moved with sudden, brutal force, leaping into the air and raising a massive hammer above his head. With a ferocious swing, he brought the hammer crashing down where Vikir had stood just moments before. A plume of smoke and debris erupted from the impact as Vikir, quick as a shadow, evaded the strike. Without pausing, the figure shifted his grip to the base of the hammer, using his full strength to swing again. Vikir dodged once more, this time bending backward with an almost impossible agility, narrowly avoiding the hammer's path. But this time, the momentum halted abruptly, the hammer freezing mid-swing just in front of Vikir, as if its sheer force had been trapped in the figure's grip. With a sharp, tense motion, the figure pressed the hammer forward, aiming to crush Vikir. Forced into a series of quick, small jumps, Vikir retreated, maintaining distance to assess his next move. Raising the Beelzebub blade defensively to his chest, Vikir's mind raced. The power and precision of the figure's movements were undeniable. He exuded the aura of a high-ranking graduate, employing a blunt weapon technique reminiscent of the divine Holy Clan Quavadis. Yet, as the figure effortlessly lifted the hammer from the ground and locked eyes with him, Vikir came to a cold realization. This was no member of the elite corps. This figure was something far more dangerous. Vikir's heart sank as he came to the grim realization. The demons had infiltrated the divine holy city, corrupting even its sacred walls. His mind raced, theorizing that the purple-suited figure before him might be nothing more than a servant, operating under the command of the elite corpses. The weight of the Beelzebub sword felt lighter in his hand as he deactivated its power, letting his voice finally break the silence. He mused aloud, confident that if he kept battling this creature, it would eventually lead him to one of the elite corps. A spark of dark amusement flickered in his tone as Night Hound admitted he was tired of cutting down lesser foes, and after so long, he finally had a real challenge before him. Without warning, the purple-suited figure launched into the air, hammer in hand, preparing to strike with monstrous strength. The wind howled as the hammer came crashing down, but Vikir met it head-on with a fierce kick, instantly nullifying the impact. The sheer force behind his counter stunned the demonic figure, who, for the first time, reacted with visible shock. His eyes widened in disbelief, unsure of how Vikir had so effortlessly blocked the powerful blow. Seizing the moment of hesitation, Vikir appeared in front of the figure, his movements like a blur. Before the figure could recover, Vikir unleashed a rapid series of punches to his chest, each one hitting with bone-shattering force. The final strike landed with devastating precision, a crushing blow to the ribs. The purple-suited figure's body was hurled through the air, crashing violently into the tower's wall, which shattered into pieces from the impact. Such was the power of Vikir's attack that the figure went straight through the wall, leaving a gaping hole in its wake. But even after such damage, the figure remained standing, heels dragging into the ground to stop his momentum. Though battered, He seemed unharmed, his body still prepared to fight. Vikir didn't hesitate. He jumped through the ruined wall, landing softly before his opponent. The demonic figure's rage flared as their eyes met, and he charged forward in a blind fury. But before he could even reach Vikir, the Night Hound moved like lightning. In the blink of an eye, Vikir pierced through the figure's arm with the Beelzebub sword. A gasp of pain escaped the demon as he struggled to lift his hammer, but Vikir was already behind him, targeting his other arm. With a swift, brutal movement, Vikir crushed the figure's remaining arm between his knee and elbow, forcing him to drop the hammer with a dull thud. Now defenseless, the purple-suited figure was at Vikir's mercy. Vikir closed in, delivering a vicious punch to his chest, launching him backward once more. The figure slammed into the steel beams behind him, the force of the impact driving one of the rods straight through his stomach. Blood poured from the wound, staining the tattered remains of his shirt as he writhed in agony, pinned to the wall and breathing heavily. As Vikir drew closer, he noticed something carved into the figure's chest, a scarred engraving that read, Ephebo. Intrigued, Vikir approached and asked in a cold tone if that was his name. A sinister gleam flashed in Vikir's eyes as he inquired who had commanded him and what dark force had twisted him into this state. But instead of answering, the purple-suited figure responded with growls and guttural noises, his voice lost to madness. Vikir, unfazed, knelt beside the wounded demon, reaching toward the steel rod impaling him. With a cold whisper, Vikir muttered that interrogations didn't require words alone. His hand gripped the rod tightly, bending it further to ensure the demon could not escape. The threat of torture hung in the air as Vikir warned he would dismantle the creature's body piece by piece until he learned everything. His bones, blood, mana, and wounds would speak for him. The moonlight began to filter into the tower through the shattered walls, casting an eerie glow over the grim scene. Yet, Ephebo remained silent. Before Vikir could begin his torturous questioning, a faint voice called out from beneath the rubble of the collapsed tower. The sound piqued his interest, and Vikir turned to investigate. Jumping down, he moved aside the debris, revealing the battered form of Lloyd, alive but clearly shaken. Injured and trembling with fear, Lloyd clenched his teeth as he gazed upon Vikir, knowing that his survival depended on revealing everything he knew. Realizing he had no other choice, Lloyd, drenched in sweat, begged for his life, offering information in exchange. Vikir, calm and calculating, coldly replied that Lloyd's fate depended entirely on the value of his knowledge. As their tense conversation unfolded, a shadowy figure watched from above, his face hidden in the darkness, his eyes narrowing with a scowl. Panic gripped Lloyd, and with desperation in his voice, he screamed, spilling the secret that the vital information was locked in the director's office safe. But just as the last word escaped Lloyd's lips, his eyes began to glow a sickly green. A strange symbol flickered in his pupils, signaling that something far more sinister was at play. Vikir's instincts flared as he sensed the presence of the man, an ominous aura creeping through the air. He snapped his head sharply in the direction of the shadowy figure. At the same moment, Lloyd's body began to distort grotesquely. His face twisted, and grotesque mouths, disturbingly similar to Lloyd's own, forced their way out of his open mouth. The unnatural, red, blind faces emerged, their appearance horrifying. Lloyd's body emitted a violent, pulsating green aura that filled the air with an oppressive glow. Vikir, despite his composure, glanced back in shock, witnessing the grotesque transformation. The light intensified, spreading uncontrollably across Lloyd's form until it reached a critical point. Without warning, his body expanded, grotesque and unstable, and exploded into a massive blast. The resulting explosion shattered the ground beneath them, a deafening roar that shook the city. The force of the blast reverberated across the town, the shockwaves so powerful they rang the bells of the distant church. The area where Vikir had stood moments before was obliterated. The orphanage, the very reason he had come here, was reduced to rubble, and the destruction spread for blocks, leaving nothing but devastation in its wake. The explosion sent thick smoke curling into the sky, its ominous presence visible from every corner of the city. As the townspeople watched in fear and confusion, the city guards, alerted by the blast, rushed toward the site. They reached the city bridge, where they gazed upward in horror at the towering cloud of smoke that rose from the blast site. Dolores, having been awoken by the chaos, appeared alongside the guards, her nightgown fluttering in the evening air. Her expression was one of shock and disbelief. Her eyes scanned the destruction as she struggled to comprehend what had happened. With a voice laced with concern, she asked the guards what had occurred and whether there had been any casualties. The guards, still assessing the damage, reported that the scene was unlike anything they had ever witnessed. The explosion had been catastrophic, and the remains were chilling to behold. The saint made her way toward the epicenter of the blast, her steps faltering as she approached the remains of the orphanage. What lay before her was beyond comprehension. A vast crater, the aftermath of a battle far from ordinary. The very earth seemed scarred by the forces unleashed here, and the orphanage bore the imprint of a vicious conflict. Neither she nor the guards could begin to fathom what kind of evil had been fought in this place. As she wandered closer to the ruins, something on the ground caught her eye. Half buried among the debris was the shattered remains of a mask, Vikir's mask, or what was left of it. The once intimidating mask was now torn apart, with only the left half still intact. Her heart raced. Quickly, she crouched down, her nightgown brushing the dust as she covered the mask with her skirt, shielding it from the guards' eyes. One of the guards, noticing her sudden movement, turned and looked at her with concern. He asked if she was feeling unwell. Dolores, masking her nervousness, gave a faint smile and waved him off, offering an excuse that she was feeling a bit lightheaded from the destruction she had just witnessed. She urged the guards to continue their investigation, but advised them not to overexert themselves. Once they had moved away, Dolores let out a soft sigh of relief and lifted the edge of her skirt. She examined the mask more closely, her fingers trembling slightly. Seeing the tattered mask in her hands, her thoughts raced. She had hidden it in a moment of panic, uncertain whether it belonged to the infamous Night Hound. But now, with the mask in her grasp, she couldn't help but feel uneasy. What kind of battle had taken place here, and what role had Vikir played in this devastation? The answers eluded her, but the mask left her with an unsettling feeling of dread. The following day at the academy, the usual bustle of students filled the air as they prepared for their classes. Inside one of the lecture halls, Professor Vency Morg stood near the center, his face creased in irritation. A vein throbbed slightly on his cheek, hinting at his growing annoyance. On the table before him lay the massive corpse of a Venampian, a scorpion-like beast known for its deadly sting. The professor's arms were crossed, and his eyes were fixed on Vikir, who stood with a red notepad in hand, awaiting his fate. Professor Morg's voice dripped with disdain as he recounted Vikir's recent report, which claimed that the Venampian had a second hidden stinger, a discovery that no one else had ever made. The professor, clearly skeptical, regarded the claim as nothing more than a misguided attempt at attention. With a sneer, he reminded Vikir of the penalty. If the stinger didn't exist, every student in the cold weapons department would lose 10 points. Vikir remained composed, though a thin sheen of sweat betrayed his unease. He hadn't anticipated this discovery would cause such a stir. Realizing now that, in this timeline, no one had yet uncovered the truth about the Venampian's second stinger, he knew he had stepped into dangerous territory. Seizing a scalpel with a kind of smug satisfaction, Professor Morg prepared to dissect the Venampian to prove Vikir wrong. The class watched intently, their eyes flicking between the professor and the massive corpse on the table. As the scalpel slid into the creature's abdomen, cutting through its tough hide, the tension in the room thickened. But then, with a metallic snap, something unexpected happened. From the creature's body, a sharp, venomous stinger sprang forth, aimed directly at the professor. He reeled backward, falling to the floor in shock as the deadly appendage stopped mere inches from his face, its lethal point dripping with venom. The students gasped, stunned into silence by the sudden violence of the attack. Hovering in midair, the stinger swayed ominously, its deadly point still aimed at the professor. But it never reached him. Vikir had reacted swiftly, blocking the strike with his red notepad, which now hung from the impaled stinger, dripping venom onto the floor. The notebook quivered in Vikir's hand, a testament to his quick reflexes and the validity of his claim. Professor Morg sat stunned on the floor, his face pale with the realization of how close he had come to death. His arrogance had nearly cost him everything. He pushed himself up, eyes wide in disbelief as he stared at the stinger. For a moment, the room was silent, save for the occasional drip of venom. The professor, shaken but trying to regain his composure, announced that the Cold Weapons Department would indeed receive a point for Vikir's discovery. His voice, however, was unsteady, as he admitted he would need to speak with Vikir in private about how such a crucial fact had gone unnoticed. Meanwhile, the other students remained in awe, shocked that Vikir, who they had underestimated, had made such a significant contribution. As the professor leaned closer to examine the stinger with a newfound respect, Vikir stood calmly beside the table, his red notebook still clutched in his hand, the corner impaled but intact. He had remained composed throughout the ordeal, but inwardly, he knew he had just barely avoided a catastrophe. The professor may have given him credit now, but this was only the beginning of the revelations he had yet to share. Vikir stepped down from the stage, turning his back on the professor as he climbed the stairs toward his seat. All eyes in the room followed him. Whispers circulated among the students, who were baffled by his discovery. Known primarily for his athletic prowess, no one had anticipated that he would be so skilled academically. His performance in the Naphtali sports competition had already earned him admiration, having competed impressively against Tutor and Sancho. But this display of intellect caught everyone off guard. As he reached his seat, Vikir casually pulled his chair back and sat down, his expression unreadable. Piggy, seated nearby, couldn't help but smile. Seeing Vikir succeed filled him with a quiet sense of pride. Around the room, others murmured not only about his unexpected academic talent, but also his appearance. Behind his glasses and disheveled hair, many were beginning to notice he was quite handsome. Yet Vikir paid no attention to the idle comments of his peers. His mind drifted, focusing inward as he reviewed the events of the previous night as the Night Hound. The explosion had been catastrophic, reducing the orphanage to nothing more than smoldering ruins. The sheer force of it had shocked even him, leaving large portions of his body, his arm, his face, and much of his musculature burned and torn. But his advanced regenerative abilities had quickly restored him, knitting flesh and muscle back together until he was whole again. Even still, the intensity of the blast had been staggering. The explosion had been a distraction orchestrated by Ephibo, who used the chaos to vanish without a trace. Despite this, the night hadn't been a complete loss. Vikir had managed to recover the ledger from the director's safe before the building was destroyed. The orphanage, situated in the heart of the city, had been a front for a far darker operation. The ledger contained chilling information about the whereabouts of children used as sustenance for demons. The scattered nature of the records indicated no clear connection between the destinations, but Vikir couldn't shake the suspicion that an elite force, perhaps even one of the 10 corpses, operated within the Imperial Palace itself. His thoughts, however, kept circling back to one specific detail from the night. A lone figure had stood atop a nearby building, silhouetted against the moonlight, wearing the same uniform as his academy. That smile, cold and knowing, had left a lasting impression. Opening his eyes and returning to the present, Vikir scanned the room, his gaze settling on his classmates. There was a distinct possibility that one of the 10 corpses was hiding in plain sight, disguised as a fellow student. The Academy's newspaper was renowned, even reaching the imperial capital, where its influence was significant. Each daily issue sold out almost instantly, with a thick stack of newspapers vanishing from the shelves as eager students grabbed their copies. It was rare to find a student who didn't purchase the paper. Inside the bustling newsroom of the Lyceum Journalism Club, the doors suddenly burst open, and in strode Dolores Lunquatis, the third-year blonde with an angelic hairpiece and president of Lyceum. Her excitement was palpable as she pumped her fist and welcomed the room of students, her energy filling the space. Surveying the eager faces, Dolores stood confidently with her hands on her hips, a smile of approval tugging at her lips. These students, fresh prospects for the journalism club, had joined despite Lyceum's tough reputation, showing their persistence and dedication. She decided to kick things off with introductions. Tutor eagerly stepped forward, fist clenched in enthusiasm, announcing his ambition to excel in both academics and the club, aiming to become an elite all-rounder. Then came Sancho Baratria, his expression determined as he explained he was here to prove he was more than just a strong brute. He wanted to sharpen his intellect as well. Sinclair, cheerful as always, shared her belief that information wielded more power than wealth or influence, which had led her to the heart of the Academy's information hub. Bianca Pusher, with a focused look, stated that she had chosen the club because of its forward-thinking vision and was determined to give it her all. Piggy followed, introducing himself nervously. Sweat dripped down his brow as he closed his eyes, explaining that his passion for gathering and analyzing information had naturally led him to the journalism club, which he saw as his true calling. Then, it was Vikir's turn. His introduction was casual, almost disinterested, as he explained he had only joined because it was a school rule and he had chosen to follow PG. But beneath his detached demeanor lay his real reason. Lyceum was famous both within and beyond the Academy's walls. It was the perfect place to gather crucial information, something Vikir had a keen interest in, despite the mild discomfort of working alongside Dolores. He had no other choice. Dolores, her arms still planted firmly on her hips, approached Vikir, her expression serious. She made it clear that such a lackluster attitude wouldn't cut it if he wanted to become a reporter for Lyceum. At that moment, a girl standing beside Dolores scratched her chin, her eyes narrowing in recognition as she looked at Vikir. Suddenly, she lunged forward, brandishing a newspaper. She shoved Dolores aside and stood before Vikir, her smile widening in disbelief. The headline she showed him featured a photograph of Vikir, taken during the Naphtali match, sweat dripping as he rested after the game. The caption read, "Who is this handsome genius from the first-year cold weapons department?" alongside an article detailing his impressive performance on the field. Tutor, spotting the article, pointed at it with a grin and turned to Vikir, laughing. Vikir, on the other hand, looked mildly embarrassed and remained silent. Dolores, confused, stared at the girl and asked when such an article had been published. The bespectacled girl, Anna, the deputy head of the Lyceum Club, laughed and explained that she had received a tip about a new, handsome student, and as a dedicated reporter, she had to publish it. Dolores facepalmed, clearly mortified, as Anna confidently placed one hand on her hip and stepped forward to organize the new recruits into a line, taking charge of the moment with ease. Since the senior students were off working on reports, Anna decided to focus the club's efforts on those present today. It was early morning, and as the group gathered around a large table, they began reviewing the details of a recent incident, the destruction of an orphanage by a mysterious stranger. The date, X day, X month, stood out in the report, marking the day the explosion shook the Academy. Piggy, grasping his report with both hands, nervously asked if this incident was the explosion from the previous day. Anna, maintaining a calm demeanor, confirmed that it was. She explained that after leaving the Academy that day, she had gathered crucial information, suspecting that the culprit behind this disaster might be the same person responsible for a string of murders in the imperial capital. What made the orphanage incident even more chilling was the discovery of children's corpses within the ruins. Piggy, already sweating from shock, looked towards Vikir and whispered, wondering if the two cases were connected. Vikir, holding the report in his hands, pondered the grim reality. He suspected that the children's deaths were the work of a demon. Anna, resting her elbows on the table and intertwining her fingers, smiled thoughtfully, urging the group to come up with a headline for the article. Dolores, upon reading the report, grew somber, the sadness evident in her expression. With pens in hand, the students started brainstorming possible headlines. Bianca, scanning through a list of suggestions, remarked that none of the ideas stood out to her. Across from her, Tutor sat with his hand beneath his chin, his face uncertain. He commented that the lack of a name for the villain made it difficult to capture the essence of the story. Notorious criminals usually had nicknames or titles to instill fear and infamy. Anna nodded in agreement, considering Tutor's observation valuable. Feeling inspired, Tutor excitedly suggested the name Deathside's Shadowmaster, but his excitement was short-lived. Bianca immediately dismissed the idea, calling it terrible. Undeterred, Tutor started rattling off a series of names, one more outlandish than the next, such as the explosive demon who brings misfortune. Each was swiftly rejected by the group. While the others debated, Dolores quietly penned her own report. After a few moments of silence, she softly spoke the name Night Hound, recalling a torn mask she had found at the scene of the orphanage explosion. The mask had clearly belonged to Night Hound, a figure who had now become part of the mystery. Dolores found herself puzzled as she recalled the mask of the Night Hound at the explosion site. She wasn't sure why it had been there, but memories of the Night Hound stories resurfaced in her mind. Night Hound had never been about fame or riches. He had been a figure who treated the sick during the plague, even venturing into the slums to help the poorest. His compassion and dedication to the less fortunate had always seemed genuine. For that reason, she had once believed that when he stole the tears of the Saintess, it had been for a greater cause, something beyond the selfishness of a mere thief. Now, however, with a heavy heart, she wondered why he had appeared at the scene of the explosion. Deep down, she still believed he wasn't a villain. If he had killed the director of the orphanage, there had to be a reason. Lost in her thoughts, Dolores stared blankly at the ground. Suddenly, someone in the room commented on the name Night Hound, pulling her out of her daydream. She blinked, realizing everyone had turned to her with smiles, praising the name. Sinclair, with a raised hand and a grin, announced that the villain should be named Night Hound. Embarrassed that she had unconsciously spoken the name aloud, Dolores blushed and covered her mouth. Anna, curious, asked Dolores what she thought of the proposed headline. Who is the villain who brought fear to the imperial capital, Night Hound? Dolores, regaining her composure, firmly refused. She insisted that the Lyceum articles should report only facts, and there wasn't yet any proof linking Night Hound to the explosion or branding him as a villain. Tutor, seated next to Vikir, turned toward him with a serious expression and asked for his thoughts on the matter. Vikir, resting his hands on the table, seemed indifferent at first and asked what exactly Tutor wanted to know. Tutor pressed, asking whether Vikir believed Night Hound was a villain or not. Vikir, sensing the weight of the question, glanced toward Dolores, surprised she had mentioned his name so openly. Tutor then slung an arm over Vikir's shoulders, chuckling as he pushed for an answer. Vikir, feeling a twinge of irritation, looked down in contemplation. After a long pause, he finally admitted that, if judged by his actions, Night Hound was not a good person, which likely made him a villain. Tutor nodded, agreeing with Vikir's conclusion, but their conversation was interrupted by a sudden, loud bang. Dolores had slammed her hand down on the table, startling both Tutor and Vikir. She fixed Vikir with a sharp gaze, her eyes ablaze with anger, and challenged him, asking if he truly believed Night Hound wasn't a good person. How could they be so sure? Tutor, now sweating, quickly withdrew his arm from Vikir's shoulder. Vikir, caught off guard by Dolores's outburst, felt a flicker of surprise at her passionate defense of Night Hound. A tense silence settled over the group as Dolores stood, her piercing gaze fixed on Vikir and Tutor. The first-year students could feel the weight of her intensity, unsure why she was so upset. Sancho, arms crossed, and Tutor, with a nervous hand resting behind his head, exchanged uneasy glances, unsure of what had triggered such anger. Vikir remained equally quiet, his expression unreadable as he stared ahead. Dolores pressed them again, asking how they could be so certain in their judgment of the Night Hound. Her words demanded a response, especially from Vikir, who remained stubbornly silent, a bead of sweat trickling down his cheek. Tutor began to realize, with a sinking feeling, that they might have made a mistake. As more moments of silence passed, Dolores rose from her seat, her hands planted firmly on the table, and correctly guessed that Vikir had no answer to give. She pointed out that they had made assumptions based on testimonies rather than solid evidence. As a journalist, she warned, unverified claims could destroy an innocent person's life, a lesson Vikir would do well to remember. Tutor, flustered, interjected with a weak defense, reminding Dolores that the guards had also claimed the Night Hound was responsible for the destruction and the death of the orphanage's director. Dolores shifted her intense gaze to Tutor, calmly dismantling his argument. She explained that the guards' statements were pure speculation, and no concrete evidence had been found to tie the Night Hound to the children's deaths in the orphanage's basement. The bodies were old, and their discovery raised far more questions than answers. Anna, Bianca, and Sinclair watched Dolores closely, surprised by her fierce determination. Despite the fact that the orphanage was run by her family, Dolores remained impressively impartial. Her resolve to seek the truth without jumping to conclusions earned their respect. She then turned to Anna and firmly suggested they revise the article to make it as neutral as possible, ensuring that they were reporting the facts and not drawing premature conclusions. Anna, however, wasn't entirely convinced. She argued that without the villain angle, the article would lack substance. Dolores met her objection with reason, saying it wasn't too late to publish a critical article once the truth about the Night Hound's actions became clear. Her voice softened with sadness as she continued, admitting that if the Night Hound was indeed found to be a villain, they would not hesitate to publish the necessary critiques. Her words were spoken with quiet resolve, her forced smile betraying the inner conflict she felt. Vikir, sitting beside her, listened intently, his eyes downcast. For a moment, he remained silent, but as he looked up at Dolores, something flickered in his gaze, perhaps guilt, or perhaps a deep understanding of her inner struggle. Just as he was about to speak, the door to the clubroom swung open, and a flustered student hurried inside, breaking the tension. The student rushed to Dolores, breathless, and explained that Professor Banshee, the club's advisor, was demanding to see her. He wanted the article edited to clearly label the Night Hound as the villain. Dolores sighed and placed a hand over her face, remembering the professor's penchant for stirring up drama. She closed her eyes, mentally preparing herself, then decided she would go and speak with him directly. Shortly after leaving the room and closing the door behind her, Dolores left the group in a moment of quiet reflection. Tutor, still staring at the door, remarked with admiration about how determined the club president was. Vikir, gazing ahead, simply replied that she had always been that way, even in the past. This comment confused Tutor, who asked what Vikir meant by the past. Vikir's mind drifted back to memories from his previous life, recalling the Dolores from that time. In both lives, she was the same resolute figure, a saintess who led the paladins fearlessly into battle. He envisioned her in her green and white armor, standing at the front lines with unwavering determination. Golden rings of light hovered above her head as she invoked a spell, her arm outstretched as she commanded her holy knights to push harder against their enemies. She was always in motion, always fighting. He remembered how, during a brief lull in battle, when two knights rested and exchanged casual conversation, she would appear, clenching her fist in frustration. She would chastise them, urging them to use their time to save someone rather than rest, and boldly declare that if a demon appeared, she would be the first to rush in and crush it herself. As Vikir recalled these memories, his eyes closed, and a subtle smile appeared on his face. A sense of inner peace washed over him. He had anticipated that his activities as the Night Hound would inevitably be seen as villainous, and he had accepted that. Yet knowing there was someone like Dolores, someone searching for the truth, brought him unexpected comfort. While Dolores argued with Professor Banshee over the article's portrayal of the Night Hound, Vikir silently thanked her from the bottom of his heart, feeling a deep appreciation for her integrity and commitment to fairness. As dawn broke, the Academy's loudspeaker blared its daily wake-up call, rousing students from their slumber. Piggy, deeply asleep, reluctantly opened his eyes, groggy but aware of the routine. Despite his fatigue, he sat up in bed, blinking away the last remnants of sleep. Across the room, Vikir was already awake, his muscles engaged in morning exercises. He greeted Piggy, who, still rubbing his eyes, returned the greeting with a half-hearted acknowledgement. The Academy's strict schedule required all students to rise by 6 a.m. sharp. As the alarms echoed through the dormitories, students began streaming toward the training area just outside. The cool morning air greeted them as they gathered to warm up, the rhythmic pounding of feet hitting the ground, signaling the start of a light jog. The instructor led the exercises from the front, the group following in synchronized movements, gradually shaking off the drowsiness of sleep. Once the workout concluded, the students dispersed, each going their own way, some to catch a few more minutes of sleep, others to shower or head to the cafeteria for breakfast. Piggy, already drained from the exercise, walked beside Vikir, stifling a yawn and closing his eyes briefly as if hoping for a quick nap while walking. He mused aloud, imagining his brain would be more alert if he could sleep through morning exercises. Vikir, glancing at him, pointed out that physical movement kept the mind sharp, though Piggy, still sleepy, responded with a resigned acknowledgement. Behind them, Sancho and Tutor followed. Tutor, glancing at Vikir with a grin, made a light-hearted remark about Vikir's lack of empathy, suggesting it might hurt his popularity with girls. He advised Vikir to work on it, his tone playful. Then, shifting topics, Tutor casually asked if anyone was free for a trip to the city that weekend. Piggy perked up at the idea, a smile crossing his face. There was a book he wanted to buy. Sancho chimed in as well, mentioning a restaurant he had been wanting to try. Tutor pressed Vikir again, who quietly responded that he had to volunteer over the weekend. Sancho, arms folded behind his head, raised his brows in surprise, while Piggy let out a sigh, explaining Vikir's need for volunteer hours due to his frequent point deductions. Tutor grinned knowingly and joked about Professor Vinci Morgue, saying Vikir had a habit of standing out in his class, though not in the best way. Vikir, now walking a few steps ahead, remained silent, distancing himself from the group. He told them they could enjoy the city without him, his tone calm but distant. As the three boys continued walking, Tutor mused aloud that volunteering actually sounded like fun, sparking Piggy's determination not to let Vikir go alone. Sancho agreed, suggesting they could all join in together, which might make it more enjoyable. Tutor, confused by this sudden change of heart, rubbed his chin thoughtfully. When Sancho asked what was on his mind, Tutor remarked that being around Vikir naturally made you want to stand with him. He described Vikir as an older brother figure. Sancho nodded in agreement, adding that Vikir possessed a quiet charisma, something he'd seen in his time as a mercenary, where natural leaders like Vikir commanded respect without even trying. Piggy, trailing close behind Vikir, couldn't help but smile at the thought. He admired how distinguished students like Tutor from the Don Quixote clan and Sancho, a standout scholar from the Northern Mercenaries, were drawn to Vikir. More than just impressive, Vikir had shown kindness when Piggy struggled at the welcome party. Perfect in his studies and sports, Vikir seemed like someone Piggy could thrive with. As Piggy finally caught up to Vikir, they passed a student flanked by two female companions. A smile tugged at Piggy's lips, feeling a sense of reassurance by sticking close to Vikir. But suddenly, Vikir's demeanor changed. He stopped abruptly, turning his head, his eyes filled with a venomous intensity. Piggy froze, feeling a wave of fear wash over him. Vikir wasn't angry with his friends, but the atmosphere grew dense, almost suffocating, as a sinister green aura seemed to taint the air. Only Vikir appeared aware of it, his sharp gaze locking onto the source, the student walking with the two girls. Vikir's eyes narrowed as he focused on the student, and a chilling realization dawned. The aura emanating from the boy was unmistakable. It was the cursed presence of a top-tier corpse, a malevolent force that felt like the screams of trapped ghouls. This boy, Bane Kudzak, was not just a handsome second-year student. He was a vessel of something far darker. Vikir clenched his teeth in fury at the boldness of the creature to roam so openly in the academy halls. Though instinct screamed at him to attack, Vikir knew better. A confrontation now would endanger too many innocents. Sancho, PG, and Tutor, unaware of the threat, called out to Vikir, confused by his sudden change in demeanor. Vikir masked his intentions, telling the group he wasn't feeling well and needed to rest. Without further explanation, he began walking after Bane, his mind set on gathering information first. With a calm but determined look, he activated his second-rank A skill, Silent Hill Mashasu, and removed his glasses, blending into the background as he silently pursued his target. Lost in his focused pursuit, he failed to notice Dolores descending the stairs nearby, her eyes briefly glancing his way. Her eyes widened in surprise, and an involuntary gasp escaped her as she caught sight of Vikir so unexpectedly close. The sudden exclamation broke Vikir's focus, his own eyes snapping open in surprise. The small cry echoed through the hallway, catching the attention of Piggy, Tutor, and Sancho, who immediately turned toward her, equally surprised. In her startled state, Dolores missed a step and fell from the stairs, hitting the ground. Vikir swiftly removed his glasses and rushed to her side to offer help. Tutor, Sancho, and Piggy, now fully alarmed, hurried over as well, their expressions a mixture of concern and confusion. Tutor, touching Vikir's shoulder with a firm grip, gave him a serious look and urged him to apologize without delay. Understanding the gravity of the situation, Vikir lowered his head, his expression sincere as he apologized to her. Sancho helped Dolores back to her feet. Despite the fall, she graciously forgave Vikir, recognizing that it had been her own carelessness. Internally, though, she marveled at his toughness. Colliding with him had felt like hitting a wall. Vikir put his glasses back on, averting his gaze as if to distance himself from the situation. Dolores, now more composed, began to observe him closely, her eyes filled with confusion. She realized that she hadn't sensed his presence at all before the accident, which unsettled her. Vikir, sensing the attention of too many people, looked down. He silently cursed the interruption. Too many eyes were on him now, forcing him to delay his plan to follow the upper corpse. From the corner of his eye, he could only watch as Bane disappeared up the stairs, slipping away. Nightfall cast long shadows over the academy as Bane, still flanked by his two companions, walked through the school grounds. He led them to a dark, secluded corner, their laughter echoing lightly as one of the girls teased him for being sneaky. Completely unaware of the impending danger, they followed him eagerly. Bane stopped abruptly, his tone shifting as he told them he had some bad news. The girls, curious and slightly alarmed, asked what he meant. With a chilling calm, Bane revealed that a mysterious boy had recently appeared, disturbing him and preventing him from eating properly. One of the girls, her concern immediate, vowed not to forgive anyone who would bother Bane. She assumed he was being bullied, her protective instincts kicking in. Bane continued, explaining that while he had been investigating this troublesome boy, he had accidentally wandered into the academy's grounds, suggesting that his identity might now be compromised. The other girl reassured him, insisting that if the boy showed up at the academy, they would protect Bane no matter what. Bane smiled ominously, thanking them with a twisted sincerity. His words dripped with malice as he commented on their beautiful hearts, telling them they would be together forever. Then, without warning, he placed his hands on their faces, his touch sending a wave of shock through their bodies. As he made contact, Their faces began to twist and deform grotesquely, but Bane remained calm, almost detached. He mused aloud, considering how the Night Hound had been attacking locations linked to where Bane had fed. His suspicion deepened. Vikir had clearly sensed the presence of a demon. The girls' faces, now horribly misshapen under Bane's hands, began to merge with his form as he absorbed them. His eyes turned a sickly green, glowing with a vile satisfaction. The last moments of one of the girls' consciousness were spent in sheer terror, her voice weakly pleading for help as her distorted face appeared momentarily on Bane's. Bane, unperturbed, continued his transformation. He, the ninth corpse of the Upper Ten, known by his true name, Dantalion, seethed with a growing fury. His eyes burned with green fire as the realization struck him: the Night Hound. Vikir sat quietly, lost in thought, his red eyes gleaming as the conversation buzzed around him. He was in the Lyceum Journalism Club room, his glasses masking the intense focus in his gaze while his fellow students discussed the recent surge in incidents. On either side of Vikir sat Tutor and Bianca, their hands resting on the table as they scanned the numerous reports laid before them. Anna placed her hands on the table and explained that she had compiled a list of recent incidents both within and outside the academy. With the club now short-staffed, she urged the first-year students to step up and assist. Tutor looked uneasy at the stack of reports, while Dolores, seated next to Anna, was deeply engrossed in one of them. With both hands still on the table, Anna addressed the first years, instructing them to select a report, investigate it, and write an article. Piggy picked up one of the reports, his eyes filling with fear as nervousness crept in. This would be his first article since joining the Lyceum Journalism Club. Bianca grabbed 2 reports and remarked on the sheer number of incidents, wondering aloud about what might be happening in the capital. The reports detailed a disturbing series of incidents. One was a terrorist manifesto. An extremist had declared plans to poison the river of Venzir, the capital city. Another described the mysterious disappearance of a popular theater actor, Mr. B, who vanished on his way home after a performance, likely the work of a stalker. There was also a peculiar murder case where the head of a family disappeared without a trace. Then, the chillingly titled "The Murder That Shall Not Be Named" recounted how Mr. A, after injuring multiple people in the street, was sentenced to death, all while insisting he had committed no crime and that his appearance had somehow changed. Lastly, the report titled "Rapid Increase in Disappearance Cases" noted a troubling rise in missing persons in the city, speculating that it might be the work of the elusive Night Hound. After carefully reviewing each report, Vikir picked up one that stood out to him: Case of Disappearance Within the Academy. The report detailed the disappearance of 3 academy students who were often seen together. Witnesses speculated that the trio might have run away for love. As Vikir read further, his eyes blazed with anger and he clenched his teeth. The report included a photo of student Bane, known more infamously as Dantalion. Vikir knew all too well that Bane was one of the 10 elite corpses now in hiding. As night settled, the city was bathed in an eerie blue moonlight that spilled into every shadowed corner. Amid the towering buildings, a small house stood alone, one solitary light glowing inside. Inside, a husband and wife lay peacefully asleep, until the husband's eyes abruptly opened, his gaze fixed on the ceiling in silent thought. Careful not to disturb his wife, he slid out from under the sheets and sat upright. A dim light from the street outside filtered through the window, casting his figure in an otherworldly glow as he sat motionless in a high-backed chair, his hands resting on the armrests, his face expressionless. Slowly, he raised his head, his pupils transforming into a brilliant, unnatural green, the telltale eyes of a demon. In the shadows before him materialized 4 masked figures. Leading them was Ephibo, a muscular demon draped in a purple suit. Beside him stood a trench-coated demon with strands of blue hair poking through his mask. The third demon wore a suit vest, casually wielding a massive pair of scissors, and the fourth was a woman with long, flowing red hair. The husband, revealed now as Dantalion, one of the 10 elite corpses in disguise, observed them with a steady gaze before speaking, asking if they had uncovered anything about the man in the plague mask who had been stalking them. Ephibo began speaking in the demonic tongue, relaying all he knew, while the red-haired demon, Geronto, stood by silently, listening intently. The scissor-wielding demon, Heave, added his own thoughts in the same language, while the trench-coated Fido remained silent, ever watchful. Dantalion, posing as the husband, rested his hand under his chin, musing aloud about the plague-masked figure's elusiveness. He had not caught a glimpse of him since that day. Then, with a blank, chilling expression, Dantalion extended his hand. His 4 fingers morphed grotesquely, transforming into the haunted faces of those he had devoured. He announced to his subordinates that it was time to share his faces. Pointing each finger at a demon, he fired powerful shots, striking them in the faces and sending their heads snapping back. Slowly, the grotesque faces on his fingers stretched and squirmed, merging with the demons' masked visages in a monstrous attempt to form ordinary human features. In moments, the demonic quartet had taken on the appearances of normal humans, allowing them to move through the city undetected. Satisfied, Dantalion commanded them to expand their search in the more populated, brightly lit areas and find the man with the plague mask. As he was explaining, the door behind them creaked open, its sound cutting sharply through the silence of the night. Dantalion's wife opened the door and froze at the sight of her husband seated in the chair, surrounded by strangers. She raised a hand to her mouth in shock, uncertain of why he would be awake at such an hour. Her voice trembled as she asked who these people were. Dantalion regarded her with a calm, silent stare for a long moment before closing his eyes with a sigh, disappointed that he could no longer enjoy her presence. In an instant, Fido appeared behind her, drawing a large, uniquely handled knife. With a chilling expression, he pressed the blade to her throat, awaiting his master's command. Dantalion, gazing at her with detached indifference, instructed Fido to leave her face untouched. Fear flooded her eyes, but before she could react, Fido obeyed, slitting her throat, and blood splattered across the room as her head fell to the floor, her eyes brimming with tears. As her body lay still, Dantalion ran a hand over his face, morphing his features. He felt irritated at having to abandon this identity so soon. His hairstyle shifted, his face transforming into that of a handsome middle-aged man with a goatee and neatly parted hair. With a slight smile, he ordered Ephibo to follow him. They had to visit her. Ephibo's expression briefly showed surprise, but he followed as Dantalion placed a hand under his chin, smiling to himself at the thought of relieving some of his accumulated stress. The recent delays, the death of Andromalius, and the mysterious plague doctor's appearance were becoming nuisances, and he was ready to take action. Morning light streamed through the stained glass windows of the church, casting vibrant colors that danced off the grand chandelier. In the glow, Dantalion, now dressed as a priest, stood with a gentle smile on his face. Just then, a woman entered, the Saintess Dolores, and noting his expression, asked why he was smiling. Dantalion, hands clasped humbly before him, continued smiling and replied that he couldn't help but be happy in the presence of the beautiful Saintess. With a calm, steady gaze, she addressed him as Sir Quilty, stating she hadn't come for pleasantries. Dantalion shifted the conversation, extending his hand toward her with a concerned expression, mentioning he'd noticed her visits had become infrequent. Dolores stepped closer, explaining serenely that the recent wave of murders and disappearances had kept her occupied. Dantalion remarked, with a kind smile concealing his satisfaction, that the Academy Club had also become quite busy as the world grew more ruthless. Secretly, he relished his hidden role in the tragedies Dolores had been working to mend. Dolores studied him with a subtle, skeptical glance, but held her silence. Quilty, in truth the head of the Indulgentia family, a branch of the influential Quo family, managed the Quo resources used in various charities, including orphanages, monasteries, and hospitals. Yet beneath their benevolent facade, they supported a policy that allowed the wealthy to erase their sins for a price. Dolores knew this man was concealing more than he revealed. Quilty stepped closer, still smiling, and inquired why she wished to speak with him. Dolores paused, her gaze intense, and with a serious expression extended her hand, stating she had come to request the abolition of the exemption system. She argued that allowing the rich to erase sins through wealth alone was inherently wrong. Raising an eyebrow, he responded serenely, questioning what harm there could be in a system that had long been upheld by the church. He asked that didn't a generous donation serve as punishment enough. With unwavering resolve, Dolores explained that sins required genuine contrition and that true forgiveness could only come through proper atonement before God. Placing her hand over her heart, which began to glow with a radiant golden aura, she affirmed that those impacted by the exemption system could never be saved. Her determined gaze burned with righteous conviction, her words a clear challenge to Quilty's veiled intentions. Dolores's words left Dantalion stunned, his mouth slightly agape. After a few silent seconds, he closed it, his frustration mounting. Turning his back to her, he stated that he was merely upholding the church's doctrine and suggested she take her concerns to her father, the cardinal. Dolores listened in quiet contemplation as Dantalion requested that she leave, reminding her that Academy students were due to arrive soon to volunteer. "No need for a family dispute before your juniors," he added, his tone polite but firm. With a calm gaze, Dolores turned away and nodded, saying she would return later to continue their discussion. She then walked toward the church's exit. Once she was out of earshot, Dantalion pressed a hand to his face, allowing his true form to break through. 4 sets of eyes, all glowing a brilliant green, appeared on his face, and a twisted smile crept across his lips. He watched her retreating figure, his eyes narrowing, the word "beautiful" echoing in his mind. As his teeth clenched so tightly his mouth began to bleed, he fought the overwhelming urge to collect her face, barely restraining his desire to claim her then and there. Visions filled his mind. Dolores lying upon blood-soaked masks, her serene expression shattered by despair. To him, she was the finest discovery in this world, a prize he would only claim when chaos had fully descended. Shivers overtook him as he hugged himself, trembling with anticipation for that inevitable moment. Behind him, a massive demonic eye manifested, glowing a fierce green. They had to open the gate, he thought fervently, bringing chaos as soon as possible. At the gates of the orphanage, Vikir paused, questioning whether he'd found the right place. Cindy Wendy had located it after meticulously analyzing Andromalius's ledgers, and it seemed likely this orphanage had ties to the 10 elite corpses. The Quo family flag waved above, hinting at a deeper connection. If a demon had infiltrated both the Iron Blood and Holy Divine families, it was probable that other influential families also harbored hidden demons. Given the heightened scrutiny on the Night Hound following the explosion, Vikir intended to use his role as a volunteer as a cover to quietly investigate the students. Lost in thought, Vikir was soon joined by Tutor, Sancho, and Piggy, who greeted him cheerfully. Tutor and Piggy scanned the building, asking if this was the orphanage where they'd be volunteering. With a grin, Tutor draped an arm over Vikir's shoulders, remarking on how lucky he was to have friends willing to volunteer with him. Vikir, however, replied that he hadn't asked them to join. He sighed, falling silent as a trace of worry crept into his eyes. This entire situation was becoming troublesome, especially the growing conflict between Dolores and the priest in disguise, Dantalion. The Academy's 10-day holiday, known as the Golden Vacation, had arrived, a break created in honor of the school's anniversary and Easter at the Loon Church. Students scattered, some journeying to the imperial capital to explore together, others returning home for cherished family time. Yet, not all were reveling in the freedom of vacation. Vikir remained at the orphanage with his friends, who, though they could have taken a break, had opted to stay alongside him. From behind, Tutor called out to Vikir, reminding him with a grin that he should be grateful they'd chosen to return, skipping their holiday rest. Walking cheerfully at the back of the group, Tutor explained that they too had volunteer hours to complete. Sancho, hands resting behind his head, glanced over with an approving smile. Knocking out their required volunteer hours now didn't sound like a bad idea at all. Beside Vikir, Piggy's face lit up with enthusiasm as he assured him he was happy to be volunteering, despite the break. At the head of the group, Vikir looked back, a little exasperated but grateful, and thanked them all the same. The orphanage was grand, almost opulent, with chandeliers that sparkled above and sunlight streaming through countless large windows. Tutor took in the impressive sight, wondering if this truly was the Indulgentia orphanage. Its grandeur far exceeded that of any other orphanage he'd seen. This was, after all, the largest orphanage in the capital. Piggy, smiling warmly, noted that the headmaster here was not only the founder of the Foundation for Orphans, but also an external teacher at the academy. Sancho, arms crossed, looked surprised and asked who the headmaster was. Piggy pointed to a nearby wall adorned with a portrait of a man, Quilty Indulgentia, who smiled kindly from within the frame. Unknown to them, Dantalion was indeed the orphanage's headmaster in disguise. Tutor and Piggy stepped closer to inspect the painting, and Piggy explained that Quilty was head of the Indulgentia family, a maternal branch of the influential Quo Vadis family. He was widely respected, with considerable influence within the Loon Church, though common knowledge held that he and the Saintess Dolores were often at odds over religious doctrines. Tutor remarked indifferently that he had no interest in becoming entangled in family feuds, while Piggy continued to study the portrait with admiration. Behind them, Vikir remained silent, his gaze fixed on the painting, eyes narrowing with suspicion as he considered Quilty's esteemed reputation. Sunlight spilled into the room, illuminating the painted face of the orphanage's mysterious headmaster. Vikir resolved to uncover Quilty's true character when they finally met. Several hours later, Vikir and his fellow student volunteers gathered in the main hall, where a serene nun and a priest stood before rows of orphan children dressed in white. With her hands clasped and a gentle smile, the nun announced that the volunteers would be acting as teachers over the next 10 days, emphasizing that the children would remember their kindness forever if they took care of them well. She urged the students to nurture the children with the heart of a parent. Tutor, Sancho, and Piggy glanced around, surprised to see Bianca and Sinclair standing among them. Tutor raised an eyebrow, puzzled by their presence, while Bianca turned toward him, her expression stormy with irritation. Sinclair, on the other hand, remained unruffled, observing quietly with a neutral expression. Bianca, clearly frustrated, shot back that they were also volunteering, adding that she should be the one questioning his presence here. With an exaggerated shrug and a playful smile, Tutor spread his arms and replied, his expression impish. His tone implied that no hero needed a reason to do good, to which Bianca's face darkened with anger at his mention of heroism yet again. After a pause, her irritation turned to mockery as she couldn't resist labeling him a Don Quixote, remarking that such behavior was exactly what she'd expect from a self-styled hero. As Bianca and Tutor's argument escalated, Sinclair stepped forward, her voice smooth as she mentioned that their unexpected meeting must be a twist of destiny. Her words caught Vikir's and Piggy's attention. Gently pressing her fingertips together, she looked at Vikir, her eyes softening as a blush colored her cheeks at the recognition. Flustered, she closed her eyes, extending a hand to greet him, her voice lifting a bit too loudly as she expressed regret that they hadn't spoken much at the academy, but hoped they'd get to know each other better over the next 10 days. Piggy's eyes widened at her volume, while Vikir, standing beside him, raised a brow at the sudden intensity. With a nod, Vikir reached out, calmly shaking her hand and agreeing with her sentiments. As they released hands, Sinclair turned away, quietly bouncing with joy. She could hardly believe she'd just held his hand. Piggy, still taken aback, leaned closer to Vikir, lowering his voice as he confided that he had some inside information. Curious, Vikir turned to him with a questioning look. While Sinclair stood a few paces away, her hand covering her blushing face and her expression lit with delight, Piggy shared what he'd observed. Sinclair had actively sought out the individual responsible for assigning volunteer duties and requested to be placed wherever Vikir was volunteering. This wasn't destiny. She'd made sure to be near him. Realization dawned on Vikir, his expression shifting to concern as he grasped that Sinclair's supposed coincidence was intentional. This knowledge weighed on him, signaling that he'd need to remain cautious with her in the future. Just then, Vikir's gaze shifted as something caught his attention. The room was filled with monks and nuns, some quietly conversing while a monk headed up the staircase. Scanning the room, he noticed that the headmaster was notably absent. Soon, it was time for the children to pick their teachers. They surged forward, some shy, others brimming with excitement as they flocked toward Tutor and the others. Tutor lifted a girl and boy in his arms, their laughter contagious. Smiling warmly, he mused at how friendly and spirited they were. Sancho, meanwhile, found two children already scrambling onto his back, while Bianca patted a young child's head affectionately, charmed by the little one's sweet demeanor. Sinclair chose two more, sitting cross-legged on the floor with a storybook, her warm storytelling sparking delight in their eyes. On the opposite side, Vikir, with his intense stare, honed in on three children and asked their names. His penetrating expression, however, struck fear, and the children's eyes welled up before they scurried over to Piggy. Gently patting one's head, Piggy chuckled, advising Vikir to soften his approach. Embarrassed, Vikir's thoughts wandered briefly to his niece, Pomerian. She'd always been comfortable around him, yet speaking to other children seemed unexpectedly challenging. His attention broke when a blonde girl suddenly darted past, her swift movement catching his eye. She ran down the hall, avoiding any interaction with the volunteers, her disregard stirring Vikir's curiosity as he watched her retreating figure. The girl stepped outside, leaning against one of the stone pillars with sunlight streaming through the gaps, casting a dappled light around her. She stared silently at the ground, her gaze heavy with sadness, clearly disheartened by the absence of a teacher she felt a connection with. Deep in thought, she didn't notice Vikir approaching until he appeared next to her, arms crossed and leaning casually against the pillar, sharing that he, too, often felt uncomfortable in large crowds. His sudden voice startled her, and she looked up, visibly unsettled. With a focused look, Vikir remarked that being careful in such situations was important, and then asked why she had left. The girl, visibly worried, pondered her response. After a moment, she looked away, turning her head and shutting her eyes in defiance, refusing to engage with him. Vikir, with arms still crossed, felt a hint of embarrassment as he realized his approach hadn't worked. His thoughts drifted to a memory of a friend from his tribe who had once shown him how to approach children. She had animatedly pulled at her cheek, making a wide smile, suggesting that a cheerful demeanor encouraged openness. Inspired, Vikir adjusted his expression and took note of the golden pendant she wore, which had her name, Perry, engraved on it. He crouched down to her level, placing a hand on the ground and softly called her by name. Perry opened her eyes, surprised and slightly confused about how he knew her name. A moment passed without her response, and Vikir offered her a kind smile, this time more approachable, gently asking if her name was indeed Perry. His gentleness seemed to reach her. She gazed at him, astonished, realizing she could trust him. Yet, instead of replying, she turned quickly, running off without a word, leaving Vikir momentarily bewildered. Watching her disappear, he wondered if his smile might have been more off-putting than he'd intended. While he stood there, reflecting, a figure in white moved toward him. It was Saintess Dolores, a warm smile on her face as she reassured him that Perry hadn't run off out of dislike. She continued, noting cheerfully that she had seen the whole encounter unfold. Dolores's eyes sparkled with surprise, a small smile appearing as she gently remarked on Vikir's unexpected kindness, despite his gruff demeanor. Vikir stood, calmly asking what brought the Saintess Dolores to the orphanage. She approached with hands clasped in front of her and a sincere look, sharing that Perry's heart had been deeply hurt before, causing her to shut down emotionally. Over time, Perry had developed aphasia and lost her voice. Curiosity filled Vikir's gaze as he inquired about Perry's past. Dolores lowered her gaze, her expression tinged with sadness, explaining that although she didn't know every detail, Perry had grown up at the orphanage, experiencing countless volunteers who had come and gone. Dolores pointed toward the dimly lit hallway, recalling how each volunteer had initially approached Perry warmly, only to stop visiting due to busy schedules. She suspected that Perry had grown weary of forming attachments, only to grieve when they inevitably disappeared from her life. Vikir, following Dolores's gaze down the hall, looked saddened, his thoughts on the girl who had just run off. In the stillness, footsteps echoed from the dark hallway as someone approached wearing heavy boots. Vikir stiffened, eyes widening with fear, beads of sweat forming on his brow at the ominous presence. Noticing his reaction, Dolores placed her hand over her heart, her eyes warm as she noted how well Perry had responded to Vikir. With a hopeful smile, she asked if he might look after Perry, sensing that he could make a difference in her guarded world. In a swift motion, Vikir clamped a hand over Dolores's mouth, silencing her before she could react. Her eyes widened with alarm, heart racing as confusion took hold. Down the hall, two men began approaching. One, dressed in a green suit, remarked to the other that their recent busyness had left them little time to meet. Walking in silence beside him was none other than Dantalion, better known here as Headmaster Quilty, hands folded behind his back. With a faint smile, Quilty noted how he'd seen a surge in requests for face-to-face confessions, hinting at an increase in sins confessed lately. Behind him trailed his subordinate, Ephibo, now cloaked in a human visage. The man in the green suit responded, explaining that this was why he was seeking the exemption. Quilty regarded him thoughtfully and asked how long he intended to maintain this exemption. Meanwhile, Vikir, holding Dolores's mouth firmly, gripped her hand with his free one and pressed himself back against the pillar to avoid detection. As Ephibo followed, the man and Quilty continued their conversation, now about the exemption cost of $1 billion in gold. Quilty probed further, asking if it was simply due to the death of a slave, but the man, looking away as if unfazed, explained that while retrieving his runaway barbarian slave, he had been disciplining him so harshly that the slave perished. Quilty's face registered mild surprise until the man admitted he'd burned an entire farming village in his anger on his way back. With his gaze fixed on the two men, Vikir gave Dolores a hushed plea to stay silent. Dolores looked at him in startled silence, unable to comprehend his sudden tension. A powerful, acrid scent drifted over them, and Vikir's eyes began to glow with a red fury. His anger flared when he realized the sickening smell radiated from Quilty himself as he and the man disappeared further down the hall. Quilty strolled down the corridor with hands folded behind his back, unaware that Vikir observed him from the shadows. To the man in the green suit, he set the price of forgiveness at $500 million, stating it would be more than sufficient. The man let out a chuckle, adding that he intended to give the remaining half as a tip to the god who would absolve his sins. A faint, greenish aura curled around the two, leaving a demonic odor in the air. Vikir immediately recognized it as the same scent he had encountered at the academy, the unmistakable stench of one of the elite corpses, originating directly from Quilty. He quickly realized Bane had adopted a new face to conceal his identity. Unaware of Vikir's presence, Quilty continued his exchange, chuckling at the idea of offering a tip as an offering to God, remarking that such offerings would ensure divine forgiveness for any sin. Dolores, unable to grasp what was unfolding, was filled with shock, her eyes widening in disbelief. The man, amused and impressed, laughed, admitting that he always felt he learned more about faith from Quilty. Closing his eyes, Quilty basked in the praise with a deepening smile, his arms still neatly clasped behind him. Frustrated, Dolores struggled against Vikir's grip, desperate to confront Quilty. Vikir, however, kept her restrained, firmly covering her mouth to prevent a sound. He cautioned her to wait, fearing they would be discovered if she acted rashly. Dolores wriggled her feet in defiance, signaling to Vikir to release her. Suddenly, Ephibo appeared just behind them, a sinister gleam in his eyes. The abrupt presence caught Vikir off guard, leaving him momentarily frozen. Dolores, still oblivious to Ephibo's menacing approach, remained fixated on her struggle against Vikir's hold. Vikir was caught off guard by Ephibo's sudden appearance, and as Dolores finally noticed the newcomer, her eyes widened with confusion at the sight of this unfamiliar figure. Internally, Vikir cursed his own carelessness in letting his guard down. As he looked closer, he recognized Ephibo's intense gaze and the faint gray-blue aura surrounding him. A familiar scent hit Vikir, a demon he recognized. Turning towards them both, Dantalion's surprise was evident as he addressed Dolores, drawing attention to her presence and hinting at her tendency to listen in on others' conversations. Then, noticing Vikir's presence, Dantalion mockingly suggested that if she wasn't eavesdropping, perhaps she was having a secret romance with him. Dolores, flustered by the unexpected accusation, quickly protested, though Vikir remained beside her with a neutral expression. As she denied the claim, a bead of sweat trickled down her forehead, betraying her nervousness at having been caught in the act of eavesdropping. Dantalion approached Vikir, studying him closely before noticing the Academy uniform and deducing that Vikir was likely one of the Academy's volunteers. Vikir met Dantalion's gaze with unwavering confidence, his expression composed yet firm. Intrigued, Dantalion's eyes brightened with excitement, his smile deepening as he took in Vikir's face, previously obscured by glasses. Beneath the frames, Dantalion saw a strikingly handsome visage, one he found irresistibly captivating and immediately desired to possess. Despite his calm exterior, Vikir's eyes held a restrained fury as he looked at Dantalion, concealing his simmering resentment. Just then, a man in a green waistcoat standing nearby, who had been speaking with Dantalion, cleared his throat, signaling his impatience. Dantalion shifted his attention to the man, apologizing with a light-hearted smile before turning to leave. With a gracious smile, he bid farewell to the Saintess, explaining his departure as his day was quite full. Ephibo turned from Vikir and followed Dantalion, leaving Vikir and Dolores silent and motionless in their place. As Ephibo's figure receded, Vikir's hands tightened into fists, his gaze locked onto Ephibo's back. By his side, Dolores ground her teeth, fury simmering within her as she stared at the ground, reflecting on the corruption she'd witnessed. Unable to voice her frustrations, she felt stifled, having heard blasphemous words directed toward God, and even witnessed the shameless selling of exemptions. Abruptly, she turned to Vikir, extending a hand to her side and challenging him, questioning why he had restrained her from confronting them. As she did, her eyes widened in shock, catching a brief glimpse of Vikir's own face. She could feel an intense, uncontrollable anger emanating from him, though he remained silent. The moment lingered, his expression inscrutable, before he finally collected himself and his face returned to a calm neutrality. After a pause, he lowered his gaze and, though curtly, apologized for his behavior, promising to exercise more caution in the future. With that, Vikir turned and explained he had to return to the orphanage, his expression sincere. As he walked away, Dolores watched him go, her eyes reflecting a mixture of surprise and confusion. Questions churned in her mind, unsettled by the sudden intensity she'd felt from him, a glimpse of anger she couldn't understand, which had dissipated as swiftly as it had come. Vikir recounted his observations of the orphanage headmaster, Quilty Rune Indulgentia. Quilty spent an average of 2 hours each day at the orphanage, where his primary activity was the sale of exemptions to nobles and merchants. Occasionally, he would send reports on investment or sales of these exemptions to the influential Quo Vadis family, delivered via a white dove. After intercepting and killing one of these messenger doves, Vikir confirmed that the letters were addressed to Cardinal Humbert Rune Quo Vadis, the head of the Quo Vadis family. When outside the orphanage, Quilty was always accompanied by one of 4 rotating guards, 3 men and 1 woman, all subordinates of Dantalion and equipped with temporary faces, courtesy of Dantalion's powers. Vikir recognized one of these guards as the masked, purple-suited figure who had intercepted him and Dolores during their eavesdropping, someone Night Hound had fought before at the orphanage. Vikir confirmed this identity through scent, recognizing the familiar aura. Lost in thought, Vikir contemplated the gravity of his findings. He suspected that the remaining 3 guards, like Ephibo, were likely demons of an advanced graduate level or higher. Taking on 4 highly skilled demons, alongside one of the 10 elite corps, posed a significant risk. To eliminate Quilty, Vikir realized, he would first need to neutralize these formidable guards. Sancho, Tutor, and Piggy arrived at the scene, struck by both surprise and confusion at the sight before them. Vikir was kneeling by the river, vigorously scrubbing clothes on a wooden washboard with a towering basket of freshly cleaned laundry beside him. Seeing Vikir's dedication, the 3 couldn't help but feel a mix of admiration and concern for the intense effort he was putting in. Sancho, arms crossed and eyes shut, felt a pang of embarrassment as he reflected on his own approach, doing the bare minimum during his volunteer hours just to collect points. Watching Vikir's relentless work inspired him to reconsider. Tutor clenched his fist, a determined look in his eyes. The realization that Vikir was doing all this for the children's benefit ignited a drive within him to work harder and to pursue the ideal of a true hero. Meanwhile, Piggy fell silent, studying Vikir with newfound respect. After a moment, the 3 exchanged glances, silently resolved to follow Vikir's example, each of them raising a fist in a quiet show of support. Their voices finally pulled Vikir from his deep concentration. Turning towards them, his expression remained neutral as he wiped sweat from his chin, momentarily gazing at the ground in quiet thought. He realized he had been so absorbed in his task that he hadn't noticed their arrival, nor the extent of his own efforts. But this was no matter. He knew his actions during the day were limited, with his real opportunities arising at night. For now, he resolved to focus fully on his volunteer work, dedicating his day to make a difference where he could. Under a bright sun with a few drifting clouds, the peaceful day was punctuated by the cheerful shouts of children playing Naphtali. One of them extended his hands, catching the ball with a grin as the others chased after him in excitement. A little away from their laughter and lively energy, a solitary tree shaded a bench where Perry sat alone, observing the game, but not joining in. Minutes passed, and Perry continued to watch from her spot. Suddenly, she noticed someone beside her, Academy boots catching her eye first, then the figure who sat down and tossed a ball, letting it bounce rhythmically on the ground. It was Vikir, resting one hand on his knee and casually bouncing the ball with the other. Perry remained silent, studying him with quiet curiosity, uncertain of his intentions as he kept bouncing the ball, the sound drawing her attention. Her gaze settled on the ball, intrigued by its lively bounce. Observing her fascination, Vikir felt a small smile surface, recalling how much the children of Balak enjoyed playing with this very ball. Although, in reality, it wasn't just a ball. It was an unhatched egg from the madam, its thick shell resilient and unyielding. Vikir always carried it with him just in case, though he never expected to use it this way. As he bounced it again, Perry's eyes widened with delight. The way it sprang back with each hit seemed almost magical, sparking her desire to try it herself. Unable to resist, she picked up the ball, a smile lighting her face as she bounced it eagerly. Vikir adjusted his glasses, concealing his pleased expression as he watched his plan succeed, happy to see Perry drawn into the fun. Behind Vikir, unnoticed, Sinclair sat quietly, observing him. Her laughter broke the silence as she remarked, with warmth, that she knew he had a kind heart. Startled by her voice, Vikir turned to find Sinclair there, blushing slightly as she went on, playfully noting that he also had a rougher side. Vikir, still a bit surprised, looked away and asked, somewhat dismissively, what she wanted. Sinclair rose, hands clasped behind her back, and walked toward him, smiling as she explained her intentions were simple. She wanted to be friends. A year younger than Vikir, she hoped he'd let her speak more casually. Vikir stared forward in silent thought, then nodded and responded that she could do as she wished. Her face brightened at this, her blush deepening, and she moved closer, testing her new freedom by calling him brother. Vikir replied, half amused, that the title felt a bit awkward, to which Sinclair laughed, promising to think of something else before their next meeting. As they spoke, Perry continued playing nearby, engrossed with the bouncing ball. Suddenly, the ball took an unexpected flight, moving quickly through the air before slipping through a hole in the chain-link fence that separated the orphanage grounds from the estuary. With a splash, it fell into the water, causing Perry to freeze in confusion before chasing after it, her worry mounting. The sound of the splash caught both Vikir and Sinclair's attention, and they walked over to the fence, where Sinclair bent down with hands on her knees, gently explaining to Perry that the ball had fallen into the estuary and was likely lost. Perry's eyes filled with tears, her hands covering her mouth as she worriedly looked up at Vikir, hoping he wasn't angry about the lost ball. Meeting her gaze with a gentle calm, Vikir reassured her that it was just a ball and nothing to worry about. But Perry, still upset, looked down, and tears began to trickle down her cheeks. Watching her distress, Vikir thought for a moment before smiling slightly. Without hesitation, he began unbuttoning his academy uniform, deciding he had no choice but to retrieve it for her. The rhythmic click of Dolores's white boots echoed softly down the stone path along the orphanage veranda. She closed her eyes briefly, still unsettled by the earlier incident, and exhaled a sigh. Opening her eyes, her gaze turned distant as her thoughts drifted to Vikir. Memories of their discussion about the Night Hound at the journalism club surfaced. She hadn't held the highest opinion of him at first. She recalled how his prejudiced views and unruly behavior had even led to him accumulating negative points at the academy, leaving him with volunteer hours to fulfill. But gradually, her impression of him was shifting. In the orphanage, she had met Tutor, who, with a smile, told her that Vikir had headed to the kitchen to help, as extra hands were needed there. Following Tutor's directions, she found Sancho busy at the stove, ladle in hand, explaining with a grin that Vikir had gone to check the pipes for hot water, after tirelessly distributing food, even skipping his own meal. Next, she headed to the boiler room, where she found Piggy, a towel around his neck. Piggy greeted her cheerfully, mentioning that thanks to Vikir's recent fix to the pipes, the laundry could now be done with warm water. In the laundry room, Dolores met Bianca, who shared that Vikir had been helping hang clothes until the children asked him to play, prompting him to head to the gym to prepare for their activities. Dolores felt a twinge of shame. Everyone's admiration for Vikir was evident, contrasting sharply with her initial judgment of him. It dawned on her that she had let her own biases cloud her perception of him. Reflecting on this, she remembered that many were aware of the tension between Vikir and Quilty. Perhaps Vikir had concealed them both earlier out of thoughtfulness, sensing Quilty's presence nearby. She realized an apology was in order. Descending the stone steps, she finally spotted Vikir by the estuary fence with Sinclair and Perry. Dolores paused, her eyes narrowing in bewilderment as she noticed Vikir, his expression focused, removing his academy uniform in preparation. Vikir began unbuttoning his shirt, preparing to dive in. Sinclair, flustered, placed her hands over her eyes, yet peeked through her fingers, her cheeks reddening. Calmly, Vikir removed his academy shirt, folding it neatly beside his boots before scaling the fence. Without hesitation, he plunged into the murky estuary waters, sending dark blue and black droplets splashing high into the air as Dolores, Sinclair, and Perry, still teary-eyed, looked on in amazement. Moments later, a hand broke the surface, gripping the lost ball, water streaming off it. Vikir stood waist-deep in the muddy estuary, composed, announcing that he had retrieved the ball. Turning to Perry, he smiled, reassuring her she had no reason to feel bad anymore. Sinclair, eyes wide and hand over her mouth, blushed at his kindness, touched by his willingness to go to such lengths for Perry's sake. Dolores, equally stunned and flushed, found herself speechless, hardly able to believe Vikir had jumped into the estuary just for a child's ball. And Perry, taken aback, watched him with wonder, her initial worry melting into admiration. Tutor, Sancho, and PG played energetically with the children, laughter and shouts filling the air. Soon, wiping sweat from his forehead, Tutor took a moment to look at the children with a smile, remarking on how it was already their final day of volunteering. Sancho, standing with one hand on his waist, echoed the sentiment, his cheerful smile showing how quickly the time had flown. Behind them, PG panted heavily, catching his breath, too tired to speak. Determined to make the most of their last day, Tutor raised a fist to the sky with a grin, eager to keep playing until they were all exhausted. Not far from the lively scene, Vikir sat silently beneath a large tree, his hands clasped in quiet contemplation. Sunlight filtered through the branches, casting a warm glow over him and Perry, who sat nearby. Perry held a delicate crown she had woven from flowers, her expression marked by sadness at the thought of Vikir's final day of volunteering. Glancing up at him from the corner of her eye, she saw that his gaze was distant, lost in thought. Without making a sound, Perry approached him gently and placed the flower crown atop his head. Startled, Vikir reached up, his fingers brushing the crown, surprised by the gesture. Panicked, Perry frantically waved her hands, trying to deflect attention from herself. She then took Vikir's hand in hers, tracing words softly into his palm, expressing her gratitude for his kindness and companionship. She thanked him for always being there and for finding the ball they had once lost. Vikir reassured her, telling her that he'd enjoyed every moment, but Perry hesitated before tracing more words with her finger across his palm, her quiet farewell and unspoken gratitude filling the silence around them. Afterwards, Perry drew her hands close to her chest, a look of quiet sadness in her eyes, and asked if they would ever see each other again. Vikir's own gaze softened with sorrow as he recalled what Dolores had told him, that everyone had initially shown Perry kindness, only to become too busy to return once their volunteering ended. This pattern had left Perry exhausted from forming short-lived attachments, only to mourn their loss in silence. She looked down at the ground, her small frame filled with an unmistakable sadness. As he observed her, Vikir reflected on his own life, knowing that his demon hunting would always demand a readiness for danger, leaving no guarantee of his return. Yet, despite this reality, he told Perry they would see each other again. Hearing his words, Perry lifted her head, her eyes brightening with hope. While the breeze rustled through the leaves around them, Vikir made a heartfelt promise that as long as tomorrow existed for him, he would come back to see her. Perry's eyes filled with disbelief and joy at Vikir's promise, a far cry from what other volunteers had left her with. She closed her eyes and smiled widely, thanking him, deciding then and there to wait eagerly for that day, calling him older brother. Vikir, with a soft smile, remarked that uncle might be a better title. The two sat together in peaceful silence, simply content to share the moment, enjoying the quiet understanding that connected them. Hours later, in the grand setting of Indulgentia Orphanage's Great Hall, the gathered student volunteers listened as heartfelt words filled the room. Sancho, PG, Tutor, and Bianca stood among them, tears streaming down their faces, moved by the gratitude expressed toward them. They were reminded that, for the children who had been separated from their families, this time spent together had been invaluable, offering a chance to feel the presence and warmth of family and to fill an emptiness long present in their hearts. Quilty, delivering the speech, extended his arms gracefully, eyes closed and smiling as he commended the volunteers. He told them that if the children grew up with hope and kindness, it would be thanks to the remarkable role the volunteers had played. At that moment, an attendant wheeled in a large donation box, approaching the group. Quilty gestured warmly toward the box, inviting them to extend the love they'd shared over these past 10 days by making a contribution for the children's future. Piggy, overwhelmed, covered his face as he sobbed, wiping away his tears. Meanwhile, Vikir remained unfazed by Quilty's words, casting an appraising glance at Dantalion, who had arrived today disguised as Quilty. Adjusting his glasses, Vikir reflected on the irony of Quilty, secretly a demon, extolling the virtues of kindness. He couldn't help but notice the subtle mastery in Quilty's speech, which artfully invoked feelings of gratitude toward family and deftly channeled those emotions into calls for donations to the church. Behind Quilty, standing silently in the shadows, were his 4 guards, their faces cloaked in human disguises, blending seamlessly into the solemn atmosphere. As Quilty's warm smile spread across his face, Vikir observed keenly, realizing the difficulty of his plan. With all 4 of Quilty's guards present, staging an ambush would be challenging. Determination filled his gaze as he thought about his mission, to bring an end to Dantalion's unchecked influence. Meanwhile, Quilty's smooth, convincing tone continued to charm the crowd, and students began to line up eagerly, dropping gold coins into the donation box. Vikir noted that all preparations were now in place for him to confront and hunt down one of the 10 elite corpses. A long queue of volunteers quickly formed in front of the donation box, with Piggy, Tutor, Bianca, Sancho, and countless others ready to give. Vikir, however, remained to the side, watching the scene unfold rather than joining the line. Spotting him, Sinclair approached quietly, cupping her hand over her mouth as she whispered, asking in mild confusion if he planned to donate. Vikir responded simply that he had no money, surprising her. She couldn't understand how someone from such a prestigious academy could be without funds, unaware that his true reason was his unwillingness to offer money to a demon. Curious, he asked why she continued to call him brother, despite his earlier objection. Laughing lightly, she mentioned she was still considering a better alternative. She added playfully that Vikir was being cold for not donating, since they had enough wealth to support the orphanage, even if only a little. Vikir, eyes fixed on the distant scene, replied that he saw no point in attachments or even parental figures, except perhaps in early childhood, when they might be necessary. Beyond that, he felt that everyone had to learn to survive on their own in a harsh world. Upon hearing this, Sinclair's gaze softened with concern. She looked deeply at Vikir, and after a pause, took his hand in both of hers with an unexpectedly sincere expression. Vikir, slightly taken aback, felt her empathy as if she understood something unspoken about his past hardships. After a moment, she suggested warmly that he visit her family during holidays to share a meal together, extending her own familial bond to him. Then, releasing his hand, she turned with a wave, saying she needed to check on the children, reminding him to make time once his volunteer work was done. Watching her as she left, Vikir looked down at the hand she had held, contemplating the unusual warmth she extended. Sinclair approached the children with a gentle smile, patting their heads affectionately, her presence brightening the room. Vikir reflected on her former life, recalling that before his regression, she had been the Academy's top student, excelling for 4 straight years in both written and practical exams. Yet shortly after graduation, she had vanished without a trace, her reasons for leaving a mystery never revealed to anyone. With his arms stretched wide, Quilty stood above the children and announced that the orphan children would now show gratitude to their parents for caring for them throughout the 10 days of volunteering. Eagerly, the children rushed forward, their faces beaming with joy as they hugged the students in thanks. Tutor, overcome with emotion, wrapped a child in a warm embrace, tears streaming down his cheeks as he vowed to return every week until he fulfilled his dream of becoming a hero. And even then, he would keep visiting. Nearby, Sancho knelt to the level of a child, placing a reassuring hand on the boy's shoulder. With a steady gaze, he encouraged him, calling him the future of the Empire and reminding him that those in the north valued their young leaders, counting on them to guide the future. Piggy, surrounded by 3 children, extended his arms and wept openly, promising he would come back soon and bring plenty of delicious treats. Bianca, her eyes damp with tears, hugged a sobbing child and confessed that the 10 days felt both long and short. She had grown attached to the children more than she could have expected. The hall echoed with heartfelt goodbyes as the volunteers embraced the children one last time. Vikir, however, stayed back, silently observing the scene as his curious gaze drifted from one farewell to another. Among the crowd, his attention was drawn to Dolores, standing a short distance away, gently patting 2 children's heads. Deciding to approach her, Vikir called out her name. She turned, startled by his voice, and a faint blush crept over her cheeks as she recalled the memory of Vikir retrieving the ball from the estuary, shirtless and without his glasses. She didn't understand why this image had surfaced so suddenly. Vikir's voice cut through her thoughts as he asked if she had seen Perry. Dolores paused, placing a thoughtful hand on her cheek, and admitted that she hadn't noticed Perry around recently, though she had seen her earlier that morning. A flicker of worry crossed Vikir's face, and his eyes glowed a menacing crimson, sensing that something was terribly wrong. Without another word, he turned sharply and walked away, declaring that he needed to go. Dolores extended her hand toward him, caught off guard by his sudden departure. As Vikir walked, memories of Perry's cheerful smile flashed through his mind, his heart heavy with unease at her absence. Pausing, he cast a dark look back toward Quilty, who now observed him with an ominous, mocking smile. At that moment, Vikir recognized the truth. Quilty, Dantalion, was behind Perry's mysterious disappearance. Rage filled Vikir's eyes as he fixed his gaze upon the demon before him, a silent vow forming in his mind. As night deepened, a thick layer of clouds drifted across the sky, obscuring the stars. The moon, a pale guardian, cast fleeting glimpses from behind the clouds, its silvery light illuminating the quiet grounds. Inside the dormitory, Sancho and Tutor slept soundly in their bunk beds. Tutor murmured in his sleep, lost in dreams of the orphanage, and whispering about not wanting to say goodbye to the children. Across the room, an empty bed sat conspicuously unoccupied, adding an unsettling stillness to the darkened dorm. At that same moment, in the children's dormitory of the Indulgentia Orphanage, Building 4, a squad of Quilty's guards arrived. Armed to the teeth and battle-ready, they slipped into the shadows, each one moving in silence along a designated patrol path. The building's layout split into 4 long hallways, and each guard took up a route in one, creating a grid of silent, watchful sentries over the dorm's corridors. Ephibo, one of the guards, prowled his path, his steps echoing faintly against the stone walls. Darkness pooled behind him, cloaking the corners and corridors in an oppressive shroud. Without warning, a silent figure emerged from the shadows behind him. Night Hound. Moving like a phantom, Night Hound melded into the night, his presence undetected until Ephibo felt the unsettling prickling of awareness. Quickly, Ephibo whipped around, his eyes narrowing, but only an empty corridor stared back at him. His suspicion deepened. He was certain he'd sensed someone close by. Just as he turned to continue his patrol, he froze. Standing before him was Night Hound, gaze steady and cold, his stance exuding an air of menace. Ephibo's grip tightened on his weapon as he regarded the figure a head shorter than himself. Night Hound broke the silence, his voice low as he demanded information. Without hesitation, Ephibo drew his mace, intending to strike, but Night Hound remained impassive, his question unwavering as he demanded to know where the captive children, held as a living food supply for the demon, were hidden. Ephibo swung with all his might, his mace cutting through the air with brutal force. Yet Night Hound's speed defied human limits. In an instant, he moved forward, sword flashing, and separated Ephibo's head from his shoulders in a swift, lethal motion. The lifeless head tumbled, and Night Hound caught it by the hair, studying it with a cold, assessing gaze before tossing it aside. Unsheathing his weapon, Beelzebub, Night Hound let the sword's demonic energy pulse ominously, the blade glowing with an otherworldly intensity. His voice, glacial and final, cut through the silence as he resolved to waste no further time on Ephibo's empty threats. Night Hound strode away from Ephibo's sprawled, lifeless body, gripping the severed head by its hair, his silhouette a chilling figure moving through the dim corridor. Suddenly, a faint hissing broke the silence. He glanced down and saw Ephibo's face beginning to blister and smolder, grayish smoke curling from its surface like tendrils of escaping rot. The flesh beneath the false visage sizzled, melting off the skull in slow, grotesque strips, yet Night Hound's grip held fast. As the decaying mask slid off, the head slipped from Night Hound's grasp, bouncing wetly onto the cold stone floor, each impact echoing in the silent hall. As he looked at the melting disguise, all that remained was the sack mask cloth that Vikir had seen Ephibo wear in their previous encounter. Ephibo's true, hideous features were finally exposed, a disfigured, decomposing face marred with deep, rotting cavities and the unmistakable stench of decay. A milky eye stared out of a hollow socket, and the jaw tightly shut, displaying broken teeth through torn skin. Night Hound observed it with a detached stillness, noting the grotesque remnants of a sack mask that had likely been transformed into a human guise, a clever ruse for infiltrating the orphanage. In the flickering moonlight filtering through the narrow windows, he studied the ravaged face. For a brief moment, he wondered if this disfigured visage was someone he'd once known, his friend Peter from before the regression. But the presence of a mole beneath the remaining eye dashed the thought. Peter had no such mark. Vikir's gaze hardened as he recalled how Peter often talked about his missing younger brother had mysteriously vanished, allegedly during isolation training. Now he saw the truth. The brother had fallen to a demon, transformed into an undead monstrosity in the shadows. Night Hound raised his head, the eye of his mask glowing crimson, noticing that someone was approaching. Two figures emerged from the darkness. Heave, a twisted smile forming as he released the clasp of his oversized scissors, letting them split into dual blades. And Fido, quietly unsheathing a sword gauntlet that gleamed in the dim light. Moving forward, they closed in, each step slow and menacing. Night Hound's mask glowed with crimson intensity as he took in their twisted, silent approach, realizing that these demons, too, could be remnants of a past life he had once known. Heave held one of his blades against his shoulder, his eyes fixed on Vikir with an eerie, unreadable expression. Fido, trailing just behind, exuded an unnerving calm. After a tense, heavy silence, they took an offensive stance, their muscles coiled, prepared to attack. Night Hound's patience ended as he raised the sword Beelzebub, feeling its demonic energy pulse through his veins. With swift, fluid motion, he lunged, red aura streaming behind him as he dashed forward. The demons flinched, momentarily surprised by his aggression, but instantly shifted into a defensive stance, ready to counter. Beelzebub flared as Vikir swung, its blade charged with a vibrant, deadly red energy that illuminated his mask's fiery eyes. The aura trailed like a comet's tail, leaving a blood-red arc in its wake. Heave and Fido sprang backward, narrowly dodging the slash, the air vibrating with the force of the blade's swing. But they wasted no time and lunged forward, blades slicing through the air as one of them connected, and blood sprayed into the darkened corridor. The violent impact of their clash rattled the very walls, shrouding the hall in a cloud of dust and debris. For an instant, only silence reigned in the heavy white smoke, veiling the victor's fate from view. Under the moon's silvery glow, a stone statue of a praying goddess stood solemnly, casting long shadows over the quiet clearing. Dolores knelt before it, clasping her hands together, her face serene in the moonlight as she recited the Lord's Prayer in whispers that drifted into the night. She had come here for solitude, hoping the cool night air and peaceful aura would let her feel closer to Lune. As she prayed, an image of Vikir suddenly surfaced in her mind, his figure glistening as he emerged from the estuary, water streaming from his frame, hands firmly gripping the ball. Her cheeks warmed, but she tried to push away the thought, tightening her clasped hands against her face. The memory, however, only grew sharper, and her resolve wavered. Eyes closed, her blush deepened as she asked Lune for guidance, pleading to be free of temptation. But Vikir's image persisted, vivid and unwavering. A nervous flush overtook her, and she placed her hands over her face, feeling her heart race as she wondered why he dominated her thoughts. Steeling herself, she finally decided she couldn't continue praying tonight. Rising, Dolores clutched her chest, trying to calm the conflict that surged within her, struggling to reconcile her feelings for Vikir with those she harbored for Night Hound, someone she admired yet whom Vikir held in disdain. Just then, her thoughts shattered with a sharp, piercing sound cutting through the night. She turned, heart still racing, to locate its source. From within the smoky haze emerged the Bloodhound, his masked form a shadowy silhouette framed by flying rubble from the devastating impact of the battle. His figure cut through the dissipating smoke, his focus unbroken, eyes like embers through the dark glass of his mask, tracking his demonic foes. The scene unfolded before Dolores's stunned gaze, her lips parting in silent recognition of the Bloodhound, a figure of myth and terror. She didn't know why the Night Hound was here, or why he was fighting against Quilty's guards. Heave and Fido lunged again, their forms dark blurs of muscle and malice. Vikir steadied himself, but Dolores's cry jolted him. She called out to Night Hound, her voice trembling with a mixture of shock and hope. Vikir turned toward her, momentarily forgetting his enemies. In that instant, Heave drove his blade forward with deadly precision, piercing through Vikir's side, the force of the blow launching him back until he collided violently against the base of the goddess statue. Dolores watched, paralyzed as Vikir's limp form slumped against the stone, blood staining the ground beneath him. The demons closed in on their wounded prey, advancing with murderous intent, their expressions twisted with cruel anticipation. Dolores moved before she knew it, throwing herself between Vikir and the advancing demons, her hands outstretched. Her eyes betrayed fear, but her stance was unwavering. She pleaded, voice steady despite her pounding heart, urging them to find a way other than bloodshed. But Heave and Fido walked toward her undeterred, weapons raised to strike down her defiance. Summoning every ounce of courage, she clenched her fists, grounding herself like a shield before Vikir. Her heart pounded in her chest as she prepared for the impending blow, but a commanding voice cut through the air. Vikir's voice, sharp and determined, ordered her to step aside. In a swift movement, he lunged, blocking Heave's strike with the Beelzebub blade. The clash of metal resounded as Heave's blow was deflected, though Fido's weapon found its mark, sinking deeply into Vikir's arm. The blade tore through flesh, and crimson streaks darkened the ground. Despite the agonizing injury, Night Hound stood tall, his mask's eyes burning with wrath and unwavering resolve. Dolores looked on in horror, her voice catching in her throat as she called out, pleading for him to stop, to acknowledge his wound. But he silenced her with a resolute glance, eyes blazing through his mask. With a sudden burst of fury, Vikir drove his blade forward, shattering Heave's weapon into shards that fell like broken stars between them. Heave's face filled with confusion, his wide eyes following the shattered remnants of his weapon before he could react. In a deadly blur, Vikir thrust his blade through Heave's throat, driving it to the hilt. Fido shifted, muscles coiling as he prepared to deliver the final strike against Vikir, the Bloodhound's blade still embedded in Heave's neck. But in a single fluid motion, Vikir sliced through, his blade a blur as it severed both Heave's and Fido's heads in one clean arc. Blood sprayed across the dimly lit hallway, the crimson mist hanging in the air, splattering across Dolores, who stood nearby, paralyzed. She gripped her shoulders, teeth clenched, her gaze filled with horror and disbelief, struggling to comprehend the sheer, ruthless power of the Night Hound. Vikir's suit dripped with fresh blood, his silhouette grim and unyielding, framed by the heads of his fallen enemies lying grotesquely at his feet. Dolores covered her mouth with one hand, a wave of concern and worry flooding her expression as she recalled Night Hound's earlier injury. She approached him, hands clenched, her words imploring him to tend to his arm immediately. But Night Hound, unperturbed, met her gaze from the corner of his eye, his blood-drenched figure giving her pause. He hadn't expected to see her here, and his eyes reflected that suspicion as they shifted toward the corpses littering the floor. Dolores, voice trembling with unease, asked why Quilty's guards would dare attack her despite knowing her identity. Night Hound, still silent, pointed at the severed heads, nodding for her to look closer. She gasped, hand over her mouth, as she watched Fido's face slowly dissolve, melting into a smoking haze of decay, the disguise peeling away to reveal an unnatural, undead mask. Night Hound's tone remained steady as he explained that these were not truly human. They were undead entities wearing the stolen faces of others. Horrified, Dolores observed Fido's decomposing head on the ground, a surge of nausea rising as her mind reeled. She stammered, barely managing to question why those affiliated with the Quo Vadis family would resort to such macabre means. Her eyes widened in realization, filling with fear as she deduced that Quilty was the one behind it all. Night Hound, unmoved, crouched by the corpses, pulling away their masks with a calculated precision, scrutinizing each face that lay underneath. The first head bore the face of a man with dark hair and a rugged soul patch, a countenance that struck a chord of recognition within Vikir. Memories surfaced. Staffordshire Baskerville of the Pitbull Order, a once formidable figure who had retreated into isolation training before the regression. His mind flashed back to that era, recalling how Staffordshire had escaped exile due to Adolf Morg's intervention. Anger rippled across Vikir's face. His eyes narrowed as he clenched his teeth in rage, the familiarity of this corpse stirring a deep sense of betrayal. Turning to the second body, his gaze fell upon a tattoo across its chest, an unmistakable mark of the Don Quixote family. Another name echoed in his mind: Seth, a cruel, calculating man he remembered vividly from his pre-regression days. Seth had also pursued isolation training, and Vikir recalled meeting him during those dark times. The revelation dawned on him that these corpses, transformed into twisted undead, were once esteemed members from powerful families, each isolated from society under the guise of training. Thoughts returned to the trio of exhausted sisters he had encountered months ago, who had been part of the isolation training too. One had confided that by Uncle Adolf's orders, Camus Morg had withdrawn into seclusion, immersed in a dark room for magical research. Now, before him lay the grim reality of what that training truly entailed, a gruesome fate orchestrated under Quilty's shadowy influence. Suddenly, a figure cloaked in bandages emerged, arm outstretched, conjuring a glowing fireball in their palm. With a swift, calculated motion, they hurled it toward the corpses of the demons, triggering a thunderous explosion that flooded the room in searing heat and light. Flames erupted, devouring the walls and ceiling, filling the air with thick smoke and debris. Vikir instinctively wrapped Dolores in his cloak, shielding her from the Inferno's relentless assault as debris rained down around them. In the midst of the roaring flames, another sound broke through, the distinct, steady beat of footsteps. Both Vikir and Dolores turned, eyes locked onto the figure advancing through the blaze. Through the flames, unharmed and resolute, strode Geronto, her leather boots carrying her forward with deadly grace. Her crimson hair flowed behind her like a fiery banner, her gaze cold and unyielding as she approached, an embodiment of wrath itself. A fury simmered within Vikir as he recognized her. Images flashed through his mind, memories before the regression, and the face Geronto wore now, twisted in dark resolve, had once belonged to his wife, Camus Morg. The betrayal cut through him, filling him with a bitter realization as he scored her harshly in his thoughts, giving her a scathing 0 out of 100. With practiced precision, Geronto summoned another fireball, its deadly glow reflecting in her hardened expression. Her hand crackled with flames, her intent murderous as she prepared to strike. In the heat and chaos, Vikir's voice cut through. edged with both anger and incredulity, calling out to her, recognition tinged with sorrow and disbelief. Amid the roaring flames, Vikir shielded Dolores with his cloak, his stance protective as Geronto raised her fist, conjuring a growing fireball. Dolores glanced up at Vikir, her expression a mix of surprise and warmth as a blush crept across her cheeks. Once again, the Night Hound had come to her aid. Her astonishment shifted to Geronto, who stood before them, flames crackling around her as the fireball in her hand swelled. The intent behind Geronto's attack was clear. It was aimed directly at them. As the inferno raged, Dolores's focus locked on Geronto. Her eyes widened as she realized the question behind the flames. Geronto's attack wasn't just for the Night Hound, but also for her, implying an accusation. Was she undead too? Vikir, still shielding Dolores, responded with a tinge of melancholy, suggesting that she might indeed be. He then questioned how long Dolores had been associated with Quilty. Dolores, startled, admitted it had only been a short time, then clenched her fists, resolve building within her. She clasped her hands together, summoning a radiant golden light. As a servant of God, she resolved she could not ignore the presence of an undead adversary, deciding to support the Night Hound in battle. Geronto, standing amidst the fiery chaos, prepared her assault. But before she could strike, Vikir began advancing toward her, his tone firm as he commanded Dolores to hold back. He wanted to test something about this woman. Reluctantly, Dolores conceded, though she offered to aid with healing magic. Vikir refused, asserting that it wouldn't be necessary. Watching Vikir approach, Geronto shifted her strategy. Flames danced around her hand before transforming into sharp, blazing spikes. With a flick of her wrist, she unleashed the fiery projectiles toward him. As the searing spikes hurtled forward, Vikir unsheathed the Beelzebub sword and pressed onward, unwavering. With a single, precise swing of the blade, he shattered the spikes into harmless fragments, his stride uninterrupted. Yet the remnants detonated behind him, erupting into a series of small but powerful explosions. Geronto, her face devoid of emotion, prepared her next move, sparking flames gathering in her hand as she summoned another attack. Vikir observed her carefully, recognizing her distinctive straight red hair and the exceptional skill in her magic. The fiery assault she wielded was a rare combination of iron and fire, likely level 6 or higher. Such mastery was unusual for someone her age, even among the Morgue family, renowned specialists in advanced magic. Amid the searing heat and chaos of battle, Vikir's hand bore fresh burns from the last explosion as he sheathed the Beelzebub sword. Sensing an opening, Geronto seized the chance to press her advantage. With fluid precision, she extended her arms, channeling her fiery power to conjure more spikes. A volley of molten projectiles erupted toward Vikir, detonating upon impact and shrouding him in a dense veil of smoke and flames. Debris rained down, splintered wood and jagged stone crashing to the ground. From the inferno, Vikir emerged, his silhouette cutting through the haze. His clothes bore the scars of the battle, charred edges and a sleeve burned away entirely. Seizing a chunk of fallen wood, he prepared to wield it as an improvised weapon. Geronto launched another relentless barrage of flaming spikes. Explosions erupted around him, searing his shoulders and sending shockwaves through the air. Despite the injuries accumulating on his body, Vikir's unyielding resolve carried him forward, step by deliberate step. A blazing fireball hurtled past, narrowly missing his head, the heat singing his hood and further exposing his battered frame. Dolores, watching the scene unfold, felt her heart race with panic. Her gaze locked onto Vikir, confusion mingled with fear. Why was he deliberately walking into such brutal attacks? She couldn't fathom his determination or the nature of his connection to the formidable mage before them. Geronto continued her relentless assault. Her hands moved like a conductor orchestrating destruction, each gesture summoning a fresh wave of fiery spikes. Many struck Vikir, tearing into him with devastating force, but his pace never faltered. Dolores, unable to tear her eyes away, grappled with the flood of questions rushing through her mind. Did Vikir know this mage? If so, what kind of history lay between them to warrant such reckless persistence? Beneath his mask, Vikir's mind drifted to the past, memories flooding back as though summoned by the heat of battle. He recalled Camus as she was before his regression, vibrant and full of potential. She had been close to her uncle, Adolphe Morgue, often seen sitting by his side during formal portraits. Vikir's thoughts lingered on those moments, questioning why she had disappeared into isolation training. Fragments of their shared history flashed vividly before him. He remembered their heated arguments about the ruby mine, where her fiery spirit had shone brightest. In another memory, Vikir had shielded Camus with his own shirt during a skirmish when her clothing had been torn, a rare moment of vulnerability between them. They had once ridden horses together, her laughter ringing out as she playfully graded his knowledge of barbarian tribes, giving him a mere 8 out of 100 points. But the memories weren't all lighthearted. Vikir saw himself standing between Camus and an attacker, intercepting the blow meant for her. He recalled the forest where Madame, the giant spider, emerged, a moment of peril when Camus was ushered away by her uncle and another boy, while Vikir remained behind to face the beast alone. She had reached out for him then, pleading for them to stop. As he stepped forward through the fiery battlefield, Vikir's thoughts darkened with regret. He imagined the innocent Camus he had once known, untouched by the burdens of their tangled fate. Guilt twisted in his chest as he confronted the truth. His machinations had led to this moment. If only he hadn't drawn her into his plans. Her future as a hero, the bright light she was destined to become, might have remained intact. But now, that future was shrouded in flames, and he couldn't escape the blame. Camus appeared before Vikir with a vacant, unreadable gaze, her blank expression striking a painful contrast to the memories of who she once was. A pang of heartbreak surged through him as he struggled to reconcile the figure before him with the vibrant person he remembered. As she raised her hand, a fireball flickered to life in her palm, its heat intensifying as she prepared to strike. Before the attack could land, Vikir moved swiftly, seizing her wrist and forcing her arm away. With his free hand, he gripped her face, immobilizing her. Her blank stare remained unbroken, an eerie testament to her transformation. Without hesitation, Vikir tore the mask from her face, exposing the undead visage beneath. Dolores, witnessing the scene, gasped in shock, her hands instinctively covering her face. Terror and astonishment mingled in her expression as the horrifying truth was revealed. Beneath the mask lay the disfigured, decayed features of Camus Morgue, a face that struck Vikir like a physical blow. Recognition darkened his gaze, his grip tightening on her arm as she tried to summon the fireball once more. With grim determination, Vikir pushed her arm aside, suppressing the attack, and unsheathed his sword. In a single decisive motion, he swung the blade with deadly precision, severing the demon's neck. The lifeless body crumpled to the ground, and the severed head tumbled through the air, landing with a dull thud and rolling across the floor. For several moments, Vikir stood motionless, staring at the fallen form as if willing the scene to make sense. The weight of exhaustion and his wounds finally caught up to him, and his knees buckled. Bloodied and battered, he sank to the ground, one hand bracing against the dirt as he tried to steady himself. Dolores, shaken but driven by concern, rushed to his side. Tears filled her eyes as she knelt beside him, her hands glowing with healing magic. Her power enveloped his wounds, stemming the worst of the bleeding. Her gaze flickered toward the lifeless body, her worry deepening as questions formed in her mind. Turning back to Vikir, she asked if he had known the person he had just fought. Vikir hesitated, the silence between them thick and oppressive. Finally, he spoke in a low voice, admitting he didn't recognize the face. A heavy weight lifted from his chest. This wasn't Camus Morgue. Half of Geronto's face was a ghastly ruin of decay, her once vivid eyes now dim and devoid of life. Despite his injuries, Vikir pushed himself to his feet, brushing off Dolores's protests. His movements were slow but deliberate, his determination undeterred by the pain. Dolores, still kneeling, pleaded with him to let her finish healing him, her voice laced with desperation. Vikir dismissed her concerns, stating that the healing she had done was enough. His calm assertion only deepened her confusion, her mind spinning with questions. Why did he push himself to such extremes? What drove him to fight until his body was ravaged like this? Her anxious expression mirrored the storm of emotions within her as she begged for answers, desperate to understand the man before her. Vikir rose to his feet, his fist clenched with controlled intensity, and responded curtly that his actions stemmed from demon hunting. Dolores, her face painted with fear and confusion, hesitated before asking why he pursued such a dangerous path. Without meeting her gaze, Vikir turned away and muttered that it was a personal vendetta, his tone heavy with bitterness. He approached the lifeless body of Geronto and delicately picked up the mask that had concealed her undead form. Turning it over in his hands, he studied its surface, the faint hum of demonic energy emanating from it unmistakable. Memories of similar masks worn by other demons resurfaced in his mind, and he realized with certainty that the source of this overwhelming energy was the masks themselves. Resolving to investigate further, he prepared to take the mask with him. But the stillness was shattered by an eerie, disembodied voice emanating from the corpse of Geronto. Both Vikir and Dolores froze, their attention snapping toward the motionless body. The shock on their faces deepened as a grotesque mouth materialized on the corpse's decayed surface, its jagged teeth gleaming unnaturally. The voice, high-pitched and grating, spoke of names: Efebo, Hebe, Fido, and Geronto, claiming that these had been borrowed from someone. The mouth expressed concern that she would be furious. Dolores, trembling and pale, clasped her hands to her chin, unable to tear her gaze away from the horrifying spectacle of a speaking corpse. The mouth shifted its focus to Vikir, its twisted grin curling wider as it addressed him. It mocked the plague doctor mask he wore, its voice dripping with derision as it inquired whether he was the one responsible for attacking branches under its control. Vikir's crimson eyes gleamed with a cold light as he answered, his voice sharp and cutting. He questioned the need for such inquiries when the demon clearly already knew, addressing the mouth as an elite corpse. With dark sarcasm, he said maybe he should call the mouth by another name instead. Quilty. Dolores's breath hitched, her wide eyes darting between Vikir and the monstrous mouth. Her expression morphed into a mixture of disbelief and horror as the realization struck. This voice truly belonged to Quilty. Quilty's laughter echoed from the corpse, the sound cruel and chilling. He acknowledged Dolores' recognition with mockery, reveling in his revelation. His voice took on a smug tone as he admitted his plan had worked perfectly. For the sake of his so-called greater cause, he had sacrificed his hidden identity, no longer fearing the repercussions of harming the Saintess. His confidence swelled, and his gaze turned predatory as he suggested she maintain her expression of fear and despair, claiming he would savor it when he ripped her face away. Dolores' body trembled as terror coursed through her veins, but she steadied herself, clasping her hands together in prayer. A golden light began to radiate from her, a tangible manifestation of her divine power. The demonic mouth faltered for a moment, its twisted expression betraying confusion. Dolores' voice rang out with determination as she chanted her spell, invoking the power of holy light. The heavens responded, and a brilliant column of radiant energy descended, striking the corpse with unrelenting force. The unholy creature writhed and hissed, its screeches turning into whispered curses as the divine energy consumed it. The corpse of Geronto disintegrated under the holy light, reduced to nothing more than ashes. Only the severed head, untouched by the spell, lay discarded at a distance. Breathing heavily, Dolores lowered her clasped hands, her golden aura dimming. She stared at the remnants of the demon with an unyielding glare, her voice breaking the silence as she rebuked the creature, condemning it to reflect on its sins in the afterlife. A grotesque figure lurked nearby, licking their lips in a manner disturbingly animalistic, drool glistening as it dripped from razor-sharp, carnivorous teeth. A cruel laugh broke through the tense silence, filled with mocking delight at the Saintess's defiance. Before Vikir or Dolores could react, a devastating blow pierced Vikir's abdomen with inhuman speed and force, leaving him no chance to counter. The Night Hound crumpled to his knees, blood seeping from the fresh wound. Dolores, her face stricken with panic, rushed to his side in an effort to help. As she reached him, the figure emerged from the shadows, striding toward them with an air of unsettling confidence. It was Quilty, or rather, Dantalion, one of the upper 10 elite corpses, now fully revealed. He raised his hand, conjuring the grotesque mouth that Dolores had obliterated moments earlier, which now materialized on his palm as if taunting her. A twisted grin stretched across his face, his eyes gleaming with sadistic amusement as he chided her for interrupting him earlier. Dolores' fear turned to fury as she confronted the monster, demanding to know how he could desecrate the name of Quilty, a revered saint, while committing such atrocities. Dantalion's grin widened, his sharp teeth catching the dim light as he casually dismissed her outrage, reminding her that he was a demon. His confidence radiated as he questioned whether she was truly ready to fight someone like him. Vikir, still bleeding and weakened, remained on the ground, struggling to steady himself. Seeing his vulnerability, Dolores stepped forward, placing herself protectively in front of him. Though terror gripped her, she extended her arms outward in defiance, her trembling hands betraying her fear as she prepared to face the demon. Dantalion stopped a few paces away, his unsettlingly confident demeanor unwavering. With exaggerated theatrics, he placed a hand over his chest and gestured mockingly with the other toward Dolores, noting her inexperience and naivety as a saintess. His condescension dripped with malice as he taunted her, questioning whether an untested holy woman and a gravely injured swordsman had any chance against a being of his caliber. Tears began to well in the corners of Dolores' eyes, her resolve shaken but unbroken. Dantalion seized the moment to close the distance between them, his grotesque hand reaching out to grab her chin. He tilted her face upward, studying her expression with predatory glee. Her defiance only seemed to amuse him. His lips curled into a sneer as he brought his face unnervingly close to hers. Drool dripped from his mouth as he whispered in a voice thick with mockery that she could not hide her fear. It was written plainly on her face. His tongue flicked out like a serpent's as he savored the moment, declaring with twisted joy that he finally had the Saintess's face in his grasp. But his triumph was short-lived. In a flash of movement, Vikir, silent and calculating despite his wounds, thrust the Beelzebub sword upward. The blade pierced Dantalion's neck with brutal precision. Shock and disbelief filled the demon's eyes as the cruel grin was replaced with wide-eyed horror. Vikir, his grip unwavering despite his injuries, forced the blade deeper, silencing the demon's laughter. Vikir's voice was strained but resolute as he stood over the seemingly defeated Dantalion, revealing his carefully orchestrated plan. He explained that his pursuit of the demon had allowed him to discern his true nature, a coward who avoided direct confrontation and sacrificed others to protect himself. Knowing this, Vikir had correctly assumed that Dantalion would only appear if he believed Vikir to be gravely injured. As Vikir spoke, the grievous wound in his stomach, inflicted by Dantalion's earlier attack, closed with unnatural speed. Flesh knitted together seamlessly, leaving not even a scar behind. With a powerful voice now steady and commanding, Vikir declared his apparent injury a ruse, one crafted to bait the demon into exposing himself. His thirst for vengeance radiated in his words as he mocked Dantalion, asking what the demon thought of his performance. The Beelzebub sword remained embedded in Dantalion's head, the blade driving deep into the skull. Bloodshot eyes glazed over as the demon's body slumped, appearing lifeless. For a moment, there was only the eerie silence of the aftermath. But the silence shattered as a low, guttural laugh emanated from the corpse. Dantalion's lifeless eyes flared to life, now glowing with an unholy light. His twisted gaze locked onto Vikir, and his lips curled into a deranged, almost ecstatic smile. The demon's face twisted with a combination of exhilaration and fury, veins bulging grotesquely across his skin. With a terrifying clarity, Dantalion rose, the wound in his head closing as if untouched by the blade. His laughter grew louder, echoing with an inhuman resonance that sent chills through the air. He addressed Vikir with venomous sarcasm, mockingly calling him a method-acting brat, his tone both amused and enraged. Vikir's thirst for vengeance radiated in his words, his eyes glowing with hatred behind his mask as he mocked Dantalion, asking what Dantalion thought of his performance. The Beelzebub sword remained embedded in Dantalion's head, the blade driving deep into the skull. Bloodshot eyes glazed over as Dantalion's body slumped, appearing lifeless. For a moment, there was only the eerie silence of the aftermath, but the silence shattered as a low, guttural laugh emanated from the corpse. Dantalion's lifeless eyes flared to life, now glowing with an unholy light. His twisted gaze locked onto Vikir, and his lips curled into a deranged, almost ecstatic smile. Dantalion's face twisted with a combination of exhilaration and fury, veins bulging grotesquely across his skin. With a terrifying clarity, Dantalion rose, the wound in his head closing as if untouched by the blade. His laughter grew louder, echoing with an inhuman resonance that sent chills through the air. He addressed Vikir with venomous sarcasm, mockingly calling him a method-acting brat, his tone both amused and enraged. Dolores stared at the scene before her, her expression a mixture of confusion and fear as the realization dawned that Dantalion was still alive. Despite the blade of Night Hound's sword lodged deep into his skull, Dantalion's gaze shifted to her, his lips curling into a sinister, mocking smile. A flood of questions overwhelmed her thoughts, and her horror deepened as she turned to Vikir, desperate for answers. How could he still stand, unfazed by such a grievous wound? Vikir remained silent, his piercing gaze locked on Dantalion, assessing the grotesque reality of his foe. He knew now that Dantalion's position among the 10 elite corpses was not mere legend. It was a testament to his unnatural resilience. Dantalion's laughter, rich with malice, broke the oppressive silence as his twisted amusement became apparent. He reveled in the tension, his cruel smile widening when he acknowledged Vikir as the one responsible for Andromalia's demise. Suddenly, a grotesque transformation began. The back of Quilty's head split open with a sickening crack, flesh and muscle strands tearing apart to reveal another face concealed within, beautiful, pale, and framed by snowy white hair, yet undeniably inhuman. The demonic glow in Dantalion's eyes remained unchanged. With a casual malevolence, he lamented losing Quilty's face, a guise painstakingly acquired, though his tone betrayed no genuine regret. Instead, it was an opportunity to flaunt his horrific power. Dantalion emerged fully from Quilty's corpse, discarding the hollow shell of his former disguise. His slim, feminine form stood radiant and unnerving amidst the carnage. He laid a hand on the lifeless shoulder of the discarded body, as if mocking its fragility, and revealed the horrifying truth. Every face he wore was stolen, a trophy taken from its owner, along with their memories, life force, and identity. Each mask was another piece of his seemingly indestructible existence. Vikir's fury boiled over as Dantalion taunted him. He lunged with lethal speed, his sword raised, thirsting for vengeance. Dantalion's smug grin faltered as Vikir's blade struck, plunging deep into his stomach. The force of the attack sent shockwaves through the room, and the demon staggered, caught off guard by the sheer ferocity of the strike. Dolores watched the exchange, her expression a mix of horror and sorrow as the consequences of the battle unfolded before her. From the body Dantalion now inhabited, a desperate cry broke through the tension. The woman's voice, no longer controlled by the demon, pleaded for mercy, her sobs raw and filled with terror. Tears streaked her bloodied face as she begged to be spared, her words laced with despair. Her body, still under Dantalion's influence, began to deteriorate, blood streaming from her eyes and mouth as her own existence unraveled. Despite her cries, the mortal wound was irreversible. Her voice faded into silence, her eyes dimming as the light of life extinguished. Vikir withdrew his blade without hesitation, his expression cold and resolute as the lifeless body crumpled to the floor. Dolores trembled, tears welling in her eyes as the weight of what she had witnessed pressed down on her. This was not just a battle of steel, but a brutal confrontation with the horrors of demonic manipulation and unthinkable sacrifice. Vikir stood still, his gaze fixed on the lifeless body before him. Behind him, Dolores clasped her hands tightly over her chest, her sorrow palpable as the weight of the innocent life lost pressed upon her. Her mournful expression reflected the grief of witnessing a tragedy too horrific to comprehend. The corpse of the woman lay motionless until a sudden, unnatural twitch disrupted the stillness. With a grotesque squelch, the body split open, viscera spilling as a man slowly emerged from the shattered remains. His movements were sluggish and disoriented, his face twisted in confusion. Rising unsteadily, he sat within the remnants of the woman's body, his head turning from side to side as if searching for clarity. He muttered incoherently, his hand pressed against his head, recounting the last moment he remembered, buying meat pies for his daughter before darkness claimed him. Vikir did not waver, his stance unwavering and his grip on the Beelzebub sword firm. The man's words faltered, his sentence unfinished, as Vikir swung the blade in a single, brutal motion. The strike was clean and decisive, severing the man's head and sending it flying through the air. Blood sprayed in an arc before the lifeless body crumpled to the ground, a grim echo of the previous death. The air around Vikir seemed to freeze as his voice, calm and cold, cut through the tense silence. He declared Dantalion's arrogance for thinking such a ploy would work. The glowing lens of Night Hound's mask reflected the next unsettling sight, a child's face, streaked with tears, emerging from the remains of the man. The child's trembling hands covered his face as he began to sob, his small frame shaking with the effort. His voice, soft and broken, pleaded for understanding, asking why Vikir was being so cruel. He wiped at his tear-streaked face with tiny fists, his cries rising in pitch as if trying to tug at any shred of sympathy from the man before him. Vikir observed silently, his piercing gaze betraying neither pity nor hesitation. The child's weeping grew louder, his cries desperate, but Vikir's calm demeanor did not falter. Finally, Vikir responded, his voice devoid of emotion, exposing the ruse. He had seen this ploy before in the face of Andromalius and knew the depths of Dantalion's deception. The act held no power over him now. The charade crumbled as the child's weeping stopped abruptly. His innocent features distorted grotesquely, and his eyes shifted to an eerie, luminous green, the unmistakable signature of Dantalion. A sinister smile crept across the demon's face as he mockingly acknowledged Vikir's immunity. His childlike form began to contort, the delicate fingers of his hand elongating into a razor-sharp spike. With a sudden violent motion, Dantalion launched a mask-like fragment of his visage directly toward Vikir. The fleshy projectile struck Vikir's wrist with an audible crack, the unnatural object latching onto his flesh. Tendrils of demonic essence began to spread from the impact point, attempting to merge with his arm, their movements writhing and alive with malevolence. The air grew thick with tension as the battle between will and corruption began anew. The sudden strike caught Vikir completely off guard, his gaze snapping to his wrist in shock and pain as tendrils of malevolent energy began to burrow into his flesh. A searing heat spread from the impact site, and his arm felt as if it were being consumed from within, 1,000 needles stabbing into his nerves. Dantalion grinned wickedly, calling the attack a gift, his voice dripping with mockery. Before he could savor his taunt, Vikir retaliated in a blur of motion, swinging the Beelzebub sword with brutal precision. The blade cleaved through Dantalion's neck, sending his head spiraling through the air. But even severed, the head did not fall lifelessly. Instead, it twisted unnaturally, spinning rapidly as grotesque limbs sprouted from its sides. Flesh stretched and melded grotesquely until Dantalion reformed into the lithe figure of a young man with dark hair. His hands and feet dug into the ground with claw-like force, halting his momentum as he came to a stop several feet away. A mouth appeared on his palm, curling into a cruel grin, its high-pitched laughter reverberating in the scorched air. As Dantalion stood grinning, Vikir faltered. A wave of overwhelming confusion and terror crashed over him, his vision blurring as if the world were spiraling out of focus. His breathing grew shallow and erratic, and the weight of the face growing on his wrist clawed at his mind. His knees buckled under the force of the mental assault, and he collapsed onto the ground. The pain was unlike anything he had endured, searing, all-consuming, as if his very identity was being stripped away. Behind him, Dolores watched in alarm, her voice trembling with concern as she called out to him. Vikir couldn't respond. His mind was already splintering under the pressure of foreign memories invading his consciousness. Dantalion's face, now adorned with additional eyes and mouths that blinked and grinned in horrifying synchronicity, leered at Vikir. From his hand, another eye opened, its glowing gaze piercing into Vikir's soul. Dantalion gleefully explained the origin of the face now latched onto Vikir, a tormented soul who had succumbed to paranoia and schizophrenia, a man who had tragically murdered his own family in a fit of delusion. The face embedded in Vikir's wrist began to pulsate, its grotesque features twisting and shifting. Its essence spread like a parasite, merging its traumatic memories with Vikir's own, sending his mind into a chaotic spiral. The pain intensified as the face took on a life of its own, creeping upward and beginning to distort half of Vikir's features. His expression split, half a demented smile, half his own grimace of agony. Dantalion mocked Vikir, his words laced with sadistic pleasure as he noted how two conflicting sets of memories were colliding within a single mind. Vikir's own past began to blur and meld with the horrifying trauma of the schizophrenic man, threatening to unravel his very sense of self. The edges of his consciousness frayed, and his vision flickered between moments of his life and the anguished memories of the other. The torment was relentless, a cacophony of emotions and pain battering his psyche. Dantalion's amusement turned to astonishment as Vikir made a desperate decision. Through sheer willpower and unimaginable pain, Night Hound raised his blade and severed his own arm at the elbow. The sickening crunch of bone and the splatter of blood filled the air as the dismembered limb fell to the ground, writhing as the parasitic face continued to contort grotesquely. Vikir staggered, but stood tall, his breathing ragged and labored, his face pale from the loss of blood. Behind him, Dolores gasped in horror, her hands covering her mouth as tears welled in her eyes. She couldn't comprehend the sheer resolve it had taken for Vikir to mutilate himself to break free from Dantalion's grip. Her gaze was filled with anguish, but Vikir, his expression steely despite his pain, reassured her with a glance not to worry. To her astonishment, the wound at Vikir's elbow began to knit itself back together almost immediately. Muscle fibers wove back into place, veins reconnected, and new flesh grew over the site until a fully intact arm emerged. The process was rapid, unnerving, and seemingly impossible. Vikir flexed his regenerated hand, showing no sign of the previous injury, his calm voice explaining that while he faced demons, he himself was far from ordinary. Dantalion observed silently, his grin widening as understanding dawned. His gaze lingered on the Beelzebub sword in Vikir's grip, sensing its potent energy, an unmistakable relic of Dantalion's own creation. Recognition flared in his many eyes, as he also noted Vikir's powerful aura, one befitting a warrior of the highest degree. A gleeful, twisted smile stretched across Dantalion's face as he realized the formidable challenge before him. This battle would not end easily. Dantalion's hand began to churn and swell unnaturally, the flesh bubbling as grotesque shapes emerged from beneath the surface. Distorted faces began to push through the skin, their features warped and incomplete. Eyes too large, mouths stretched unnaturally wide, and half-formed expressions frozen in agony. The bubbling stopped as his fingers thickened and hardened, resembling jagged, blackened spikes, their edges gleaming with lethal intent. Dantalion's gaze flickered with cruel amusement as he raised the malformed appendage, aiming it toward Vikir with deliberate malice. Vikir, sensing the shift in Dantalion's tactics, immediately adopted a defensive stance, his grip on the Beelzebub sword tightening. His body tensed, every muscle coiled and ready to spring into action. Behind him, Dolores stood frozen, her hands trembling at her sides, her eyes wide with fear. The sinister aura radiating from Dantalion's warped hand left her paralyzed, unable to move or even cry out. The demon's focus shifted abruptly from Vikir to Dolores, his predatory gaze locking onto her as his grotesque hand adjusted its aim. Her breath caught as the realization dawned. She was the target. Time seemed to slow as Dantalion's hand erupted, sending a searing projectile of dark energy hurtling toward her. She squeezed her eyes shut, bracing herself against the inevitable. Before the attack could reach her, a sharp metallic clang shattered the tension. Vikir had intercepted the strike, deflecting it with the precision of the Beelzebub sword. Sparks flew as the blade absorbed the impact, the dark energy dissipating into the air. The force of the block rippled through the hallway, causing loose debris to scatter and dust to fill the air. Dantalion's smile widened, the grotesque transformation of his hand escalating further. More eyes and mouths sprouted across the corrupted flesh, their pupils darting and mouths chattering incoherently, emitting fragmented whispers and guttural groans. Each grotesque feature seemed alive, writhing and twisting in an unnerving symphony of chaos. The mouths grinned hungrily, as if relishing the tension in the air, while the eyes glared with malevolent intent, focusing on Vikir and Dolores with unsettling precision. Dantalion's voice oozed with malice as he took a step forward, the grotesque hand pulsating ominously. His smile stretched unnaturally wide, revealing rows of jagged teeth. He gloated, gesturing to Dolores with his monstrous hand, as if savoring the fear etched on her face. His words dripped with mockery, delighting in what he perceived as a newfound vulnerability in the Night Hound. Vikir's silence was unyielding, but his stance grew even more resolute. Dolores, still trembling, clutched her chest, the weight of Dantalion's implications sinking into her like a cold dagger. Dantalion hurled more grotesque, wailing faces toward Dolores, each one streaking through the air like a projectile imbued with malice. Vikir, unflinching, stepped in between her and the attack, his blade a blur as it intercepted and deflected each grotesque face. The severed remnants of the faces disintegrated mid-air, their cries fading into silence. Dolores called out to him, urging him to focus on the demon instead of shielding her, but his determination remained unwavering. Her heart pounded at his words, and despite her fear, she clenched her hands tightly, knowing she couldn't falter. Yet dread continued to course through her veins, her trembling betraying her inner turmoil. The golden aura surrounding her faltered, her resolve crumbling under the weight of fear and guilt. Her vision blurred with tears as panic overtook her. Dantalion's malicious grin widened. His plan had worked perfectly. Dolores froze as one of the discarded faces landed near her feet, its features softening into something horrifyingly familiar. It was Quilty's face. Her breath caught as the familiar voice emerged from the twisted visage, sobbing and pleading. The recognition sent a wave of terror through her, and her trembling worsened. Dantalion snarled in frustration and shifted tactics. His arm began to convulse violently, expanding grotesquely. Veins of pulsating green light spread across the flesh as his arm transformed into massive, translucent tentacles. The appendages glowed faintly, a sickly luminescent green, their surface slick and shimmering like oozing living glass. Embedded within the writhing mass were hundreds of faces, distorted and contorted, their expressions locked in endless torment. The tentacles surged forward, their immense size filling the hallway and slamming into the walls, leaving cracks and rubble in their wake. With a bellow, he unleashed the tentacles, which lunged toward them like massive serpents, their faces screaming in anguish. Each movement caused the hallway to quake, the translucent appendages smashing through walls and sending debris flying. Dantalion's grotesque arm now filled the space, its size dwarfing Vikir and Dolores. He taunted them, promising unimaginable agony as he aimed to overwhelm their minds by forcibly transplanting hundreds of tortured faces onto their bodies. Vikir gritted his teeth, his stance firm despite the overwhelming onslaught. The Beelzebub sword gleamed as it sliced through the air, severing the writhing tentacles and cleaving the tortured faces apart. Dantalion roared in frustration, but with each severed limb, two more would sprout in its place, growing even larger, their glowing translucence giving them an almost otherworldly presence. Amid the chaos, one face among the mass stopped Vikir in his tracks. His blade wavered mid-swing as his eyes widened in horror. It was her face, Perry's. The memories struck him like a hammer blow. The orphanage, her bright laughter, the delicate crown of flowers she had once placed on his head. Her smiling face in his mind was now replaced by the sorrowful, anguished visage in Dantalion's arsenal. His grip faltered, and a wave of guilt and pain surged through him, paralyzing his actions for the briefest moment. That moment was all Dantalion needed. The tentacles surged forward, their massive forms wrapping around both Vikir and Dolores. The faces screamed and wept as the translucent mass engulfed them entirely. The monstrous appendages smashed against the walls with a sickening force, growing even larger as they writhed, the grotesque display filling the hallway with destruction and despair. Vikir's muffled struggle was drowned out by the roaring sound of the demon's laughter, echoing triumphantly through the crumbling corridor. Vikir stood in darkness, his fists clenched tightly, the cold steel of his iron collar pressing against his neck. The collar's heavy chain hung down, its 3 short links gleaming faintly in the dim light. His Night Hound attire clung to him, now devoid of its plague mask, exposing the raw intensity of his expression. His eyes, once closed, opened with a scowl, a fire of unyielding determination burning within them. He refused to succumb to despair. The setting was bleak and oppressive, a sewer-like tunnel filled with cold, murky green water that flowed around his ankles. The air was heavy and damp, carrying an eerie silence broken only by the faint ripples of water. Along the walls sat endless rows of people, their knees drawn tightly to their chests. The figures were hunched and lifeless, their heads bowed, and none bore a face. The sight filled Vikir with a sickening sense of unease, a hollow revulsion stirring deep within him. He searched his fragmented thoughts for answers, confusion clouding his mind. The last thing he remembered was being swallowed by Dantalion's magic. This place, cold, desolate, and suffused with misery, seemed to be a part of that skill, a twisted realm created by the demon's power. His chest tightened as the chilling realization struck him. These faceless figures were likely others who had fallen victim to Dantalion's horrific magic. Before he could process further, a searing pain shot through his eyes. Crimson tendrils snaked across his vision, spreading rapidly across his face, sharp and invasive. He looked down in alarm as more tendrils, dark and purple, pulsating like veins, wrapped around his legs, emerging from the green water. The liquid churned violently, creating restless waves that lapped at his boots. A sense of revulsion overcame him as he looked toward the faceless masses. They remained unmoving, submerged in misery, their presence a haunting reminder of the atrocities that had led them to this place. Memories that were not his own invaded his consciousness, an onslaught of unbearable emotions and traumas. Scenes of betrayal and despair unfurled. Some had murdered loved ones in a fit of madness. Others had been consumed by evil, and still others had lost everything to their own torment. The weight of these lives pressed against Vikir's mind, each one a fragment of despair left behind by Dantalion's victims. Among them, his gaze fell upon a small boy, his form trembling and fragile. The child's sorrowful eyes stared out, silently begging for an end to his suffering. A pang of empathy coursed through Vikir as he saw the boy's grief. Despite the growing tendrils covering his body and the relentless ache in his soul, Vikir knelt beside the child. Gently, he placed a hand atop the boy's head, offering a gesture of comfort in this void of anguish. The image of Perry flashed in Vikir's mind, her face, torn by despair when Dantalion attacked, seared into his memory. His heart ached with the realization that if this was where Dantalion's victims ended up, then Perry must also be here, trapped among the faceless. The thought solidified his resolve. He stood slowly, his gaze sharp and determined, despite the tendrils now pulsating visibly across his body. He would not rest until he found her. Children sat motionless, their small hands resting limply on their knees, heads bowed in silent resignation. Their hollowed eyes, shadowed by despair, carried the weight of their torment. Some were visibly trembling, the fear of inevitable death etched onto their young faces. Others wore expressions of utter exhaustion, their spirits dulled by the oppressive hopelessness of this place. A few, broken beyond repair, seemed almost eager to embrace death as a release from this purgatory. The atmosphere was suffocating, filled with an unspoken, shared anguish. Dolores awoke amidst this grim tableau, her body trembling as she processed the events that had led her here. The aftermath of Dantalion's devastating attack had consumed her, plunging her into the dark, sewer-like void that reeked of despair. Around her, desperate voices echoed, pleas, cries, and whispers that merged into a cacophony of human misery. The children's voices pierced her mind, and the weight of their pain was unbearable. She fell to her knees, the damp, putrid ground cold beneath her. Her head lowered as the grim realization took hold. These were the spirits of those devoured by Dantalion, trapped forever in this living nightmare. From the green, churning water, a shadow emerged. Rippling the surface with unnatural grace, it stepped closer, its presence oppressive and suffused with malice. A figure loomed behind her, dark and grotesque, speaking with chilling mockery. Dantalion had arrived, revealing his true form. His monstrous visage was horrifying. His face, unnaturally flat and devoid of humanity, bore rows of razor-sharp needle-like teeth, glinting like weapons. The face split into 4 writhing tentacles, each adorned with fragmented, grotesque faces that seemed to moan and twitch as if alive. The amalgamation of human features sewn into his form was a nightmarish tapestry, embodying the torment of countless souls. His appearance was a grotesque celebration of suffering, a living reminder of his atrocities. Dantalion spread his hands wide, as if presenting a macabre masterpiece. His voice was dripping with twisted pride as he mocked her. He reveled in the despair that surrounded them, the pitiful cries of his victims feeding his sadistic joy. His eyes gleamed with malevolent delight as he claimed that his collection of souls was carefully curated, selected from the most beautiful humans he had consumed. There was no remorse in his tone, only a sickening joy in his depravity. Dolores remained on her knees, her trembling gaze fixed on the ground. But as her eyes flitted over the trapped souls, a surge of rage erupted within her. Among them, she recognized children from the orphanage, innocent lives stolen and consumed. Her hands clenched into fists as anger burned through her despair, yet her body remained frozen under Dantalion's oppressive gaze. Dantalion observed her with a cruel amusement. He reached into his tattered suit, pulling forth a crumpled indulgence parchment, its surface marked with the symbol of Quilty's corrupt institution. His wicked grin widened as he waved it mockingly, declaring himself free of sin. The idea that sin could be erased by wealth was a concept he had relished and exploited. With an air of twisted satisfaction, Dantalion revealed that he had borrowed humanity's methods of livestock farming, transforming orphanages into a grotesque food supply chain for his insatiable hunger. He likened the children to cattle, raised to be consumed without hesitation. The revelation was delivered with gleeful malice, each word a dagger of contempt for human morality. Dolores's anger flared, her heart pounding with a mix of fury and helplessness. She gritted her teeth, struggling to suppress her overwhelming emotions as the monstrous figure loomed above her, basking in her despair. Dantalion's grotesque form and sadistic delight left no doubt of the true horror he embodied, a being who thrived on suffering and death, with no remorse for the countless lives he had destroyed. If Dantalion had committed a sin, he saw it as a reflection of his mastery of human nature. He relished the idea, believing he had absorbed humanity's own wickedness to fuel his own monstrous form. As he towered over Dolores, who remained kneeling silently before him, her head bowed to the cold, damp ground, he approached with calculated cruelty. His mocking grin widened as he accused her of being no better than the flawed and harmful humans she claimed to save. She, too, was a part of their wickedness, her divine power nothing more than a stroke of luck. Beneath that celestial veneer, he declared, she was weak, ineffectual, and nothing but a burden to those around her. Dantalion's writhing tentacles snaked toward her, their grotesque, churning surfaces glistening in the dim, sickly light. The faces embedded in them moaned and wept, a chorus of torment. He leaned closer, his voice dripping with malice, reveling in the idea that she had been the key to trapping the Night Hound in his inner domain. Without her presence to exploit, Vikir might have remained strong. She was the chink in his armor, the fatal flaw that allowed Dantalion's plans to unfold. The thought filled him with twisted satisfaction. Dolores remained still, her silence only feeding his delight. This was his domain, his underworld of despair, where the negativity of the dead consumed every shred of self-worth. He craved to see her divine resolve crumble, her expression darkened by the overwhelming weight of guilt and weakness. But then slowly, Dolores raised her head. Her movements were deliberate, her face tinged with sorrow as she turned toward him. Her expression, though filled with sadness, carried a quiet resolve. She acknowledged his accusations, not in defeat, but in acceptance. Humanity, she admitted, bore flaws that harmed others. Indulgences, the very system she had upheld, had brought suffering to countless lives. Her own weaknesses were part of the human condition, a cumulative imperfection that gave rise to despair. Dantalion's grin widened at her words, his dark eyes gleaming with malice. This admission was a feast for him, her self-awareness a twisted confirmation of his beliefs. His jagged teeth glistened as he leaned closer, savoring the despair she seemed to embrace. For him, humanity's weakness was proof of its inferiority, a justification for his predatory existence. Yet, as he loomed over her, the golden glow of divine energy began to shimmer around her. Tears streamed down her cheeks, but her expression shifted, no longer a mask of sadness, but one of determined confidence. Her gaze pierced through the darkness as she confronted him. Humans, she declared with silent strength, might be weak, but they possessed the resilience to strive for purity even in the depths of despair. The divine light surrounding her grew stronger, illuminating the dark sewer in a radiant glow that seemed untouched by the poisonous water. Dantalion recoiled, his grotesque hands rising to shield his face as his mocking confidence faltered. The brilliance of her divine power was anathema to his realm, piercing through the negativity that fueled him. For the first time, an edge of fear appeared in his expression. He could not understand why her divine energy remained untainted, immune to the despair he had sown. Dolores closed her eyes briefly, envisioning the face of her father, the one who had instilled fear in her heart and chained her to indecision. She realized that her terror of him, her hesitation to challenge the indulgences, and her fear of demons had paralyzed her, rendering her powerless to support Vikir when he needed her most. Her failings were clear to her now, but so too was the path forward. Gratitude welled up within her, not for Dantalion's cruelty, but for the clarity he had unwittingly given her. As the golden energy around her flared brighter, her resolve crystallized. She was done being a passive observer of despair. The Saintess would rise not as a victim of her own weaknesses, but as a beacon of hope, a force that could turn humanity's imperfections into a strength that demons like Dantalion could never understand. Dolores remembered the words Vikir had shared with her during a quiet moment from their past. They had sat together on a wooden fence, the Night Hound clad in his dark armor, while she had voiced her insecurities. She had questioned why she, someone so weak and uncertain, had been chosen as the Saintess, when others with stronger faith seemed more deserving. Vikir had listened in silence before answering, his calm words cutting through her doubts. He had told her that her suffering and repentance might be precisely why she had been chosen, because this world needed a light capable of shining even in the darkest and most ferocious places. The memory ignited something deep within her. With trembling hands, she clasped them together, drawing on the strength of his words. Divine energy began to emanate from her, faint at first, but quickly growing, a golden aura expanding outward in radiant waves. It pulsed through the suffocating darkness of Dantalion's underworld, filling every shadowed corner. She could no longer stand idly by while Vikir fought alone against overwhelming odds. Her resolve crystallized, and the divine power within her surged, unyielding. The brightness of her energy cut through the murk like a blade, and Dantalion staggered back, shielding his grotesque face with his clawed hands. The tentacled forms writhed in agony as the golden light seared through them. His once mocking eyes now brimmed with panic as he realized her power was beyond anything he had anticipated. Desperate, he tried to sway her, shouting that the souls trapped in this realm could still survive if left undisturbed, but if expelled by divine power, they would be lost forever. Dolores remained unmoved, her focus unshaken. She clenched her teeth, ignoring his frantic lies, and continued to pray with unrelenting determination. The golden aura surrounding her grew brighter, its intensity causing the very ground beneath her to tremble. The poison-tainted waters rippled violently, unable to withstand the radiance pouring from her. As she knelt there, a gentle hand touched hers. Startled, she opened her tear-filled eyes and saw one of the orphanage children standing before her. The child gazed at her with an expression of quiet gratitude, a silent reminder of the innocence and hope she thought she had failed to protect. More children emerged from the shadows, their small forms glowing faintly in the golden light. They greeted her with warm, forgiving smiles, their presence overwhelming her with both sorrow and relief. Her tears flowed freely now as she begged them for forgiveness, her voice faltering under the weight of her guilt. Yet their smiles gave her strength, and she returned to her prayer with renewed devotion. The divine power coursing through her became a torrent, waves of pure golden light rippling outward like the breaking dawn. The air itself seemed to vibrate with her energy, shaking the water and the walls of this cursed realm. The trapped souls began to dissolve into the light, liberated from Dantalion's clutches. Their cries of despair gave way to silence, then peace, as they ascended from the darkness. The suffocating weight of Dantalion's domain lifted with every soul freed. Dantalion, stunned and enraged, could do nothing but watch as his meticulously curated underworld was torn apart by her divine might. The golden energy pulsing from Dolores consumed everything in its path, leaving no shadow untouched. She had become a beacon of purity and hope, unraveling his cruel design with every breath she took. Deep within the tunnel, amidst the rows of despondent souls, sat a blonde-haired girl with a vacant stare fixed on the ground. It was Perry. Her small frame radiated a quiet sorrow, her spirit seemingly hollowed by the torment of this place. From the shadows, a soft voice broke the oppressive silence. It was Vikir. He sat behind her, his hands pressing into the damp ground as he looked at her, relief mingling with guilt in his weary eyes. He had found her. The poisonous memories and traumas of Dantalion's victims were steadily consuming Vikir's body, visible in the veins twisting across his skin. Yet, his focus remained on Perry. His face, beginning to crumble under the strain of this twisted realm, bore an expression of remorse as he struggled to find the words he needed to say. He thought of all the reasons he had wanted to see her again, and how his life's purpose had shifted since meeting her. Memories of their time at the orphanage flooded his mind. Those peaceful moments under the shade of the tree, Perry's innocent smile, and the gentle warmth she had brought to his hardened heart. He had once dedicated his existence solely to vengeance against demons, visiting the orphanage only as a part of that mission. But Perry's smile had changed everything. That small act of kindness had imbued his revenge with meaning, the hope of a future where children could laugh freely, unburdened by fear or pain. As Vikir gazed at her, his voice cracked with emotion, thanking her for showing him the purpose behind his fight. He bowed his head, asking her forgiveness for failing to protect her. Just as his despair threatened to overwhelm him, a radiant golden light began to swell behind him. Dolores's divine power surged through the tunnels, illuminating the shadows and touching every soul trapped in the depths. The light reached Perry, bathing her in its warmth. Slowly, she lifted her gaze, her empty eyes glistening with tears as life returned to her features. Her voice, soft yet trembling, broke the stillness. She spoke, her words carrying both disbelief and gratitude that Vikir had come for her. Her words struck Vikir like a wave, washing away the suffocating guilt that had clouded his mind. His empty eyes filled with renewed vitality, and he turned toward her, stunned to see her crying and clutching her face as though overwhelmed by relief. Around her, the other children began to smile, their forms shimmering as Dolores's power broke the chains of Dantalion's grasp. Perry wept openly, her voice trembling as she thanked him for finding her. She admitted how terrified she had been, her small body shaking as the memories of her suffering bubbled to the surface. Vikir's heart ached at her words, but as the divine light cleansed the tunnel, the venom of Dantalion's underworld began to dissipate. The traumas and despair that had seeped into Vikir's consciousness slowly unraveled, freeing him from the poison. Without hesitation, Vikir leaned forward and wrapped his arms tightly around Perry, holding her as though anchoring himself to the newfound hope she represented. The golden light around them intensified, releasing the souls trapped within the tunnels, their cries fading into silence as they were freed. Vikir closed his eyes, his resolve hardening. Though his voice was steady, his heart burned with fury as he silently vowed never to forgive the one who had caused Perry's tears. Perry's face softened into a radiant smile as she expressed her gratitude toward Vikir. The divine power emanating from Dolores surged so intensely that the orphanage's dormitory windows glowed with an almost otherworldly brilliance. Dantalion recoiled, raising his hands to shield his grotesque visage from the overwhelming light. His gaze locked onto the saintess, bewildered and unnerved by her sudden surge of power. Questions raced through his mind. Had she awakened her true potential? Dolores rose to her feet, her aura now commanding and resolute. Beside her, Vikir stood firm, his presence an unwavering anchor in the maelstrom of divine light. Dantalion's expression twisted into shock and disbelief as he realized what had occurred. The underworld he had meticulously constructed, along with all the tormented souls bound within it, had been purified by the Saintess's power. With deliberate grace, Dolores clasped her hands once more and closed her eyes, summoning an even greater wave of divine energy. The golden light rippled outward like a tidal wave, saturating the atmosphere with purity and strength. Vikir, standing beside her, felt the warmth of her power enveloping him. His sharp gaze turned toward Dantalion, the light intensifying the aura around him until it burned with an unstoppable force. Clenching his fist, Vikir felt his own energy amplify under the influence of Dolores's divine power. His aura swelled and overflowed, crackling with raw intensity as if stoked by an unseen fire. For a moment, his mind visualized his abilities. 6 radiant orbs of energy, symbols of his mastery as a level 6 swordsman. But now, in the center of this formation, a 7th larger orb began to materialize, glowing brighter than the rest. The realization struck him like a thunderclap. He was on the brink of ascending to the next level, a rank 7 swordsman, an extraordinary milestone he hadn't imagined reaching so soon. Focusing his will, Vikir dropped his hand, channeling his aura into a concentrated solid force. The energy solidified like stone, steady and unyielding. With deliberate precision, he unsheathed his sword, Beelzebub. The blade pulsed with raw power, encased in the dense, luminous aura that now surrounded him. Dantalion's confidence faltered, and he instinctively staggered back, his grotesque features contorting in fear. He could sense the transformation. Vikir's aura was now that of a Swordmaster, a power that transcended the realm of ordinary mortals. Adopting an offensive stance, Vikir's rage boiled to the surface, his clenched teeth and blazing eyes fixed on his adversary. Every movement radiated deadly intent, an unrelenting thirst for vengeance. The air around him seemed to hum with the promise of retribution. As his fury peaked, the weight of his resolve bore down on Dantalion, and the demon could see no escape from the storm that was about to descend. Dolores, positioned behind Vikir, pressed her hands together and channeled her power, summoning a radiant golden energy that enveloped her form. As the energy surged, Vikir's body began to radiate an aura akin to that of a seasoned swordmaster. Dantalion's jaw tightened, his teeth grinding in frustration, and he instinctively took several steps back, his eyes flickering with unease. With her eyes closed and her mind focused, Dolores felt a wave of emotions flood through her, grief for the countless lost children, and a burning anger toward the demon responsible for such a cruel sacrifice. She could almost feel the Night Hound's sorrow and rage within her. In the depths of her thoughts, she envisioned a knight gripping a sword, standing firm in resolve, while a saint prayed in quiet desperation. The Pope of the Church had once spoken of a saint awakening upon encountering her true soulmate. With this in mind, she clasped her hands together, focusing intently as she began to gather divine power. The energy swelled around her, growing more intense with each passing moment, fueled by her willingness to offer every ounce of her divine strength to the Night Hound. A mighty surge of radiant power erupted from her body, pulsating with unmatched force. Soul resonance was a sacred blessing that temporarily amplified one's power. Dolores transferred her divine strength to her soulmate, Vikir, whose gaze, burning with the thirst for vengeance, was locked on the demon. He was determined to kill him at any cost, seeking to avenge every lost child in Perry. With her eyes closed, Dolores deepened her concentration, channeling her energy with unwavering focus as she stood on the other side. Vikir, with the Beelzebub sword now unsheathed, fixed his intense gaze on the demon, poised to strike. The moment Dolores transferred her divine power to him, she realized that he was no longer just Vikir. He had reached the supreme realm, the instant when he first awakened as a true swordmaster. Dantalion staggered backward, his eyes wide with fear as he sensed the overwhelming power emanating from Vikir. Dantalion could hardly believe that Vikir was now a swordmaster. Panic gripped him, and sweat poured down his face as he recalled that among humans, only a select few could ever achieve such a level. Even as a precautionary target, only the heads of the most prestigious families would be considered. Vikir, however, remained unfazed. Clenching his fist tightly, his piercing gaze never wavered as he began to stride toward the demon. Dantalion was stunned, unable to comprehend how a boy like Vikir could have reached the level of Swordmaster at such a young age. His gaze flickered downward, and for a moment, confusion clouded his thoughts. Why was everything upside down? It took him a heartbeat to realize that it wasn't the world that had turned, but his own head. Vikir had severed it without him even noticing. Vikir unleashed a relentless barrage of slashes, each one striking with devastating precision. Dantalion's body was torn apart as if it were nothing more than straw, his flesh splitting effortlessly under the onslaught. In the blink of an eye, Vikir had reduced him to pieces, and his head, now devoid of its tentacles, hurtled toward the ground, slamming into it with a force that made Dantalion grit his teeth in agony. Before Dantalion could even process what had just occurred, Vikir closed the distance and crushed his head beneath his boot. With the souls Dantalion had collected now purified and gone, the extra faces that had once adorned him vanished, leaving him powerless and with no option but to fight. Vikir studied him intently, his gaze sharp and unwavering, fully aware that the demon must now be overwhelmed by a sense of uselessness. Fear flooded Dantalion's eyes as an overwhelming terror gripped him, something he had never experienced before. He hadn't sensed Vikir's attack at all. A dreadful thought crossed his mind. Am I really going to die? Vikir, savoring the moment, pressed harder on his head, intensifying the pressure. Dantalion's teeth clenched in fear as he locked eyes with Vikir, seeing the cold, murderous intent in his gaze. Sweat poured down his face in torrents, his body trembling under the weight of the imminent threat. His mission had been clear: gather enough magical power to open the gateway to the demon realm. He had believed that soon, the human world would fall effortlessly under his control, but he never anticipated that a human would stand in their way. Vikir was an obstacle he could not afford to ignore. He had to kill him, no matter the cost, even if it meant sacrificing his own life. Vikir readied himself to deliver the final blow, but just before he struck, his gaze widened in shock. Dantalion's face began to twist and contort, sprouting multiple mouths and eyes, all grinning eerily. With a sinister smile, Dantalion spoke, questioning why Vikir thought he was out of faces. As he spoke, his head started to mutate, growing larger and more grotesque by the second. Dantalion locked eyes with Vikir, his gaze fierce and aggressive, revealing that he still had one more hidden face. Vikir instantly recoiled, unable to believe what he was seeing. Dantalion was preparing to explode, taking both Vikir and the entire orphanage with him. At that moment, Dolores opened her eyes, her expression filled with shock as she realized the danger they were in. Panic surged through her as the dangerous aura enveloped her, sending a chilling tingle across her skin. She was paralyzed with uncertainty, knowing that if this continued, the entire area would be obliterated by the explosion. Despite the chaos, Vikir remained calm, gently urging her to steady herself. When she looked up, her eyes widened in shock at what she saw before her. Dantalion braced himself to explode, certain that Vikir wouldn't be able to stop it. Meanwhile, Vikir stood poised, his body enveloped in the aura of a Swordmaster and divine power. Turning toward Dolores, his gaze unwavering and filled with determination, he assured her there was no need to worry. His eyes burned with resolve, confident that he would defeat the demon before the explosion could occur. He had finally attained the state he had longed for his entire life, a power he had never been able to reach before his regression. Memories of the moment when Hugo had sliced through the very clouds with his sword flooded his mind. Now, he wielded the same strength his father had once demonstrated. Dantalion knew it was time to end this. Turning to his demon brethren, he urged them to complete the mission, swearing that the era of destruction was about to descend upon the human world. His face twisted in preparation for the explosion, but just as it seemed inevitable, Vikir summoned his power. Recalling his father's swordsmanship, he unleashed a devastating slash aimed at the demon's head. The force of Vikir's strike was so immense that it cleaved through the roof of the orphanage dormitories. Moments later, a violent explosion erupted in the area, shaking the ground with its power. The loud commotion roused Bianca and Sinclair from their sleep. They quickly threw off the sheets, confused about the source of the disturbance. The explosion had caused a massive earthquake, rattling the entire area. Piggy and Tutor jolted awake in a panic, wondering why an earthquake had struck, while on the other side, Sancho remained half asleep, barely aware of the chaos unfolding. With her hands clasped together and her eyes closed, Dolores placed her full trust in Vikir, remaining silent in her devotion. After several seconds, she stopped praying and opened her eyes. The sight before her made her expression shift in disbelief. She stood frozen, her mouth agape, unable to comprehend what she was seeing. Overwhelmed, she collapsed to her knees, the shock too much to bear. Before her stood Vikir, his knee and hand pressed against the ground. His attack had torn through the dormitory ceiling, leaving a massive crack in the floor. Just like his father, his strike had cleaved the very clouds and sky, unveiling the starry heavens beyond. Sinclair turned to the side, her eyes widening in astonishment at the breathtaking sight. She opened the window, her breath catching in shock as she struggled to comprehend what was happening. Vikir's attack had pierced through the clouds, unveiling a stunningly clear night sky. The incident at the Indulgentia Orphanage in the dead of night sent waves of fear rippling through the royal capital, marking yet another devastating terrorist attack on an orphanage tied to the Quavadas family. As with the previous incident, the Night Hound had been identified as the culprit, drawing a large crowd to the scene. Vikir's attack had caused extensive destruction, leveling many houses in the surrounding area. Investigators swarmed the site, examining the aftermath with grim focus. Observing the chaos, Bianca was taken aback. She never would have imagined that the Night Hound would target an orphanage like this. Behind her stood Sinclair, her hands resting gently on her abdomen, her expression calm yet thoughtful. She remarked on how unsettling it was for such a devastating terrorist attack to occur so close to them. Meanwhile, Piggy slung on his backpack, a wave of fear creeping over him as he recalled the tumultuous events of the previous day. Tutor surveyed the gathered crowd with a furious glare, his fists clenched tightly in frustration. He couldn't shake the bitterness of having missed the chance to capture the Night Hound and demonstrate his worth as a true hero. Sancho, however, remained composed, his expression serene as he pointed out something peculiar. There were no casualties from the explosion. Hearing this, Piggy, startled, turned toward Sancho with a serious expression and cautioned him to choose his words carefully. Ahead of them stood Dolores alongside a man, both quietly making their way out of the area. Watching her intently, Piggy began to speak, explaining that Quilty, the orphanage director, had vanished along with his escort knights. Many believed he had fallen victim to the Night Hound. Sancho's gaze followed them intently, as his thoughts churned in silence. Once Dolores and the man had moved a short distance away, she rested a hand on her elbow, her eyes distant as she stared at the ground. Beside her, the man placed a hand under his chin, lost in thought. Thanks to her, he now knew the truth. Quilty was guilty. While he had always found Quilty to be peculiar, he never imagined he could be a demon. He lowered his hand from his chin, his expression calm as he turned his head slightly to the side. From what he understood, it was the Night Hound who had resolved the issue. While attacking a part of the family was an unforgivable act, he couldn't deny that to him, it was a relief to see the corrupt elements of the family eliminated. As they neared the entrance, a crowd of reporters awaited them. The man hesitated, uncertain whether the public would believe the unfolding story. Dolores remained silent, lost in thought for several moments before turning her back to him and walking away. Inwardly, she offered an apology to Pietro for the events that were about to unfold from this moment onward. Sir Pietro, arms crossed, looked on in surprise, unsure of what she intended to do. Dolores stepped toward the reporters, who were poised with cameras and notepads, ready to capture her every word. Addressing the crowd, she urged them to hear her story. Placing her hands gently over her abdomen, she took a deliberate step forward, her gaze steady and resolute. It didn't take long for the reporters to recognize her as Saintess Dolores, realizing she had something important to say about the incident. With a distant gaze, she slipped her hand inside her shirt and retrieved a notebook, her mind briefly drifting to the Night Hound. The night before, during the explosion, Vikir had approached her, handed her the notebook, and revealed that it contained the truth about the Quilty family. How she chose to use it was now in her hands. She placed her hands over her chest, silently studying the notebook for a moment. Then, in the present, she pulled it out and began showing it to the reporters. Flipping it open, her gaze fierce with anger, she started revealing the dark history of Indulgentia's sales. Behind her, Pietro stood, unable to hide his surprise at what was unfolding. With a resolute expression, she disclosed that the sender of the documents was Quilty Lun Indulgentia, and the recipient was Cardinal Humbert Lunquatis. She went on to explain that Viscount Vicoin had murdered parents who intended to donate their inheritance instead of leaving it to him, and had stolen the fortune after staging their deaths as accidents. All sins had been forgiven through a donation of 1.5 billion gold coins. Upon hearing this, Sancho, Piggy, and Tutor stood in stunned silence, unable to comprehend what they had just heard. Dolores then revealed that Baron Legaso had committed a terrible act against a maiden. He had murdered her and secretly buried her body in the sewer. All his sins had been forgiven with a donation of 200 million gold coins. Sir Finnegig had killed his business partner to seize all the investment money. And yet, even with his crimes, his sins were forgiven through a donation of 800 million gold coins. As Dolores spoke, Sinclair and Bianca turned their full attention to her, unable to hide their shock at the revelations. The reporters began murmuring among themselves, clearly shocked by the revelations. The brown-haired man struggled to believe that the church had sold indulgences to demons. The brown-haired woman noted that they had crossed the line of forgiveness. Meanwhile, the gray-haired man voiced his disbelief, insisting there was no way Cardinal Humbert and Quilty could have committed such acts. The woman countered, arguing that the Saintess was speaking directly about the matter. Dolores then pointed to a specific date in the book, revealing that Count Azel had committed tax evasion amounting to nearly 100 billion gold coins. Yet, all his sins had been forgiven, with a mere donation of 300 million gold coins. At that moment, Dolores no longer hesitated, her fear of her father no longer holding her back. She was determined to become someone who would never be ashamed of him. With a fierce gaze, she declared that she, Dolores Lunquatis, believed sin could neither be bought nor sold with money. She called the act itself an insult to God and swore that she would not stand idly by while more atrocities were allowed to occur in Quilty. Meanwhile, not far from where the children played, Vikir sat with his hands resting on the cement where he and Perry had once sat. He gazed up at the sky, his thoughts drifting to the Saintess. The sunlight bathed the tree, its warmth lingering even after everything had changed. Her sense of righteousness remained unwavering. Vikir gazed calmly at the rays of sunlight, reflecting on the events. Now, only 8 of the 10 elite corpses remained. A wave of sadness filled his eyes as the leaves blew gently in the wind. He turned to one side, placing his hand on the spot where Perry used to sit, a silent tribute to the past. Vikir rose to his feet and began walking, his heart set on a vow that at the end of this journey, he would create a future where children like her could live happily, free from sorrow. Beside the tree stood a cross, planted firmly in the ground, surrounded by flowers, with Perry's name hanging from it. It was her grave. Vikir prayed that, from heaven, she would look down and smile, knowing that the future he promised was becoming a reality. Vikir stood in darkness, his fists clenched tightly, the cold steel of his iron collar pressing against his neck. The collar's heavy chain hung down, its 3 short links gleaming faintly in the dim light. His Night Hound attire clung to him, now devoid of its plague mask, exposing the raw intensity of his expression. His eyes, once closed, opened with a scowl, a fire of unyielding determination burning within them. He refused to succumb to despair. The setting was bleak and oppressive, a sewer-like tunnel filled with cold, murky green water that flowed around his ankles. The air was heavy and damp, carrying an eerie silence broken only by the faint ripples of water. Along the walls sat endless rows of people, their knees drawn tightly to their chests. The figures were hunched and lifeless, their heads bowed, and none bore a face. The sight filled Vikir with a sickening sense of unease, a hollow revulsion stirring deep within him. He searched his fragmented thoughts for answers, confusion clouding his mind. The last thing he remembered was being swallowed by Dantalion's magic. This place, cold, desolate, and suffused with misery, seemed to be a part of that skill, a twisted realm created by the demon's power. His chest tightened as the chilling realization struck him. These faceless figures were likely others who had fallen victim to Dantalion's horrific magic. Before he could process further, a searing pain shot through his eyes. Crimson tendrils snaked across his vision, spreading rapidly across his face, sharp and invasive. He looked down in alarm as more tendrils, dark and purple, pulsating like veins, wrapped around his legs, emerging from the green water. The liquid churned violently, creating restless waves that lapped at his boots. A sense of revulsion overcame him as he looked toward the faceless masses. They remained unmoving, submerged in misery, their presence a haunting reminder of the atrocities that had led them to this place. Memories that were not his own invaded his consciousness, an onslaught of unbearable emotions and traumas. Scenes of betrayal and despair unfurled. Some had murdered loved ones in a fit of madness. Others had been consumed by evil, and still others had lost everything to their own torment. The weight of these lives pressed against Vikir's mind, each one a fragment of despair left behind by Dantalion's victims. Among them, his gaze fell upon a small boy, his form trembling and fragile. The child's sorrowful eyes stared out, silently begging for an end to his suffering. A pang of empathy coursed through Vikir as he saw the boy's grief. Despite the growing tendrils covering his body and the relentless ache in his soul, Vikir knelt beside the child. Gently, he placed a hand atop the boy's head, offering a gesture of comfort in this void of anguish. The image of Perry flashed in Vikir's mind, her face, torn by despair when Dantalion attacked, seared into his memory. His heart ached with the realization that if this was where Dantalion's victims ended up, then Perry must also be here, trapped among the faceless. The thought solidified his resolve. He stood slowly, his gaze sharp and determined, despite the tendrils now pulsating visibly across his body. He would not rest until he found her. Children sat motionless, their small hands resting limply on their knees, heads bowed in silent resignation. Their hollowed eyes, shadowed by despair, carried the weight of their torment. Some were visibly trembling, the fear of inevitable death etched onto their young faces. Others wore expressions of utter exhaustion, their spirits dulled by the oppressive hopelessness of this place. A few, broken beyond repair, seemed almost eager to embrace death as a release from this purgatory. The atmosphere was suffocating, filled with an unspoken, shared anguish. Dolores awoke amidst this grim tableau, her body trembling as she processed the events that had led her here. The aftermath of Dantalion's devastating attack had consumed her, plunging her into the dark, sewer-like void that reeked of despair. Around her, desperate voices echoed, pleas, cries, and whispers that merged into a cacophony of human misery. The children's voices pierced her mind, and the weight of their pain was unbearable. She fell to her knees, the damp, putrid ground cold beneath her. Her head lowered as the grim realization took hold. These were the spirits of those devoured by Dantalion, trapped forever in this living nightmare. From the green, churning water, a shadow emerged. Rippling the surface with unnatural grace, it stepped closer, its presence oppressive and suffused with malice. A figure loomed behind her, dark and grotesque, speaking with chilling mockery. Dantalion had arrived, revealing his true form. His monstrous visage was horrifying. His face, unnaturally flat and devoid of humanity, bore rows of razor-sharp needle-like teeth, glinting like weapons. The face split into 4 writhing tentacles, each adorned with fragmented, grotesque faces that seemed to moan and twitch as if alive. The amalgamation of human features sewn into his form was a nightmarish tapestry, embodying the torment of countless souls. His appearance was a grotesque celebration of suffering, a living reminder of his atrocities. Dantalion spread his hands wide, as if presenting a macabre masterpiece. His voice was dripping with twisted pride as he mocked her. He reveled in the despair that surrounded them, the pitiful cries of his victims feeding his sadistic joy. His eyes gleamed with malevolent delight as he claimed that his collection of souls was carefully curated, selected from the most beautiful humans he had consumed. There was no remorse in his tone, only a sickening joy in his depravity. Dolores remained on her knees, her trembling gaze fixed on the ground. But as her eyes flitted over the trapped souls, a surge of rage erupted within her. Among them, she recognized children from the orphanage, innocent lives stolen and consumed. Her hands clenched into fists as anger burned through her despair, yet her body remained frozen under Dantalion's oppressive gaze. Dantalion observed her with a cruel amusement. He reached into his tattered suit, pulling forth a crumpled indulgence parchment, its surface marked with the symbol of Quilty's corrupt institution. His wicked grin widened as he waved it mockingly, declaring himself free of sin. The idea that sin could be erased by wealth was a concept he had relished and exploited. With an air of twisted satisfaction, Dantalion revealed that he had borrowed humanity's methods of livestock farming, transforming orphanages into a grotesque food supply chain for his insatiable hunger. He likened the children to cattle, raised to be consumed without hesitation. The revelation was delivered with gleeful malice, each word a dagger of contempt for human morality. Dolores's anger flared, her heart pounding with a mix of fury and helplessness. She gritted her teeth, struggling to suppress her overwhelming emotions as the monstrous figure loomed above her, basking in her despair. Dantalion's grotesque form and sadistic delight left no doubt of the true horror he embodied, a being who thrived on suffering and death, with no remorse for the countless lives he had destroyed. If Dantalion had committed a sin, he saw it as a reflection of his mastery of human nature. He relished the idea, believing he had absorbed humanity's own wickedness to fuel his own monstrous form. As he towered over Dolores, who remained kneeling silently before him, her head bowed to the cold, damp ground, he approached with calculated cruelty. His mocking grin widened as he accused her of being no better than the flawed and harmful humans she claimed to save. She, too, was a part of their wickedness, her divine power nothing more than a stroke of luck. Beneath that celestial veneer, he declared, she was weak, ineffectual, and nothing but a burden to those around her. Dantalion's writhing tentacles snaked toward her, their grotesque, churning surfaces glistening in the dim, sickly light. The faces embedded in them moaned and wept, a chorus of torment. He leaned closer, his voice dripping with malice, reveling in the idea that she had been the key to trapping the Night Hound in his inner domain. Without her presence to exploit, Vikir might have remained strong. She was the chink in his armor, the fatal flaw that allowed Dantalion's plans to unfold. The thought filled him with twisted satisfaction. Dolores remained still, her silence only feeding his delight. This was his domain, his underworld of despair, where the negativity of the dead consumed every shred of self-worth. He craved to see her divine resolve crumble, her expression darkened by the overwhelming weight of guilt and weakness. But then slowly, Dolores raised her head. Her movements were deliberate, her face tinged with sorrow as she turned toward him. Her expression, though filled with sadness, carried a quiet resolve. She acknowledged his accusations, not in defeat, but in acceptance. Humanity, she admitted, bore flaws that harmed others. Indulgences, the very system she had upheld, had brought suffering to countless lives. Her own weaknesses were part of the human condition, a cumulative imperfection that gave rise to despair. Dantalion's grin widened at her words, his dark eyes gleaming with malice. This admission was a feast for him, her self-awareness a twisted confirmation of his beliefs. His jagged teeth glistened as he leaned closer, savoring the despair she seemed to embrace. For him, humanity's weakness was proof of its inferiority, a justification for his predatory existence. Yet, as he loomed over her, the golden glow of divine energy began to shimmer around her. Tears streamed down her cheeks, but her expression shifted, no longer a mask of sadness, but one of determined confidence. Her gaze pierced through the darkness as she confronted him. Humans, she declared with silent strength, might be weak, but they possess the resilience to strive for purity even in the depths of despair. The divine light surrounding her grew stronger, illuminating the dark sewer in a radiant glow that seemed untouched by the poisonous water. Dantalion recoiled, his grotesque hands rising to shield his face as his mocking confidence faltered. The brilliance of her divine power was anathema to his realm, piercing through the negativity that fueled him. For the first time, an edge of fear appeared in his expression. He could not understand why her divine energy remained untainted, immune to the despair he had sown. Dolores closed her eyes briefly, envisioning the face of her father, the one who had instilled fear in her heart and chained her to indecision. She realized that her terror of him, her hesitation to challenge the indulgences, and her fear of demons had paralyzed her, rendering her powerless to support Vikir when he needed her most. Her failings were clear to her now, but so too was the path forward. Gratitude welled up within her, not for Dantalion's cruelty, but for the clarity he had unwittingly given her. As the golden energy around her flared brighter, her resolve crystallized. She was done being a passive observer of despair. The Saintess would rise not as a victim of her own weaknesses, but as a beacon of hope, a force that could turn humanity's imperfections into a strength that demons like Dantalion could never understand. Dolores remembered the words Vikir had shared with her during a quiet moment from their past. They had sat together on a wooden fence, the Night Hound clad in his dark armor, while she had voiced her insecurities. She had questioned why she, someone so weak and uncertain, had been chosen as the Saintess when others with stronger faith seemed more deserving. Vikir had listened in silence before answering, his calm words cutting through her doubts. He had told her that her suffering and repentance might be precisely why she had been chosen, because this world needed a light capable of shining even in the darkest and most ferocious places. The memory ignited something deep within her. With trembling hands, she clasped them together, drawing on the strength of his words. Divine energy began to emanate from her, faint at first, but quickly growing, a golden aura expanding outward in radiant waves. It pulsed through the suffocating darkness of Dantalion's underworld, filling every shadowed corner. She could no longer stand idly by while Vikir fought alone against overwhelming odds. Her resolve crystallized, and the divine power within her surged, unyielding. The brightness of her energy cut through the murk like a blade, and Dantalion staggered back, shielding his grotesque face with his clawed hands. The tentacled forms writhed in agony as the golden light seared through them. His once mocking eyes now brimmed with panic as he realized her power was beyond anything he had anticipated. Desperate, he tried to sway her, shouting that the souls trapped in this realm could still survive if left undisturbed, but if expelled by divine power, they would be lost forever. Dolores remained unmoved, her focus unshaken. She clenched her teeth, ignoring his frantic lies, and continued to pray with unrelenting determination. The golden aura surrounding her grew brighter, its intensity causing the very ground beneath her to tremble. The poison-tainted waters rippled violently, unable to withstand the radiance pouring from her. As she knelt there, a gentle hand touched hers. Startled, she opened her tear-filled eyes and saw one of the orphanage children standing before her. The child gazed at her with an expression of quiet gratitude, a silent reminder of the innocence and hope she thought she had failed to protect. More children emerged from the shadows, their small forms glowing faintly in the golden light. They greeted her with warm, forgiving smiles, their presence overwhelming her with both sorrow and relief. Her tears flowed freely now as she begged them for forgiveness, her voice faltering under the weight of her guilt. Yet their smiles gave her strength, and she returned to her prayer with renewed devotion. The divine power coursing through her became a torrent, waves of pure golden light rippling outward like the breaking dawn. The air itself seemed to vibrate with her energy, shaking the water and the walls of this cursed realm. The trapped souls began to dissolve into the light, liberated from Dantalion's clutches. Their cries of despair gave way to silence, then peace, as they ascended from the darkness. The suffocating weight of Dantalion's domain lifted with every soul freed. Dantalion, stunned and enraged, could do nothing but watch as his meticulously curated underworld was torn apart by her divine might. The golden energy pulsing from Dolores consumed everything in its path, leaving no shadow untouched. She had become a beacon of purity and hope, unraveling his cruel design with every breath she took. Deep within the tunnel, amidst the rows of despondent souls, sat a blonde-haired girl with a vacant stare fixed on the ground. It was Perry. Her small frame radiated a quiet sorrow, her spirit seemingly hollowed by the torment of this place. From the shadows, a soft voice broke the oppressive silence. It was Vikir. He sat behind her, his hands pressing into the damp ground as he looked at her, relief mingling with guilt in his weary eyes. He had found her. The poisonous memories and traumas of Dantalion's victims were steadily consuming Vikir's body, visible in the veins twisting across his skin. Yet, his focus remained on Perry. His face, beginning to crumble under the strain of this twisted realm, bore an expression of remorse as he struggled to find the words he needed to say. He thought of all the reasons he had wanted to see her again, and how his life's purpose had shifted since meeting her. Memories of their time at the orphanage flooded his mind. Those peaceful moments under the shade of the tree, Perry's innocent smile, and the gentle warmth she had brought to his hardened heart. He had once dedicated his existence solely to vengeance against demons, visiting the orphanage only as a part of that mission. But Perry's smile had changed everything. That small act of kindness had imbued his revenge with meaning, the hope of a future where children could laugh freely, unburdened by fear or pain. As Vikir gazed at her, his voice cracked with emotion, thanking her for showing him the purpose behind his fight. He bowed his head, asking her forgiveness for failing to protect her. Just as his despair threatened to overwhelm him, a radiant golden light began to swell behind him. Dolores's divine power surged through the tunnels, illuminating the shadows and touching every soul trapped in the depths. The light reached Perry, bathing her in its warmth. Slowly, she lifted her gaze, her empty eyes glistening with tears as life returned to her features. Her voice, soft yet trembling, broke the stillness. She spoke, her words carrying both disbelief and gratitude that Vikir had come for her. Her words struck Vikir like a wave, washing away the suffocating guilt that had clouded his mind. His empty eyes filled with renewed vitality, and he turned toward her, stunned to see her crying and clutching her face as though overwhelmed by relief. Around her, the other children began to smile, their forms shimmering as Dolores's power broke the chains of Dantalion's grasp. Perry wept openly, her voice trembling as she thanked him for finding her. She admitted how terrified she had been, her small body shaking as the memories of her suffering bubbled to the surface. Vikir's heart ached at her words, but as the divine light cleansed the tunnel, the venom of Dantalion's underworld began to dissipate. The traumas and despair that had seeped into Vikir's consciousness slowly unraveled, freeing him from the poison. Without hesitation, Vikir leaned forward and wrapped his arms tightly around Perry, holding her as though anchoring himself to the newfound hope she represented. The golden light around them intensified, releasing the souls trapped within the tunnels, their cries fading into silence as they were freed. Vikir closed his eyes, his resolve hardening. Though his voice was steady, his heart burned with fury as he silently vowed never to forgive the one who had caused Perry's tears. Perry's face softened into a radiant smile as she expressed her gratitude toward Vikir. The divine power emanating from Dolores surged so intensely that the orphanage's dormitory windows glowed with an almost otherworldly brilliance. Dantalion recoiled, raising his hands to shield his grotesque visage from the overwhelming light. His gaze locked onto the saintess, bewildered and unnerved by her sudden surge of power. Questions raced through his mind. Had she awakened her true potential? Dolores rose to her feet, her aura now commanding and resolute. Beside her, Vikir stood firm, his presence an unwavering anchor in the maelstrom of divine light. Dantalion's expression twisted into shock and disbelief as he realized what had occurred. The underworld he had meticulously constructed, along with all the tormented souls bound within it, had been purified by the saintess's power. With deliberate grace, Dolores clasped her hands once more and closed her eyes, summoning an even greater wave of divine energy. The golden light rippled outward like a tidal wave, saturating the atmosphere with purity and strength. Vikir, standing beside her, felt the warmth of her power enveloping him. His sharp gaze turned toward Dantalion, the light intensifying the aura around him until it burned with an unstoppable force. Clenching his fist, Vikir felt his own energy amplify under the influence of Dolores's divine power. His aura swelled and overflowed, crackling with raw intensity as if stoked by an unseen fire. For a moment, his mind visualized his abilities. 6 radiant orbs of energy, symbols of his mastery as a level 6 swordsman. But now, in the center of this formation, a 7th larger orb began to materialize, glowing brighter than the rest. The realization struck him like a thunderclap. He was on the brink of ascending to the next level, a rank 7 swordsman, an extraordinary milestone he hadn't imagined reaching so soon. Focusing his will, Vikir dropped his hand, channeling his aura into a concentrated solid force. The energy solidified like stone, steady and unyielding. With deliberate precision, he unsheathed his sword, Beelzebub. The blade pulsed with raw power, encased in the dense, luminous aura that now surrounded him. Dantalion's confidence faltered, and he instinctively staggered back, his grotesque features contorting in fear. He could sense the transformation. Vikir's aura was now that of a Swordmaster, a power that transcended the realm of ordinary mortals. Adopting an offensive stance, Vikir's rage boiled to the surface, his clenched teeth and blazing eyes fixed on his adversary. Every movement radiated deadly intent, an unrelenting thirst for vengeance. The air around him seemed to hum with the promise of retribution. As his fury peaked, the weight of his resolve bore down on Dantalion, and the demon could see no escape from the storm that was about to descend. Hours later, within the academy, heated voices echoed from Professor Banshee Morg's research office. Inside, Dolores stood with her hands firmly planted on the desk, her gaze sharp and furious as she demanded an explanation for why her article had not been published. She had written the truth, exactly as it was, and couldn't understand why the Night Hound's version had been prioritized over hers. Professor Banshee, seated with his hands clasped together, met her fiery stare with a calm but unwavering look. He questioned whether she was truly unaware of the reasons. He explained that her article had been highly provocative and offensive to certain influential groups, reminding her that the Academy prided itself on maintaining a politically neutral position. Though visibly furious, Dolores held her tongue, choosing to listen without interruption. The professor reached into a drawer, retrieved an article, and slid it across the desk toward her. The article accused the Night Hound of terrorism and casting a shadow over the Cavades family. In a calm but firm voice, Dolores reiterated that her article contained nothing but the truth. The professor sighed, closing his eyes as he turned his head away. With a weary tone, he explained that her father, Cardinal Humbert, had publicly denied all her claims. Moreover, the prominent figures implicated in the indulgence scandal had also dismissed the information as baseless. Dolores's eyes brimmed with sadness and distrust as she lowered her gaze to the floor. In a quiet voice, she explained that all the information she had cited came directly from the Book of Indulgences. The professor raised his head, his expression calm but measured, and replied that the origin of the book itself was unclear. Her thoughts swirled with doubt. Why was he defending Quilty? Was someone pressuring him from the outside? The professor's eyes widened briefly in surprise, a flicker of unease crossing his face. He straightened abruptly, moving his chair aside with a deliberate motion, his gaze sharpening as he fixed it on her. Deciding it was pointless to deny further, he admitted that he had been instructed to frame the article around the act of terrorism committed by the Night Hound. He added, almost reluctantly, that her actions had left even the principal deeply unsettled. Dolores's expression shifted dramatically upon hearing his words. Nervously, she began to rub her arm, her surprised gaze locking onto him as she struggled to comprehend his meaning. Forcing herself to stay composed, she calmly asked if Cardinal Humbert's influence was truly so immense that even the Academy's principal could be placed in jeopardy. The professor pinched the bridge of his nose, a confident smile tugging at his lips. If it had been only Cardinal Humbert, he said smoothly, there's no way the dean would have even entertained him. Dolores's eyes widened in shock, her breath catching as the weight of his words sank in. She couldn't help but feel a deep unease as the pieces began to fall into place, revealing the scope of what was truly happening. She began to picture the Pope of the Church, his serene smile etched in her mind. At last, she understood. There was only one person in Quilty who outranked Cardinal Humbert, the Pope himself. Placing her hands over her chest, she stared blankly ahead, lost in thought. Despite the widespread corruption surrounding her, she clung to the belief that the Pope would never compromise his integrity. However, doubts crept in. She had often overheard whispers that age had clouded the Pope's judgment. Was Cardinal Humbert exploiting this, manipulating the Pope by obscuring the Church's truths? Interrupting her thoughts, the professor snapped his fingers, drawing her attention. With a calm but pointed expression, he gestured toward her. First of all, he began, your article is not fit for publication in a newspaper. While reading it, I couldn't shake the impression that you were subtly aligning yourself with the Night Hound. His voice turned firm. He's a terrorist, Dolores, someone who's committed heinous acts. You can't ignore that. Dolores felt a surge of anger welling up inside her, but she kept her expression composed, refusing to let her emotions show. Deep down, she remained resolute in her belief that the Night Hound was not the villain in this story. The true culprits were Quilty and the demon lurking within their family. She recalled Vikir's words from the previous day, spoken with quiet determination before he left. He had revealed that demons still roamed the world, hiding in the shadows. He had been fighting a solitary and grueling battle against them, with countless more to come. Now, after her conversation with Professor Banshee, she felt she understood why the Night Hound risked everything to eliminate demons without seeking recognition. Turning her back to the professor, Dolores straightened her posture, her resolve unshaken. Without a word, she walked toward the door, ready to face the next challenge. Professor Banshee watched her closely, his expression tinged with concern. He asked her not to dig any deeper into the matter, but Dolores, her hand on the door, gave a quiet promise that she wouldn't. Yet her eyes, burning with determination, betrayed her true intentions. She had resolved to support the Night Hound, so that he would no longer have to fight alone. Meanwhile, Tutor stretched his arms, closing his eyes in deep concentration as his body trembled from exertion. He began walking alongside Sancho, rolling his shoulders to ease the stiffness. It's been a while since I've been to class, he admitted, his voice tinged with fatigue. Now I get why volunteering work was a good idea. This is exhausting. Sancho, walking beside him, glanced at him with a puzzled look, unsure of what Tutor was trying to convey. Sancho thought to himself that Tutor was an odd one, as he observed the peculiar dynamic unfolding. Ahead of them, Piggy wore a cheerful expression, turning toward Vikir with a wide grin. "Next time, we'll go together," he promised enthusiastically. Vikir, however, continued walking in silence, his demeanor unreadable. Tutor, noticing this, approached him and placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder. With a warm smile, he said, "Today, we're going to practice Neftali. Want to join us?" Vikir didn't meet his gaze. His eyes seemed distant, and with a soft, detached voice, he replied, "I'm not feeling well. I think I'll spend some time alone." Tutor's expression faltered, confusion and concern flickering across his face. He couldn't understand why Vikir wanted solitude. Meanwhile, Piggy, still beaming, pointed to himself enthusiastically. "Then I'll come with you," he declared, eager to accompany Vikir wherever he went. Sancho, walking behind them, turned his attention toward Piggy, noticing the interaction. Tutor quickly covered Piggy's mouth with his hand, forcing a smile as he gently nudged him away from Vikir, deciding it was best to let him have his alone time. Piggy, caught off guard, could only look confused, not quite understanding the sudden change. Vikir, with a calm yet distant expression, gave a quiet thank you to both of them. After a while, Vikir retreated to his room and shut the door behind him. He sat down at the table, his hands carefully unpacking his backpack. The quiet of the room brought him a sense of peace he hadn't realized he needed. He hadn't had a moment to himself all day, and now, with some solitude, he could finally take a breath and collect his thoughts. With a blank expression, his gaze drifted to the contents of the bag, lost in his own world. The Swordmaster level he had attained with the Saintess's blessing had since faded, returning him to the status of a supreme graduate. Still, the brief experience of wielding such power had proven invaluable. Vikir reached into his backpack and began sorting through its contents, reflecting on the battle. The greatest prize he had earned from the fight with the knights lay within. He pulled out several leather sacks, masks that Dantalion's guards had carried. As he examined them, he recalled that these were no ordinary items. When all 4 sacks were combined, they formed a singular large mask. Vikir's memory sharpened as he recognized the relic for what it was. When assembled, the masks transformed into a visage of a dog's face. It was a unique, terrifying artifact, known as the human face in beast form, a rank O+ relic that could evoke deep, unsettling emotions from anyone who gazed upon it. Vikir never imagined he would come into possession of a relic that rivaled Beelzebub's demonic sword. He had once read about it in a book before his regression. This mask, whose power grew stronger with each life it claimed. The more people the wearer killed, the more formidable it became. In addition to its growing strength, the mask had an inexplicable ability to recover and accumulate aura, making it even more dangerous with each use. Intrigued, Vikir carefully took the mask out of his backpack. His eyes studied it with curiosity as he contemplated the risks. Despite the warnings he had read about the mask's side effects, he knew that sometimes taking a calculated risk was necessary. Without hesitation, he placed the mask on his face. As soon as it settled, his eyes transformed, taking on a bloodthirsty killer's gaze, as if the mask had awakened a primal hunger within him. Vikir's resistance and aura, which had been depleted during his battle with Dantalion, gradually began to recover. Unlike the regenerative abilities of swamp salamanders, which were skilled in regrowing lost limbs, this mask restored Vikir's stamina and alleviated his fatigue. As the energy surged through him, he felt a strange shift. A sudden darkness overtook his senses. His body went on high alert, and his gaze snapped to the side. There was a peculiar sensation. The table in front of him appeared much larger, and his attention instinctively moved to the backpack. Confused, Vikir wondered why his gaze had lowered so drastically. But it wasn't until he noticed that his vision had turned black and white that he realized something was wrong. In that moment, it became clear. Vikir had transformed into a small dog. His clothes now hung loosely around him, barely fitting his new form. Vikir's eyes widened in confusion as he realized the strange transformation was a side effect of the mask. Panic set in as he quickly jumped down from the chair and began running in frantic circles. If his body didn't return to normal, he would be in serious trouble. He had to remove the mask immediately. With determination, Vikir began focusing on the mask, trying to will it off. Slowly but surely, his efforts began to take effect. The mask started to peel away from his face. Confusion filled his mind as he watched it happen. In just a few moments, the mask detached completely, and he returned to his original form. Vikir's gaze dropped to his hand, a mixture of relief and curiosity in his eyes. It seemed that if he truly wished to remove the mask, he could. As it fell to the ground, Vikir's attention locked onto it, still processing the strange experience. Vikir quickly realized that the mask's ability to turn him into a dog at will wasn't just a side effect. It was likely one of its inherent powers. Fortunately, there were no rules forbidding animals in the Academy dormitory, so he could use the mask without worry. With this in mind, he felt a strange energy stir around him. His gaze was drawn to the open backpack resting on the table. A surge of curiosity washed over him as he tried to pinpoint the source of this unusual energy. Reaching into the bag, he pulled out an egg that was in the process of hatching. He watched it closely, his hand instinctively pressing to his chest as memories surfaced. This was Madam's egg. The subtle movements it made were a clear sign. It was about to hatch. As Vikir stood there, memories of the past flooded his mind. He recalled the time when Perry, while they were playing, had accidentally dropped the egg into the estuary. The egg had come from Madam, the eight-legged monster, an entity so powerful that even Vikir had nearly lost his life in their encounters. Madam was no ordinary creature. She was a super high-level monster, a being that even the ancient demons who ruled hell found difficult to face. Legends spoke of her kind, creatures so formidable that they were granted a place in the far reaches of the abyss, a space reserved for the most dangerous of monsters. Now, one of her descendants was emerging from the egg in front of him. Vikir watched in awe as a small spider began to stir inside the egg. Slowly, it cracked open further, and after a few more moments, a tiny, adorable spider emerged. Its appearance was vastly different from its mother's terrifying form. The little creature looked up at Vikir with wide, innocent eyes, its gaze full of curiosity and tenderness. Vikir watched in disbelief as the tiny spider, no larger than a cotton ball, squirmed before him. He could hardly believe that this delicate creature was Madam's offspring. Suddenly, the little spider began to cry out, "Woof!" her small body trembling with each sob. Vikir's mind raced, confusion settling over him. But then, he realized with a sudden clarity, this was something she had learned from the wolves while the egg had been hidden deep within the forest. The spider's eyes, wide with sadness, filled with tears, and she seemed to lose her strength, her small body slumping as she cried. It didn't take long for Vikir to understand. She was hungry. Without hesitation, he reached into his backpack, pulling out some meat he had stored earlier. He broke it into small pieces and placed it on the table in front of her. The little spider, her tiny legs shaking, jumped onto the table and eagerly began to shake her body, her instincts guiding her toward the food. Vikir observed the small spider closely, his initial assumption about her diet quickly proven wrong. He had expected her to eat meat, just like her mother, but now he realized the young spider had different needs. The little creature, feeling weak from hunger, climbed back onto his hand, her tiny body swaying with dizziness. With a thoughtful expression, Vikir made a decision. This was an opportunity to raise an S-rank monster from the deep forest, something truly rare and powerful. But first, he needed to find food for her. He carefully tucked the small spider into his clothes to keep her safe and out of sight, then left his room, quietly making his way down the hallway. Just as he was about to turn a corner, a voice caught his attention. "Don't muddy the waters of the academy, commoner." Vikir froze, instinctively hiding behind the wall. He peeked around the corner, trying to catch a glimpse of who had spoken. A group of intimidating boys stood in front of Piggy, blocking his path. The boy with the ponytail gripped Piggy's shoulder, flashing a sly grin. Upon seeing this, Piggy's heart raced and panic set in, his fear growing palpable. On the other side, a man with purple hair stood silently, arms crossed, his cold gaze fixed on Piggy. This man was Grenouille, a member of the Leviathan family, one of the 7 powerful families that represented the Empire. Known for his venomous nature, he was part of the Fire Corps and the vice president of the first-year class. Vikir had heard rumors of his arrogance and his ability to strike fear into anyone around him. Piggy nervously touched his neck, his hand trembling as he tried to force a smile. He turned away from them, quickly muttering an apology. "I'm just on my way to the bathroom," he said. "My friends are waiting for me." At first, there was only silence, but soon after, Grenouille and his companion appeared directly in front of Piggy, their eyes locking onto him with a sharp, piercing gaze. The boy with the ponytail raised a hand to signal Grenouille to hold back, then turned to Piggy with an arrogant smirk. "A commoner," he sneered. "Where do you think you're going?" Grenouille stepped forward, his eyes narrowing as his frustration began to show. He couldn't contain his anger at the sight of someone so ordinary, with such a simple appearance, daring to hold himself in any regard. To him, it was repulsive to have to share the academy with people like Piggy. "Do you even understand the insult you've just given me?" Grenouille spat, his voice dripping with disdain. "I'm a descendant of one of the 7 great families. Do you really think you're worthy to walk alongside someone like me?" Piggy's eyes widened with fear, his gaze dropping to the ground in silence. Grenouille, with an air of superiority, sneered and coldly stated that Piggy's very existence didn't belong at the academy. He demanded that he leave, his voice dripping with disdain as he imagined what kind of people Piggy's friends must be, likely just as pathetic as him. Upon hearing this, Piggy's eyes flared with fury. He couldn't let this arrogant bastard insult his friends. Without a moment's hesitation, he grabbed Grenouille by the collar, his grip tightening as his anger surged. Grenouille's eyes widened in disbelief, his teeth clenching as he processed the audacity of a commoner daring to stand up to him. Fury clouded Piggy's mind as he glared at Grenouille with unrelenting intensity, making it clear he didn't care how they spoke of him. But anyone who dared to insult his friends would face his wrath. Piggy wasn't going to let anyone insult his friends. Grenouille studied Piggy in silence, his expression darkening as veins began to appear on his face. With an icy, enraged glare, he sneered and asked if Piggy really thought he could get away with this. With a swift motion, he shoved Piggy back, turning to his friend to give the order. "Crush him!" At the command, the friend clenched his fist, preparing to deliver a crushing blow. Piggy shut his eyes, bracing for the impact. Seconds passed, but the strike never came. Confused, he slowly opened his eyes, only to see Tutor standing in front of him, his arm raised as he blocked the attack with ease. Tutor turned to Piggy with a worried expression, asking if he was all right. Just then, a large, muscular hand landed on the head of Grenouille's other friend, causing the boy to panic in confusion. It was Sancho. He gripped the boy's head with a fierce hold, his eyes blazing with fury. He made it clear that if they were looking for a test of strength, they had picked the wrong opponent. The boy screamed in pain as Sancho's grip tightened. Piggy, stunned, watched in disbelief as Tutor and Sancho defended him. He dropped to the ground, overwhelmed by the unexpected support. Just then, Vikir appeared behind him, placing a hand on his shoulders to help him back to his feet. Piggy froze, speechless, as he looked up at Vikir, unable to comprehend the situation. Piggy couldn't believe it. Vikir had come to his defense too. Seeing this, Grenouille clenched his teeth in fury, his gaze burning with hatred. Tutor, Sancho, and Vikir stood firmly beside Piggy, their expressions sharp and unyielding. Tutor, now understanding why Piggy had been delayed, narrowed his eyes at the situation, his anger evident. Sancho locked eyes with Grenouille, his gaze intense and unrelenting. Piggy felt a wave of surprise, unsure of what to expect next. Tutor's eyes blazed with rage, unable to fathom how Grenouille had dared to lay a hand on his friend. Piggy felt a surge of panic at his words, but it was Sancho who cracked his knuckles, a menacing expression on his face, ready for a fight. Meanwhile, Vikir stood silently, his face void of any emotion, the calm before the storm. As sunlight streamed through the hallway window, Tutor clenched his fists, his gaze fixed on the floor in a tense silence. Sancho stood motionless, arms crossed, exuding a quiet strength. Piggy and Vikir also remained wordless, their stillness thickening the charged atmosphere. Grenouille, breaking the silence, let out a smug smile. His eyes gleamed with arrogance as he remarked, "They say you can judge a person's worth by the company they keep. Looking at your plebeian friends, Tutor, your level is plain to see." Tutor's fists clenched tightly at his sides, the knuckles white against the warm sunlight filtering through the corridor. The storm of rage swirling in his chest threatened to spill over, but he steadied himself, forcing his breathing to remain even. His piercing gaze fixed on Grenouille, unyielding and sharp as steel, as he reminded him that within the academy walls, there was no distinction between nobles and plebeians. The weight of his words was deliberate, cutting through the tension like a blade. Grenouille responded with a scoff, his lips curling into a smirk as he extended a hand dismissively to the side. The gesture reeked of arrogance, his every movement calculated to provoke. With a mocking glint in his eyes, he taunted Tutor, recounting how he had been present during the Night Hound incident, but had accomplished nothing. Grenouille's voice dripped with disdain as he reduced him to nothing more than a powerless bystander, each word cutting deeper than the last. Sancho stood with his arms crossed, his eyes narrowing in confusion. He couldn't fathom how Grenouille had such knowledge. Beside him, Tutor's expression shifted from smoldering rage to startled surprise, a flicker of vulnerability breaking through his defiance. Composing himself, Tutor responded with measured calm, explaining that he hadn't been able to act because he had been asleep when the incident occurred. Grenouille's subordinates bristled, their eyes darkening with fury. Without a word, they reached into their pockets, pulling out masks and securing them tightly over their faces. Grenouille himself placed a hand over his chest, a slow, deliberate motion that seemed to radiate malice. From his body, a sinister greenish vapor began to rise, curling and unfurling like a living entity. The air grew heavy and acrid as the toxic gas began to spread, creeping through the corridor like a silent predator. Grenouille's gaze locked onto Tutor, sharp and full of scorn. His lips curled into an arrogant smile as he dismissed Tutor's explanation as a pathetic excuse. With a venomous tone, he declared that had he been present during the Night Hound's rampage, he would have captured him with ease. The room seemed to pulse with danger as the toxic gas began to fill the space, a noxious cloud that seemed to amplify Grenouille's confidence. Piggy, standing a few steps away, froze in terror, his wide eyes darting around as panic set in. He didn't understand what was happening, but the sudden shift in atmosphere left him trembling. Tutor, however, remained rooted in place, his body tense and his sharp gaze fixed on Grenouille. Despite his fear, he couldn't afford to look away. With a protective instinct, Tutor raised his arm to cover his mouth and nose, his muffled voice filled with urgency as he questioned Grenouille's recklessness. Did he truly intend to unleash his abilities within the academy walls? Vikir, standing silently at the back, observed the swirling greenish gas spreading through the corridor. His sharp eyes quickly analyzed its nature. It wasn't just any toxin, but a paralyzing poison, its potency evident in how it clung to the air, thick and suffocating. As he prepared to respond, a soft movement distracted him. Emerging from the folds of his clothing, the tiny spider scuttled into view, her many eyes fixated on the venomous haze. Her sudden appearance caught Vikir off guard, and the faint sensation of her delicate touch on his skin sent a wave of confusion through him. What was she sensing? Why now? His mind raced, but there was no time to dwell on the oddity. In an instant, the tension in the room escalated further. Grenouille, standing at the center, raised his hand to his face, as if savoring his own display of power. His sharp gaze cut through the toxic mist, and his lips curved into a chilling smile. Fury burned in his eyes, but his voice carried a mocking tone. With deliberate calm, he announced that he was merely playing, a demonstration of the vast chasm in skill and status between him and the others. Behind him, his masked subordinates stepped forward, their posture rigid and predatory. Their eyes gleamed through the slits of their masks, filled with malice and readiness. Every movement they made radiated intimidation, as though waiting for Grenouille's command to strike. The room, now shrouded in toxic fog, thrummed with a palpable sense of menace. Grenouille reveled in their growing discomfort, his intention clear, to make them feel the crushing weight of their inferiority. His gaze swept over them with disdain, savoring the despair etched on their faces. Piggy, overwhelmed by fear, clasped his hands tightly over his mouth, trying to suppress his panic. Sancho pinched his nose, his focus fixed warily on Grenouille, unsure of what the venomous noble might unleash next. Tutor, shielding his face with his arm, clenched his teeth as worry gnawed at him. The situation was spiraling out of control, and he knew they were in grave danger. Meanwhile, something unexpected began to unfold. From the hidden folds of Vikir's clothing, Madame's offspring stirred. The tiny spider, driven by instinct and hunger, opened her small mouth wide and began to consume the poisonous fog. Her movements were swift, almost imperceptible, as she inhaled the paralyzing gas with an eagerness that left Vikir stunned. Shock rippled through Vikir as he watched the little creature devour the deadly mist. Her rapid consumption of the toxin was astonishing, and in a matter of moments, the fog began to thin. Tutor, who had resigned himself to the worst, squeezed his eyes shut in desperation. Vikir, still processing what was happening, acted quickly to conceal her. Gently, yet firmly, he cupped the small spider in his hand, shielding her from the prying eyes of the others. The realization struck him. This little creature, Madame's offspring, could feed on poison. It was her sustenance, her natural diet. Tutor's gaze flicked to Vikir, his expression a mix of surprise and confusion. The fog was nearly gone, leaving a strange clarity in its wake. Tutor struggled to comprehend the events that had just transpired, his earlier fear replaced by an uneasy curiosity. In the midst of Grenouille's attempt to assert dominance, an unforeseen ally had turned the tide. In mere moments, the little spider consumed every trace of the poisonous mist, leaving the room pristine as if nothing had occurred. Tutor, Sancho, and Piggy exchanged bewildered glances, utterly lost as to how the situation had resolved so swiftly. Tutor, his earlier terror now subsiding, realized he had been frightened for no reason. At least, he thought, Grenouille had the decency to restrain himself. Grenouille's subordinates, however, stood frozen in disbelief. Their shock was palpable, their expressions betraying an unspoken fear as they grappled with the sudden disappearance of the lethal mist. Grenouille himself could not mask his surprise. His confident demeanor faltered, and beads of sweat formed on his brow as confusion etched itself onto his features. He couldn't comprehend what had just transpired. Meanwhile, Vikir discreetly tucked the small spider back into his clothing. She let out a tiny burp, releasing a faint wisp of venom that drifted out from Vikir's collar. Acting quickly, Vikir turned his head, feigning indifference to avoid drawing suspicion. Grenouille's piercing gaze landed on Vikir. For a fleeting moment, he was struck by the eerie notion that Vikir had absorbed the poisonous fog himself. Doubt clouded his mind, uncertain if his eyes had deceived him. Folding his arms across his chest, Grenouille closed his eyes and forced a haughty smile onto his lips. In his arrogance, he declared to himself that his actions had been magnanimous, displaying a generosity as boundless as the abyss. To waste such a potent toxin on what he saw as muscle-headed fools from the Ice Corps was beneath him. His condescending grin widened as he mentally assured himself of his superiority, oblivious to the real reason his scheme had failed. Tutor stepped forward, his expression calm yet firm, and spoke with a measured tone, acknowledging that he was fully aware of Grenouille's condescension toward them. As he drew closer, his fists tightened, knuckles whitening with restrained tension. His eyes locked onto Grenouille's with an unyielding intensity, daring him to face the challenge. Tutor's piercing gaze carried a single question: whether Grenouille had the courage to compete under fair conditions. Grenouille's demeanor shifted as his eyes narrowed, taking on a serious edge. He held Tutor's gaze in silence, his mind clearly weighing the situation. But Tutor pressed on, his tone sharper now, laden with defiance. He brought up the upcoming midterm team competition, emphasizing its stakes. The team with the lowest score, he declared, would face the humiliating punishment of running a lap around the academy completely naked. His words hung in the air like a challenge that could not be ignored. Grenouille remained composed, his lips curling into a faint smile as he accepted the terms with practiced ease. His calm exterior betrayed no hesitation, but a flicker of excitement gleamed in his eyes. He turned on his heel, giving a dismissive wave over his shoulder as if the matter were already settled. His smile grew into an arrogant smirk as he departed, commenting that it would be entertaining to watch them fail and that the wager might even serve as good training for his team. As Grenouille's figure faded down the corridor, Tutor stood in quiet contemplation, his jaw set and his fists still clenched. His piercing gaze lingered on the direction Grenouille had gone, his thoughts now focused solely on the impending competition. Determination burned in his chest as he eagerly anticipated the day they would prove Grenouille wrong. Piggy, his heart heavy with guilt, approached slowly, his gaze fixed on the floor. His eyes were clouded with sorrow as he quietly asked for forgiveness. Upon hearing this, Tutor snapped out of his deep thoughts, his calm expression softening. With a reassuring tone, he explained that everything had gone according to plan, and they were going to crush Grenouille's ego. Piggy's eyes welled up with tears, guilt overwhelming him. He was just a low-ranking expert, unsure if he would even be of any help during the upcoming competition. Sensing his inner turmoil, Tutor placed a gentle hand on Piggy's shoulder, offering him a warm smile. He reassured him not to worry, highlighting that Piggy was intelligent, with exceptional observation skills that would be invaluable to the team. As they began walking down the hallway, Tutor's voice grew more enthusiastic. He stretched out his hand toward Piggy, still smiling cheerfully. He outlined their plan for the midterm team competition, explaining that with 4 of them on the team, Sancho and Tutor would take the vanguard, Piggy would act as the middle commander, and Vikir, the skilled archer, would handle the rear guard. With this strategy, achieving a high score would be a breeze. Piggy's eyes sparkled with excitement, a smile breaking across his face. The reassurance filled him with newfound hope. Sancho observed Piggy's expression, feeling a sense of peace settle in his chest at seeing his friend's optimism. Meanwhile, Vikir remained silent, his face unreadable. They all knew one thing for certain. They were not about to lose to someone like Granui. Piggy clenched his fists, a smile spreading across his face, his eyes shining with determination and admiration. But just as he was about to savor the moment, Vikir's words shattered his smile. With a cold, emotionless expression, Vikir raised his hand and calmly explained that he had already chosen a friend with whom he had decided to form a team for the upcoming competition, and therefore, he wouldn't be joining theirs. Tutor froze in shock, his expression one of disbelief. He spun around to face Vikir, his voice filled with surprise as he asked why. Vikir simply pointed toward the ceiling, his finger tracing an invisible line, and repeated that he had already made a promise to another friend. Piggy, feeling the weight of the situation, panicked. He extended his arms in confusion and asked if Vikir couldn't reconsider, but Vikir's answer remained firm. Promises were important, and he was sticking to his word. Frustration bubbled up in the group. They couldn't understand why Vikir wasn't taking the situation seriously. If they lost, they'd have to run naked around the academy, a punishment no one wanted to face. But Vikir remained unmoved. His gaze drifted away from them, silent and indifferent. A week later, the day arrived. The sun hung high in the sky, casting its warm glow over the academy. The entire student body gathered in the stadium, the atmosphere thick with excitement and tension as the team competition was about to begin. The air was charged with excitement as the students gathered in the stadium, eager for the competition to begin. A hush fell over the crowd when a team stepped through the entrance. It was Dolores' team. Leading the way was a man wielding a massive shield, followed by a woman holding a staff, and another man with a crossbow slung over his shoulder. The crowd erupted into cheers, their voices ringing out in admiration. Dolores, known as the pride of the imperial capital, had long been a figure of reverence among the students. Dolores' expression was a mix of emotion and determination as she stepped onto the field. A shimmering blue barrier materialized around her, creating an aura of protection. The partial exams at Coliseo Academy were a public event, and today's test would be no different. There were 3 main components to the partial exam. The first was a team defense test, followed by an individual offensive strength test, and finally, a written exam, an obstacle many students found daunting each year. Today's focus was on the defense test, which would be held within the stadium. Using advanced holographic magic, a dungeon would be conjured up in the center of the field, where teams would face off against fictional monsters, their appearances crafted by combining holographic spells and clay golems. As the magic began to take effect, the ground trembled slightly, and before anyone could blink, a swarm of massive clay ants burst from the earth, their lifeless eyes gleaming under the stadium lights. The crowd fell silent, watching eagerly as the first wave of the test began. The man with the massive shield took his place at the front, firmly establishing himself as the team's tank. His sturdy frame blocked the path, ready to absorb any incoming attacks. Dolores positioned herself behind him, her expression focused and serene. With a subtle gesture, she closed her eyes, extended her hands forward, and began channeling her magic. The boy with the crossbow readied his weapon, preparing for a precise strike, while the girl with the magic staff summoned a flickering fireball, her eyes narrowing as she prepared for long-range combat. A shimmering magic shield enveloped the team, offering protection from the oncoming assault. Each time they were hit by the monstrous clay creatures, the damage would be recorded on a distant display panel, showing how much energy was left in their shields. The goal was clear: work together to defend against the waves of monsters and see how long they could hold out. The team's performance would be judged not only on their ability to contribute, but on how long they could withstand the relentless attacks. With a determined breath, the fight began. Dolores's hands glowed with power as she summoned a large, intricate magic circle behind them, a symbol of her strength and control. The HP points assigned to each student began to dwindle with every blow they took from the clay ants and other creatures, and once their HP reached 0, the test would end automatically. The entire test was divided into 3 rounds, each lasting 20 minutes. To achieve a perfect score, the team needed to survive all 3 rounds without falling. A total of 60 minutes would be their measure of success. The stadium grew tense with anticipation as the students braced for the challenge ahead. The audience erupted in cheers, their excitement palpable as Dolores's team took center stage. The third-year students, led by the school president herself, had set the bar incredibly high, managing to endure a grueling 58 minutes and achieving the best record for this term. Exhausted and battered, her teammates sat on the sidelines, spent from the relentless assault. Dolores was the only one still standing, though her clothes were torn and covered in scratches from the fierce battle. With labored breaths and a weary gaze, she tried to steady herself, her energy nearly depleted. Not far from the scene, Piggy was engrossed in his notebook, his face a mixture of surprise and admiration. He had just realized that the fourth-year students hadn't participated in the test at all. In his mind, there was no doubt that Dolores's team would score the highest in the midterm competition. Behind him, Sancho stood with his arms crossed, his large axe slung over his back, while Tutor, carrying a spear, kept a quiet vigil. As Piggy scribbled down notes, he muttered to himself, explaining that typically, third-year students made it to the 3rd round, while second-year students usually only reached the 2nd. He glanced up at the battlefield, his thoughts racing as he observed the remarkable feat of Dolores's team. As first years, if they could last even 20 minutes, they would be at the top. But Tutor, ever determined, grinned and shook his head. They couldn't be satisfied with just that. With a bright smile, he explained that if they wanted to crush Granuil's ego, they needed to make it at least halfway through the 2nd round. Sancho, standing beside them, cracked a grin and started to enjoy the competition, his mood lifting with each passing moment. Just then, a figure approached with her hand on her hip, drawing their attention. She announced with confidence that she'd be joining them and that things wouldn't be a problem anymore. It was Bianca Poe Usher, carrying a bow across her back, her steps light and purposeful. As she neared, she flicked her hair back with a casual motion and looked at Tutor. She asked him, in no uncertain terms, to make sure he played his part so the monsters wouldn't focus on her. With a self-assured smile, she added that she was going to take care of all the hunting herself. Tutor's expression shifted, his eyes narrowing with uncertainty. He wasn't sure whether to trust her. The confident way she spoke didn't exactly put him at ease. With a composed expression, Tutor responded that teamwork wasn't about being a princess with 3 servants. He reminded her that if they lost, they'd have to strip, so he expected her to take it seriously. Bianca's lips curled into a smile as she shot back, mocking him. She quipped that she didn't want to see him naked either, since it would be enough to make her eyes rot. She then urged him to give his best effort. Sancho, ever the steady presence, remained unfazed. His face was serious as he calmly explained that they would have to face the enemy head-on on the battlefield. Tutor and Bianca, now visibly at odds, turned their backs on each other without a word. Piggy, watching this exchange, felt a surge of confusion. It didn't take long for him to realize that there was an unspoken tension between Tutor and Bianca, one that neither of them was willing to acknowledge openly. Elsewhere in the stadium, Vikir stood, his bow slung across his back, his face etched with a serious expression. He once again muttered that he didn't like drawing too much attention to himself. Crossing his arms, he explained with a stoic tone that things had unfolded in such a way that he couldn't avoid being noticed. However, he made it clear that any more attention would be undesirable. To mitigate this, he gave his team members permission to go wild, ensuring that he wouldn't need to do much. In front of him stood the Triplets, 3 boys with blonde hair, known as highbrow, midbrow, and lowbrow. Their eyes gleamed with excitement, and wide smiles spread across their faces. They were eager, knowing this was the first mission their master had entrusted them with. They were determined to carry it out flawlessly. Meanwhile, Tutor, Sancho, and Piggy, sitting off to the side, were growing increasingly bored. That was when someone in white boots caught their attention. Grenouille, a second-year student, wore a confident smile as he surveyed the competition. He was certain that no one could surpass them, but there was an annoyance simmering beneath his calm demeanor. His team had just gained a new recruit. He couldn't help but be irked by it. Someone with white hair, standing nearby, interrupted his thoughts. She asked, with a hint of irritation, if he could stop grinning so sinisterly. Grenouille turned, his expression turning into a snarl as he shot back that she should be grateful to even be on the team, calling her a commoner in the process. It was Sinclair. Her fist clenched in response, but she managed to keep her cool. With a calm yet surprised look, she retorted that she didn't feel grateful, but as teammates, they'd worked together to improve each other's grades. She glanced at him, then, with uncertainty, struggled to properly pronounce his name, something that only deepened his irritation. She quickly shifted her focus, scanning the area for Vikir. Her eyes searched the crowd, not knowing exactly where he was. Grenouille's subordinates, watching Sinclair from a distance, exchanged glances, finding her behavior odd. But Grenouille remained confident. His belief that first place among the first-year teams was theirs was unshakable. They were Team 69, and Vikir's team, Team 108, had no chance. The Triplets, armed with swords, stood behind him, while Vikir, who preferred his bow, kept his distance. On the other side of the stadium, Tutor's team, Team 109, stood ready. Bianca, waving confidently at the audience, caught the attention of those around her. Meanwhile, Tutor cracked his knuckles, a smile curling on his lips. It was time to begin. The arena erupted with excitement as the audience cheered wildly for their favorite teams. The energy was electric, with students shouting and clapping, their voices blending into a thunderous roar. Once a team stepped into the ring, a shimmering blue barrier materialized around the arena, ensuring the safety of the spectators by confining the monsters within. Vikir stood among the waiting teams, his gaze unfocused, staring at the ground as if lost in thought. He couldn't recall witnessing the academy exam in his previous life, a fact that now unsettled him. He had known the exams required combat, but hadn't anticipated facing monsters. This revelation left him deep in contemplation. One of the triplets noticed Vikir's distant expression. Sharing a quick glance, the three brothers exchanged subtle nods of confusion, unsure why their usually composed companion seemed so preoccupied. With a kind smile, the eldest of the triplets extended his hand toward Vikir, offering reassurance. Noticing Vikir's apparent lack of understanding about the exam, the brother explained, his tone gentle but informative. Upon entering the stadium, he said, a powerful virtual reality magic circle was activated. This enchantment transformed the surroundings into an elaborate dungeon where the battle would take place, a setting designed to test both skill and strategy. The exam commenced the moment the monsters surged into the arena. Inside the stadium, a swarm of mud ants erupted from the ground, their grotesque forms writhing as they unleashed a thick curtain of poisonous gas into the air. The noxious fumes spread quickly, forcing the students to cover their noses and mouths to avoid inhaling the smoke, which could deplete their HP and incapacitate them. The rules of the test were straightforward. Endure as long as possible while keeping one's HP from reaching zero. However, the challenge wasn't limited to physical attacks. The poison released by the mud ants, though diluted, was real and relentless. Even if a student managed to avoid the monster's physical strikes, the venomous mist could steadily erode their HP, making vigilance and strategy essential. As the details of the test were discussed, Vikir snapped out of his trance. His expression calm and composed, he turned to the triplets, his voice low but steady as he questioned the use of poison in the exam. The triplets exchanged glances before nodding solemnly, confirming the severity of the challenge ahead. One of the triplets spoke up, mentioning that he had heard rumors of academy instructors intervening by deactivating the magic whenever an accident occurred. Vikir, intrigued by their knowledge, asked if they had any prior experience with such scenarios. Mid-bro, smiling proudly, admitted that while Vikir had been away from the family home, the three of them had practiced extensively at the family training center. Vikir's eyes lit up with newfound excitement. With a calm but kind smile, he decided to entrust the triplets with the task. He instructed them to run as wildly as they pleased, ensuring he wouldn't have to lift a finger. The triplets, hearing this trust-laden order, felt a surge of admiration for Vikir. Clenching their fists, they silently vowed to prove themselves worthy of his confidence. With bright, excited smiles, the triplets swore to protect Vikir with unwavering determination. This was their first mission from their master, and they were determined to excel. While they whispered their vows, Tutor and the others entered the area. Tutor waved his hand energetically, drawing Vikir's attention and snapping him out of his thoughts. Piggy greeted Vikir warmly, his face lighting up with a kind smile. Nearby, Sancho stood with his arms crossed, a cheerful grin spreading across his face as he watched the scene unfold. Tutor, on the other hand, scratched the back of his head nervously, his expression betraying a mix of surprise and realization as he noticed how prepared Vikir seemed for the exam. Stepping closer to Vikir, Tutor placed a hand near his mouth as if to shield his words and, with a calm but slightly uncertain gaze, remarked that he never would have imagined Vikir aligning himself with the Baskerville triplets. His tone carried both curiosity and concern as he quietly asked if Vikir was truly comfortable with the arrangement. Hearing Tutor's comment, the triplets bristled with anger, their expressions darkening and adding a palpable tension to the atmosphere. Despite this, Vikir remained calm, his composure unshaken. In a steady tone, he explained that he had chosen to form a team with them, not because of coercion, but because they had genuinely come to an agreement beforehand. Tutor's brows furrowed with confusion and concern as he pressed further, asking if what Vikir said was true. Without even meeting Tutor's gaze, Vikir replied matter-of-factly that weeks ago, the triplets had approached him seeking help to better understand the monsters. Tutor's skepticism lingered, and he muttered that he'd thought they might have intimidated Vikir into joining. But Vikir dismissed the notion with a calm assurance, stating that everything was fine. Meanwhile, Piggy's focus drifted upward. The shimmering virtual magic barrier that surrounded the arena had vanished, leaving him wide-eyed and momentarily startled. The stadium floor was littered with the crumbled remains of clay ants, evidence of the grueling battle just fought. At the center stood 3 weary and injured students, Team 68 of the first year, barely catching their breath. The atmosphere shifted as the announcer called for Team 69 to take their place. Grenouille's face lit up with a smug, confident smile. It was finally their turn. With his head held high, he strode toward the stadium, determined to demonstrate his team's superiority. His 2 male teammates shared his enthusiasm, grinning as they followed. Sinclair, walking just behind them, exuded excitement, her steps light and eager. As they entered the stadium, the air crackled with anticipation. Fierce clay ants emerged from the ground, their guttural roars echoing throughout the arena. The virtual magic barrier shimmered into place, sealing the battlefield and setting the stage for combat. The ants, now fully animated by the spell, charged at Team 69 without hesitation. Grenouille immediately activated his power, summoning a glowing magic circle beneath him that released thick clouds of poisonous gas. His sharp eyes tracked the advancing enemies, and his demeanor turned serious. Turning towards Sinclair, he barked, "Are you ready?" Sinclair responded with a calm determination. Extending her hands, she closed her eyes and focused deeply. Behind her, an intricate magic circle materialized, pulsing with energy as she prepared to unleash her abilities. The battle was about to begin. Sinclair's eyes snapped open, blazing with focus. The magic circle beneath her shimmered and pulsed, releasing waves of energy that coalesced into a brilliant sphere in front of her. The glow intensified, casting sharp shadows across her determined expression. She was resolved to prove her worth, to show everyone the depths of her capability. As the energy reached its peak, a swarm of mud ants surged toward her, their relentless charge threatening to overwhelm. Without flinching, Sinclair stomped the ground with fierce force. A shockwave rippled outward, sending the oncoming ants flying backward like ragdolls. The crowd erupted into thunderous applause, their cheers filling the stadium as Sinclair stood tall amidst the chaos. Even Vikir, standing far off, couldn't ignore her display of power. His gaze lifted from the ground, drawn to the spectacle. For a moment, his sharp eyes locked onto Sinclair, intrigued by the strength she had just unveiled. The battle raged on, and Sinclair, undeterred, began chanting another spell. Her focus was unwavering, her determination fierce. With skills like hers, it was no surprise she held the top spot among first-year students. If history had unfolded differently, she might have become one of the most renowned mages of her time. Yet, curiously, there were no mentions of her in the annals of the Era of Destruction, a mystery that lingered like a shadow over her brilliance. Eventually, the test for Team 69 came to an end. The virtual magic barrier flickered and vanished, signaling their time was up. Grenouille stood with his hands on his hips, a triumphant smirk on his face, though his teammates were visibly drained. Sinclair lay sprawled on the ground, her clothes tattered and marked by scratches, evidence of the grueling trial. She wiped the sweat from her brow with the back of her hand, exhaling deeply. It had been a fierce and exhausting challenge. As the results appeared, the stadium buzzed with excitement. They had set a new record of 19 minutes and 55 seconds, the longest survival time among the first-year teams. Tutor's fists clenched tightly, his knuckles turning white as frustration consumed him. His eyes blazed with fury, unable to stomach the sight of Grenouille basking in his smug triumph after setting the new first-year record. Sancho and Piggy, though surprised, remained silent, their expressions a mixture of unease and simmering determination. Then, something snapped Tutor out of his thoughts. His eyes widened in disbelief. Grenouille, with one hand casually resting on his hip, turned his gaze toward Tutor. With a crooked, mocking grin, he raised a finger and pointed directly at him. "I can't wait to see you running naked," Grenouille jeered, his voice dripping with malice. The taunt was like fuel to the fire. Tutor's teeth ground together, his rage flaring hotter. Beside him, Sancho and Piggy bristled, their fists clenched as they shared in their teammates' indignation. Their eyes burned with defiance, silently vowing that no matter what, they wouldn't allow Grenouille to have the last laugh. As the crowd buzzed with anticipation, a figure wearing white boots descended into the stadium. It was Team 108, Vikir's team. Vikir strode forward with calm composure, his expression unreadable, while the triplets eagerly surged ahead. Their eyes sparkled with excitement, scanning their surroundings with wide grins. This was their moment, their mission entrusted by their master, and they intended to fulfill it with pride. Among the crowd, Tutor cupped his hands around his mouth, calling out encouragement with a beaming smile. Beside him, Piggy waved enthusiastically, his voice ringing out as he declared their trust in Vikir's abilities. Yet Vikir remained unfazed by the cheers, his steady stride unbroken. His focus wasn't on the voices in the stands, but on the challenge that lay ahead. His mind was already preparing for what was to come, the anticipation coiling tightly within him like a drawn bowstring. The triplets stiffened, their expressions hardening with determination. They were set on securing first place for Vikir, no matter the cost. As the mud ants emerged from the cave, their cold, menacing eyes locked onto Vikir and the others. Bianca, arms crossed in confusion, observed Vikir closely, sensing something was amiss. Turning to him, she asked, her voice tinged with curiosity, "What's going on with him?" Piggy, eyes narrowing in surprise, focused on her. He was equally puzzled, unsure of what she meant by the question. Vikir, unfazed by the attention, calmly summoned a shield of light around his body. With practiced precision, he drew his bow and notched an arrow, preparing himself. Bianca stared, astonished. She couldn't believe he was going to use a bow. Piggy, noticing her disbelief, offered an explanation. Vikir registered the bow as his main weapon in the cold core, he said, watching intently as Vikir readied himself for battle. As the ants readied themselves to charge, Vikir too braced for action, his fingers tightening around the bowstring. Bianca and the triplets watched intently, eager to see how he would handle his weapon. In a flash, Vikir released a flurry of arrows, each one speeding toward the oncoming horde. Bianca stood frozen, her mouth agape, unable to comprehend the rapid succession of shots. Piggy, equally stunned, gawked in disbelief at the speed with which Vikir had fired. Fear flickered in Bianca's eyes as she fixed her gaze on him, trying to process what had just happened. She had never seen anything like it. Meanwhile, the triplets drew their swords and charged at the ants. Vikir stayed behind, releasing more arrows. Despite his impressive speed, his shots lacked power and precision. The arrows slowed considerably before reaching their targets, and the force behind them was minimal, leaving the ants largely unaffected. Vikir knocked another arrow, but as he prepared to fire, an uneasy feeling washed over him. He froze for a few seconds, his focus sharpening as his gaze darkened with intensity. Silence filled his mind as he considered his next move. Slowly, the tip of his arrow began to glow with a faint light, and soon, Vikir channeled his mana into it, surrounding the arrow with a powerful energy. He knew he couldn't afford to make a bad impression, so he released the arrow. It flew through the air with a burst of power, piercing an ant and obliterating its body into shattered pieces. Highbrow immediately stepped in front of Vikir, his expression stern as he prepared to defend against the next wave of attacks. Vikir's eyes drifted to the ground, his mind conflicted. He couldn't hide his true abilities for much longer without drawing attention, but he also didn't want to cause unnecessary problems. The discomfort of holding back weighed on him, and his thoughts turned to his friend from the tribe. She had once told him, with a clenched fist and a fiery gaze, that she would never forgive him if he held back when he had the power to give his all. A sense of warmth filled his chest, and a smile tugged at his lips, his resolve strengthening. Vikir quietly apologized to Ayin, unable to keep his promise. As if sensing his thoughts, little Madam emerged from the folds of his clothes, her small form radiating a gentle expression. His gaze softened as he locked eyes with her, and with a determined smile, he decided it was time to let her do what she did best. The corpses of the mud ants began to emit a foul, poisonous gas, which soon began to spread around Vikir's shoulder and bounce across the ground. The spider's eyes lit up with joy at the sight of it. She wasted no time, her tiny form scurrying forward to begin absorbing the poison with delight. Vikir turned his back to her, his gaze drifting across the battlefield in silence. He had heard that the poison from the ants was a feast for her kind, and he figured this was no different. A buffet for the baby madam. He decided to let her enjoy herself until the exam was over, trusting her instincts. Minutes passed, the virtual magic barrier still intact as Vikir and his team continued to fight. Time seemed to drag on, and finally, the exam for Team 108 came to a close. Highbrow, midbrow, and lowbrow collapsed to their knees from exhaustion, their bodies spent from the intense battle. On the other side of the stadium, Vikir stood calmly, showing no signs of exhaustion. His team had endured for 19 minutes and 50 seconds, securing second place among the first-year students. Meanwhile, Grenouille beamed with smug satisfaction, his eyes gleaming with confidence. He couldn't help but laugh maniacally, convinced that no one could surpass his team's record. He and his friends erupted in laughter, and with a finger pointed directly at Vikir, Grenouille declared that there was no way a commoner could defeat him, emphasizing the gap in their ranks. Sinclair, who stood with her arms behind her back, forced a smile, mentally rolling her eyes at Grenouille's theatrics. His behavior reminded her of a third-rate villain straight out of a bad story. Humiliated, highbrow, midbrow, and lowbrow rose to their feet, their swords resting against their necks in despair. They were convinced that the punishment for not securing first place for Vikir would be decapitation. However, Vikir, looking somewhat confused, turned to them and calmly ordered them to stop, reminding them that second place was already an impressive achievement. It was then time for Team 109 to enter the stadium. As the doors swung open, Sancho, carrying an axe on his back, remarked that Vikir had earned second place. Piggy, standing next to him, agreed, acknowledging it as a worthy achievement. Tutor prepared to step into the arena, leading his team forward. Bianca, with her eyes closed and a smile on her face, waved her hand energetically to the crowd. Piggy couldn't help but feel a wave of nervousness as he took in the crowd, while Sancho remained calm, a steady smile on his face. Tutor's eyes gleamed with determination, a confident smile tugging at his lips as he focused on surpassing Grenouille's record of 19 minutes and 55 seconds. They had to set a new mark. A mud ant suddenly lunged toward them, mouth open wide. Without hesitation, Tutor drew his spear and struck with precision, smashing the monster's head into pieces with ease. Bianca, standing at a distance, nocked an arrow and began to pick off monsters with swift, calculated shots. Piggy, taking the lead, barked out commands. Tutor held the front, using his spear to defend the team, while Sancho, the tank, stood in the center, his massive axe cutting down monsters in a relentless barrage. Together, they moved as a well-coordinated force, focused on outlasting Grenouille's team and setting a new record. Vikir observed the scene with growing surprise. Tutor and Sancho were at the vanguard, battling fiercely against the swarm of monsters. Bianca, poised behind them, expertly picked off enemies with her bow, while Piggy, standing at the back, gestured sharply, issuing orders and keeping a vigilant eye on every movement. He was the tactical lieutenant, coordinating the team's actions. Vikir crossed his arms, nodding to himself. Their teamwork was flawless, clearly the result of careful preparation. He couldn't help but think they stood a good chance of securing first place. Yet, despite his thoughts, a strange emptiness began to settle in his chest. He instinctively touched his neck, feeling the coolness of the collar. The sensation set him on edge, his eyes widening with sudden panic. A chill ran down his spine as his gaze snapped to the ground in front of him, where a mud ant lay lifeless. At first, he thought nothing of it, but something caught his eye. Perched atop the ant's head was a small, familiar figure. It was the little spider, happily absorbing the venom from the corpse. Her eyes sparkled with excitement, clearly enjoying the feast. Vikir froze, confusion and alarm rising within him. What was she doing here in the stadium, in the middle of the exam? The little madam scurried down from the ant's corpse, her tiny legs moving with purpose. She opened her mouth wide, inhaling every wisp of poisonous gas emanating from the creature's remains. Vikir's eyes narrowed, a mix of rage and concern swirling within them. His jaw tightened, teeth clenched as his body tensed in frustration. How had this happened? He distinctly remembered securing her in his pocket after finishing the previous exam. He hadn't anticipated that the tiny spider's insatiable hunger for poison would drive her to sneak off unnoticed. As he watched, Vikir noticed something startling behind her, the remnants of her old skin. She had molted. The little madam's gaze burned with a voracious hunger as she continued devouring every trace of poison in the area. The fact that she had shed her skin in such a short time was undeniable proof of her extraordinary growth. It was no surprise, really. After all, she was Madame's offspring. Meanwhile, a shimmering virtual barrier materialized around the stadium as Tutor's team engaged the swarm of ants. Encircled from all sides, the team braced themselves for the onslaught. Vikir stood silently, observing the chaos with a tense expression. There was little he could do about the baby spider now. They were in the middle of the exam, and any interference would only complicate matters further. Tutor's grip tightened around his spear, the weapon radiating with a powerful blue mana that pulsed with energy. Vikir sighed inwardly, resigning himself to wait until the exam concluded before addressing the situation. An ant lunged at Tutor, its mandibles snapping ferociously. With remarkable speed, Tutor dodged, his determined gaze fixed on the creature. Without hesitation, he thrust his spear forward, the mana-charged weapon tearing through the ant's body effortlessly. The beast shattered apart like a fragile balloon, pieces scattering across the stadium floor. As the shattered remnants of the beast's body tumbled to the ground, Tutor rested his spear casually on his shoulder, his eyes gleaming with satisfaction. Placing a hand on his waist, he wore a confident smile, basking in his small victory. Behind him, Bianca let out a soft sigh, her expression a mix of confusion and mild irritation. Closing her eyes, she remarked dryly, "Tutor, you're wasting energy that could be conserved. Was it really necessary to slice the ant into that many pieces?" Her words, cutting and matter-of-fact, wiped the smile off Tutor's face. His gaze darkened as he turned to stare at her, anger flickering in his eyes. His teeth clenched in frustration, and he silently berated her for being so infuriating. Oblivious, or perhaps indifferent to his irritation, Bianca nocked an arrow and drew her bowstring with practiced ease. Her gaze was steady, her posture confident. With a smirk full of quiet arrogance, she quipped, "You can't even control yourself, Tutor." Honestly, it's embarrassing. Bianca knew there was no point in arguing further. If Tutor wouldn't listen, she'd simply show him how it was done. As their tense exchange lingered in the air, a mud ant suddenly charged toward them, its mandibles gleaming with menace. Without hesitation, Bianca summoned her mana, channeling it into her bow with expert precision. A shimmering arrow of pure mana materialized, and with a swift release, it soared through the air like a lightning bolt. The arrow whistled sharply as it cut through the atmosphere, its speed akin to that of a fighter jet. Before the unfortunate ant could even register the threat, the arrow struck its head with pinpoint accuracy. The creature let out an ear-splitting shriek before collapsing lifelessly to the ground. Witnessing her flawless attack, Tutor clenched his jaw. His competitive spirit ignited, and he refused to be outdone. With a determined grin, he broke into a sprint toward the remaining ants. Glancing over his shoulder, he called out with a playful smirk, "Not bad, Bianca. But don't think for a second that I'm going to let you steal the spotlight." Bianca's eyes sparkled with excitement as she nocked another arrow, a confident smile spreading across her face. She prepared to shoot again and challenged Tutor to keep up with her pace. Sancho, wielding his massive axe, cleaved an ant's head cleanly in half with a single swing, the force of the blow sending a tremor through the ground. The atmosphere grew charged with competitive energy as Bianca, Tutor, and Piggy launched into the battle, each striving to outshine the others. Sancho, stationed at the front, glanced back over his shoulder, his brow furrowing in confusion. He couldn't discern whether Bianca and Tutor were rivals sparking off each other or allies with an odd dynamic. Their constant back and forth left him uncertain about their true intentions. Piggy, ever the strategist, stepped forward decisively, placing a hand near his mouth as he assessed the battlefield. With a serious expression, he pointed out the disarray in their formation, emphasizing the need to regroup and realign their efforts before the chaos undermined their progress. The team paused briefly, surveying the battlefield around them. The ground was strewn with ant corpses, and the poisonous gas seeping into the air thickened ominously, threatening to drain their energy further. Piggy's urgency was clear, and the team quickly understood the importance of restoring order before continuing the fight. The group halted their attacks immediately, turning their attention to Piggy as he stepped forward to address them. He extended his hands, gesturing toward Bianca first. With a calm and strategic tone, he explained that killing wasn't always necessary. Instead, he suggested she aim for the joints of the ant's front legs to cripple their mobility, emphasizing precision over brute force. Piggy then shifted his focus to Tutor, pointing out his tendency to attack indiscriminately. He highlighted that their efforts would be more effective if Tutor waited for the ant's ranks to break before striking, allowing for more decisive blows. Lastly, he turned to Sancho, noting that while his blocking was solid, pushing forward aggressively would yield better results in creating openings for the others. The team absorbed Piggy's guidance without question and quickly began to follow his instructions. Tutor's lips curved into a smile as he moved into position, impressed by Piggy's keen insight and tactical thinking. Running alongside him, Sancho also couldn't help but grin. Piggy, for all his unassuming demeanor, had shown that he had the mind of a true warrior. Piggy felt a mix of embarrassment and joy upon hearing their subtle praises. A faint, nervous smile appeared on his face as he explained that he had no intention of being a burden, but he was genuinely glad his research had proven useful. Sancho's eyes gleamed with determination as he tightened his grip on the axe, charging toward the approaching beasts with renewed vigor. An ant attempted a surprise attack, but Tutor met it head-on, blocking the strike effortlessly with his spear. A confident smile played on his lips as he stood firm. Behind him, Piggy extended his hand, calmly pointing out the weak spots on the creatures, his strategic mind guiding the team. On the other side, Bianca drew her bow with precision, firing arrows directly at the joints of the ants, her sharp aim disabling them effectively. The synergy among them was undeniable. Each member moved with purpose and confidence, their combined efforts making it clear. They believed wholeheartedly that this team had the potential to shatter the existing record. Minutes ticked by, and the ground was now littered with even more clay ant corpses, the poisonous gas thickening in the air. The exam for Team 109 finally concluded. Their endurance had carried them through an impressive 19 minutes and 55 seconds, earning them a tie for first place among the first-year students. Piggy, utterly drained, sat on the ground, breathing heavily. Tutor leaned forward with his hands on his knees, visibly fatigued but steady. In contrast, Sancho and Bianca stood upright, their resilience and stamina setting them apart as the team's strongest in endurance. From the audience, Granui watched the results unfold. His fists clenched tightly, his jaw set with frustration, and his eyes burned with barely contained fury. It was unthinkable to him that Tutor's team had matched his record. The bitter sting of disbelief and anger was unmistakable on his face. His teammates stood in stunned silence, struggling to process the fact that they had endured for so long. Bianca, overwhelmed with a sense of failure, turned her back to the group and slumped to the ground. Her gaze, distant and hollow, betrayed her despair as she lamented tying for first place rather than claiming it outright. Piggy, still gasping for breath, clenched his fists in frustration. The knowledge that a single additional second could have secured an uncontested victory gnawed at him. He couldn't suppress the anger bubbling beneath his exhaustion. Tutor, wiping sweat from his chin, straightened up, his brow furrowed with unease. A sinking realization hit him. He was now bound to fulfill the wager and run naked. The thought left him grimacing in dread. Bianca, her expression dark with disappointment, absent-mindedly touched the edge of her HP shield. Its depletion to 0 weighed heavily on her mind, the stark reminder that, in a real battle, she would have fallen sent a chill through her. It was a sobering moment that deepened her regret. Sancho turned to Tutor, his face lighting up with an excited grin, as he vowed to one day become a warrior, capable of enduring an hour, just like President Dolores. Tutor couldn't help but smile at his words, feeling a sense of pride in his friend's determination. It was time to leave the arena. Dolores, seated among the audience, couldn't hide her smile as she watched them. A swell of pride filled her chest. Though they were still in their first year, she knew they were exceptional. She could only wonder how much they would grow in the future. With Phase 1 of the exam now complete, the monsters faced by the students were considered suitable only for first-year challenges. As Phase 2 began, however, the monsters they would encounter were designed specifically for second-year students. Dolores' eyes widened in surprise as she observed what emerged before her, something far more formidable than she had anticipated. A horde of clay ants began emerging from the cave, their size and strength far surpassing the ones they'd faced earlier. Vikir's gaze locked onto the creatures, his eyes widening with fear as he tried to make sense of the situation. Even Granui, usually composed, clenched his teeth, unable to suppress his own anxiety. None of them understood what was happening. Just as Tutor's team was about to leave the stadium, the ants surrounded them, blocking their path. Panic spread among the group as they wondered why the ants were reappearing after the exam had ended. Their tension was palpable, fear creeping in as they faced the unknown threat. Tutor, though confused, quickly regained his focus. He urged the others to stay alert, warning them that any injuries sustained now would be all too real. Sancho gritted his teeth, fully aware that if the ants attacked, they would not survive. The massive clay ants rose, their monstrous forms preparing to strike. Sancho and Tutor quickly drew their weapons, adopting a defensive stance as they braced themselves for the impending assault. They had no choice but to wait and hope for a response from the academy. Meanwhile, in a control room somewhere within the city, panic had set in. Staff members scrambled to monitor the situation, their eyes glued to the screens tracking the stadium's events. The students' HP had all dropped to 0, yet the exam had not officially ended. The anomaly was particularly alarming, given that these were first-year students. No one could explain why Phase 2 had been triggered. Even if the students were removed from the exam area, the intense life signs reading remained, leaving the team in a state of confusion and fear. It appeared that an error had occurred. One of the technicians holding a tablet noted that if the suit's HP points reached 0, there should be no vital signs. However, the data on the screen showed something completely different. A life force brimming with vitality, indicating a creature still capable of fighting. The man with the mustache focused intently on the tablet, his eyes widening in disbelief. Just then, Dolores burst into the room, running urgently. She raised her hand to signal for attention, her expression filled with concern, as she revealed that something was wrong with the exam. At her words, every head in the room turned toward her, all eyes fixed on her in alarm. She quickly pleaded with them to rescue the students inside immediately. The teachers stood frozen, their bodies trembling with uncertainty. Silence fell over the room as no one knew what to say or how to proceed. Eyes darted around, each person avoiding the other's gaze. The long-haired teacher finally turned toward them, his expression sincere as he explained that they were merely the pattern management department, and monitoring vital responses was beyond their responsibility. Dolores stood in stunned disbelief, unsure of what to do next. Meanwhile, the teachers began to murmur among themselves. One of them suggested that it would be faster to halt the golems directly rather than waste time rewriting and debugging the magic circle's code. Another teacher agreed, pointing out that from this year onward, the creation and movement of the golems had become automated, streamlining the process. With an uncertain look, the man explained that the code for the magic circle was intricately tied to the magic stone, meaning that approval from higher authorities was needed to deconstruct it. He added that even if they managed to dismantle the magic circle, the magic wall would still remain, and dismantling it would require a special key. Dolores's heart sank as she listened, her eyes clouded with fear and despair. She feared for Tutor and the others, knowing that without the necessary key for the magic wall, they stood no chance. The teachers were aware that even with the key, dismantling the wall was no simple task. Clenching her teeth in frustration, Dolores couldn't help but feel helpless and desperate. Professor Sandy, who had the B key, had gone to the bathroom, and after that, they lost contact with her. Vikir sat by one of the stadium windows, his mind consumed with worry for the little madam and the others. Despite the concern, he maintained a calm and composed demeanor, his expression serene as he began to contemplate the possibility of a malfunction in the magical device. During the exam, no vital reactions had been detected. It didn't take long for Vikir to realize that the only explanation for this anomaly could be that the baby spider had grown after consuming poison, which in turn had triggered an unusual response from the life detection system of the magic stone. His gaze fixed on the magical barrier, and he observed it carefully, thinking to himself that this must indeed be a malfunction. Vikir noticed the fog thickening around them. Time was running out, and if he didn't act quickly, someone was going to get hurt. Suddenly, his eyes widened in realization. Near the magical barrier, he spotted several tubes. His focus zeroed in on them, small openings meant for air circulation. Though the entrance was narrow, Vikir knew he had to try to get through. Sinclair, turning around, couldn't help but feel a hint of surprise. The students were all murmuring among themselves, discussing the situation. She absent-mindedly traced her finger along her cheek, her thoughts clouded with confusion. She wondered what was causing such an uproar, initially assuming that someone had defeated their team and set a new record. In that instant, Vikir shifted into a puppy and bolted forward, leaping past Sinclair with surprising speed. She stumbled back in shock, eyes wide with panic. She screamed, unsure of what was happening, and lost her balance, falling onto her butt. Everyone's attention snapped to the small animal darting by. The crowd was left in stunned silence, their expressions a mix of surprise and confusion. Sinclair slowly turned around, her gaze landing on the tiny puppy, which was running with a pair of pants clutched in its mouth. She blinked, utterly bewildered, wondering where this little pup had come from. Meanwhile, in the control room, someone, flustered, slammed their sword down on the magic stone. The teachers, witnessing this, exchanged shocked glances, their eyes wide in disbelief. It was Dolores, her face set with resolve. She drew her sword and swung it at the magic stone with all her strength, desperate to shatter it. Just as she raised it again for another strike, two professors grabbed her arms, halting her. One of them looked at her with a worried expression, asking what she thought she was doing. The other quickly added that the magic stone was an ancient artifact, incredibly rare and worth a small fortune. But Dolores's eyes burned with determination. She wasn't concerned with the consequences. Saving the students was her priority. If breaking the stone meant cutting off the magical energy supply, she was willing to face whatever came next. She knew the risks. If she destroyed the stone, she could be expelled, and the Quivati's family would be forced to pay immense compensation. Still, her gaze never wavered from the stone. Clenching her teeth, she stared intently, her voice steady but filled with urgency as she spoke to Tutor and the others. "Hold on," she said, her tone unwavering. "Somehow, I will find a way to help you." Inside the stadium, a clay ant lunged at Piggy, catching him off guard. He froze in panic, unable to react in time. The beast struck with brutal force, and before Piggy could defend himself, the impact knocked him unconscious. His body was sent tumbling several meters, crashing heavily to the ground. Tutor and Bianca whipped around in shock, their faces filled with worry and fear, unsure if he was still alive. As Piggy lay motionless, the poisonous gas from the ant's body began to creep toward him. Desperation surged through the group. Tutor, Bianca, and Sancho called out to him, pleading for him to wake up, but there was no response. They were about to rush to his side when a massive ant suddenly appeared, its menacing form looming over them. Everyone froze, their attention locked on the new threat. Sancho and Bianca felt a cold wave of fear wash over them, but Tutor remained unshaken. His eyes blazed with determination as he stepped forward, ready to face the creature head-on. Tutor hadn't yet become the hero he aspired to be, and he refused to let his life end in vain. The giant ant's eyes glowed with malice, its gaze fixated on them as it began to release a deadly cloud of poisonous gas. Fear gripped Tutor and the others, leaving them frozen in place, unable to move. Suddenly, an ant lunged at Sancho and Tutor, its attack swift and merciless. Bianca's heart skipped a beat as she watched, her body trembling in panic. Tears welled in her eyes as the grim reality sank in. She couldn't escape the end that seemed inevitable. As the massive creature raised its limbs to deliver the final blow, Bianca braced herself for the worst. She closed her eyes, teeth clenched, preparing to face the cruel fate that awaited her. But then, through the thick, swirling poison, a figure emerged, its eyes shining with resolve. Before the beast could strike, the figure moved with lightning speed, delivering a powerful blow that shattered the ant's head into pieces, saving them all in an instant. The force of the blow was so immense that the ant's body was hurled backward with incredible speed, crashing into the distance. Seconds stretched into eternity as Bianca remained frozen, unsure if she was still alive. Slowly, she began to open her eyes, half expecting to find herself in some otherworldly place. But the noxious gas was already taking its toll, sending a wave of dizziness through her body. Her knees buckled, and she collapsed to the ground, vision blurring. The last thing she saw before losing consciousness was Vikir, standing tall and unwavering, his form a shield between her and the danger. Vikir's eyes gleamed with determination, his focus solely on the remaining beasts. His fist tightened, and a surge of red mana began to pulse around him, radiating with power. He spoke calmly, his voice cutting through the chaos as he told Bianca to rest. He would ensure that nothing would harm them now. In the control room, several men restrained Dolores, gripping her arms firmly to stop her from striking the blue crystal any further. Her eyes burned with fury, a fire fueled by her desperate need to save the students. She struggled against their hold, her voice trembling with anger as she demanded to be released. One of the men, his tone edged with alarm, warned her that if she continued, the blue crystal would shatter completely. Dolores, consumed by despair, shouted at them to let her go. Her friends were in danger, and she couldn't stand idly by. She braced herself to lash out again, her determination unshaken despite their efforts to hold her back. The men tightened their grip, their expressions a mix of worry and frustration. At the back of the room, another man stood silently, holding a tablet that displayed the stadium's map. As he studied the projection, his brows furrowed. Suddenly, His eyes widened in disbelief, and his face drained of color as he fell into stunned silence, unable to process what he was seeing. Before the Saintess could continue her struggle, the man with the tablet raised his voice, revealing that an additional life signature had been detected inside the stadium. His words sent a ripple of shock through the room. Dolores and the others turned to him, their eyes wide with disbelief. The air grew heavy with tension as the realization sank in. Someone had entered the stadium, despite the impenetrable virtual barrier. The bald man wearing glasses and the long-haired man with a mustache quickly leaned over the map, their gazes locked on the glowing indicator. Both were rendered speechless. The bald man's face twisted in astonishment as he processed the implications. Someone had infiltrated the arena and slain one of the ants. The tablet displayed a live projection of the stadium's interior. The map was dotted with numerous red and green indicators, but the exact situation remained unclear to those in the control room. The screen shifted, revealing a grim scene inside the arena. Piggy and Bianca lay unconscious on the ground, surrounded by thick clouds of poisonous gas. While the gas had been manageable during the test, the absence of their protective HP points now made it a lethal threat unless the ants were eliminated. Nearby, the unconscious forms of Sancho and Tutor added to the gravity of the situation. Standing resolutely before them all was Vikir. His fists clenched tightly, and his expression burned with unwavering determination as he fixed his piercing gaze on the advancing ants. Vikir's eyes sharpened, suddenly alert. He turned to find the small spider crouched beneath the corpse of a fallen ant. Though he noticed her presence, he stood still, his voice steady as he declared that, by the family creed, an untamable beast's fate could only be death. The little spider, despite her youth, seemed to grasp the gravity of the situation. Fear flickered in her movements as she realized the mistake she'd made entering the stadium in search of food. Vikir's gaze burned brighter, yet instead of unleashing his wrath, he turned fully toward her. Resolving to address her reckless behavior later, he issued a firm command: devour all the poison surrounding them to ensure the others' safety. With a grateful expression, the little spider placed a paw on her forehead in a gesture of obedience. She opened her mouth wide and began to inhale the poisonous gas that lingered in the air, drawing it in with surprising efficiency. While Vikir focused on the spider's task, a giant ant emerged silently behind him, its menacing gaze locked onto his form. The ant loomed over him, but Vikir's sharp senses quickly detected its presence. He clenched his fist, his serene gaze meeting the ant's glare as he calmly asked if it felt no shame for its actions. The beast responded by opening its mandibles wide, preparing to strike. But as expected, Vikir acted before it could make a move. With blinding speed, he surged forward, his mana flaring around him. In a fluid motion, he delivered a powerful kick to the beast's neck, severing its head cleanly from its body. The ant's remains collapsed to the ground with a dull thud, while Vikir stood unshaken, his expression unyielding. In the control room, the bald man and the other staff members stared at the screen in stunned silence. One of them leaned closer to the map, his confusion growing as he noted the sudden presence of a vital reaction inside the stadium. It defied all logic, leaving him to question what was truly happening. Back in the stadium, Vikir's focus locked onto the corpse of the ant he had just slain. His sharp eyes betrayed a flicker of concern. He couldn't recall any instances of sensing such potent vital energy in this area before. It was unsettling. Meanwhile, the small spider worked tirelessly, inhaling the poisonous gas with unwavering dedication. Vikir knelt, placing his hand firmly on the ground, and shifted into a defensive stance. Though outwardly calm, his mind was calculating. At 18 years old, and already an intermediate sword expert, he knew that revealing his true level as a graduate could spark a wave of astonishment. Before him loomed two imposing soldier ants, their towering forms radiating menace. These were no ordinary creatures. They were killer ants, elite specialists bred for combat. One of the ants carried a risk level of B, while the other was rated at C. Vikir analyzed them closely, noting the impressive detail with which these golems mimicked real monsters. Their movements, their presence, everything was designed to mirror the genuine article. Nearby, Sancho lay unconscious on the ground. Vikir moved toward him, grasping his axe with a firm grip. One by one, he collected the weapons of his fallen companions, securing Bianca's bow and Tutor's spear. With every step, his resolve solidified, his expression radiating determination. Fixing his gaze on the two ants, Vikir's thoughts sharpened. Memories of the killer ants from his previous life surfaced in his mind. If he employed the same strategies he once used against them, he could tackle these foes with the precision and confidence of an advanced sword expert. Vikir's focus shifted to the ants' thoracic region, an area vital for their movement and control. He recognized it as the perfect weak point. As the ants braced to attack, Vikir infused Sancho's axe with a surge of mana, enhancing its precision and power. With a sharp throw, the weapon hurtled through the air, striking one ant directly on its thoracic region. The impact shattered the fragile structure, causing the creature to writhe in pain and disarray. His gaze flicked downward as he recalled the strategic placement of the killer ant's biometric compass, a critical weakness from battles in his previous life. The sight of their fallen comrade sent a ripple of fear through the remaining ants, their once fearsome resolve now faltering. Vikir seized the moment. Moving with unparalleled speed, he retrieved the axe and targeted 3 more ants, each strike landing squarely on their thoracic region. The precision of his attacks left them disoriented, their movements erratic as their advantage dissolved under the relentless assault. Vikir knew that if the ants lost their sense of direction, they would start wandering aimlessly, retreating in confusion. With steady hands, he drew Bianca's bow, the string taut under his grip, and his eyes gleamed with fierce, focused determination. He recalled that these creatures still harbored one more vulnerability, their skulls and ocelli. Each skull, divided into 2 halves, was connected by a small, fragile link no larger than a finger, located at the lower center. In addition, their ocelli, or simple eyes, were crucial for their directional sense. If damaged, they would be left disoriented. Vikir wrapped the arrow in a surge of mana, feeling the energy surge through it. With a swift motion, he released the shot. The arrow soared like a streak of lightning, crashing into the ant's skull with devastating force. It shattered on impact, the weaker shell in that area giving way under the precision of the strike. Simultaneously, the ocelli on the ant's head were struck, leaving the creature with no clear sense of direction. The once mighty beast crumpled, its control over its body fading. Vikir seized Tutor's spear, leaping into the air with the weapon gripped tightly in his hands. He soared above the ants he'd incapacitated earlier with the axe, their heads rising in confusion as they searched for the source of the threat. When they spotted him, panic spread across their faces. In a blur of motion, Vikir descended upon them with lightning speed. He first struck their skulls with deadly precision, followed by a brutal assault on their necks, and then swiftly severed their legs, ensuring they were incapacitated beyond recovery. With the last strike delivered, Vikir landed gracefully on the ground, his hand pressed against it as he remained focused on the remaining threats. His eyes narrowed, ready to finish the job. But then, something caught his attention. His gaze shot upward, and his eyes widened in shock. Above him loomed a shadow far larger than any of the ants he had encountered so far. Vikir rose to his feet, his gaze locking onto the massive creature before him. Despite the formidable presence of the beast, he remained composed, his eyes narrowing in focused curiosity. A towering red ant stood before him, its gaze fixed hungrily on Vikir, its mandibles twitching with anticipation. This was no ordinary ant. It was a general ant, a creature with a risk level of rank A, among the most dangerous of the killer ants. He glanced down at the spear lying discarded on the ground, then shifted his attention to the sword on his back. With a steady hand, he grasped the hilt and began to unsheath it, the blade gleaming as he prepared for the challenge ahead. The poisonous gas had spread thickly within the magic barrier, cloaking the stadium in an impenetrable fog. The spectators were left in complete silence, unsure of what was unfolding inside. The students in the stands began murmuring among themselves, each one trying to make sense of the situation. The dense fog obscured their view, leaving nothing visible but the swirling mist. The thought that first-year students might be expected to endure the challenges designed for third-year students seemed absurd. No one had any idea how they could possibly survive such intense trials. In the control room, the man monitoring the stadium froze in shock. His eyes widened in disbelief as he saw something alarming on his screen. Noticing the shift in his colleague's demeanor, the man with the mustache turned toward him, his expression a mixture of curiosity and fear. "What's happening?" he asked, his voice tinged with unease. The bald man with glasses was drenched in sweat, his mind racing as panic set in. He had no idea what was going on or how to respond. Another man, his face contorted with fear, stared at the tablet and stammered out the shocking news. The General Ant had been defeated. To make matters worse, the vital signs of the students being examined remained stable despite the chaos. Professor Morg entered the room, his expression one of disbelief. His eyes widened as he processed the information. The defeat of the powerful General Ant was unthinkable. Morg's mind raced back to memories of the creature. His expression shifted to one of dread as he realized that this ant was not just another golem designed for students to face. It was an unfair obstacle, an added challenge to ensure that students couldn't easily survive the test for an entire hour. He stroked his chin, a mixture of curiosity and concern crossing his face as he pondered what might be unfolding in the stadium. Just then, a man appeared, carrying a woman with purple hair over his shoulder. He was shouting, clearly in a state of distress. "I found Professor Sandy," he exclaimed. "She has the key to the magic barrier." One of the superiors urgently asked, "Where has she been?" The man, his voice trembling with panic, nervously explained that Professor Sandy had arrived after being reported by the owner of a bar in an alley for vandalism and interfering with business. Apparently, she was completely intoxicated, drooling and unable to stand. In short, she was in no condition to help. She was out of her mind. Dolores turned to face the scene, her fist clenched in anger. Her eyes burned with fury as she pointed decisively toward the magic dome and demanded that it be opened immediately. The others exchanged worried glances, uncertainty clouding their faces. No one knew if Tutor and the others were even alive. Slowly, the magic dome began to break apart, the poisonous gas seeping out into the air. The dramatic conclusion to the Academy's midterm exam came after 42 minutes and 13 seconds as the magic dome was finally released. The instructors, panting heavily, made their way down to the stadium. Shock and confusion clouded their faces as they took in the sight before them. The bodies of the ants lay scattered across the ground, a grim testament to a battle that seemed impossible for first-year students to have won. Dolores, her worry palpable, quickly descended to join them. Her gaze flicked frantically over the scene as she ran, her voice anxious as she asked where Tutor and the others were. Her breath caught in her throat when she saw him. Vikir's unconscious form sprawled on the ground, surrounded by the fallen ants. Her eyes widened in disbelief, her lips parted in shock. She couldn't fathom what had happened. In silence, she studied him, uncertainty and concern clouding her thoughts as she tried to make sense of it all. A question nagged at Dolores' mind as she watched Vikir. She couldn't understand why he was here in this state. In truth, Vikir was pretending, closing his eyes to make it seem as if he had fallen during the battle, alongside Piggy, Tutor, Sancho, and Bianca. It was a little uncomfortable, but the ruse seemed necessary. Better to appear as a fallen hero than to reveal the truth. Dolores, though initially surprised, couldn't help but feel a sense of relief wash over her. The situation was complicated, but the fact that no great future hero had been lost was a small comfort. At that moment, the photographer from the Journal Club arrived, camera in hand, beaming with excitement. Ready to capture the moment for posterity, she switched on the camera and focused on Vikir's prone form. Her smile widened as she clicked the shutter, determined to publish the image of the young man who had leaped into danger to save his classmates during the Coliseo Academy's midterm exam. The photo would immortalize Vikir as a hero, in both the Academy's history and the pages of the school newspaper. The photograph of Tutor, Bianca, Piggy, and Sancho also made its way into the school newspaper, alongside Vikir's heroic story. Bianca, in an emotional interview after regaining consciousness, shared the feats of bravery she had witnessed before passing out. This prompted an official interview with Vikir, who sat with a thoughtful expression, gently tapping his chin as he spoke. With a humble gaze, he explained that the victory was the result of a collective effort, his friends and himself working together as one. His words only deepened his reputation as a modest hero, and the praise poured in from all corners. A photo of Vikir wiping sweat from his brow after the match was prominently displayed, further cementing his status as not only a capable fighter, but also a handsome young man. As rumors of his strength spread, Vikir's mana rank was quickly reassessed, elevating him to the status of a high-level expert swordsman. However, not everyone was convinced. The head of the Monster Research Center voiced his skepticism, pointing out the glaring contradiction. How could a high-level swordsman defeat a general ant? The question hung in the air, casting a shadow over Vikir's newly earned fame. Vikir explained that he had discovered the vital point in the killer ant's skulls during the battle. This revelation didn't go unnoticed. The very prince summoned him to acknowledge his contribution. By sharing this secret, Vikir had potentially saved countless lives, including those of the Imperial soldiers. As a result, the Crown Prince awarded him a certificate in recognition of his insight. Despite the honor, Vikir's expression revealed his discomfort. Though he had been named this year's Rising Star, he felt uneasy with the newfound attention. As the night unfolded, a figure seated atop the academy roof tore a newspaper to pieces with his hands. The moonlight bathed the scene as Vikir, the person in question, gazed down at the ground with a pensive look, lost in thought. He sighed, contemplating the weight of his accomplishments and the strange sense of unease that followed. Vikir's eyes were filled with concern, the weight of his thoughts heavy on him. He never imagined his quiet life as a student would lead to such complications. The baby madam suddenly appeared, her eyes gleaming with excitement as she smiled and began hopping with joy. However, Vikir calmly told her that this was not something to celebrate. Despite the chaotic turn of events, he was relieved that his friends were safe. As he stood there, distracted by his thoughts, an owl swooped toward them. Vikir's body tensed, confusion settling in. The baby madam, on the other hand, flinched in fear. In a swift motion, the little spider scurried to hide within Vikir's clothes. He extended his arm, and the owl landed gently, its sharp eyes fixed on him. His gaze shifted to the bird's leg, where a rolled-up note was tied. Vikir quickly recognized the note as part of Cindy Wendy's regular reports. He unfolded it and began to read with focused attention. She had successfully obtained the vital training of the 10 elite corpses, but she would need about a month to analyze the information thoroughly. As for the Night Hound, imitations had surfaced. One was driven by a desire for glory, while the motives of the others remained uncertain. Osiris of the Baskerville family was far from his estate, likely heading toward the imperial capital. Finally, the report mentioned that one of the Academy's first-year students was concealing their royal lineage. After the message was delivered, the owl took off into the night sky. The little baby madam, who had been hidden in Vikir's clothing, reappeared, her eyes wide with curiosity. Vikir's eyes remained fixed on the paper, his curiosity growing with each word. He wasn't sure if Cindy had uncovered any new leads on the 10 elite corpses, but the mention of waiting a month for further analysis made it clear that she was proceeding with caution. His mind drifted back to the time he had fought alongside Saintess Dolores against the demon. He knew, perhaps better than anyone, that the battle had been much easier thanks to the Saintess's power, but that didn't mean he could rely on that help forever. Over the next month, he would need to focus intensely on refining his own abilities. A worried expression crossed his face as his thoughts shifted to the Night Hound. While he had been concerned before, the appearance of imitators made matters even more dangerous. If these fakes attracted the attention of the palace, or if their actions collided with his, the consequences could be disastrous. Vikir knew he needed to investigate this situation as soon as possible. The news about his brother, Osiris le Baskerville, who had a piercing gaze that always seemed to pierce through the air, leaving the family estate, was worrying. To make matters even more curious, there was a royal figure hiding among the academy students. While little baby Madam nestled into Vikir's neck, his mind wandered to an image of Cindy Windy giving him an enthusiastic thumbs up and smiling brightly. Vikir hadn't asked her to look into the fourth matter, so her unsolicited message left him puzzled. To him, Cindy was a strange woman. Her actions rarely made sense. Not wanting to leave any trace of the information, he quickly burned the note with his hand. It wasn't that he didn't care to know, but more that he felt there was no real loss in discarding it. In a matter of seconds, the sheet was reduced to ashes, swirling in the wind. The breeze carried the remnants away, and just then, a woman in a skirt appeared, as if out of nowhere. Her eyes widened in disbelief as she saw the hero of the academy sitting in front of her in such an unexpected location. Vikir snapped out of his thoughts and turned his attention to her. It was Sinclair. Under the starry sky, she smiled, her eyes closing slightly as she blushed. With a playful tone, she shyly asked, "Is this what they call destiny?" Sinclair, slightly nervous, settled onto the rooftop with a gentle smile, letting herself take in the breathtaking night sky. The stars shimmered above, casting a soft glow over the academy grounds. She was known for both her sincerity and remarkable talent. A prodigy who had consistently held the top position in the Fire Corps with overwhelming skill. Vikir, however, remained on guard. His sharp gaze lingered on her, suspicion evident in his expression. What was she doing here at this hour of the night? Sensing the tension, Sinclair decided to break the silence. With a hint of surprise in her voice, she admitted that she hadn't expected to find Vikir here. This rooftop was her special place, a quiet sanctuary where she came to watch the stars whenever she felt down. Vikir's expression shifted. Realization dawned on him, and for a moment, he was at a loss for words. He had completely misread the situation. Sinclair turned toward him, her eyes shimmering with an unmistakable warmth. A deep blush crept across her cheeks, painting them as red as a tomato. In that moment, she silently wished that if she returned to this place in the future, she would find Vikir here again. Vikir, feeling the weight of her gaze, furrowed his brows and shifted his attention downward. A quiet sigh escaped him. He knew now that it would be best to change the location where he received Cindy Wendy's reports. With a gentle smile, Sinclair extended her hand toward him, her voice light as she mentioned how the entire academy had been buzzing about him lately. Vikir, unmoved, didn't even glance up. His response was cold and detached. He had no interest in such things. Undeterred, Sinclair chuckled and reassured him that there was no reason to feel embarrassed. Public fascination was inevitable when someone accomplished the extraordinary. With an amused expression, she began counting on her fingers, listing off the many reasons he had drawn attention. Not only was he ranked number 1, but 3 groundbreaking research articles were about to shake the academic world, all in some way tied to him. He was an anomaly, an irregular of plebeian descent, yet possessing the aura and prowess of a high-level expert. Vikir's expression tensed, his brows furrowing as a bead of sweat trailed down his temple. Sinclair, noticing his reaction, added with a chuckle that, in many ways, he was an intimidating presence among his peers. Letting out a deep sigh, Vikir brushed off her remark and stated flatly that grades were meaningless. He advised her not to place too much importance on them. Sinclair tilted her head in confusion, her mind struggling to grasp his perspective. To her, grades were everything in the academy. Proof of skill, effort, and status. How could he dismiss them so easily? But Vikir understood something far beyond the walls of Coliseo Academy. He knew that money, power, and honor, things the students so desperately pursued, would soon become worthless. When the era of destruction arrived, the existing order would crumble, and the only thing that would matter was survival. Sinclair let out a small laugh, shaking her head. "You talk like you've lived for centuries," she teased, a playful glint in her eyes. "You're starting to sound like an old man." Vikir's curiosity was piqued. He hadn't expected this reaction from her. In his mind, Sinclair had always been a perceptive and intelligent individual. Sensing the shift in mood, Sinclair decided to change the subject. With a curious gaze, she asked what he planned to do after midterms. In response, Vikir raised a single finger, his expression brimming with confidence. "Train my back and lower body," he declared. She blinked in confusion, then sighed, closing her eyes. "Did you hit your head or something?" she muttered. Meanwhile, Vikir adjusted his glasses with a composed air. He knew that Sinclair, like him, harbored secrets. Before returning to the past, he had learned of her exceptional achievements, how she had dominated the Academy's rankings, never losing her place at the top despite her plebeian origins. But then, she had vanished from history. No one had heard from her again. As the moonlight bathed the rooftop in silver, Sinclair slowly opened her eyes, a soft smile forming on her lips. Something about her didn't add up. A plebeian with unparalleled talent, yet an enigma that had disappeared without a trace. Vikir couldn't shake the thought. Could she be connected to the royalty Cindy Wendy had warned him about? A noble in disguise, concealing her true lineage? His gaze lingered on her, unreadable and wary. The next day, sunlight spilled over the academy grounds, signaling the start of a new morning. Tutor, freshly awake, stretched his arms and let out a tired sigh. He had never imagined the exam period would feel this long. With their backpacks slung over their shoulders, the group began their walk toward the academy, smiles tugging at their lips. Tutor, still shaking off the last traces of sleep, stretched once more and remarked that with the attack test scheduled for today, the midterm exams would finally come to an end. Walking beside him, Sancho turned, his expression suddenly serious. He reminded everyone that due to the injuries they had sustained during the defense exam accident, the schedule had been delayed, making the exam period drag on longer than expected. Ahead of them, Vikir and Piggy walked in silence, their expressions unreadable as they made their way toward the final challenge. Tutor's eyes burned with resentment as he thought of Grenouille. It was frustrating that their bet had ended in a tie, leaving an unsettled score between them. He rolled his shoulder, easing the lingering stiffness from battle before his gaze settled on one of his companions. With a confident grin, he declared that he had finally found his true rival. For him, the exam had been an invaluable test of skill and determination. However, Vikir remained silent, slightly puzzled by the conversation. Though he had helped minimize their injuries, there was still an unspoken irritation among them. Vikir had been concealing his true abilities all along. He wasn't just skilled, he was an expert of a superior level, someone far beyond what they had initially believed. And yet, he had chosen to keep that power hidden. Without a word, Vikir turned his back on them, distancing himself once more. The three of them clenched their fists and delivered a light punch to Vikir as a playful punishment. Vikir turned his head, his expression serious, and reminded them that he hadn't done it alone. Tutor simply extended his hands, closed his eyes, and dismissed the remark with a smirk, calling Vikir overly humble. Choosing to shift the conversation, Tutor suddenly asked if they had heard about the latest attack by the Night Hound. Vikir's eyes widened in shock. Piggy calmly unzipped his backpack, pulling out a folded newspaper. With an unreadable expression, he revealed that this time, students from Varangian's training center had been caught in the chaos, suffering injuries at the hands of the Night Hound. Vikir and Sancho fixed their attention on Piggy, their gazes locked in silent intensity. Piggy unfolded the newspaper, his expression turning grave as he scanned the latest report. The article detailed the chaos that had unfolded when students from Varangian's training center attempted to subdue the Night Hound. The damage sustained during the confrontation was significant. According to the latest reports, the Night Hound had once again demonstrated his ruthlessness, committing yet another string of heinous acts. Branded as the most dangerous villain of all time, he had bared his fangs once more. Just last night, during an excursion to the Yellow Sea, students from Varangian's training center were ambushed, suffering devastating losses. Among the victims, 10 sustained minor injuries, while another 10 were gravely wounded, including none other than the head of the training center himself. As they walked, the group engaged in discussion. Sancho crossed his arms, his brow furrowed as he questioned whether the Night Hound's area of activity was expanding. Piggy, still engrossed in the newspaper, noted that there were now people who openly supported him. Tutor rested his hand under his chin, deep in thought, wondering what the true objective of the Night Hound could be. Vikir, however, remained silent, his gaze fixed on the ground, his expression distant. His fist clenched tightly as a realization struck him. His imitators had set things into motion. His eyes burned with fury. There were 2 impersonators. One had gone quiet, while the other had been steadily growing bolder. As they continued toward the academy, Sancho, Tutor, and Piggy chatted cheerfully, their moods light. In contrast, Vikir remained tense. The real issue was that surveillance against the Night Hound had become more intense. If this continued, not only would it complicate matters, but a future assassination attempt could also be thwarted. The morning sun cast its golden light over the academy as students filed in, unaware of the storm brewing beneath the surface. Vikir resolved that once the exam was over, he would eliminate the imposters. Meanwhile, in a designated area of the academy, the attack exams were underway. Unlike the defense exam, which emphasized teamwork and required groups of 4, the attack exam focused solely on individual skill. This test was a one-on-one combat scenario between student and professor, where students faced off against golems controlled by the instructors. Points were awarded based on valid strikes, evasions, and overall combat proficiency. Sancho stepped forward as his turn arrived. Channeling his mana into his spear, he lunged forward with all his might, his weapon striking fiercely against the barrier. The golems were designed to mimic the movements of battle-hardened professors, providing students with invaluable practical experience against formidable opponents. Overseeing the duel, Professor Morg stood behind the golem, arms crossed over his chest as he controlled its every motion. However, the exam had its limitations. Each professor could only accommodate a maximum of 50 students, making the competition all the more intense. Tutor gritted his teeth, his resolve hardening. With every ounce of strength, he launched an attack on the golem, shattering it into pieces. The evaluation criteria for the test varied depending on the professor's combat style, but Tutor, despite his exhaustion, couldn't help but feel a flicker of surprise as he saw his attack succeed. Professor Morg's gaze, however, remained intense and unwavering, his silence thick with anticipation. The tension in the air grew palpable as Morg revealed with a cold tone that Tutor still had much to learn. Suddenly, several green roots burst from the ground, causing Tutor to tense up. He recognized them as a trick, but his moment of distraction allowed the professor's golem to close in on him, its fist raised, ready to strike. Tutor gripped his spear tighter, sensing the golem's movement speed had increased. He couldn't tell if Morg had somehow enhanced the creature's strength. As the golem's fist drew nearer, Tutor instinctively raised his arms in defense, only to realize too late that the punch was a feint. Before he could react, the golem's powerful kick struck him square in the ribs, sending a shock of pain through his body. His eyes widened in fear, the pain a stark reminder of just how much more he had to endure. Tutor's eyes glazed over in agony as his body trembled. He opened his mouth, screaming in intense pain, before collapsing onto the ground, writhing helplessly. The golem loomed over him, and Professor Morg's voice broke through the chaos, a hint of reprimand in his tone. "You shouldn't assume that fists and feet are off limits just because you're a mage," Morg remarked, watching as the golem extended a hand to help Tutor back to his feet. The professor's words hung in the air. "Victory is the only goal. Whether mage or not, you must be ready to use every part of yourself, fists, feet, and even your teeth, to win." Tutor, still wincing from the pain, nodded his thanks to the professor. Once the total points were tallied, all the students made their way toward the stadium. Exhausted, Tutor sank onto the ground, catching his breath. According to Professor Morg's evaluation, Tutor Don Quixote from Ice Corps Class A had landed 12 attacks, executed 20 dodges, blocked 3 attacks, and failed to land any critical hits, earning a total of 35 points. Bianca stood in stunned silence, her mind struggling to process the fact that Tutor had bested her. She reached out, still unable to believe it, her hand hovering in disbelief. Her evaluation, conducted by Professor Morg, showed that Bianca from Ice Corps Class A had landed only 7 attacks, executed 24 dodges, blocked no attacks, and failed to land a single critical hit, earning a total of 31 points. Her frustration boiled over. She shot to her feet, fury radiating from her as she pointed an accusing finger at Tutor. "This is all because of how the test was set up," she snapped, clearly blaming the format for her loss. Tutor, still seated, glanced up at her with a puzzled expression. "I don't recall fairness being part of the equation when you took all the individual points during the defense exam," he replied, his voice calm despite the tension. As their argument continued, a sudden laugh interrupted the exchange, drawing everyone's attention to the back. Grenouille stood nearby, one hand casually resting on the seat, while the other extended towards them, a smug smile playing on his lips. He taunted them, making it clear that despite the results, he was the best of the two. From Ice Corps Class A, Cadet Grenouille, evaluated by Professor Vinci Morg, had managed to land 11 attacks, execute 22 dodges, block 2 attacks, and avoid any critical hits, securing a total of 35 points. Tutor, confused, asked what Grenouille was getting at, pointing out that they both had the same score. Grenouille's anger flared. He jabbed his finger at Tutor, his face twisted in fury. His eyes then lit up with a gleam of malicious satisfaction, and a wicked smile curled on his lips. But this is Grenouille's victory. Grenouille's theoretical grade is higher than Tutor's. Upon hearing this, Tutor's face drained of color, and a wave of desperation washed over him. He slumped, feeling crushed by the realization that he had lost to Grenouille. Bianca, sensing his distress, gently placed a hand on his back to offer some comfort. She reassured him, telling him they were fortunate to have Professor Morg. As she stroked her chin thoughtfully, she added that the others were under Professor Sandy's tutelage. Tutor's expression shifted. His curiosity piqued. He imagined Professor Sandy with a wild, unsettling smile, and the thought sent a shiver through him. Bianca's own face darkened with unease and disgust as she spoke of Sandy. The woman was known for her erratic behavior and drunken antics, having vanished into the depths of her own chaos, along with the beaky remnants of the magic wall. The older students often described her as bizarre, unprofessional, and unpredictable, further fueling Bianca's fear. She was the one professor everyone went out of their way to avoid. Tutor, still processing the information, glanced at Bianca, confusion clouding his face. In a panic, he asked how someone like her could have ended up as a professor at the academy. Bianca shifted her hand away from her chin, her gaze faltering as she replied with uncertainty, explaining that she was incredibly skilled. When she wasn't teaching, Bianca revealed, she worked with authorities to apprehend criminals. The thought of the Night Hound wielding the Beelzebub sword crossed her mind, and she quietly noted that Professor Sandy had been involved in capturing dangerous criminals like him. Tutor's expression grew serious, his concerns deepening. While he believed his friends were strong, a nagging fear gripped him, one he couldn't shake. Bianca placed both hands on the seat, her eyes drifting toward the sky as she shared the reason for her concern. With a faraway look in her eyes, she explained that Professor Sandy was the last living relative of a fallen marquise, and as such, harbored envy toward talented students from noble families. This envy, Bianca confided, had fueled rumors that she had a tendency to sabotage such students' potential, even destroying them in some cases. Meanwhile, in another part of the academy, Piggy's unconscious body lay on the ground, blood staining the floor. A woman in heels stood above him, her foot pressed firmly against his head. A golem, identical in appearance to the woman, stepped forward, its presence radiating tension. Surrounding them were several students, their faces frozen in shock and fear as they witnessed another student collapse, unconscious from the scene before them. The students could hardly believe what they were witnessing. This couldn't possibly be a test. As the door to the room slammed shut, they frantically banged on it, desperate to escape. They wished for nothing more than to leave and take the exam with another professor. Professor Sandy, casually resting her hand on her hip, traced her finger along her lip as she observed the scene before her. Her foot was pressed firmly on Piggy's head, the unconscious boy crumpled beneath her. To her, this year's students were nothing but cowards. Cadet Piggy from the Ice Corps, Class B, had been evaluated by Professor Sandy. His results were abysmal. 0 attacks landed, 0 dodges executed, 0 attacks blocked, and 0 critical hits. His total score? A dismal 0. Nearby, Sinclair's unconscious form lay, blood staining the floor around her. She, too, had failed utterly, with no attacks, no dodges, no blocks, and no critical hits to her name. Her score mirrored Piggy's, 0 across the board. Not far from them lay Sancho's body, drenched in blood. Like the others, he had failed miserably. 0 attacks landed, 0 dodges executed, 0 blocks, and 0 critical hits, leaving him with a score of nothing. Professor Sandy, unimpressed, withdrew a whip from her side, her eyes scanning the room as she considered the scene. It seemed pointless to continue with these weaklings. All of the students had fled in fear, leaving only one standing, Vikir. His posture was unwavering as he locked eyes with her, his gaze sharp and intense. Professor Sandy, smirking, placed her hand on her cheek, her tongue flicking out in anticipation. With a bloodthirsty gleam in her eye, she motioned for him to approach, her voice cold and commanding. 30 minutes earlier, Vikir and the others waited patiently for their turn, the air thick with anticipation. Sancho, seated at the edge of his chair, cracked his fingers with a glimmer of excitement in his eyes. A smile crept across his face as the long-awaited attack exam drew near. Vikir sat beside him, arms crossed, silently observing his friend's restless energy. Behind them, Piggy wore a perplexed expression, his uncertainty clear in his furrowed brow. Meanwhile, Sinclair extended her hand, studying Sancho's demeanor with quiet curiosity. Sancho, catching her glance, confidently raised a single finger and, with a bright grin, proclaimed that one-on-one duels embodied the true spirit of warriors. His enthusiasm was contagious, his anticipation palpable as he eagerly awaited the commencement of the trial. Piggy's gaze shifted to Sancho, his eyes widening in astonishment, as he remarked casually that his tutor had once stated that, without the use of aura in hand-to-hand combat, Sancho was undoubtedly the strongest in the Ice Corps. Meanwhile, Vikir's focus dropped to the ground, his expression distant as his thoughts drifted elsewhere. Suddenly, a voice broke through the tension, demanding to know what Professor Sandy was doing. The sharp tone snapped Piggy out of his reverie, leaving him stunned. Before them stood a fellow student alongside Professor Sandy, who casually held a bottle of wine in her hand. The student of Professor Sandy fixed her with an incredulous stare. Upon spotting the alcohol, his face contorted with anger, a furious expression filled with disdain. His voice rose, cutting through the room as he demanded to know how she could possibly indulge in drinking during an exam where the lives of students hung precariously in the balance. Professor Sandy remained silent, offering no response, but the student insisted that the stench of alcohol was undeniable. Its sharp scent carried through the air, making it obvious that she was intoxicated. Without a word, Sandy lifted the bottle, tilting it to her lips. In a single motion, she downed the remaining wine, draining it to the last drop. To her, the man before her was nothing more than an insufferable nuisance. With a slow, deliberate movement, she placed a hand on her waist. A sinister smile spread across her face, and then, to the horror of those watching, she sank her teeth into the glass bottle. The crunch of breaking shards echoed through the room as she chewed through the jagged pieces as though they were nothing more than stale bread. The boy's eyes widened in pure terror. Stumbling backward, his breath hitched as panic gripped him. Meanwhile, Sandy's mouth was filled with razor-sharp fragments, her tongue darting out to lap up the streaks of crimson wine trailing down her cheek. Then, with eerie nonchalance, she wiped her tongue with the back of her hand, her gaze locking onto the boy with a look so piercing, so utterly malevolent, that the air itself seemed to grow heavy. In a low, mocking tone, she remarked that the alcohol content was only 76%, making his reaction nothing short of excessive. Sinclair, who had been watching in frozen silence, slowly lifted a trembling hand to her lips. Her breath caught in her throat, and her eyes brimmed with unspoken dread. Piggy, standing beside Sinclair, gaped in stunned silence. The realization sank in. Professor Sandy was truly in charge of their exam, and she was just as bizarre as the rumors had suggested. A woman shrouded in mystery, unpredictable and utterly unorthodox. Yet, amidst the tension, Vikir remained composed. He had encountered people like her countless times in his past life, and though her eccentricity was unsettling, it was nothing unfamiliar to him. With a flick of her wrist, Sandy pulled out a sheet of paper. Her finger trailed down the list of names before stopping abruptly. A slow, eager grin spread across her face. Without hesitation, she called out the first name, Sancho. Rather than displaying fear, Sancho's eyes lit up with excitement. Clutching his weapon tightly, he rose to his feet, his every movement exuding anticipation. Without a hint of hesitation, he strode toward Sandy, ready to take on whatever challenge awaited him. Sinclair and Vikir followed suit, rising instinctively as if bracing for the inevitable. Piggy, however, could not contain his alarm. Bringing his hands to his mouth, he shouted for Sancho to be careful, reminding him of the chilling rumor that many students who took the exam under Professor Sandy never returned to the academy. But Sancho merely turned back with a confident grin. His voice carried an air of unwavering resolve as he reassured his friend, telling him not to worry. Professor Sandy raised a hand, and with a mere flick of her fingers, her golem materialized before her. A hulking figure of stone and mana, standing as an unyielding sentinel between her and her challenger. Sancho stepped forward, his gaze locked onto the golem with unwavering determination. His fingers tightened around the handle of his axe, his stance shifting into an aggressive posture. Yet there was no fear in his eyes, only the gleam of anticipation. With a bold grin, he spoke, his voice filled with admiration. He had long awaited this moment, eager to experience the teachings of a true warrior. Then, without hesitation, the exam commenced. In an instant, Sancho propelled himself into the air, his body soaring high before he came plummeting down like a meteor, his weapon poised for a devastating strike. The sheer force of his descent sent ripples through the air. Meanwhile, Professor Sandy remained motionless, her gaze drifting downward as if lost in thought. A long silence stretched between them. Then, ever so slowly, the corners of her lips curled into a wicked grin. Softly, she repeated his words, her voice dripping with amusement. The will of a warrior is unbreakable. And in that moment, something sinister flickered in her eyes. Sancho struck with all his might, his axe carving through the air with devastating force. Sinclair's breath caught in her throat. Her hand shot up to cover her mouth, her eyes widening in sheer disbelief. She couldn't trust what she was witnessing. Piggy stumbled backward, his legs trembling beneath him. His jaw hung open, unable to process the sight before him. Even Vikir, always the composed one, felt a chill run down his spine. He had seen countless battles, faced unthinkable horrors, but this was beyond anything in his experience. Sinclair and Piggy exchanged panicked glances, their eyes clouded with confusion. And then, as the smoke slowly cleared, their terror deepened. There, standing amidst the fading haze, was Professor Sandy's golem, unscathed, motionless. In its massive grip, dangling like a broken doll, was Sancho. His body was limp, his form soaked in blood, his consciousness slipping away as the golem's fingers clenched around his throat. The students stood frozen, their bodies locked in place by an overwhelming sense of dread. Sandy's golem hoisted Sancho higher by the neck, his bloodied form dangling helplessly in its grasp. She let out a sigh, a flicker of disappointment flashing across her face. Her toy had broken too soon. With a sinister gleam in her eyes, she manipulated the golem effortlessly, her hands moving in sync with the two glowing magic circles at her fingertips. Her gaze swept over the remaining students, her lips curling into a wicked smile. So, this was the extent of their strength. Was Sancho disqualified as a warrior? Vikir's expression darkened, his piercing stare locked onto Sandy, suspicion creeping into his mind. What was she planning? What twisted game was she playing? Without warning, the golem released its grip. Sancho's body plummeted, landing hard on his back with a sickening thud. His friends snapped out of their stupor. Alarmed, they rushed forward, their fear momentarily replaced by urgency. Vikir and Piggy bent down, carefully hoisting Sancho onto their shoulders, his weight heavy against them. Piggy urgently called out to Sancho, his voice filled with concern, asking him to wake up. Meanwhile, Sinclair, her face flushed with anger, stood before the teacher. She extended her arm, pointing firmly at Sandy, her voice rising with righteous fury. She demanded to know what Sandy thought she was doing, questioning how she could possibly strike a student to the point of unconsciousness during an exam. Sandy remained unflustered, her composure unwavering as she calmly explained the purpose of the exam. It wasn't about mere testing. It was meant to give students real-world experience. With a deliberate movement, she raised a finger, a smug smile playing on her lips. She quoted the first president of the academy, challenging Sinclair. Was she going to protest in the middle of a real fight? Sandy then pointed directly at Sinclair, her tone shifting to one of almost mocking confidence. It was her turn now. She wanted to see what the leader of the Ice Corps could truly do. Sinclair, her fists still clenched, was filled with a mix of confusion and fear. She didn't know what Sandy was truly aiming for or what her next move might be. Before she could respond, a voice came from behind her, Vikir's voice. He suggested that she refuse the exam, his tone calm but assertive. Startled, Sinclair turned around to find Vikir, his shoulders supporting the weight of Sancho's unconscious body. Vikir's gaze remained steady on her, his eyes filled with sincerity as he spoke. He told her plainly that Sandy's actions were undeniably unfair, and suggested that if she reported it to the Academy, she might be allowed to retake the exam. Sinclair looked down, her expression distant, and quietly thanked Vikir for his concern. But as she lifted her head, a new resolve glimmered in her eyes. She silently vowed not to back down from the person who had hurt her friend. The air around them grew heavy with a tense silence. Breaking it, Sandy sneered, taunting Sinclair by asking why she was wearing such a pretty face. The words struck like a lash, and Sinclair's eyes flashed with fury. Her teeth ground together, and the anger bubbling inside her only intensified. Professor Sandy's gaze locked onto Sinclair, a confident smile spreading across her face as she decided it was time to fix Sinclair's pretty face. The exam commenced, and Sinclair shifted into an offensive stance, her expression burning with a desire for vengeance. She drew on her power, summoning several glowing circles that orbited her body. With outstretched arms, she called upon the energy, her form radiating with an overwhelming force. Professor Sandy's eyes widened slightly, taken aback by the display. She was momentarily speechless, astonished to witness Sinclair wielding 3 third-class spells at such a young age. To Sandy, this was the kind of potential one might expect from a future Proxim Accessit. Her eyes gleamed with malice as a wicked smile curled at the corners of her mouth. With a sharp command, she controlled her golem, which appeared directly beneath Sinclair in the blink of an eye, its massive fist poised to strike with crushing force. As Sinclair prepared for her attack, she slowly became aware of the golem's advancing presence, and a shock of realization hit her. Professor Sandy's voice cut through the tension, casually asking if Sinclair had ever experienced mana backlash, noting that her magic had been forcibly cancelled. Before Sinclair could react, the golem's massive fist struck with brutal force, slamming into her stomach. The blow was so powerful that the magical circles she had summoned shattered into pieces, their energy dissipating in an instant. A surge of mana backflowed violently through her body, rushing out through her mouth and eyes in a torrent. Blood spurted from her nose as excruciating pain coursed through her, and she collapsed to the ground, clutching her chest. Her entire body trembled uncontrollably, her pain so intense that she could barely stay conscious. A trail of drool escaped from her mouth as the agony took over. The golem, undeterred, moved closer, its gaze cold and calculating as it observed her suffering. Professor Sandy watched with cruel satisfaction, her gaze fixed on Sinclair as an evil smile spread across her face. She taunted Sinclair, noting that the pain must be far greater than she had anticipated. With a mocking tone, she hinted that, if luck was not on her side, Sinclair might never be able to wield magic again. To Professor Sandy, it would be a source of amusement if the next head of the Ice Corps were stripped of their ability to use magic. With a swift motion, the golem delivered a powerful kick that sent Sinclair's body tumbling backward. As she lay on the ground, she could only hope that fate wouldn't be so cruel. After all, she had worked tirelessly to secure her place as the next head, coming from humble beginnings. Piggy, witnessing the scene, felt a surge of concern for Sinclair. His heart raced as he ran toward her, desperate to see if she was all right. Vikir, ever calm, observed the situation with a grave expression, saying nothing but clearly aware of the gravity of the moment. The time had come for the next student to face the trial, and it was none other than Piggy. Drawing his sword with a confident expression, he tried to mask the trembling of his body with a resolve that, despite his fear, remained unbroken. He gripped the sword tightly, trying to steady his nerves as Professor Sandy's critical gaze fell upon him. Her hand rested on her waist as she extended the other, her eyes narrowing with disdain. She sneered, questioning who this trash was who couldn't even hold a sword properly. Despite the sweat pouring down his face, Piggy held his ground, refusing to falter. His eyes burned with determination, silently promising that he would not back down. The golem, its mechanical steps echoing ominously, began advancing toward him, its presence as foreboding as ever. For Piggy, this was more than just an exam. It was a chance to prove that beneath his fragile exterior lay a courage he had yet to fully uncover. Before Piggy could even ready himself for an attack, the golem moved with blinding speed, landing a devastating blow that shattered the blade of his sword into jagged pieces. Piggy's eyes widened in disbelief as the shattered remains of the sword were sent flying, the blade embedding itself several meters into the ground. He stood frozen, his mind struggling to process the fact that the golem had broken his weapon with nothing more than a single, effortless kick. His gaze fixed on the ruined sword. A wave of fear washed over him. Before he could even grasp the full extent of what had just transpired, the golem struck again, this time with lightning speed. A brutal kick to his jaw sent his body hurtling through the air, disorienting him. As he soared upward, the golem raised its foot, preparing to bring its heel crashing down toward Piggy's head. Professor Sandy's mocking voice rang out, taunting him with cruel words. No matter how much trash like him fought, in the end, they remained just that, trash. Her words stung, igniting a fire of anger within Vikir, veins pulsing in fury beneath his skin. Piggy's body crashed to the ground, limp and broken. Professor Sandy, unfazed, stepped forward and placed her heel on his bloodied head, the contempt in her eyes unmistakable. As another student fell, the blonde-haired student nearby could only stare in shock, unable to process the brutal scene unfolding before them. The black-haired student placed his hand on his head, unable to believe what he was witnessing. This couldn't possibly be a test. The students who were supposed to face Professor Sandy in the exam scrambled toward the door, desperately banging on it, hoping to escape, but the door remained locked, and their efforts to summon another professor were in vain. Piggy's body lay motionless on the ground, his head bloodied and lifeless. Vikir stepped forward, his gaze cold and silent as he took in the scene. Sancho had a black eye, and Sinclair was battered and bruised. The full extent of Vikir's resolve began to surface, and a seething anger bubbled beneath the surface. He could barely contain it. Professor Sandy, seemingly unfazed, extended her hand dismissively, her gaze drifting away. With a mocking smile, she sneered at the remaining students, calling them all cowards. Then, without missing a beat, she summoned the next participant. But something caught her attention. Her eyes narrowed in curiosity as she noticed Vikir, the one with arrows strapped to his back, and stood before her, signaling that he was ready. His focused expression revealed that he was the next to face the trial, and for the first time, Professor Sandy's eyes widened in surprise at the unyielding resolve in his demeanor. Professor Sandy felt a surge of satisfaction as she saw Vikir, the passionate student, standing before her. In her eyes, he was simply impatient, eager for a challenge. She couldn't help but feel a bit annoyed, though, as she had been waiting for this moment, the main course of the exam, where she could finally enjoy crushing one of the Academy's best. Vikir stood motionless, his calm presence drawing the attention of the other students who had been attempting to flee the room. He was a legend among them, the renowned hero of the Academy, whispered to be a high-ranking swordsman. With a gaze filled with determination, Vikir drew one of the arrows from his back, ready to face the trial head-on. Sandy, confident in her superiority, wasn't concerned. After all, she was a seasoned graduate, and no high-ranking sword expert could hope to defeat her. Besides, bows were practically useless in a one-on-one fight, something she was sure of. The exam commenced, and Professor Sandy's eyes gleamed with excitement. She took immense pleasure in breaking talented students, and this would be no different. She quickly summoned her golem, directing it to charge at Vikir with terrifying speed. As the highest-ranking student in the academy, Vikir would make the perfect target. Taking him down would be all the more satisfying. Vikir, with his bow in one hand, carefully nocked an arrow in the other, his eyes locked onto the approaching golem. He observed its steady advance, calculating his next move. The golem began extending its hand toward Vikir, its movements deliberate as it closed in. Professor Sandy, eager for the moment when she would hear his cries as she shattered his arm, watched with anticipation. But Vikir remained calm, pulling another arrow from his quiver. With a look of pure resolve and seething hatred, he swiftly knocked the arrow onto his bow. He drew it back, ready to release it just before the golem could get any closer. Then, something unexpected happened. Professor Sandy's eyes widened in confusion as Vikir released the arrow. It was aimed at the golem's shoulder, but instead of striking its target, the arrow veered off course, slipping through the air and changing direction mid-flight. The force behind the shot was immense, and the arrow slammed into the golem's body, leaving a deep, jagged wound. Vikir's gaze turned to Professor Sandy, unwavering and silent. The golem, its path interrupted, halted abruptly just before reaching him. Professor Sandy, momentarily stunned, stopped controlling the golem, her body jerking back in surprise at the unexpected turn of events. The students, still gathered by the door, turned in unison, their eyes wide with shock. They stood frozen, mouths agape, unable to comprehend what had just happened. Vikir had managed to stop Professor Sandy's golem with a single arrow, but the truth was far more disturbing. The arrow hadn't struck the golem at all. It had lodged itself directly into Professor Sandy's eye, which was now oozing blood. She staggered back, her hand reaching up to the arrow, and let out a piercing scream, the agony radiating from her as she fell to her knees. Vikir, with a calm expression, released his bowstring and stood still for a moment, savoring the moment in silence. Then, as though nothing out of the ordinary had occurred, he donned a worried expression. He spoke in a feigned tone, explaining that he had aimed for the golem and had no idea how the arrow had found its way to her. But behind his calm demeanor, Vikir's eyes gleamed with malice. His lips curled into a wicked smile as he leaned toward her, and with a voice laced in mock concern, asked if Professor Sandy was all right. Professor Sandy, her hand pressed against her bloodied eye, grit her teeth in pure rage. Her mind, consumed with fury, swirled with hatred as she glared at Vikir, knowing full well what he had done. The arrow lodged itself deeply into Professor Sandy's right eye with a sickening force. She instinctively clutched her face, her hand pressing against the wound as she gritted her teeth against the searing pain. The agony intensified, overwhelming her until a piercing scream escaped her lips. The sound echoed through the halls, reaching Professor Morg, who was preoccupied with controlling his golem through a glowing magic circle. Startled, his eyes widened in alarm, and he swiftly turned to locate the source of the disturbance. A look of concern crossed his face as he wondered if lunatic Sandy was once again causing trouble for the students. Meanwhile, in the examination room, the atmosphere had grown tense. The students stood frozen, their faces pale with shock and fear, mouths agape at the unfolding chaos. Moments later, Professor Morg, now visibly anxious for the students' safety, burst into the room. With a forceful push, he flung open the door, which had seemingly been barricaded from the inside. His eyes burned with fury as he surveyed the scene. Extending his hand in a gesture of both authority and frustration, he grew incensed upon realizing that Professor Sandy had locked the door. "Is she subjecting the students to her harsh methods again?" he muttered under his breath, his voice tinged with anger. Beside him, Tutor stood silently, observing the situation with a wary expression, unsure of what had transpired, but sensing the gravity of the moment. As Tutor, Bianca, Dolores, and Professor Morg stepped into the room, they were met with a harrowing sight. Professor Sandy knelt on the ground, an arrow protruding from her eye, her body convulsing in a mix of agony and fury. The group froze, stunned by the scene before them, their minds racing to comprehend what had transpired. Professor Morg's eyes widened in shock, his gaze locked on Sandy as he struggled to process the sight of her bleeding profusely. He was baffled, unable to fathom how such a situation had unfolded. Behind him, Tutor's expression shifted to one of deep concern as he glanced to the side and noticed something even more alarming. Nearby lay the motionless, bloodied forms of Sancho, Sinclair, and Piggy, their bodies sprawled unconscious on the floor. Without a moment's hesitation, Tutor sprang into action, rushing toward them to check on their condition. Meanwhile, Professor Sandy continued to writhe in pain on the ground, her cries filling the room. Vikir, the bow still in his hands, approached the group with an unsettling calmness. Professor Morg's attention snapped to him, his voice sharp and demanding as he asked, "What happened here?" Professor Sandy's golem stood ominously behind the group. Vikir turned to face them, his expression earnest as he explained, "During the exam, the golem suddenly charged at me. I reacted by firing an arrow, which pierced through the golem and accidentally struck Professor Sandy in the eye." Professor Morg, still visibly confused, turned to inspect the golem, his gaze lingering as he silently assessed the situation. He was uncertain whether to believe Vikir's account. His attention then shifted back to Professor Sandy, who was visibly injured. His eyes widened in surprise. While he had witnessed countless students getting hurt over the years, this was the first time he had seen a teacher sustain such an injury. Professor Sandy's remaining eye burned with hatred, her teeth clenched as she fixed Vikir with an intense, venomous stare. Given that the injured party was Professor Sandy, Professor Morg couldn't help but wonder if this incident could be seen as a form of karmic retribution. Vikir, standing firm, clenched his fist and met Professor Sandy's gaze without a trace of remorse. At that moment, the point compilation was finalized. From Class B of the Ice Corps, Cadet number 256, Vikir had achieved 1 hit, 0 evasions, 0 defenses, and 1 critical hit, earning a total of 11 points. Meanwhile, the group tended to the injured and unconscious bodies of Sancho, Sinclair, and Piggy. Dolores knelt beside them, her hands extended as she channeled her healing abilities. A golden energy emanated from her palms, enveloping their bodies as she worked. Her focus remained fixed on them, her expression one of quiet concern as she observed their condition in silence. Gradually, their wounds began to heal. As she carefully assessed their conditions, the Saintess realized the extent of their injuries. Sinclair had suffered internal damage due to the backlash of her mana. Sancho's body was covered in bruises, and Piggy's jaw had been shattered by a devastating blow. With renewed focus, she intensified the golden energy radiating from her hands, ensuring their recovery. She knew better than anyone that these were not the kind of injuries students should sustain during an exam. Concern etched across his face, Tutor hesitantly asked if Sancho and the others would be all right. Turning toward him, Dolores met his gaze with sincerity and reassured him that, thanks to his quick action in calling her, their wounds would heal completely without any lasting effects. Beside him, Bianca remained silent, watching intently. Tutor knelt to examine their injuries more closely, and as the golden energy continued to mend their broken bodies, both he and Bianca felt a wave of relief knowing they would recover. Standing upright, the Saintess clenched her fists. Her expression grew distant as she turned her back to them and silently walked away, lost in thought. Seated on the stairs, Professor Sandy pressed a hand against the wound on her eye, her other hand removing her hat. Dolores approached her with a composed demeanor, extending a hand as she calmly requested permission to examine the injury. Fixing her with a serious gaze, she stated plainly that once Sandy's wounds had healed, she intended to file a disciplinary complaint with the student council for the excessive use of force against students. Rather than displaying concern, a wicked smile crept across Professor Sandy's face. She tilted her head slightly, amusement flickering in her one good eye as she inquired whether Dolores was truly the renowned saintess of the prestigious Quo Vadis family. Ignoring the provocation, Dolores's expression remained resolute. With a quiet determination, she extended her hand further, prepared to heal the wound as swiftly as possible. But before she could act, something unexpected happened. Professor Sandy suddenly wrenched the arrow from her eye, fresh blood spilling from the wound. Dolores's eyes widened in shock and confusion as she watched the unsettling scene unfold. Professor Sandy, unfazed by the pain, placed the bloodied arrow between her lips, her expression alight with malice and twisted excitement. With a wicked smile, she flatly rejected the saintess's offer of healing. A wave of unease rippled through the students, their faces contorted with a mix of fear and revulsion. On the other side of the room, Professor Morg's jaw tightened, his expression dark with fury as he glared at Sandy. His hands clenched into fists, barely restraining his anger. Professor Sandy rose to her feet, blood still trickling from her wounded eye, and turned away from Dolores. As she walked off, she spoke without looking back, her voice laced with amusement. If Dolores wished to punish her, she was free to do so, but she advised waiting until the day she would be forced to lift the punishment instead. Dolores stood in silence, watching her retreating figure, uncertainty flickering in her gaze. A sly smile crept onto Professor Sandy's face. These were interesting times, especially with the presence of the Night Hound, the figure who had sent ripples through the Empire's darkest corners. As she passed by, she paused beside Vikir, tilting her head slightly. With a bright, almost playful smile, she asked if his name was Vikir. Vikir remained still, refusing to turn toward her. His gaze was distant, fixed on the ground as he stood in silence, his expression unreadable. Professor Sandy began to walk away, her steps deliberate and unhurried. With an air of arrogance, she called over her shoulder, "I'll remember your name, Vikir. Mark my words. We'll meet again." Her voice carried a chilling promise, one that lingered in the air long after she had left. As her figure disappeared, Vikir finally raised his head. His eyes gleamed with a quiet intensity, a flicker of anticipation burning within them. He said nothing. With that, the long and grueling midterm exam came to an end. The results were soon published, drawing a crowd of curious students eager to see the rankings. At the top of the list was Sinclair, claiming first place. Grenouille of Leviathan secured second, followed by Tutor in third, Highbrow in fourth, and Bianca in fifth. Midbrow took sixth place, Sancho seventh, and Lowbrow eighth. Vikir landed in 21st place, while Piggy found himself at the very bottom in 199th position. The rankings sparked murmurs and debates among the students, but for Vikir, the numbers mattered little. His focus was already set on what lay ahead. The students who had lost significant points during the attack exam under Professor Sandy were given a chance to retake it, thanks to the intervention of other professors. Among them were Sancho, Piggy, and Sinclair, all visibly relieved and content with their restored standings. Sinclair, whose scores had been reinstated, rose to claim the title of the top student in the first year. However, the Academy's focus was not on her achievement, but on someone else entirely. At that moment, a brown-haired student walked through the hallway. A murmur spread through the crowd as one student placed a hand on his friend's shoulder, eyes wide with astonishment, and pointed toward him. With hushed excitement, he asked if that was the famous student everyone had been talking about. It was none other than Vikir. As he strode through the corridor, every gaze turned toward him. He had become the center of attention, particularly among the female students, who admired him for accomplishing what no one else had, landing a decisive strike against the infamous Professor Sandy. More than that, he had permanently damaged her, robbing her of an eye. The fear and trauma inflicted upon them by the so-called demon professor began to fade, replaced by a growing admiration for the one who had fought back. Vikir was given a new title, the Eye Slayer. In the eyes of the Academy, he was no longer just a student. He was a hero. Vikir gripped the strap of his backpack with one hand, his expression unreadable. He understood all too well that this was the consequence of acting on emotion. As he distanced himself from the crowd, his demeanor shifted, his thoughts drifting toward the Night Hound. For him, the daylight hours were merely an interlude, a necessity for sustaining his true existence in the shadows. He had no desire to entangle himself in trivial affairs. And yet, when he had witnessed those students being treated like worthless trash, he had acted before he even realized it. Lost in thought, he barely noticed the approach of a red-haired girl. She hesitated for a moment, adjusting her hair before closing her eyes and nervously extending a neatly folded love letter toward him. Her voice, soft and uncertain, pulled Vikir from his reverie. His gaze dropped to the letter in her trembling hands. Before he could react, a blur of movement interrupted them. A student dashed toward them at full speed. Just as the girl was about to hand over the letter, one of the triplets appeared out of nowhere, snatching it between his teeth with an unmistakable air of defiance. Vikir and the girl stood frozen in shock. With a feral glint in his eyes, the triplet shredded the letter between his teeth like a wild animal. Within moments, the other two triplets materialized beside him, stepping between the girl and Vikir. Their piercing stares bore into her as they demanded to know who she thought she was to stand in their way. The girl paled, her initial nervousness giving way to genuine fear. Vikir's gaze locked onto the triplets, his eyes widening in confusion. Without hesitation, the three Baskerville brothers flanked him, forming an impromptu escort as they strode down the hallway. With effortless arrogance, they shoved aside anyone in their path, issuing cold warnings that anyone who dared to obstruct them would simply vanish without a trace. Fear rippled through the gathered students. Whispers filled the air as they instinctively stepped back, wary of invoking the wrath of the infamous triplets. Smug grins spread across the brothers' faces. In their minds, they had just executed a flawless display of dominance, cementing their status as heroes in this moment. Trailing behind them, Vikir observed in silence. Though their theatrics were excessive, he had to admit, they had done their job well. Without another word, he made his way to the newspaper club room. Pushing the door open, he stepped inside, swinging his backpack off his shoulder. He exhaled, steadying himself. No matter what, he wouldn't let the events of the day disrupt his focus. Then he looked up and froze. Bathed in the golden light of the afternoon sun, Dolores sat at a desk, completely absorbed in a newspaper. The soft glow highlighted the delicate features of her face as her eyes skimmed the text with quiet intensity. She was so engrossed in reading that she hadn't even noticed him enter. Vikir pulled out a chair and sat down, his gaze settling on Dolores. With a curious expression, he asked what she was reading that had her frowning so intensely. At the sound of his voice, Dolores snapped out of her trance. Her eyes widened slightly in surprise, and a faint blush crept onto her cheeks. She lowered the newspaper and, tilting her head, asked when he had entered. Vikir leaned back in his chair, his voice steady as he replied, "Just now." She hadn't noticed his presence at all. Glancing down at the newspaper still in her hands, Vikir asked if there was any news about the Night Hound. Dolores sighed, setting the paper down on the table. Resting her hands on top of it, she looked at him with a solemn expression. "He destroyed the monument in the imperial capital," she said quietly. "The central clock tower, the royal memorial. They claim all of it was his doing." Vikir's gaze sharpened, his curiosity fully piqued. The realization that someone believed in him, even indirectly, was more reassuring than he had expected. With a composed expression, he accepted the newspaper and began to read in silence. The clock tower, an enduring symbol of peace and order, had been a daily fixture in the lives of the imperial capital's inhabitants. Its destruction wasn't just an act of vandalism, it was a statement. Whoever was behind it harbored deep-seated grievances against society. This wasn't the work of someone seeking justice. It was the work of someone operating outside the will of the people. A flicker of suspicion took root in his mind. An image surfaced. Cindy Wendy, her chin resting thoughtfully in her hand. Her words from the previous day echoed in his memory. Their informants had gone silent, cut off without warning. That alone was cause for concern. Vikir leaned forward, resting his head in his hands as he sank into deep contemplation. Meanwhile, beside him, Dolores quietly picked up the newspaper once more, her attention returning to the printed words as if the world outside their conversation had never existed. Vikir knew the copycats had to be dealt with, but the question remained. Should he investigate immediately? Hours passed, and as night fell, a lone figure stood atop a rooftop, boots firmly planted against the tiles. Cloaked in darkness, Vikir had assumed the guise of the Night Hound. His piercing gaze settled on the royal memorial, a solemn monument that served as a shared cemetery for the Empire's greatest heroes. The site was fortified by towering walls, a testament to its significance. As he observed in silence, his mind sifted through past intelligence. He recalled that the ninth corpse, Dantalion, had been hidden near Indulgentia Orphanage. Was it mere coincidence? Or was there a deeper connection waiting to be unearthed? His attention shifted to the silver cross standing at the monument's entrance. With a contemplative stare, he studied it, his instincts sharp. Moving quietly, he lowered himself to the ground, resting his back against a tombstone. The moonlight bathed the cemetery in an eerie glow, and in that moment, realization struck. Cindy Wendy's informants hadn't simply vanished, they had been silenced. The truth stood before him, rotting and restless. The cemetery was overrun with zombies, classified as C-rank threats, each standing roughly 1.7 meters tall. These creatures, known as the Rotten Ones, were infamous across the continent, and now they were here. These were common reanimated corpses, sights often found in graveyards, battlefields, abandoned houses, and sewer systems. One of the zombies parted its decayed lips and let out a guttural roar, the sound echoing through the still night air. Though Vikir couldn't be certain what these individuals had done in life to end up as the undead, he knew at least some of them had once been Cindy Wendy's informants. His grip tightened on the weapon slung across his back, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. It had been a while since he last wielded Anubis. Tonight was as good a time as any. With practiced hands, he began unscrewing the segmented parts of the weapon, assembling it with swift efficiency. Anubis was lightweight and portable, a perfect tool for silent execution, though Vikir still found it absurd that Ayan had entrusted him with something of this caliber. Raising his bow, his gaze sharpened to a lethal focus. A mana-infused arrow materialized, humming with energy as he drew the string taut. With unerring precision, he loosed his shot. The arrow tore through the air, striking 3 zombies in quick succession. Their bodies collapsed into lifeless heaps, scattering across the cold ground. As he stepped forward, surveying his handiwork, Vikir muttered to himself, "This is an entirely different class from the arrows they gave us during the midterms." It was a misconception to believe that masters were not particular about their weapon of choice. At that moment, a peculiar scent drifted through the air, causing Vikir to freeze. His eyes widened in response, his attention snapped to one side. This was unmistakably the scent of a demon, though curiously, it was faint, as though the usually sharp, oppressive odor had been muted, diluted by some unseen force. Without hesitation, Vikir began to track the scent, moving swiftly in the direction it led. The trail pointed toward the Indulgentia Orphanage, a place he knew to be a source of potential danger. As he approached, he saw the telltale signs of a magical ritual. On the ground, a magic circle had been drawn, glowing ominously. A woman stood over it, her face obscured by a skull mask. She raised her hand, channeling her power into the circle, and malignant energy began to swell, emanating from the very heart of the spell. At that moment, a figure emerged from the magic circle, a woman with fiery red hair. The masked woman extended her hand toward her once more, channeling her power. The red-haired girl's eyes were heavy with exhaustion, her body betraying the toll the ordeal had taken. The masked woman, her gaze hardening, couldn't believe that a petty Dantalion had dared steal from her. With a gentle embrace, the masked woman pulled the girl close, her expression softening as she apologized to Rose for having lost her once again. Her eyes flickered with a renewed resolve. As she held Rose, her whispered words were filled with unwavering determination. She swore to protect her loved ones, vowing to bring ruin upon those who dared to threaten them. She was Sere of the Eight Corps, and nothing would stand in her way. Sere stood on the jagged edge of the third floor of the orphanage dormitories, the building now a hollow shell of its former self. The structure had been cleaved in two during the brutal battle between Vikir and the demon Dantalion, its walls splintered and crumbling, exposing the night sky above. Moonlight spilled through the gaping wounds in the building, casting an eerie silver glow over the debris-strewn floor. The air was thick with dust and the lingering scent of ash, a haunting reminder of the chaos that had unfolded here. In the dim light, Sere gripped the arms of a red-haired woman who stood before her, her face pale and her lips sealed in silence. The woman's eyes, though clouded with exhaustion, flickered faintly, as if struggling to hold on to the last vestiges of her strength. Sere's expression was earnest, her voice soft, but tinged with a quiet desperation as she spoke. "Your ability to find the person you're searching for. It's truly remarkable," she said, her words carrying a weight of both admiration and sorrow. Yet despite the red-haired woman's gift, Sere's heart ached with a deep, unshakable sadness. She had found Rose, but the other person she sought, the one who mattered most, remained elusive, no matter how tirelessly she searched. The frustration and helplessness gnawed at her, reflected in the faint tremble of her hands as she brushed a strand of hair from the woman's face, tucking it gently behind her ear. The power Sere had gained through her contract with the demon was immense, but it came at a cost. To fully harness it, she knew there was no other path than to walk through the gates of death itself. She was halfway there, teetering on the precipice between life and something far darker. Time was slipping through her fingers, and she needed to master this power quickly, before it consumed her entirely. Just then, the sound of heavy boots echoed down the shattered hallway, each step deliberate and menacing. The figure who approached radiated an oppressive aura, his presence suffocating, as though the very air around him had turned to lead. His eyes burned with a murderous intensity, locking onto Sere with a gaze that seemed to pierce through her very soul. "Don't move," he commanded, his voice low and laced with threat. Sere froze, her breath catching in her throat. The energy emanating from him was overwhelming, a palpable force that rooted her to the spot. Fear coiled tightly in her chest, paralyzing her as she stared into the eyes of the man who now stood before her, his intentions as sharp and deadly as the blade she imagined he carried. The moonlight seemed to dim, the world narrowing to the suffocating space between them. Rose remained frozen, her breath hitching in shock and fear. Her wide eyes flickered with uncertainty as she stood motionless. Sayre instinctively stepped in front of her, extending a protective hand. A cold realization gripped her. Someone had been watching them, and not just anyone. This person possessed such mastery that even she, with all her skill, had failed to sense their approach. Emerging from the shadows, the Night Hound stepped into view, his every movement calculated and his presence utterly commanding. With a bow in hand, he drew back a mana-infused arrow, its eerie glow cutting through the darkness like a harbinger of doom. His eyes, ablaze with icy rage, locked onto Sayre as he aimed the weapon directly at her. "From this moment forward," he growled, his voice low and menacing, "you will only answer my questions. If you so much as twitch a finger, you die. If you speak a single word that isn't an answer to my question, you die." His aim was unwavering, his focus absolute. But something about her unsettled him. Her scent was strange, neither fully human nor entirely demonic. His eyes narrowed as he studied her, suspicion etched across his face. "Are you human?" he demanded. "Or demon?" Sayre stood her ground, her eerie composure unshaken as she met his gaze head-on. She was both human and demon, and her presence radiated an unsettling duality. Vikir's mind raced as the pieces clicked into place. His eyes flicked to Rose, Geronto, one of Dantalion's subordinates. He had killed her. He was certain of it. And yet, there she stood, alive and breathing, defying all logic. Sayre's piercing gaze locked onto Vikir, sharp and unyielding as steel. Her expression remained inscrutable, though a faint flicker of irritation crossed her features. With deliberate calm, she stated that Rose was not one of Dantalion's subordinates. That demon had stolen what was rightfully hers, taken it without her consent. Vikir's grip on his bow tightened, his jaw clenching as a tempest of fury churned in his eyes. The mana arrow in his hand throbbed with volatile energy, its glow casting ghostly shadows across his face. He drew a slow, controlled breath, forcing down the seething rage threatening to consume him. There was one final question he needed to ask. His voice was steady, but it carried the razor-sharp edge of hostility. "Are you the demon seer?" he demanded. "Truly, one of the 10 elite corpses with whom you've made a contract?" A slow, defiant fire ignited in Sayre's eyes, mirroring the glow of the mana arrow. A knowing smirk tugged at the corners of her lips as she nodded, her expression laced with challenge. "And what," she demanded, "did the Night Hound intend to do about it?" She barely had time to finish her sentence before a blinding flash shot toward her. The mana arrow was already upon her, a streak of burning light aimed directly at her eye. Instinct seized her. She jerked her head to the side just in time, the arrow slicing through strands of her dark hair, leaving them smoldering as they fluttered to the ground. Her breath hitched. For the first time, a flicker of disbelief crossed her face. Who was he? Her pulse pounded as she took in the sight before her. Vikir stood tall, his posture rigid with focus. Wisps of smoke curled from his fingertips, remnants of the sheer force he had just unleashed. He hadn't just attacked, he had struck with the precision of a predator, the ruthlessness of someone who had no room for hesitation. Sayre's heart pounded as she reassessed the man before her. This wasn't just some skilled warrior. This was something else entirely. Vikir's grip on the bow tightened, his knuckles turning white as raw fury blazed in his eyes. Hatred seethed within him, his very presence radiating a storm of lethal intent. Every demon had to die. He would make sure of it. Sayre, however, had no intention of remaining idle. Without hesitation, she pressed her palm against the ground, her fingers splaying as an eerie pulse of energy surged through her. The air crackled with malevolent power as glowing magic circles spread across the floor, their intricate runes twisting and writhing with unnatural life. Then, from the depths of the earth, skeletons began to claw their way up, Bones clattered, skulls grinned in eerie silence, and empty sockets gleamed with an unholy light. The undead soldiers rose in droves, their brittle forms rattling as they took shape. Sayre's voice carried through the charged air, taunting him. If he had the guts, he was welcome to try. But then, something shifted. Among the rising dead, smaller figures began to emerge. The skeletal frames of children, their frail bones barely held together by lingering traces of dark magic. Sayre's breath hitched. Her eyes widened in genuine shock. Even the corpses of children had been defiled, twisted into unholy mockeries of life. Across from her, Vikir's gaze locked onto the childlike figures, his own eyes darkening in disbelief. The cold fury within him sharpened into something deeper, something resolute. He raised his bow, his fingers steady on the mana arrow that pulsed with raw energy. His voice was low, almost a whisper, an apology meant for souls long lost. The undead charged, their movements jagged and unnatural, but Vikir didn't waver. In a single motion, he loosed the arrow. The explosion was instant. A shockwave tore through the structure, shaking its very foundation. The force of the mana blast shattered walls, splintered beams, and sent debris flying in all directions. The weaker skeletons disintegrated on impact, their cursed existence reduced to mere ashes. But Sayre was no fool. Amid the chaos, she seized her moment. The instant the explosion rippled through the air, she lunged forward, her arms wrapping tightly around Rose. With a swift, calculated motion, she propelled herself toward the nearest opening, leaping into the night just as the building crumbled behind her. But Vikir was not about to let things unfold as they were. In a flash of motion, he leapt through the air, his movements swift and precise, landing behind Sayre with the grace of a predator. His fingers were already drawn taut against the string of his bow, a shimmering mana arrow nocked and ready to fly. His gaze was sharp, almost mocking, as he fixed his eyes on Rose. "Don't think for a moment that you'll be allowed to die peacefully," he said, his voice dripping with arrogance, each word cutting through the tension like a blade. Hearing his voice, Sayre, who was suspended in the air with Rose clutched tightly in her arms, whirled around. Her eyes widened in shock, her breath catching as she took in the sight of Vikir standing there, poised and unyielding. Rose hung limply in her grasp, her body lifeless and unresponsive, her once vibrant presence now reduced to a hollow shell. Sayre's heart clenched with despair, her arms tightening around Rose as if she could somehow shield her from the cruelty of the world. "Hold on tight," Sayre whispered, her voice trembling but resolute. She braced herself, her body tensing as she prepared to counterattack. Vikir didn't hesitate. He released another mana arrow, the projectile streaking through the air with a blinding light before exploding in a burst of energy. Vikir followed, landing with a deliberate thud that seemed to reverberate through the earth. The air between them crackled with tension, thick and suffocating. Sayre rose to her feet, positioning herself protectively in front of Rose's motionless form. Her eyes scanned the ground for a moment, her mind racing as she pieced together the fragments of what she had just witnessed. Then, her gaze snapped up to Vikir, recognition flashing in her eyes. "Your archery, it's unmistakable," she said, her voice low and accusing. "What is your connection to the Balak tribe?" Vikir's eyes glowed faintly, a flicker of something unreadable passing through them. He remained silent for a moment, his expression inscrutable as he weighed his response. Finally, he spoke, his voice calm, but edged with a quiet intensity. "I am one of the hunters of Balak." The words struck Sayre like a physical blow. Her jaw clenched, her teeth grinding together as a wave of fury surged through her. Her mind flashed back to that night, the night everything had been torn apart. "You should have been there," she hissed, her voice trembling with barely contained rage. Her eyes burned with hatred, her hand extending outward as she summoned a swirling ball of mana, the energy crackling and pulsing with raw power. "You're no different from the rest of them," she spat, her voice rising as she glared at Vikir, "a barbarian, just like the others. I swear, I'll kill you." With a fierce cry, she hurled the mana ball toward Vikir, the attack surging forward with devastating speed. Vikir's reflexes kicked in just in time. He dropped to the ground, the mana ball whizzing past him so close that he could feel the heat of its energy singe the air. His gaze was locked onto Sayre, curiosity flickering beneath the cold intensity of his expression. How did she know about the Balak tribe? Sayre raised her hands, fingers crackling with raw energy as she prepared another attack. Now that he was closer, he could sense it more clearly. The warmth radiating from her, the unmistakable scent of a living human. But that was impossible. The 10 elite corpses were of the highest demonic rank, entities that seized human bodies and twisted them into vessels of destruction. Yet Sayre, she wasn't just wearing a corpse. She was alive. Before he could press the thought further, she struck again. Mana surged from her hands in blazing torrents, streaking toward him with deadly precision. Vikir pivoted sharply, the force of the attack brushing past his shoulder. He launched himself into a somersault, twisting through the air as another burst of mana exploded beneath him. The impact sent tremors through the crumbling ruins, the shockwaves scattering debris like brittle leaves. As he landed, his boots barely kissed the ground before it betrayed him. Without warning, jagged spikes of stone erupted from below. Too fast. A sickening crack split the air as the sharpened earth speared through his chest, pinning him in place before he could react. Sayre stood before him, her outstretched hands controlling the jagged spikes that impaled his body. Hatred burned in her eyes, her voice laced with contempt as she sneered at him, a mere barbarian unworthy of standing before her. The stone spears jutted through Vikir's torso, crimson droplets sliding down his arms and pooling beneath him. His breathing grew ragged, but he did not scream. Sayre, however, wanted to hear it. A wicked smile curled her lips as she extended her hand, her fingers trembling with exhilaration. She relished the moment before the kill, anticipating the agony in his voice as life drained from his body. But then, the spikes crumbled. With a hollow clatter, the stone fell away, scattering like brittle twigs. Sayre's smirk vanished, her eyes widening in stunned disbelief. This wasn't supposed to happen. Her gaze snapped back to Vikir. The deep wounds marring his chest were already closing, flesh knitting together as though time itself bent to his will. He straightened, rolling his shoulders, his fists clenching as he locked eyes with her. For the first time, uncertainty flickered across Sayre's face. Was he even human? Vikir's grip tightened around his bow as he let out a slow exhale. After exchanging a few blows, the truth had become clear. Sayre was different from the other elite corpses, weaker. Her power paled in comparison to the true demons because she was only half of one. He loosened the coil of his bow, tucking it away with a measured calm. His gaze bore into her, unwavering. There was no longer any need for conversation. Sayre stood frozen, the weight of uncertainty pressing down on her. For the first time, hesitation flickered in her eyes, but Vikir had none. His gaze burned with raw hatred, his voice a cold promise as he swore to end her. But Sayre had no intention of dying. Without a moment's delay, she pressed her palm against the ground, pouring her power into it. The earth trembled as a massive magic circle ignited beneath her, its eerie glow spreading like veins of molten fire. From its depths, something began to rise, a hulking monstrosity of grotesque proportions. A deafening roar shattered the night. The creature that emerged was no ordinary construct. It was a Frankenstein golem. Risk rating, A+. Towering at an imposing 8 meters, it was an abomination unearthed from the tomb of the other world, known among scholars and warlocks alike as Big Chunk of Meat. A name that barely captured the horror of its form. It was a grotesque colossus, a fusion of wasted flesh and mangled limbs, its body molded together like crude clay. The individual pieces that composed it, once human, once living, had long since lost any semblance of their former selves. All that remained was an unholy mass of rotting sinew, stitched together into a vague mockery of a man. Ominous, repulsive, monstrously powerful. The golem's fist clenched, tendons twisting beneath its stitched-together hide. Another guttural roar erupted from its gaping maw, thick with rage and madness. Then, with terrifying force, it charged, each thunderous step shaking the ground as it bore down on Vikir. Sayre stretched out her hand, energy crackling in her palm as she gathered flames at her fingertips. Her eyes gleamed with confidence. She had no intention of relying solely on the golem. It was merely a distraction. While Vikir focused on the hulking mass of flesh, she would strike him down with fire magic. But Vikir was not so easily fooled. Without hesitation, he drew the Beelzebub sword, its dark blade glinting under the moonlight. The golem lunged forward, its grotesque limbs reaching for him, but before it could even touch him, Vikir shifted into an offensive stance. His muscles tensed, his grip firm. With a single, decisive slash, the sword cleaved through the golem's body like a hot blade through wax. The massive creature split clean in half, its severed flesh collapsing in sickening heaps onto the ground. Vikir barely spared it a glance. His focus was locked onto Sayre. His aura flared, deep crimson, raw and pulsating with bloodthirst. Sayre, still preparing her fire spell, froze mid-incantation. Her breath hitched as recognition flickered in her wide eyes. That red aura, it was unmistakable. It was the power of the Baskervilles. How? But there was no time to dwell on her shock. Fire surged between her fingers, condensing into a massive, searing fireball. If he was truly a Baskerville, then she needed to strike him down before he closed the distance. But it was too late. Vikir moved. In an instant, he was above her, descending like a reaper from the heavens. His eyes blazed with an unrelenting fury, his movements precise and deadly. He unleashed the seventh technique of the Baskerville, his blade slicing through the air with terrifying speed. Their gazes met. Sayre's mind reeled. Why? Why did he have that aura? Then, with a final merciless swing, Vikir's sword met the fireball in a clash of power. The impact sent a cataclysmic explosion rippling through the area, consuming everything in its wake. Buildings trembled, flames erupted. The night sky was painted in a blinding glow of destruction, and when the dust settled, only one figure stood amidst the wreckage. As the smoke from the explosive clash began to dissipate, the aftermath was revealed in the eerie silence that followed. The ground was scarred with a massive crater, its jagged edges a testament to the ferocity of the battle. In the center of it all stood Vikir, unwavering on his feet despite the damage he had sustained. His clothes were torn in several places, his mask cracked. Yet, there was no sign of hesitation in his posture. He remained resolute, his hand pressing against his injury. Opposite him, Sayre was on her knees, trembling violently. Her breathing was labored, her body clearly weakened by the toll of the battle. Vikir's eyes scanned her, his focus sharp as he took in the situation. It was obvious now. Her half-human nature had left her vulnerable to the intense mana backlash she had suffered, a side effect of her failed spell. With a cold, assessing gaze, Vikir spoke, his voice firm but detached. "You lost focus at the critical moment. That was your mistake." Sayre's eyes were distant, her pupils unfocused as she gazed down at the dirt beneath her. Her lips trembled, and she began to mutter broken words, her voice tinged with desperation. "Please, don't leave me here." Her hands shook as she reached out slightly, but her words fell flat in the air, lost in the devastation around them. Vikir observed her carefully, his expression unreadable. His mind raced, calculating every angle. He saw the pain, the fear, the humanity buried beneath her demonic facade. Despite her power, despite the destruction she had caused, there was something still very human about her. But that didn't change the fact that she was an enemy. That didn't change the fact that all deaths had a story behind them. Vikir's voice was low and steady as he spoke again, cutting through the air with a chilling finality. "Why did you make a deal with a demon?" His gaze sharpened as he raised the Beelzebub sword high above his head, its dark aura shimmering in the light. Sayre lowered her head, her body hunched in resignation. She knew what was coming. She had failed. She had lost. There was nothing left but the bitter acceptance of death. For a long, tense moment, Vikir stood still, his eyes never leaving her. The seconds dragged on as he weighed the decision in his mind. He had already seen the darkness in her, the twisted path she had chosen. But did she deserve to die here, like this, with nothing left to offer but remorse? Then, in a sudden fluid motion, Vikir brought the sword down with a sharp, decisive swipe, the cold steel glinting in the moonlight as it approached her. The aftermath of the battle left a massive crater in the ground, its edges jagged and smoking, just beside the shattered remains of the orphanage dormitories. At the center of the devastation stood Vikir and the corpse queen, Ser, their figures stark against the backdrop of destruction. As the thick curtain of smoke began to dissipate, Ser knelt on the ground, her body battered and broken, her strength nearly spent. Vikir loomed over her, his expression cold and unyielding as he raised his sword, the blade of Beelzebub glinting ominously in the dim light. Vikir's fist tightened around the hilt of the sword, his knuckles white with tension. The blade began to emit a faint, eerie glow, its power surging as if responding to his resolve. His eyes, sharp and unrelenting, locked onto Ser with a lethal focus. Without hesitation, he swung the sword in a swift, decisive arc, the blade cutting through the air as it advanced toward Ser with deadly precision. Ser, too wounded to mount a defense, bowed her head in resignation, her body trembling as she prepared to meet her fate. But just as the sword descended, a sudden shift occurred. Strands of vibrant red hair floated into view, catching the light like threads of fire. In a heartbeat, Rose stepped between them, her movements deliberate, yet fragile. Her gaze remained fixed on the ground as she extended her hands, her presence a silent but powerful barrier against Vikir's strike. The air seemed to still, the tension evident as the scene hung in precarious balance. Vikir's focus sharpened on Rose, his eyes widening in a mix of surprise and confusion. Undead were typically driven by envy for what they lacked, their nature compelling them to mindlessly attack the living. Yet Rose stood apart. She didn't meet Vikir's gaze, her demeanor eerily calm for someone of her kind. Despite being undead, she exhibited a level of awareness that defied expectation, a stark contrast to the mindless aggression Vikir had come to associate with her kind. Ser, meanwhile, remained kneeling on the ground, immobilized by the backlash of mana, her strength utterly drained. Vikir's gaze flicked between the two, his mind racing. Why had the corpse queen and this woman suddenly lost their will to fight? The question lingered, unanswered, as the tension in the air grew thicker. At that moment, a brilliant light flooded the area, accompanied by the sharp voice of a guard announcing, "We found the intruders!" Vikir's eyes widened in alarm, a flicker of fear breaking through his usual composure. He hadn't anticipated being discovered, and the sudden appearance of the guards sent a jolt of panic through him. His body tensed, his senses heightening as he turned to face the new threat. It was then that he recognized the voice, Professor Sandy. She had arrived with the guards, her presence as commanding as ever. While Vikir was momentarily distracted, Rose seized the opportunity. She moved swiftly, grabbing Ser, who had fallen unconscious, and cradled her protectively. With a determined gesture, Rose raised her hand toward the sky, activating a spell. A swirling aura of blue energy enveloped them, its light growing brighter with each passing second. Vikir felt the surge of mana and turned back, his eyes blazing with hatred and rage. He knew he couldn't afford to waste another moment. His focus shifted back to Rose and Ser, his expression hardening with resolve. Clenching his fists, he prepared to strike, determined to end the confrontation before they could escape. His target wasn't Rose, it was Ser. With a swift, precise motion, he swung the Beelzebub sword, its blade gleaming ominously as it arced toward Ser. But just as the attack was about to land, Rose stepped in, shielding Ser with her own body. The sword pierced her back, the force of the blow causing blood to spill from her mouth. Her strength faltered, and she began to lose consciousness. Yet her sacrifice was not in vain. The spell she had activated reached its peak, the blue energy flaring brightly before engulfing both her and Ser. In an instant, they vanished, leaving only a faint trace of mana in their wake. Vikir stared at the empty space where they had stood, his fury boiling over. He had been so close, and now they were gone. Before he could process his frustration, the sharp click of heels echoed across the ground. Professor Sandy had arrived, flanked by armed guards. She stomped her foot forcefully, her presence commanding immediate attention. As the light focused on Vikir, she tilted her head, a sly smile playing on her lips. "Well, well," she said, her voice dripping with mockery. "Why don't you show yourself, Night Hound?" By the time Professor Sandy and the armed guards arrived at the site of the crater, it was already midnight. Vikir, however, had acted swiftly and vanished from the scene before they could apprehend him. Sandy placed her hands on her hips, scanning the area with a sharp gaze before declaring, "There's no one here." Her voice was laced with frustration as she glanced down at the ground, muttering under her breath, "That pig!" One of the guards standing beside her turned his attention toward her, his expression a mix of curiosity and confusion as he observed her unusual demeanor. Sandy, usually composed and calculating, seemed to momentarily lose her cool. Her teeth clenched, and without warning, she delivered a powerful kick to the edge of the crater, sending a spray of dirt and debris flying. Her anger was palpable. She was furious that they had arrived too late, allowing the Night Hound to slip through their fingers once again. Now, Sandy wore a patch over one eye, a stark reminder of the injury Vikir had inflicted on her. As she stood there seething, her mind raced to piece together how he had managed to escape yet again. Just then, something caught her eye, causing her to freeze momentarily. In the center of the crater, partially buried in the dirt, lay Vikir's mask. The sight of it only fueled her rage further. "He fled," she hissed, her voice trembling with anger. "He actually fled." Unbeknownst to her, Vikir had transformed into his canine form and slipped away unnoticed, putting considerable distance between himself and the orphanage dormitories. Now, he was far from the scene, running at full speed through the darkened streets. The next morning, the sun rose over the academy, its golden rays streaming through the windows and casting a warm glow across the halls. Anna stood by one of the windows, her fist clenched tightly in excitement. Her eyes sparkled with anticipation as she turned to her companions and declared, "Now that the exams are over, the Academy's grand event is finally here." Her voice carried a contagious energy, signaling the beginning of something new and thrilling. The festival season was on the horizon, and the air buzzed with anticipation. Standing before Anna were Vikir, Dolores, Sinclair, Bianca, Tutor, Piggy, and Sancho, each awaiting her announcement with varying degrees of curiosity. Anna's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm as she addressed the group, a bright smile spreading across her face. "This year's festival concept is something entirely different," she began, her voice brimming with excitement. Behind her, a coat rack cart laden with an assortment of costumes stood as a tantalizing preview of what was to come. Anna gestured toward the rack with a flourish, her joy evident. "This year's theme is a haunted house," she revealed, her tone triumphant. The announcement was met with a range of reactions. Sinclair's eyes lit up with delight, and she clasped her hands together, unable to contain her smile. "It's Halloween," she exclaimed, thrilled by the idea. With the grueling exams finally behind them, the festival promised to be a much-needed diversion, and the haunted house concept was sure to draw crowds. Dolores, meanwhile, brought a hand to her mouth, her eyes widening in a mix of surprise and excitement. A faint blush crept across her cheeks as she imagined the fun of dressing up as a ghost. Bianca, however, tilted her head thoughtfully, her finger resting on her chin. "The Academy Festival doesn't usually have this tradition," she remarked, her tone tinged with confusion. Tutor, standing beside her with his arms crossed, turned to Bianca with a curious expression. "You're right," he agreed, his brow furrowing slightly as he considered the deviation from the norm. Piggy, ever the calm presence, turned to Sancho and explained, "It's actually an ancient tradition, one that even the professors can't escape." Sancho's eyes gleamed with excitement at the revelation. He cracked his knuckles and grinned. "Traditions are important," he said, his voice filled with conviction. Anna, undeterred by the mixed reactions, produced 2 boxes and held them up with a cheerful smile. "It's time to draw lots," she announced. "Let's see who gets to dress up as which kind of ghost." Sinclair and Dolores immediately began chatting animatedly, their voices bubbling with excitement as they speculated about the possibilities. Vikir, standing at the back with his arms crossed, remained silent, his observant gaze taking in the scene without comment. Though he said nothing, his presence was a quiet reminder that even the most unexpected traditions could bring people together, whether they liked it or not. Vikir lowered his head, his expression clouded with concern as he stared at the ground, lost in thought. His mind drifted back to the moment when Rose had intervened, stepping in to shield Sayre and taking the full force of his attack. The memory weighed heavily on him. Sayre, the 8th Corpse and the Corpse Queen, had been vulnerable, unable to access even half of her powers. Letting her escape had been a grave mistake, one that could have far-reaching consequences. His thoughts then turned to the Hounds of Baskerville, the legendary warriors he had once fought alongside. He recalled the grueling battle against the demon Andromalius, where he had no choice but to rely on the aid of the family's knights. The memory of his confrontation with Dantalion also surfaced, a fight in which he and Dolores had stood side by side. Despite being a high-ranking graduate, Vikir couldn't shake the doubt creeping into his mind. Could he truly face the 8th Corpse alone if she were at full strength? The question lingered, unanswered. To hunt demons effectively, he knew he needed to master the 7th and final technique of the Baskervilles and ascend to the level of Swordmaster. His mind conjured the image of a book and the 2 molars hidden within his mouth, symbols of the Baskerville legacy. The 10th technique, stalking ambush, also known as the 6th Fang, horizontal ambush twin teeth of wisdom, was a formidable skill. But to wield it, one had to grasp the intricate and paradoxical relationship between the 6th and 7th techniques, ultimately unlocking the ultimate annihilation technique. The theory behind these techniques was meticulously detailed in the Book of Swordsmanship. However, the path to mastering them was fraught with contradictions. To overcome the barrier of the 6th technique, one had to sever all human emotions, becoming a relentless and unfeeling hound. Yet to master the 7th technique, those very emotions had to be reclaimed. In his past life, Vikir's body had been a tapestry of scars, each one a testament to his battles. Despite his experience, he had never fully understood why one had to abandon emotions only to recover them later. It seemed counterintuitive, a riddle that defied the logic of his training. This realization underscored the stark contrast between the methods of basic-level graduates who were taught to suppress their emotions and embrace the cold efficiency of a hound, and the advanced techniques that demanded a deeper, more nuanced understanding. Vikir knew that to progress, he would need to approach his training from an entirely new perspective, one that reconciled the duality of emotion and detachment. The road ahead was uncertain, but he was determined to unravel the mysteries of the Baskerville techniques, no matter how daunting the challenge. Vikir rested his hand under his chin, his mind drifting as he envisioned his father, Hugo, unsheathing his sword, the air around him crackling with immense mana. How had Hugo achieved the rank of Swordmaster? The question lingered, unanswered, as Vikir wrestled with the complexities of his own path. His reverie was interrupted when Dolores approached Anna and drew a lot from the box. Her eyes widened in surprise as she examined the slip of paper, her focus entirely fixed on it. Vikir, snapping out of his trance, turned to her, his curiosity piqued. Dolores held the lot closer, studying it intently before announcing, "I have to dress up as the Night Hound." Anna's hand flew to her mouth, her eyes widening with concern as she recalled the recent attack on the Quo Vadis family's orphanage by the infamous Night Hound. "I'm so sorry," she said, her expression tinged with guilt. "This is my fault." To everyone's surprise, Dolores shook her head, a faint blush coloring her cheeks. "It's no problem at all," she replied, her voice steady. "I'll do it." She pressed the lot to her chest, closed her eyes, and smiled softly, her feelings for the enigmatic Night Hound betraying themselves in her expression. Anna, noticing Vikir's lingering hesitation, turned to him with an encouraging smile. "It's your turn," she said, urging him to hurry and choose. "You're the center of attention, after all." Vikir hesitated, his hand brushing his cheek as he felt a wave of confusion. Reluctantly, he reached into the box, the lively atmosphere reminding him that, despite everything, they were all still young. As he pulled out a lot and read it, his eyes filled with dread. He stared at the slip of paper in silence, unsure of how he had drawn such a role. Dolores, now standing with her back to the group, seemed lost in her own thoughts. Meanwhile, Anna, Sinclair, and Bianca crowded around Vikir, their curiosity piqued. "What did you get?" they asked in unison, their voices brimming with anticipation. Bianca even placed her hands on their heads, leaning in to get a better look. Vikir remained silent, his mind racing. It was then that he realized he had completely forgotten a key tradition of the Academy festival from his past. On the day of the festival, everyone at the Academy dressed up, embracing the spirit of the event with enthusiasm. Now, as the festival arrived, Vikir found himself at the center of it all, grappling with a role he hadn't anticipated, and a tradition he had long overlooked. As night fell, the Academy festival buzzed with a lively and carefree atmosphere, the air filled with laughter and excitement. Among the myriad attractions, a bustling beer bar had become a popular gathering spot. Groups of students clustered together, their faces lit with excitement as they raised their fists and cheered, fully immersed in the festive spirit. Inside the bar, Tutor stood out in his elaborate Valkyrie costume, a rose clenched playfully between his teeth. With a charming smile, he extended his hand toward a nearby student, his eyes sparkling with mischief. "Care to join me for a round of poetry and drinks at Ghostly Bar?" he asked, his tone warm and inviting. Nearby, Sancho, dressed as a chef, expertly balanced a plate in one hand while stirring a steaming pot of stew with the other. His cheerful demeanor was infectious as he called out to the crowd, "Welcome to Ghostly Bar. The first round of my hot-blooded stew is on the house. One bite, and you'll feel the fire of a warrior coursing through your veins." Sinclair, adorned in a striking vampire costume, stood at the entrance, her eyes gleaming with delight. She placed a hand over her heart and addressed the passing students with a warm smile. "Step inside and let the night come alive. We're waiting to welcome you all with open arms." Meanwhile, Piggy, dressed as a fairy, fidgeted nervously, his cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Despite his discomfort, he approached a group of students, holding out a stack of brochures. "Here, take this," he stammered, his voice barely above a whisper. The students, taken aback by the sight of such an unexpectedly adorable figure, couldn't help but blush. One of them reached out to accept the brochure, their eyes wide with surprise. Bianca, dressed as Frankenstein, suddenly appeared and leaned her shoulders casually against the two students who had been chatting with Piggy. Her expression was stern as she fixed them with a serious gaze. "No flirting with the bar staff," she said firmly, her tone leaving no room for argument. The two students immediately straightened up, their faces flushing with embarrassment as they stammered apologies. While Bianca was occupied, the atmosphere in the bar shifted as a figure in a striking red dress made her entrance. All eyes turned toward her, including Bianca's, who blinked in confusion, unsure of what was happening. The bar was already lively, filled with customers enjoying their meals and drinks. Among them was Dolores, who was working as a waitress, her Night Hound costume drawing curious glances. The sound of red heels clicking against the floor echoed through the room as the figure in the red dress approached Dolores. Dolores, who was carrying a tray with a pitcher of beer, turned her head, her eyes widening in surprise and curiosity. When she finally turned to face the newcomer, her expression shifted to one of mild disappointment and confusion. It was Professor Vency Morgue, dressed in an elaborate female costume. Dolores tilted her head, her voice tinged with bewilderment as she asked, "Professor Vency, what can I do for you?" The professor crossed his arms, his expression serious as he scrutinized her. "What's the meaning of this costume?" he asked, his tone sharp but measured. Dolores blinked, taken aback by the question. Before she could respond, Professor Vency gestured to the side and continued, "I understand it's a festival, but have you considered the implications of dressing as that, an atrocious, uncontrollable criminal? What message does this send?" Dolores hesitated for a moment, her eyes flickering with uncertainty. But then she straightened her posture, her gaze steady and determined. "I like this disguise," she said simply, her voice firm. Professor Vency studied her in silence, his expression unreadable. After a long pause, he turned to the side, closed his eyes, and let out a small sigh. Extending his hand in a gesture of resignation, he said, "Very well. I'll leave you to take responsibility for your actions. As your academic advisor, I can guide you, but I don't have the authority to dictate what you can or cannot do. The choice is yours." With that, he stepped back, allowing Dolores to continue her role as the Night Hound. The bar's lively atmosphere quickly resumed, but the brief exchange left a lingering tension, a reminder that even in the midst of celebration, the weight of one's choices could not be ignored. Tutor, observing the interaction from a distance, raised an eyebrow in curiosity. He placed one hand on his waist and extended the other, addressing the professor directly. "Professor Vency, what brings you here?" he asked, his tone a mix of amusement and intrigue. Piggy, meanwhile, focused his attention on the group, his expression serious as he interjected, "During the festival, teachers often dress up and visit their class or club booths to help boost earnings. It's part of the tradition." The group began to murmur among themselves, speculating about the professor's unexpected appearance. Professor Vency, his arms still crossed, glared at them, his eyes flashing with irritation. "If it weren't for this ridiculous disguise, I wouldn't have come here at all," he muttered under his breath. He glanced at the menu, his disdain evident. "And besides, the prices for these dishes are hardly reasonable." A few moments later, Dolores reappeared, holding a tray laden with food. Her demeanor was calm and composed as she approached the table. "Here's the roasted chicken and potatoes you ordered," she said, setting the dishes down with care. The plate contained a serving of golden French fries, a portion of roasted chicken, and a bowl of stew. Professor Vency's gaze shifted to the food, his critical eye immediately noting the apparent lack of quality in the ingredients. The dishes looked haphazardly prepared, as though made by someone without formal training in food safety. He sighed, picking up a spoon with visible reluctance, fully expecting the meal to be unpalatable. As he took his first bite of the stew, however, his entire demeanor changed. His eyes widened in shock, and he froze mid-motion, the spoon hovering in the air. Dolores, standing politely with her hands clasped in front of her, watched him intently, waiting for his reaction. Professor Vency's lipstick smudged slightly as his mouth fell open, and beads of sweat formed on his forehead. He stared at the food, utterly baffled. The flavors were extraordinary. The roasted chicken, glistening and perfectly cooked, released a smoky, savory aroma as he imagined tearing into it. The potatoes, sourced from the Morgue family's region, had a delicate, buttery texture that melted in his mouth. It was a far cry from the garbage he had anticipated. Unable to contain his astonishment, Professor Vency slammed his hand on the table, his expression a mix of fury and disbelief. "Who prepared this food?" he demanded, his voice sharp. He was convinced that an external chef had been brought in, someone far beyond the skill level of the students. Dolores, however, remained unflappable. She gestured calmly toward the kitchen and replied, "The chef is one of our club members. I'm sure you know them well." Inside the kitchen, standing in front of the grill, was a figure dressed as a witch, complete with red lipstick and a serious expression. It was none other than Vikir, meticulously tending to the food. He moved the pan with precision, his focus unwavering as he observed the dishes cooking before him. The contrast between his intimidating demeanor and the whimsical costume was almost comical, but his skill in the kitchen was undeniable. The festival was in full swing, the academy grounds teeming with students immersed in the lively atmosphere. A long-standing tradition of the event was the playful reversal of roles, with men dressing as women and women as men, adding an extra layer of whimsy to the celebrations. Inside the bustling beer bar, the kitchen was a hive of activity. The chef, focused and efficient, worked diligently over a sizzling pan, the aroma of freshly prepared food wafting through the air. Piggy hurried into the kitchen, clutching an order slip in his hand. His expression was a mix of excitement and nervousness as he read out the new orders. "We've got a big one," he announced. 3 plates of Vikir's special fried chicken, 2 plates of grilled sausage, 6 portions of sautéed vegetables with sausage, and 5 portions of rice balls. Vikir, dressed as a witch for the festival, listened intently while continuing to work. His eyes gleamed with determination as he gripped the spatula in one hand. Without missing a beat, he turned to Piggy and replied calmly, "The order will be ready in less than 10 minutes." His confidence was reassuring, a testament to his skill and efficiency in the kitchen. Outside the kitchen, the bar was overflowing with customers. The crowd was so dense that Tutor, who was managing the front, found himself overwhelmed and on the verge of panic. Word had spread like wildfire about the exceptional quality of the food coming from their kitchen, and the influx of customers was relentless. Male patrons had been arriving in droves, and now female customers were pouring in as well, creating a chaotic but exhilarating scene. Sinclair, caught in the midst of the stampede, felt dizzy and suffocated by the sheer number of people. She clenched her fists, took a deep breath, and decided it was time to take control. "If we're going to handle this, we need to start taking orders properly," she muttered to herself, pushing through the crowd with renewed determination. Vikir, at the heart of it all, remained focused, his calm demeanor a steadying force amidst the frenzy. Vikir, focused intently on the pan in front of him, paid little attention to the commotion unfolding around him. His hands moved with practiced precision as he worked, his mind drifting back to memories of his past life. He recalled a night long ago when he and the hounds of Baskerville had gathered around a bonfire beside a rock in the middle of a battlefield. The festival's lively atmosphere reminded him of that moment, as it gave him the chance to recreate the dishes they had relied on during those harsh times. In his memory, Vikir's expression was cold and resolute as he skewered a scorpion on a stick, preparing to roast it over the flames. During the era of destruction, resources were scarce, and proper provisions were a luxury few could afford. Warriors on the front lines had to find ways to make even the most unappetizing ingredients palatable to survive. Vikir stood tall, his hands resting on his waist as he surveyed the grim reality around him. Behind him lay the fallen bodies of his comrades, the hounds of Baskerville, a stark reminder of the stakes they faced. Through trial and error, Vikir had learned how to transform inedible or toxic ingredients into something survivable. He discovered which parts of poisonous plants could be safely consumed after careful preparation and how to salvage spoiled meat. These lessons were hard-won, often tested on his own comrades in desperate circumstances. It was a grim necessity, but one that had honed his skills and resourcefulness. Back in the present, Vikir's hands moved deftly as he retrieved a potato and began cutting it into small, even pieces. The potatoes grown in the Morgue region were notoriously bland, with a strong earthy smell and a texture akin to chewing sand. But Vikir knew how to elevate even the most lackluster ingredients. After slicing the potatoes, he seasoned them generously with salt and a splash of vinegar, a simple yet effective trick to enhance their flavor and texture. As he worked, the chaos of the festival faded into the background. Vikir's focus remained unwavering, his movements deliberate and efficient. The lessons of survival he had learned on the battlefield now served him in this unexpected setting, allowing him to create dishes that captivated the festival goers. Despite the stark contrast between the past and the present, Vikir's dedication to his craft remained unchanged, a testament to his resilience and ingenuity. Vikir placed the seasoned potato pieces into a sizzling pan over high heat, adding mandrake leaves and fruits from the sabak tree to enhance the flavor. In moments, he had transformed the humble ingredients into a plate of golden, crispy French fries that radiated an irresistible aroma. His eyes gleamed with determination as he held up the plate, showcasing his creation to the eager customers. Thanks to his meticulous research, he had mastered the art of eliminating the earthy smell of the potatoes while enhancing their natural sweetness and improving their texture. Professor Morg and Dolores, drawn by the tantalizing scent, turned their attention to the plate of French fries. Their eyes widened in surprise and admiration, their expressions a mix of awe and disbelief. The dish left them momentarily speechless, their cheeks flushing with a mix of embarrassment and delight. Professor Morg, attempting to regain his composure, placed a hand over his mouth and looked away, while Dolores, after a moment of stunned silence, averted her gaze to the ground. The sight of Vikir, dressed in a witch costume that defied convention, had momentarily unsettled Professor Morg, leaving him flustered. Meanwhile, Vikir remained focused on his task, unaware of the stir he was causing. Just then, Bianca, clad in her Frankenstein costume, burst into the kitchen. Her eyes scanned the scene before landing on Vikir, and her expression shifted to one of confusion and frustration. "Why are you in the kitchen?" she demanded, her voice sharp. Her eyes burned with fury as she pointed an accusatory finger at him. "You're not someone who should be wasting time here. You need to be out there, drawing attention and attracting customers." Vikir, pulled from his thoughts, turned to face her. His expression was calm and composed, a stark contrast to her agitation. With a serene smile, he nodded. "You're right," he said. Just as Bianca was about to finish her sentence, Tutor stepped forward, his expression earnest and sincere. "Vikir can't leave the kitchen," he explained firmly. "Without him, the kitchen would fall apart." Bianca's attention snapped to him, her eyes widening in confusion and disbelief. She shook her head, clearly disagreeing with his assessment. Tutor moved closer to her, extending his hands in a gesture of emphasis as he argued his point. "Vikir is an indispensable talent in the kitchen," he insisted. "His cooking has captivated so many people. They've fallen in love with the taste of his food. We can't afford to lose him here, even for a moment." Bianca clenched her fist, her expression darkening with frustration. She felt Tutor was mocking her. In her view, if Vikir stepped out to attract customers with his striking appearance, their sales would easily double. The tension between them grew as they continued to argue, their voices rising in intensity. Meanwhile, at a corner table in the bar, a man sat quietly, his face partially hidden beneath a cap and mask. He savored the last bites of his meal, wiping his mouth with a napkin before turning his attention to Tutor and Bianca's heated exchange. His eyes gleamed with amusement, and a faint smile crept across his face. His hunch had been correct. This was exactly the scene he had anticipated. The man set his knife down on the table and began to release a faint but unmistakable aura of mana. Despite being in the kitchen, Vikir immediately sensed it. His eyes widened in alarm, and his body tensed as he went on high alert. The surge of mana was familiar, and it filled him with a mix of surprise and dread. He turned, following the trail of energy, his heart pounding. As Tutor and Bianca continued their argument, the man at the table released even more mana, the energy swirling around him like a visible force. He picked up the knife again, his eyes glowing with excitement as he removed his mask, revealing his identity. It was none other than Osiris le Baskerville. His gaze locked onto Vikir, studying him in silence with an intensity that was both unsettling and deliberate. Vikir, now thoroughly confused and curious, couldn't understand why Osiris was here. The presence of such a figure at the festival was unexpected, to say the least. After a moment of hesitation, Vikir left the kitchen and made his way to the back of the bar, where Osiris was waiting. The encounter was charged with unspoken tension, as Vikir prepared to face whatever had brought Osiris to this unlikely setting. Osiris studied Vikir intently, a faint smile playing on his lips as he began to speak. He reminisced about how long it had been since he last attended the festival, recalling his own days at the academy when he, too, had worn a woman's costume. However, he admitted with a hint of amusement that his outfit had not been nearly as striking as Vikir's. Vikir addressed Osiris as brother, his tone a mix of surprise and curiosity, and asked what had brought him here. Osiris crossed his arms, his expression sincere, as he explained that it was an older brother's duty to come to the rescue when his younger sibling was in trouble. Vikir fell silent, unsure of what Osiris meant by this cryptic statement. Before he could press further, a smile spread across Osiris's face, and the edges of his cape began to flutter as if stirred by an unseen force. At that moment, something small and energetic emerged from beneath Osiris's cloak, leaping forward with surprising agility. It was someone dressed in an adorable rabbit costume, who immediately threw their arms around Vikir in a tight hug. Startled, Vikir's eyes widened in recognition. It was Pomeranian, her face partially hidden by the rabbit mask, her eyes brimming with tears. She clung to Vikir, her emotions spilling over as she expressed how much she had missed him. Her relief quickly turned to frustration, and she began hitting him lightly on the shoulder, demanding to know why he had not returned home. Her voice trembled with a mix of anger and hurt, her small frame shaking with each word. Vikir, taken aback by her outburst, tried to calm her down, his hands gently resting on her shoulders. He apologized softly, his voice filled with regret, acknowledging that he had not meant to make her worry. Osiris watched the scene unfold, his eyes shining with amusement and warmth. He explained to Vikir that Pomeranian had missed him terribly, her restlessness and worry evident in the days leading up to their reunion. His smile widened as he observed the two of them together, a quiet reassurance that family bonds, no matter how unconventional, remained strong even in the face of separation. With a cheerful expression, Osiris explained that their father had granted him free time to bring Pomeranian to the academy. Vikir, holding Pomeranian in his arms, soon realized that she had effectively used the vice-patriarch as her personal escort. Osiris went on to reveal that, recently, Pomeranian had been wielding significant influence within the household. Just last month, she had climbed onto Hugo's shoulders during an outing to a chocolate bean field. There, she had pointed at the trees and declared her love for blood bean chocolate. Hugo, unable to resist her whims, had subsequently cleared the monster-infested region on the Western Front and established a cocoa farm there. However, upon returning home, Pomeranian had thrown herself to the ground in a fit of tears, protesting that she missed Vikir and vowing not to eat until she could see him again. Hugo, exhausted and sweating under the pressure of her demands, had eventually relented after Pomeranian's hunger strike lasted a grueling 2 meals. He permitted Osiris to take her to visit Vikir. Now, in the present, Pomeranian clung to Vikir, her eyes shining with joy as her plan had come to fruition, exactly as she had hoped. Osiris turned his attention to Vikir, his expression softening as he asked if Vikir was aware of how deeply Pomeranian had been affected by his absence. She had fallen into a state of depression, her usual brightness dimmed. A smile spread across Osiris's face as he admitted that it had been a long time since he had last seen Pomeranian smile so genuinely. Vikir's eyes widened in surprise, not only at the revelation of Pomeranian's struggles, but also at the sight of Osiris displaying such warmth and affection. It was a rare and unexpected side of his older brother, one that Vikir had not often witnessed. The moment underscored the depth of their familial bonds, even amidst the chaos and responsibilities that defined their lives. Osiris's eyes lit up with joy, and a kind smile spread across his face. One of the key stages in becoming a Swordmaster was the process of recovering emotions, and though Osiris might not have realized it himself, this moment was a significant step forward for him. Not long after, Pomeranian, exhausted from their journey, fell asleep. Osiris gently lifted her onto his back, carefully placing his hat on her head to shield her from the light. They had been searching for Vikir since arriving at the academy, and the effort had clearly worn her out. Turning to Vikir, Osiris urged him to make the most of their time together while they were here. Vikir observed them quietly before nodding in agreement. Osiris's smile remained warm and sincere as he shared another piece of news. The trade network Vikir had established was progressing well, thanks to their alliance with the merchants of Messinadnaro. In truth, Vikir was already aware of these developments. The Commission for Investigating Past Affairs had been formed before he entered the academy, with Osiris taking exclusive charge of its operations. Through this commission, Osiris had uncovered and exposed the illicit dealings between the Baskerville and Messinadnaro families. A formal trial had been held, and the Baskerville family had issued an official apology to the Messinadnaro family, marking a significant step toward reconciliation and rebuilding trust. During the trial, Cindy Wendy stood tall, her gaze fixed intently on the man kneeling before her. Behind them lay the grim evidence of justice served, several heads, a stark reminder of the consequences faced by the old members of the Baskerville family who had participated in the macabre plan. Vikir's mind conjured an image of Cindy from behind, her posture resolute and unyielding. This event had allowed Cindy to release some of her pent-up anger, and she had eventually joined forces with the Baskerville family. However, whether she had truly forgiven them or not was a question only she could answer. Osiris, his gaze now fixed on the ground, reached into his suit and pulled out a letter sealed with red wax, along with a ring. He handed both to Vikir, explaining that his visit tonight was not solely for Pomeranian's sake. Vikir accepted the letter, his attention immediately drawn to it, his curiosity piqued. Osiris turned his head slightly, his tone measured as he revealed that the ring had been discovered near the site where the demon who had stolen Set's body had met its end. Vikir's grip tightened around the ring, his eyes narrowing with a flicker of hatred as he examined it in silence. Osiris went on to explain that the ring was believed to possess a unique ability, one that had prompted Hugo to entrust it to Vikir, recognizing his significant contributions. As Vikir held the ring, it began to emit a powerful surge of mana, its energy palpable. His curiosity deepened, wondering if this ring might grant him access to the same barrier ability that Andromalius had wielded. The statistics of the ring materialized before Vikir's eyes. It was called the Divine Immortal Ring, and its primary ability was to summon a powerful barrier. Osiris's expression shifted to one of concern as he glanced away, deciding to address one final matter. He revealed that the letter he had handed to Vikir was written by Hugo, containing words the patriarch had long wanted to share with his son. Vikir's eyes widened in disbelief as he examined the letter, his hands trembling slightly. He turned to Osiris, his voice tinged with confusion, and asked if the letter was truly written by their father. Osiris's eyes softened, and a faint smile crossed his face. He acknowledged Vikir's surprise and reassured him, mentioning that he too had received a letter from Hugo. With that, Osiris began to walk away, waving a hand in farewell as he urged Vikir to take his time reading the letter. Vikir watched him go, his expression a mix of curiosity and confusion, before returning the gesture with a hesitant wave of his own. As Osiris departed, the attention of the surrounding men shifted to Vikir, their faces flushing with admiration. They had never seen a woman as strikingly beautiful as Vikir appeared in his costume, and their gazes lingered on him, captivated. Curiosity burned within Vikir as he held the letter, his mind racing with questions about what Hugo could possibly want to convey. Amid the lively festivities, he found a quiet moment to open the letter and begin reading. Hugo's words were direct and purposeful, urging Vikir to consider his path toward becoming a Swordmaster, just as his brother Osiris had. The patriarch's message was clear. It was time for Vikir to embrace his potential and rise to the challenges that lay ahead. As the festival continued around him, Vikir stood still, the weight of his father's expectations settling on his shoulders. The letter was a reminder of the legacy he carried and the journey he had yet to complete. Just a few days prior, Hugo had sat at his desk, his expression stern yet thoughtful as he composed the letter. Hugo had deduced that Vikir was likely stuck at the 7th Fang, a stage where many top-ranking graduates found themselves. He explained in the letter that to master the 7th technique, Vikir would need to ascend to the level of Swordmaster. To aid him in this journey, Hugo had meticulously detailed the process he himself had undergone to achieve that rank. As Vikir read further, the realization struck him. Hugo was providing him with a roadmap to becoming a Swordmaster. For a moment, Vikir was paralyzed, his mind racing to process the implications. But then, his expression darkened. He crumpled the letter in his hand, his eyes blazing with hatred. His fist clenched, and he gritted his teeth, the weight of Hugo's expectations pressing down on him. The path to becoming a Swordmaster was laid bare before him, and it was a path fraught with challenges he had yet to fully confront. Meanwhile, the festival continued around him, its lively atmosphere a stark contrast to Vikir's inner turmoil. Near the entrance of the bar, Bianca sat with her head resting on her hand, her eyes closed as she let out a sigh. She was tired, having spent much of the evening promoting the bar. Just then, someone with long, flowing hair passed in front of her. Bianca's eyes snapped open, her attention immediately drawn to the striking figure. She couldn't help but blush as she observed the woman's hair, a pang of jealousy flickering within her. She didn't understand what was happening. The two women who had caught her attention were none other than the Corpse Queen and Rose. The Corpse Queen, her fist clenched and her expression serious, moved through the festival with purpose, her presence commanding attention. Beside her, Rose glanced around curiously, her beauty evident even behind the mask she wore. The Corpse Queen's body began to emit a faint aura of mana, and almost instantly, the attention of every man in the vicinity shifted to her. The atmosphere grew tense, the festival's carefree energy momentarily disrupted by her commanding presence. The festival was alive with energy, the night filled with laughter and excitement as people roamed the grounds in their favorite costumes. Some dressed as superheroes, while others took on the guise of animals, creating a vibrant tapestry of creativity and fun. Amid the bustling crowd, the Corpse Queen and Rose approached a food stand, blending in seamlessly as they placed their orders. Rose opted for a fruit skewer and a cake filled with cream and strawberries, her eyes lighting up as she gazed at the delectable treats. The sight made her mouth water. She had never encountered food that looked so enticing. She took a bite of both the fruit skewer and the cake, savoring the flavors. The Corpse Queen watched her with visible joy, her eyes widening as she reached out to gently stroke Rose's head. With a warm smile, she asked if the food was delicious. Rose closed her eyes and nodded enthusiastically, her enjoyment evident. The Corpse Queen turned her attention to the crowd, her gaze sweeping over the lively scene. Her eyes sparkled with curiosity as she remembered that this was, after all, a Halloween festival. While Rose continued to relish her food, the Corpse Queen fell into silent observation, her mind wandering. She began to wonder what might have happened if that fateful incident had never occurred, or if she had never made a contract with a demon. Her thoughts drifted to an alternate reality where she could have been cheerfully chatting with Vikir, free from the burdens she now carried. She realized that without the demon's intervention, she might never have entered the academy alongside him. A wistful expression crossed her face as she stared at the ground, her eyes clouded with sadness. But she quickly shook off the thought, deciding it was pointless to dwell on what could have been. There were more pressing matters to attend to. Her mind then conjured an image of the Night Hound, his piercing gaze fixed on her with murderous intent. In her imagination, he confronted her, asking if the demon she had made a contract with was indeed Ser, one of the 10 elite corpses. Her eyes narrowed, glowing with a mix of curiosity and suspicion as she questioned how the Night Hound could possibly know such a thing. To her, the Night Hound was an enigmatic and unprecedented villain, a figure who had recently instilled fear in the hearts of the city's knights. The thought sent a shiver down her spine, but it also ignited a spark of intrigue. What did the Night Hound truly know, and how much of her past was he aware of? The questions lingered, unanswered, as the festival continued around her, its joyous atmosphere a stark contrast to the tension brewing within. She could hardly believe that the Night Hound knew about the existence of the 10 elite corpses. As the festival buzzed with laughter and joy around her, the Corpse Queen's gaze remained fixed on the crowd. She observed them in silence, her mind racing. Despite not knowing the exact reason, she was certain of one thing. The Night Hound was obsessed with the demon Sare that resided within her. This realization filled her with a sense of dread. She knew that if she appeared in a crowded place like this, the Night Hound would inevitably show himself. Her hand instinctively moved to her chest, clutching it as a wave of fear washed over her. The memory of Vikir's swordsmanship haunted her. During their battle, she had attempted to attack him using a golem, but Vikir had effortlessly sliced it in half with a single strike of the Beelzebub sword. His skill was terrifying, and it left a lasting impression on her. Her thoughts drifted back to the past, to that fateful night in the forest when her uncle had saved her. The swordsmanship and the red aura she had witnessed during the battle with Madame bore an uncanny resemblance to what she had seen that night. To confirm whether her instincts were correct, she knew she had to uncover the Night Hound's true identity. She had to remove his mask. Her hand still pressed to her chest, Sare's expression grew distant as she contemplated the worst-case scenario. What if the Night Hound truly was that boy from her past? What would he say if he saw her now? How much had he changed over the years? The uncertainty weighed heavily on her, filling her with a sense of unease. Her troubled demeanor did not go unnoticed. One of the men passing through the area caught sight of her and paused, his eyes narrowing in confusion. He couldn't understand what was happening, but the intensity of her expression was enough to make him stop and take notice. The Corpse Queen felt a surge of excitement at the thought of seeing that boy again, her anticipation building with each passing moment. But just as her mind began to wander, a voice cut through her thoughts, urging her to stop dwelling on the past. A woman with blue hair, her face partially hidden beneath a hood, appeared beside her. She leaned in close, her voice a soft whisper as she advised the Corpse Queen to let go of those troubling emotions that only brought her pain. She promised to handle everything, her tone reassuring yet firm. Startled, the Corpse Queen snapped out of her reverie, her eyes widening in a mix of surprise. The night was still, the moon hanging high in the sky, casting an ethereal glow over the scene. The hooded woman's angelic wings shimmered faintly in the moonlight, and her presence was both mesmerizing and unsettling. It didn't take long for the Corpse Queen to realize who she was. The demon, Sare. Time seemed to freeze around them, the bustling festival fading into a silent backdrop. Apart from Sare, the Corpse Queen, and the demon Sare, no one else could move, as if the world had been paused. The demon observed the Corpse Queen in silence, her gaze piercing and unreadable. The Corpse Queen placed a hand on her chest, her thoughts swirling as she struggled to process the situation. Finally, she raised her head, her eyes blazing with fury, and demanded to know if this wasn't a blatant breach of their contract. Sare remained silent, her curiosity piqued as she waited for the Corpse Queen to continue. The Corpse Queen's voice was sharp as she reminded Sare of the terms of their agreement. In exchange for borrowing the demon's strength, she had promised her body to Sare upon her death. She revealed that, according to the contract, the demon Sare could take control of her body for 1 hour whenever she desired. Sare, still silent, continued to watch the Corpse Queen, her expression unreadable. The Corpse Queen's eyes glowed with intensity as she turned her back on the demon, her voice cold and resolute. She ordered Sare to leave and warned her to stop deluding herself into thinking she could control her at will. The tension between them was thick, the weight of their contract and its implications hanging heavily in the air. The Corpse Queen's defiance was clear, her determination to reclaim her autonomy unwavering, even in the face of the demon's overwhelming presence. Sayre's gaze locked onto the Corpse Queen, her expression shifting as she sank deep into thought. For a moment, she seemed to falter, her composure slipping as shock flickered across her face. But then, her eyes began to glow with a sinister light, and a demonic smile spread across her features, revealing her true nature. The angelic disguise she had worn melted away, replaced by her true form. Her wings vanished, giving way to a long, sinuous demon tail. Her hair transformed into flowing blue locks, and horns sprouted from her head. Sayre, now fully revealed as a three-eyed demon, exuded an aura of malevolence. She stepped closer to the Corpse Queen, her movements deliberate and menacing. Placing her hands on the Corpse Queen's shoulders, she leaned in, her eyes gleaming with malice. With a twisted smile, she taunted her, asking what she could possibly achieve on her own. She reminded the Corpse Queen that her loved ones were gone, and that she had been powerless to save them. Her words were sharp, designed to cut deep, but the Corpse Queen's eyes burned with determination. She clenched her fists, refusing to succumb to the demon's manipulation. Sayre, undeterred, widened her eyes with mockery, her smile growing crueler. She reminded the Corpse Queen of the heart-wrenching moment when she had been forced to stab her own uncle, the man who had cared for her. She pointed out that every attempt the Corpse Queen had made to act independently had ended in disaster. The Corpse Queen struggled to maintain her composure, her expression growing distant as she lowered her gaze to the ground. The weight of Sayre's words pressed heavily on her, but she refused to break. Around them, time remained frozen, the festival suspended in a moment just before Rose could take a bite of her fruit skewer. Sayre, sensing the Corpse Queen's vulnerability, pressed further. She reminded her that it was only through her power that the Corpse Queen had been able to find her little sister. Her ability to locate those she wished to see had been a gift from the demon, a tool that had brought them together. The Corpse Queen, her resolve hardening, reached up and removed Sayre's hands from her shoulders. She clenched her fist, her voice steady but laced with pain, as she asked the question that had haunted her. Why had she been unable to find the most important person? Her words hung in the air, a testament to her unyielding determination and the lingering ache of loss. Despite the demon's taunts, the Corpse Queen stood firm, her spirit unbroken, even in the face of her darkest doubts. Sayre stepped back, her eyes widening in confusion and surprise. The Corpse Queen kept her head lowered, her voice steady as she explained that the primary reason she had entered into a contract with Sayre was to find the corpse of that boy. Sayre, intrigued, placed her hands on the Corpse Queen's shoulders once more, her curiosity piqued. The Corpse Queen revealed that despite her relentless efforts, searching the waters of the Red and Black Mountain for the past 2 years, she had been unable to locate him. Her eyes began to glow with a fierce hatred as she turned to face the demon. With a gaze so intense it felt suffocating, she warned Sayre not to stand in her way. She had finally found a clue that could lead her to that person again, and she would not let anything or anyone stop her. The Corpse Queen focused her energy, determined not to fall prey to Sayre's manipulations. Gradually, time began to flow again, the frozen world around them resuming its normal pace. The Corpse Queen panted heavily, her exhaustion evident as she struggled to maintain her composure. Sayre's eyes narrowed, her expression darkening with hatred. She was furious to see that the Corpse Queen's mind remained strong, her will unbroken despite the demon's efforts to break her. Just then, Sayre's attention shifted. She turned her head, her eyes gleaming with curiosity as they fixed on one of the nearby stalls. The scent of demon blood filled the air, and she sensed an ominous presence emanating from that direction. Wiping her chin with her hand, Sayre's expression twisted into one of disgust. She warned the Corpse Queen to flee, explaining that the air was thick with the unmistakable aura of a demon hunter, a presence she found utterly repulsive. The Corpse Queen's eyes widened in shock at Sayre's words, but her surprise quickly gave way to fury. Clenching her teeth, she refused to back down. Without hesitation, she began running toward the stall, driven by a burning determination to confront whoever was there. Sayre watched in disbelief, her confusion evident. She couldn't comprehend why the Corpse Queen would choose to charge toward the source of such a dangerous aura instead of fleeing. But the Corpse Queen's resolve was unshakable. She was willing to face the demon hunter head-on, no matter the cost. With a furious glare, Sayre demanded to know what the Corpse Queen thought she was doing. But the Corpse Queen didn't stop. She pushed forward with all her strength, weaving through the crowd as she sprinted toward the stall. Despite Sayre's frantic pleas for her to turn back, the Corpse Queen paid no heed, her focus unshakable. Just then, fireworks erupted into the night sky, painting the air with bursts of color and light. The spectacle was breathtaking, but the Corpse Queen barely noticed. She was panting heavily, her eyes wide with surprise as they locked onto a figure wearing the mask of the Night Hound. She had reached Ghostly Bar, and her gaze darted between the masked figure and the others nearby. The sky was alive with fireworks, their brilliance illuminating the scene. At the entrance of the stall, two people were engaged in conversation. The Corpse Queen's attention zeroed in on them, and her eyes widened in disbelief. She couldn't believe that the Night Hound, the figure she had been so desperate to confront, was a woman. The person wearing the Night Hound costume was none other than Dolores. She stood with her eyes closed, a kind smile on her face as she addressed the man before her. She reminded him gently that if he couldn't follow the rules, he would be expelled, urging him to enjoy his stay. A smile spread across the Corpse Queen's face as the realization dawned on her. Dolores, dressed as the Night Hound, was the source of the aura she had been chasing, but her amusement quickly turned to anger. Her eyes glowed with hatred as she extended her hand toward Dolores, mana crackling at her fingertips. The audacity of the situation infuriated her. Without hesitation, the Corpse Queen raised her hand to the sky, her rage consuming her. She slammed her palm onto the ground, unleashing a surge of mana that spread rapidly across the floor. A powerful magic circle began to form, its intricate patterns glowing with ominous energy. The air grew heavy with tension as the Corpse Queen prepared to act, her fury driving her to confront the imposter who dared to wear the mask of the Night Hound. The spell unleashed by the Corpse Queen was so immense that a massive magic circle expanded across the area, its dark energy rippling through the ground. Moments later, skeletons began to rise from the earth, their hollow eyes glowing with an eerie light. Dolores, caught off guard, stared at the undead in confusion, unsure of what was happening. In an instant, several skeletons surrounded Sancho and Piggy, who clenched their fists, their expressions a mix of alarm and determination as they tried to make sense of the sudden chaos. A horde of skeletons began to chase the festival goers, their bony forms sending waves of terror through the crowd. People screamed and cried, their fear evident as they realized they were facing undead creatures. The skeletons advanced toward Bianca and Tutor, their movements relentless. Tutor clenched his fists, his brow furrowed in confusion as he turned to Bianca. "Did that woman in the mask summon these undead soldiers?" he asked, his voice tense. Bianca, taking a defensive stance, responded grimly. "Black magic is strictly controlled by the Empire. It's considered taboo. Whoever did this is breaking the law." Tutor's eyes narrowed as he quickly pieced together that the masked woman was no ordinary villain. As more skeletons emerged from the ground, ready to attack, a sudden burst of divine light illuminated the area. Dolores stepped forward, her hand raised toward the sky. Sacred energy radiated from her body as she purified the undead soldiers, reducing them to ash. Her expression was resolute as she called out, urging them to assist her in protecting the stall's customers. Tutor, Sancho, and Piggy immediately sprang into action, their eyes filled with determination. Anna, who had been hiding behind a sign, peeked out nervously. Dolores' gaze locked onto her, and she instructed Anna to go find a professor. Anna, sweating and wide-eyed, hesitated. "What are you planning to do?" she asked, her voice trembling. Dolores reassured her with a calm yet firm tone. "Don't worry about me. Just go." She joined her hands together, her eyes glowing with confidence. Fighting against the undead was her specialty, and she was ready to face the threat head-on. The Corpse Queen, watching from a distance, was stunned. Her jaw dropped as she witnessed Dolores' divine power in action. Realizing this was going to complicate her plans, her eyes burned with fury. She glared at Dolores and shouted, "Stay out of my way! I have to meet the true Night Hound!" Her voice was laced with desperation and anger, but Dolores stood her ground, ready to defend the festival and its attendees at all costs. Dolores joined her hands together, her body radiating divine power as she calmly asked the Corpse Queen why she was so determined to meet the Night Hound. The Corpse Queen rose to her feet, her voice sharp as she countered, demanding to know what relationship Dolores had with the Night Hound. Dolores' eyes glowed with unwavering determination as she focused her gaze on the Corpse Queen, her expression steady and resolute. With confidence, Dolores revealed that she and the Night Hound were soulmates. The Corpse Queen's mind immediately conjured images of Vikir and Dolores together, their happiness a stark contrast to her own turmoil. Her eyes burned with hatred, and a wave of anger surged through her. She reached out toward Dolores, her voice venomous as she vowed to shatter her soul and turn her into an undead soldier. With a commanding gesture, the Corpse Queen summoned a horde of skeletons, sending them charging toward Dolores. Unfazed, Dolores extended her hands toward the advancing undead, her divine power flaring to life. Her gaze was steady and confident as she declared that she would not lose to them. Just as the skeletons were about to close in, a powerful wave of mana erupted, shattering the undead into pieces. Dolores instinctively raised her arms to shield her face, her eyes widening in surprise and confusion. The source of the attack was none other than Sinclair, who stood firm, gripping a magic staff. Her eyes glowed with intensity, her expression serious and focused. Dolores, momentarily panicked, turned to Sinclair and urged her to flee to safety, her voice filled with concern. But Sinclair remained steadfast, her determination unwavering as she prepared to stand her ground. Sinclair stepped forward, positioning herself protectively in front of Dolores, and firmly refused to back down. She assured Dolores not to worry about her, her eyes glowing with determination as she fixed her gaze on the Corpse Queen. Sinclair admitted that she didn't fully understand why, but her instincts were screaming at her to fight. The Corpse Queen, her composure slipping, launched a fierce attack, unleashing a powerful burst of mana directly at them. Dolores and Sinclair panicked, momentarily overwhelmed by the sheer force of the assault. Just before the attack could strike, Sinclair reacted swiftly, summoning a barrier with her magic to shield herself and Dolores. The barrier held, but the impact was staggering. The Corpse Queen, undeterred, extended her hand toward them, releasing even more mana. Her eyes burned with hatred as she made her intentions clear. All she wanted was to see the Night Hound. She warned them that if they valued their lives, they should call him and bring him to her. Dolores, realizing the gravity of the situation, extended her hands to assist Sinclair. Sinclair, straining to maintain the barrier, clenched her teeth in frustration. She was shocked by the Corpse Queen's overwhelming power. Not only could she summon undead, but she also wielded fire magic of an extraordinary caliber. Sinclair had no idea how much mana the Corpse Queen possessed, and the pressure was mounting. Just then, the barrier began to crack under the relentless assault. Both Dolores and Sinclair stared at it in horror, their eyes widening in surprise and fear. The situation seemed dire, but before the barrier could fully shatter, the sound of boots echoed through the chaos. The Corpse Queen continued her attack, but her focus shifted as she noticed someone approaching. Her eyes widened in shock, her jaw dropping as strands of her hair floated unnaturally in the air. The real Night Hound had arrived. With a penetrating gaze, he launched a swift and decisive attack at the Corpse Queen. She barely managed to raise her arms in time to block the strike, her expression shifting from shock to joy. A smile spread across her face as she realized he had finally come. But before she could utter a word, Vikir's hand shot out, gripping her by the neck with a murderous intensity. In one fluid motion, he hurled her backward with tremendous force. Her body flew through the air, crashing into the stalls and obliterating everything in its path. The sheer power of the throw left the area in ruins. The Corpse Queen's body was hurled with such force that it tore through everything in its path, festival stalls, buildings, and debris scattered in its wake. Dolores, still wearing the Night Hound costume, stood amidst the chaos, silently observing the destruction. She was baffled, unsure of where someone as powerful as the Corpse Queen had come from, someone capable of summoning the undead with such ease. The crowd, equally stunned, began murmuring among themselves, their voices a mix of fear and curiosity. One man, his expression filled with surprise, pointed toward the rubble and asked his friend if she had seen the Night Hound. His friend turned to him, nodding with a confused look. Among the onlookers was Rose, who stood calmly, a smile on her face as she took a bite of her fruit skewer. Her eyes sparkled with satisfaction, seemingly unfazed by the chaos around her. Dolores approached the destroyed wall, carefully inspecting the damage. Behind Rose, a man wrinkled his nose and turned to his friend, asking why the air smelled like a decomposing corpse. His friend, initially surprised, shrugged and admitted she didn't know. Dolores removed the Night Hound mask, her eyes widening with concern as she processed the situation. After a moment of calm reflection, her jaw dropped in realization. The Night Hound had deliberately taken the Corpse Queen away from the festival to prevent further harm to the people. Clasping her hands together, Dolores closed her eyes, her expression tinged with sadness. She began to pray silently, hoping that everything would turn out well and that the Night Hound would remain unharmed. Meanwhile, the force of Vikir's attack had sent the Corpse Queen flying far beyond the festival grounds, her body crashing into a nearby forest. The impact destroyed trees and sent a thick curtain of smoke billowing into the air, marking the spot where the battle had been relocated. The forest, now scarred by the clash, stood as a testament to the sheer power of the Night Hound and the gravity of the confrontation. Several seconds later, the Corpse Queen rose to her feet, her fists clenched and her eyes alight with joy. An excited smile spread across her face as she reveled in the thrill of encountering the Night Hound once again. Meanwhile, Vikir's eyes burned with hatred, his gaze locked onto her as he began to stride forward. His expression was fierce, and with a voice filled with resolve, he declared that it was time to say goodbye. Hearing this, the Corpse Queen began to sweat, panic flickering across her face. She pleaded with him to wait, insisting that she wanted to talk. But Vikir didn't hesitate. In one swift motion, he drew the Beelzebub sword, its blade radiating a powerful, ominous mana. His stance was unwavering, and his message was clear. He would not show any weakness this time. Vikir advanced toward her, his intent to end the confrontation once and for all evident in every step. But just as he was about to strike, a shout echoed through the area, freezing both him and the Corpse Queen in their tracks. They turned to see a group of knights armed with spears approaching, their presence adding a new layer of tension to the scene. The Corpse Queen, her voice tinged with urgency, suggested they move elsewhere to continue their battle. Vikir, however, remained calm. He raised his hand, revealing a purple ring on his finger. With a confident expression, he explained that there was no need to flee. His eyes gleamed with determination as he activated the ring, revealing its true power. The ring, known as the Divine Immortal's Ring, was a gift from a comrade. It possessed the ability to create a barrier, and as Vikir activated it, a brilliant flash of light erupted from the ring. The Corpse Queen instinctively raised her arms to shield her eyes from the blinding radiance. When the light faded, they found themselves transported to an entirely different place. The new location was eerie and surreal, with swords embedded in the ground and statues scattered throughout the area. Among the statues were depictions of a child and a man, their presence adding an air of mystery to the scene. The battlefield had shifted, and the confrontation between Vikir and the Corpse Queen was now set in this strange, otherworldly space. The statues loomed gigantic and imposing, casting long shadows over the strange, otherworldly space. The Corpse Queen and Vikir stood in silence, taking in their surroundings. Vikir's gaze locked onto the statues, and his eyes burned with rage as he recognized them. One depicted Hugo as a young man, and the other, Osiris, as a child. This place was a reflection of the psychological state of Setla Baskerville, whose body had been seized by the demon Andromalius. It was a space steeped in the history and trauma of the Baskerville family. The Corpse Queen glanced around, her eyes widening in surprise as she realized they were now trapped within a barrier. Her curiosity piqued as she took in the statues of the Baskerville family. Her gaze eventually settled on Vikir, and her eyes gleamed with confidence. She no longer had any doubt. He was undeniably part of the Baskerville family. She lowered her head, her expression thoughtful, and caught Vikir's attention. She asked him to remove his mask, explaining that she needed to confirm something. Vikir observed her in silence, his expression unreadable, unsure of her intentions. The Corpse Queen's eyes filled with a mix of hatred and despair. The rules of her contract prevented her from removing her mask or revealing her identity, and she couldn't even speak her name to make herself known. She had hoped Vikir would cooperate, but when she raised her head, her eyes widened in shock. Vikir's sword was already inches from her face. Reacting just in time, she clenched her teeth and leaped backward, narrowly dodging the attack. Panic flashed across her face as she pleaded with him to wait, but Vikir ignored her. He pressed forward, his attacks relentless, each swing of his sword fueled by determination. The Corpse Queen summoned a barrier, deflecting his strikes as she struggled to keep up. Vikir's eyes glowed with unwavering resolve. He was not going to show her any mercy this time. The battle raged on, the clash of steel and mana echoing through the eerie, statue-filled space. Vikir's every move was calculated, his intent clear. He would not let her escape alive. The Corpse Queen, though on the defensive, refused to back down, her own resolve hardening as she prepared to fight for her survival. Seeing Vikir's expression, the Corpse Queen clenched her teeth, her eyes widening with concern as she realized the gravity of the situation. This was not good. With a piercing gaze, Vikir lunged at her, his movements swift and relentless. From her perspective, Vikir was a monster. His strength and speed were beyond anything she had anticipated. She struggled to keep up, never imagining he could have become this powerful. Vikir swung his sword with devastating force, shattering the barrier she had summoned to protect herself. The Corpse Queen raised her arms instinctively to shield her head, but Vikir's blade sliced through, leaving deep cuts on her forearms. Blood seeped from the wounds, staining her skin. She clenched her teeth, her fury mounting as her eyes burned with hatred. Her gaze locked onto Vikir, and in that moment, she made a decision. She called out to the demon Ser, demanding to borrow her power. Ser materialized, her finger brushing her lip as she regarded the Corpse Queen with a curious expression. "How much power do you need?" she asked, her voice dripping with amusement. Without hesitation, the Corpse Queen replied, "Half." A wicked smile spread across Ser's face, her eyes gleaming with delight. "In exchange," Ser said, "I want half a day." The deal was struck, and the Corpse Queen felt a surge of power as half of Ser's strength flowed into her. Her enraged gaze fixed on Vikir, the Corpse Queen extended her hand toward him. Just as Vikir prepared to take another step, hands burst from the ground, grasping his legs and immobilizing him. Vikir looked down, his expression one of confusion as he struggled against the sudden restraint. At that moment, a massive magic circle materialized beneath his feet, its intricate patterns glowing with ominous energy. From the circle, undead creatures began to rise, their hollow eyes fixed on Vikir as they emerged, ready to do their master's bidding. The battlefield had shifted once again, and the Corpse Queen, now empowered by Ser, stood ready to turn the tide of the battle. Vikir, though momentarily trapped, remained focused, his resolve unshaken, as he prepared to face the new threat. Vikir stood silently, his gaze fixed on the Corpse Queen as she harnessed Ser's power to summon a massive two-headed monster that loomed menacingly behind her. She extended her hand toward Vikir, her eyes blazing with fury, and declared that if he refused to remove his mask, she would have no choice but to tear it off by force. With a commanding gesture, she sent the monstrous creature charging toward Vikir, its ferocity unmatched. But just as the monster was about to reach him, time seemed to freeze. Vikir moved with lightning speed, breaking free from the undead hands that had restrained his legs. His expression was murderous as he swung the Beelzebub sword, slicing through the monstrous creature with ease. The two-headed beast crumbled to the ground in pieces, its roar silenced. Vikir's movements were precise and relentless, a clear sign that he would not be defeated so easily. The Corpse Queen's eyes widened in shock and fear. She panicked, realizing that even half of Ser's power was insufficient to stop Vikir. Desperation crept into her voice as she pleaded with Ser for more strength. The demon, ever eager to exploit the situation, smiled wickedly and demanded 16 hours in exchange. The Corpse Queen, consumed by her determination, agreed without hesitation. Time no longer mattered to her. She was willing to pay any price. Ser granted her the additional power, and the Corpse Queen wasted no time. She extended her hands, summoning a massive magic circle from which an enormous undead serpent, composed entirely of skeletons, emerged. The serpent slithered forward with terrifying speed, its skeletal jaws snapping toward Vikir. Vikir reacted instantly, his reflexes sharp. He caught the serpent by its fangs, his grip unyielding. With a display of raw strength, he shattered the serpent's fangs, rendering it powerless. His eyes burned with rage as he turned his gaze toward the Corpse Queen, his focus unwavering. The Corpse Queen, though bolstered by Ser's power, now faced the full force of Vikir's wrath. The Corpse Queen's eyes widened in shock as she witnessed Vikir effortlessly dismantle her summoned creatures. Desperation fueled her next move. She invoked another magic circle, her teeth clenched tightly as she demanded even more power from Ser. "I need more," she insisted, offering 20 hours in exchange. Ser, ever eager to exploit her desperation, agreed with a wicked grin. With the additional power, the Corpse Queen summoned another serpent and a swarm of monstrous creatures, sending them charging toward Vikir. But Vikir moved with unmatched speed and precision. He swung the Beelzebub sword with devastating force, cutting through the monsters as if they were mere paper. His focus remained sharp, though his mind was clouded with confusion. He realized that these attacks were careless, almost as if the Corpse Queen was trying to restrain him rather than defeat him. When her attacks failed yet again, the Corpse Queen's eyes burned with hatred. She couldn't comprehend why nothing seemed to work against him. Determined, she summoned another undead serpent, but Vikir leaped into action, tearing the creature apart as if it were nothing. The Corpse Queen, her frustration mounting, lowered her head and demanded even more power from Ser. The demon, her eyes gleaming with malice, agreed, but this time, she demanded an additional 20 hours. The Corpse Queen, now consumed by her need for victory, accepted without hesitation. With Ser's amplified power, the Corpse Queen summoned a horde of ghosts, their spectral forms swirling around Vikir like a storm. Vikir stood his ground, his expression unreadable as he observed the chaotic scene. Clenching his fist, he channeled all his strength and struck at the ghosts. But in an instant, The horde descended upon him, their ethereal forms engulfing him in a thick curtain of smoke. The battlefield was shrouded in chaos, the outcome of the clash hanging in the balance. The Corpse Queen bent forward, placing her hands on her knees as she panted heavily, her body trembling from exhaustion. Behind her, Sayre observed her with a curious expression, her demonic gaze filled with intrigue. After catching her breath, the Corpse Queen lifted her head and saw the horde of ghosts swirling in the air, their spectral forms trapping Vikir in the center. She studied him intently, her voice firm as she demanded, "Be good and take off your mask." Vikir, however, remained silent. Instead of responding, he lowered his gaze to the ground, his expression unreadable. But then, his eyes began to glow with determination, and he locked his gaze onto the Corpse Queen. With a swift motion, he used the Beelzebub sword to slash through the ghostly bindings, freeing himself effortlessly. He descended gracefully to the ground, his movements calm and deliberate. The Corpse Queen's eyes widened in surprise and confusion as she watched him. Vikir's sword flashed again, cutting the remaining ghosts into fragments that fell like ash around him. Without hesitation, he began walking toward her, his steps steady and purposeful. The Corpse Queen's mind raced, filled with confusion. She couldn't understand why Vikir was so intent on killing her. Despite the wounds covering his body, he showed no signs of stopping. His eyes burned with hatred, a fire that seemed unquenchable. A question formed in the Corpse Queen's mind. What kind of hell had he endured to harbor such deep hatred for demons? Desperation gripped her as she summoned another magic circle, causing an undead creature to rise from the ground. But Vikir was undeterred. He clenched his fists, his resolve unshaken, and prepared to bring an end to the battle once and for all. From the depths of her heart, she clung to the hope that Vikir would recognize her. Overwhelmed, she fell to her knees, her voice trembling as she begged him to find her. At that moment, a horde of undead corpses surged from the magic circle she had summoned, forming a thick barrier between her and Vikir. She knelt on the ground, her head bowed, her thoughts consumed by despair. She was certain there was no way Vikir would ever recognize her now, but to her astonishment, Vikir spoke. His voice cut through the tension, and her eyes widened in surprise and confusion as he posed a question. "Why are you trying to subdue me instead of attacking me?" The Corpse Queen lifted her head, her gaze shifting to the barrier of undead, unsure of how to respond. Instead of attempting to break through the barrier, Vikir remained still, his tone softening as he asked another question. "Why do you want to take off my mask? And why do your eyes behind it look so sad?" He quickly realized that she was trying to convey something, but couldn't bring herself to speak. She remained silent, her emotions locked away. Vikir, however, was not deterred. He gathered his strength and delivered a powerful punch to the undead barrier, shattering it with ease. The Corpse Queen closed her eyes, clenched her teeth, and braced herself for what she believed would be a cruel fate. But instead of striking her down, Vikir's touch was gentle. He tapped her mask, causing it to crack and slowly fall apart. As the mask broke, memories flooded Vikir's mind, memories of his younger days, of sparring in front of a stone wall, and of the questions he had asked himself back then. If he returned to her side, what would it mean? The pieces of the mask fell away, and Vikir's eyes shone with joy. With a warm smile, he said, "It's been a while." The Corpse Queen's mask crumbled completely, revealing her face. Tears streamed down her cheeks, a mix of sorrow and overwhelming joy. Vikir saw her clearly now. It was little Camus, her face wet with tears, her emotions laid bare. The connection between them, long buried, had finally been unearthed. In the heart of the empire, a grand and opulent mansion stood in silent splendor. Within its lavish halls, a single room remained shrouded in sorrow. Muffled cries echoed through the corridor, a sound so raw and unrelenting that it seeped into the very walls. The hallway outside was dimly lit by the flickering glow of candles, their soft light casting long, wavering shadows. A magnificent crystal chandelier adorned the ceiling, reflecting the warm hues of the flames. But despite the mansion's beauty, an air of grief hung heavy in the air. This was the estate of the Morgue family, and the memory of that night had been etched into its walls ever since. It had happened nearly 3 years ago. The maids, engaged in their usual household chores, had their attention drawn toward the closed door from which the weeping came. One of them, a woman with kind eyes, placed a hand over her chest, a deep sorrow reflected in her expression. She turned to her companions and spoke softly. "Lady Camus has been crying for days now. She won't eat. She won't speak." Another maid, furrowing her brows, exchanged a look with her friend. "Do you think she's blaming herself?" she asked, her voice tinged with quiet curiosity. The conversation drifted to the battle that had taken place only days ago, the brutal clash against the barbarians. The Empire's soldiers had suffered heavy casualties. Wounded men lined the infirmaries, their bodies battered and broken. Some bore bloodied bandages around their heads, others struggled to move with shattered arms. The first maid sighed, gripping the tray in her hands tightly. "How could she not?" she murmured. "They risked their lives to save Lady Camus, but so many died because of it." Her gaze darkened as she turned toward Camus' room, hesitation flickering in her eyes. The burden of truth sat heavy on her tongue, but finally, she whispered, "I'll tell you why she's in so much pain." With a sorrowful glance, the maid clutched the tray close to her chest. Her lips trembled before she finally spoke. "She isn't just mourning the soldiers who fell that day. She's grieving Vikir van Baskerville." A hush fell over the group. The weight of the name settled like a shadow over them. Tears welled in the maid's eyes as she pictured him. The man who had once stood strong, who had fought, who had died. And now, beyond that closed door, Camus wept for him, heartbroken over the loss of the one she could never bring back. With a sincere expression, the maid holding the plate spoke softly, acknowledging the deep pain Camus must be enduring, especially since Vikir was someone she had loved dearly. Hearing this poignant story, the other maid covered her face with her hands, tears streaming down her cheeks. Her friend, noticing her distress, stepped closer, extending a comforting hand in an attempt to console her. As the two maids wept, the one holding the plate approached the door to Camus' room. She gently urged Camus to stop dwelling on the matter and to try to cheer up, her voice filled with empathy. Just then, the sound of leather boots echoed down the hallway. A figure approached, their presence commanding and ominous. With a flick of their power, bubbles of water materialized around the maids' heads. The maids' eyes widened in shock and confusion, unsure of what was happening. Gradually, they began to struggle for air, their bodies lifting off the ground as they floated helplessly. Panic set in, as they feared they might drown. The figure who had caused this was none other than Adolf, Camus' uncle. His white hair and piercing gaze made him an imposing presence as he strode toward them. Adolf's eyes burned with fury as he observed the maids. He was incensed that they had been gossiping about Camus' personal life, betraying the discretion expected of them. His anger boiled over as he realized they had used their supposed concern for Camus as a cover for their idle chatter. Clenching his fist tightly, he intensified the spell, causing the water bubbles to grow larger and more suffocating. The maids trembled with fear, their panic palpable as they struggled against the spell. Just as it seemed they might drown, Adolf deactivated the magic with a wave of his hand. The water bubbles burst, releasing the maids, who collapsed to the ground, gasping for air. Adolf's eyes gleamed with unrestrained fury as he clenched his teeth, his expression darkening with murderous intent. Without hesitation, he issued a grave warning to the maids, making it clear that any further slander against Camus would result in severe consequences. His threat sent them into a panic. They hastily turned away, fleeing the scene while offering frantic apologies and fervent promises to remain silent on the matter. Turning his attention toward Camus' room, Adolf approached the door, his gaze dropping momentarily to the floor in quiet contemplation. After a brief pause, he lifted his head, studying the closed door before softly announcing his presence. With visible concern, he reached for the doorknob and slowly pushed the door open. The room lay in near darkness, the only illumination filtering in through the window. Stepping inside, Adolf's focus immediately shifted to the bed. Beneath the covers, Camus lay trembling, her quiet sobs breaking the silence. He moved to sit beside her, placing a gentle hand atop the sheets. His voice, laced with worry, conveyed that he had been informed of her prolonged refusal to eat. He spoke of the deep concern he and her mother shared, hoping his words might reach her. A soft breeze drifted through the open window, rustling the curtains. Camus, her voice barely above a whisper, questioned whether his words implied that she should continue eating for her own survival. As she spoke, her mind drifted to memories of the past, of the time she had spent with Vikir in the forest. She recalled the terrifying moment when a barbarian, mounted on a wolf, had seized her and carried her away. Vikir's face flashed in her mind, his teeth clenched, his eyes ablaze with fury. But then, her recollection softened, shifting to the joyous moments they had shared. She could see herself placing a hand on his shoulder, speaking to him with unguarded happiness. Yet, these cherished memories only deepened her guilt. If she had not been so careless, the barbarians would never have captured her. If she had stopped Vikir, prevented him from facing that monstrous threat alone, perhaps none of this would have happened. A fresh wave of sorrow overwhelmed her as she clenched her teeth, her vision blurring with tears. The weight of loss pressed down on her. Because of her, Vikir and Rose were gone. Unable to contain her anguish any longer, she threw off the covers and gripped her arm tightly. Tears streamed down her face, each one carrying the unbearable burden of guilt and regret. Her silent suffering gave way to open weeping, the sorrow consuming her completely. Believing herself to be at fault, Adolf turned his full attention to Camus. Upon seeing her expression, his gaze softened, his eyes reflecting deep sorrow. Without a moment's hesitation, he stepped forward and embraced her, holding her tightly as the moonlight cast a faint glow across the room. In a quiet, sincere tone, he urged her not to give up, his voice carrying the weight of his concern. Closing his eyes, he spoke with conviction, explaining that the value of the lives lost had now been added to hers. Her existence, he insisted, had become even more precious. It was the duty of the living to carry on, to continue the lives of those who had departed. At his words, Camus's eyes widened in surprise. A flicker of curiosity crossed her face as she questioned whether he meant that she should live in their place. Adolf opened his eyes, meeting her gaze with unwavering resolve, and explained that both Rose and Vikir would be devastated to see her in such despair. Something shifted within Camus. Emotion welled up inside her, and a newfound light of hope ignited in her eyes. Without hesitation, she threw aside the covers and stepped out of bed. A determined smile formed on her lips as she rushed to a nearby drawer, convinced there was still a way forward. Adolf watched in stunned silence, his eyes widening in confusion as she retrieved a sheet inscribed with a magic circle. Seizing a pen, she swiftly began drawing a triangle, explaining that if the thermodynamic function of a person remained the same, then restoration was theoretically possible. The floor was already strewn with sheets of calculations and diagrams. Camus crouched down and continued to write, muttering that magic was, at its core, a matter of precise calculations. If she could adjust the order of the formulas slightly, she believed she might be able to achieve a different outcome. Adolf, still struggling to grasp her intent, stepped closer and asked what she was doing, his expression clouded with concern. Camus studied the pages spread before her, and the glimmer of hope in her eyes brightened. She theorized that if she could reach the dimension of negative energy, she might be able to extract entropy from that plane and later replace the missing portion of energy from the positive dimension, balancing the process through an equivalent exchange. However, as the implications of her theory overwhelmed her, she pressed her hands against her head in frustration. Her thoughts grew muddled, her reasoning faltering under the weight of exhaustion. She lacked the energy to think clearly, and the strain of it all threatened to consume her. Adolf's attention remained fixed on Camus, his jaw slackening in disbelief. As the moonlight filtered through the room, she turned to her uncle and stated plainly that she needed food. Wasting no time, Adolf arranged a lavish banquet for her. The table overflowed with an assortment of exquisite dishes, ranging from succulent meats to decadent desserts. Seated at the table, Camus occupied one end, while at the other sat a red-haired woman, her mother, Respane Morgue, matriarch of the Morgue family. Adolf took his place beside her. With a gentle smile, Camus acknowledged that she had heard of her mother's growing concern over her refusal to eat. Respane, however, remained silent, resting her hands on the table as she scrutinized her daughter with an expression of deep concern. Her voice, when she finally spoke, carried a weight of worry. She reminded Camus that several days had passed since she had last held a spoon, making her distress entirely justified. Before her mother could continue, Camus interrupted with a fake smile, promising that she would not cause her any more worry. However, in return, she requested that her mother listen to her demands. Without hesitation, Camus asked for permission to mobilize the Morgue family army to search the forest. Respane remained composed, her observant gaze settling on Camus, though a faint trace of confusion surfaced in her demeanor. Adolf, in contrast, reacted immediately. His eyes widened with concern, and he extended a hand toward her, his expression darkening with alarm. With a sharp, urgent tone, he reminded Camus of the grave dangers lurking within that forest. Despite this, Respane responded with calm authority. She granted her daughter permission to deploy the army, on the condition that she would not skip any more meals. The unexpected decision left Adolf stunned. He turned toward his sister, his expression a mix of shock and disbelief. With growing unease, he urged her to reconsider. However, before he could finish his plea, Respane interrupted. Her voice was firm, resolute. Camus, she reasoned, still had something she could fight for. That alone meant she was not ready to give up. A solemn determination settled in Camus' gaze as she regarded her mother in silence. Respane clasped her hands together, her serious expression unwavering. She made it clear that she had no choice but to allow Camus to reach her own conclusions, to surrender only when she chose to do so. Camus reached for a piece of meat, a cheerful smile playing on her lips as she asked if this agreement was a promise. Seeing her finally eat, Adolf's eyes lit up with relief and joy. A rare smile crossed his face as he watched her take her first bite. Respane sat in composed silence, her hands interlaced as she carefully observed Camus. However, the moment Camus took her first bite, her expression changed drastically. Her eyes widened in revulsion, and within seconds she clutched her mouth, her stomach twisting violently. A wave of nausea overtook her, and moments later, she collapsed to the floor, overcome by sickness. Adolf immediately sprang to his feet, his face contorted in alarm. He had anticipated this. After going so long without food, her body was unable to handle a sudden meal. Without hesitation, he commanded the maids to clear the table and bring food more suitable for someone in her condition. The maids promptly returned with a new selection of carefully prepared dishes, but just as they were about to serve them, Camus lifted a trembling hand in refusal. Her defiance left the maids stunned, their eyes widening in disbelief. Despite her weakened state, Camus slowly pulled herself back into her chair. Her gaze burned with newfound resolve as she clenched her teeth, her expression hardening with determination. She vowed to eat, no matter what. Without hesitation, she reached for a piece of bread and meat. As she forced herself to take a bite, tears welled in her eyes. Even though every swallow was agonizing, she endured it, driven by a singular purpose: Vikir. In her mind, she envisioned him standing with his sword in hand, a steadfast presence behind her. The painful memories resurfaced, her abduction by the barbarians, the chain of events that had led to this moment. If only she had not been taken, Vikir would still be alive. If only she had stopped him from facing that monstrous spider alone, he would not have fallen. Adolf watched in stunned silence, unable to comprehend the strength of will unfolding before him. Across from him, Respawn remained still, her fingers interlaced as she closed her eyes, quietly absorbing the moment. Camus wiped her tear-streaked face with the back of her hand. The burden of guilt weighed heavily on her. It was her fault, and Vikir's death had been an unjust sentence. But she would not allow that injustice to stand. Reaching forward, she grabbed a roasted chicken thigh, steeling herself for what was to come. Her voice, barely above a whisper, carried a solemn plea. "Wait for me, Vikir." That night, word spread swiftly through the morgue estate. The vice matriarch, once lost in despair, had begun to move again. No one had anticipated that she would move in such a way. Beneath the pale glow of the moon, nestled in the depths of the city, stood the Tower of Darkness, the veiled stronghold of the Morgue family. Within its shadowed halls, a lone figure sat upon a throne. His crimson eyes burned with a quiet, unrelenting hatred. This was Snake Morgue, the head sorcerer of the Morgue family and the overseer of the Tower of Darkness. The heavy doors creaked open as a hooded figure entered, Snake's piercing gaze immediately fixed upon the intruder. His voice, laced with suspicion, cut through the silence as he inquired why the vice matriarch of the Tower of Light had come to him. A slow smile formed on Camus' lips. She had not expected to be recognized so easily. Without hesitation, she pulled back her hood, revealing her haggard appearance. Dark circles shadowed her eyes, yet within them gleamed a chilling malice. Still smiling, she declared her intent to defect from the Tower of Light and pledge herself to the Tower of Darkness. For the first time, Snake's composure faltered. His eyes widened in shock as he studied her in silence, trying to decipher the meaning behind her words. Snake and Adolf were brothers, yet they stood on opposing sides of the Morgue family's dual hierarchy. The Tower of Light was the family's proud emblem, a symbol of legitimacy and power in the public eye. In contrast, the Tower of Darkness was its hidden foundation, a place shrouded in secrecy where forbidden research and dark magic were conducted, far from the scrutiny of the outside world. Curiosity flickered in Snake's gaze. His expression hardened as he spoke, his tone carrying the weight of unspoken consequences. Did she truly understand what it meant to join the Tower of Darkness? Without hesitation, Camus extended her hands, her voice steady with resolve. She made it clear, she was ready to sever all ties, to abandon the light and forsake her mother, her uncle, and her position as vice matriarch. She would live in the shadows, no longer bound by the family she once served. Snake regarded her with a composed, yet scrutinizing gaze as he extended his hand. He calmly remarked that he had heard of her recent actions, the mobilization of the family's army to scour the forest, and inquired whether she intended to use black magic to resurrect Vikir. A flicker of despair crossed Camus's eyes, but she did not waver. Instead, a slow smile curled her lips as she openly admitted it. She declared her intention to perform the perfect resurrection spell. At her words, Snake's eyes widened, his usual composure momentarily shaken. He studied her carefully, understanding the gravity of what she had just confessed. The perfect resurrection was an ancient and forbidden form of black magic, one capable of bringing the dead back in their entirety, body and soul. His voice took on a sharper edge as he questioned her, asking if she truly intended to wield foreign magic, an art strictly outlawed by both the Morgue family and the Empire itself. His expression darkened. After a moment of contemplation, he averted his gaze toward the ground before extending his hand to the side in silent dismissal. His decision was final. She was denied entry into the Tower of Darkness. He ordered her to leave. Camus remained still, her gaze locked onto her uncle as realization dawned. There was no convincing him. A shadow passed over her face, and slowly, her expression twisted into something unrecognizable. Malice gleamed in her eyes as she raised her hand, summoning a powerful spirit with a wicked smile. If she could not learn within the Tower of Darkness, then she would master the art herself. A chilling silence fell over the room. Snake's breath caught as sheer disbelief overtook him. His crimson eyes flickered with something dangerously close to fear. It was unthinkable, impossible, that she had reached this level of mastery on her own. Yet the evidence was undeniable. The spirit loomed before them, its presence a testament to her power. He clenched his fists as a thought surfaced. A memory of Camus' mother, a woman whose magical talent had been regarded as a once-in-a-century phenomenon. And now, standing before him, was her daughter, one who had defied all limitations to grasp the impossible. Snake lowered his gaze, deliberating the matter with uncharacteristic hesitation. After a long pause, he exhaled deeply, his decision made. Rising from his throne, he clenched his fists and delivered his terms. If she joined the Tower of Darkness, then his word would be absolute. There would be no turning back. He demanded to know if she was ready to accept this fate. Without hesitation, Camus knelt before him. She did not care about the life she was leaving behind. Pressing a hand to her chest, she lifted her gaze to meet his. Determination burned in her eyes as she made her vow. She would do whatever it took to save that boy. Night enveloped the sky in an obsidian shroud, the moon's pale light casting an eerie glow over the Tower of Darkness, a sinister edifice belonging to the Morgue family. Beneath its imposing structure, concealed from the Empire's prying eyes and even the Morgue family's own knowledge, lay a labyrinthine abyss. This secret realm, known only to the disciples of the Tower of Darkness, plunged deep into the earth, a sprawling subterranean expanse spanning over 600 floors, ominously referred to as the Morgue clan's death court. From the deepest depths of this abyss, a malevolent energy began to awaken, its presence dark and relentless. It slithered upward, creeping toward the surface with an insidious force, as if drawn by some unseen command. On the 666th floor, Camus stood beside Snake, the chamber around them illuminated by the ghostly glow of arcane symbols etched into the walls. With a deliberate gesture, Camus extended her hand, summoning a pulsating magic circle. From its swirling depths emerged an undead abomination, a grotesque creature, its limbs broken and twisted, yet still clinging to a wretched, unholy existence. The air grew heavy with dread as the creature's hollow eyes turned toward them, its presence a testament to the dark power that thrived in the depths of the death court. Snake stood in silence, his arms crossed as he studied the creature with a critical eye. The undead stirred, its hollow gaze flickering with confusion as it surveyed its surroundings, disoriented and uncertain. Camus, though visibly fatigued with dark circles shadowing her eyes, wore a faint smile that hinted at her satisfaction. She gestured toward the undead, her expression seeking Snake's approval. The creature staggered forward, its movements clumsy yet deliberate, drawn to her presence like a moth to a flame. Camus exuded a quiet confidence, one hand resting on her waist as she closed her eyes, savoring the moment. Her smile deepened, pride evident as she gently ran her fingers over the undead's skull, her touch almost tender, as though comforting a loyal companion. Snake remained stoic, his gaze steady and unreadable as he observed the scene. Though his expression revealed little, a subtle shift in his demeanor betrayed his acknowledgement. Camus had achieved something remarkable. She had successfully summoned an undead soldier. The feat, though unsettling, was undeniable, and Snake's silence spoke volumes. Camus had only recently begun her journey into black sorcery, yet the strides she had made were nothing short of astonishing. The level of mastery required to animate the dead with such unnatural life was a feat that should have taken years, if not decades, to achieve. Yet here she stood, her potential unfolding in ways that defied expectation. Camus' smile lingered as she watched the remnants of her creation fade, her expression a mix of pride and quiet triumph. Snake, however, observed her with a complex swirl of emotions. Pride, jealousy, fear, affection, and an undercurrent of profound sadness battled within him. His gaze softened as it drifted downward, memories of Raspan, Camus' mother and his sister, resurfacing in his mind. He wasn't sure what he was searching for in Camus' face, so strikingly similar to her mother's, nor could he fully comprehend why he had allowed her to enter the Tower of Darkness in the first place. The weight of his decision pressed heavily on him. Snake was so lost in thought that he barely noticed Camus speaking until the earnestness in her tone drew him back to the present. Camus, ever sincere, confessed that she still had much to learn and improve. Before them, the undead creature crumbled, its form disintegrating into fine ash that scattered into the air. Camus lifted her hands, examining them with a focused intensity, before murmuring a quiet realization. Her current abilities fell short. She could not yet fully restore a corpse to its former state. Her fingers clenched into a tight fist, the frustration beneath her composed demeanor beginning to surface. Snake stepped forward, his expression stern and his voice heavy with caution. He questioned whether she truly intended to pursue complete reanimation, emphasizing the immense challenges it posed. Not only was the task extraordinarily difficult, but the success rate was nearly non-existent. Even if, against all odds, she managed to revive someone, there was no guarantee the soul would return intact. It could come back warped, corrupted, and unrecognizable, a far cry from the existence she hoped to restore. His words carried a weight of warning. Camus' eyes burned with an unyielding resolve, her gaze locking onto Snake's without a trace of doubt. Her determination was absolute, her stance unwavering. Whatever consequences might follow her success mattered little to her. The soul she aimed to restore was far stronger than any force that could attempt to corrupt it. Of that, she was certain. Snake stood motionless, a mixture of admiration and unease flickering across his face. He was silent, his mind struggling to process the sheer intensity of her resolve. In her, he saw a defiance of logic, a willpower that transcended reason, and it left him both awestruck and deeply concerned. A furious voice shattered the silence elsewhere. In the Tower of Light, within Raspan's office, a man with a long, unkempt beard and wild hair stood, his fists clenched tightly as he struggled to contain his rage. Adolphe, Camus' uncle, was seething, his eyes blazing with disbelief. He thrust his hand outward, his voice cutting through the air like a blade, as he demanded to know whether they should intervene. The idea that Camus had turned her back on the Tower of Light to enter the Tower of Darkness was inconceivable to him. Respane, standing near the tall window, did not turn to face him. Her hands remained clasped behind her back as she gazed out at the moonlit landscape, her expression inscrutable. For a brief moment, her eyes flickered to her own reflection in the glass. When she finally spoke, her voice was calm and measured. She had not yet made a decision. She had given Camus the freedom to choose between the two towers, and she trusted her daughter's judgment. Adolf's anger intensified, his knuckles turning white as he spoke through gritted teeth, his face contorted with frustration. He insisted that Camus had been spending far too much time with their brother, Snake. Respane, however, remained unshaken. She didn't even glance in his direction, her composure unwavering. Her voice was calm and resolute as she dismissed his concerns. "Our brother is someone who will help her if he chooses," she said. "But he is not one to harm Camus." Adolf opened his mouth to protest, but before he could utter a word, Respane turned sharply, her piercing gaze slicing through him like a blade. Her eyes glimmered with an unspoken authority, and her next words came as a firm command. He was never to speak of this matter again. A cold shiver ran down Adolf's spine. His anger wavered, overtaken by a profound sense of unease. He couldn't fathom how Respane, his own sister, could allow Camus to fully immerse herself in the Tower of Darkness. The thought left him unsettled, his frustration mingling with a growing sense of helplessness. Far below, within the depths of the Tower of Darkness, Snake and Camus walked through a dimly lit corridor, the flickering light of a fire lamp casting long shadows along their path. Snake, his tone steady and measured, turned to Camus with a question that had long lingered in his mind. He asked if she was familiar with the origins of the Morgue family. Camus' gaze shifted toward him, her usually composed expression now tinged with curiosity and a hint of confusion. She admitted that she did not know, her voice carrying a note of intrigue as she awaited his explanation. With a deliberate motion, Snake raised the lamp, its light spilling further into the shadows, illuminating the path ahead. As the glow expanded, the outline of an ancient, enigmatic structure emerged from the darkness. Its presence was imposing, a relic of a bygone era that seemed to breathe with an air of foreboding. Camus stood in silence, her eyes fixed on the structure, unsure of what she was meant to glean from its appearance. Snake broke the quiet, his voice carrying a tone of reverence as he began to speak. He explained that the true origins of the Morgue family were not rooted in wealth, power, or empire. Instead, they began in something far more humble, a corpse storage. The name Morgue, he continued, traced back to an ancient bloodline that predated human clans and empires. In those early days, the family's duty had been to collect and care for unidentified corpses, ensuring they were returned to their rightful kin. It was a solemn responsibility, one that laid the foundation for the Morgue family's legacy. For a moment, Snake's thoughts wandered to an imagined vision, a figure standing amidst legions of spectral beings, their presence commanding and their hands moving gracefully through the air as dark spirits swirled around them in silent obedience. Perhaps it was the Morgue family's long history of tending to the dead that had granted certain members the rare ability to communicate with them. Even now, in the present day, there were still those who carried this extraordinary gift. Camus stepped forward, her hands outstretched as if mimicking the gestures of her ancestors. She remained silent, her gaze filled with quiet contemplation as she observed the ancient structure before her. The truth was undeniable. The Morgue family had been intertwined with black sorcery since its very beginning. Snake raised the fire lamp, its flickering light casting elongated, shifting shadows across the walls. He moved closer to the dark tower, his fingers brushing against its surface as he spoke, his tone steady and grave. The black sorcerers of old, those who had pursued knowledge beyond mortal comprehension, had always believed that the ultimate truth lay beyond the door of death. From behind him, Camus, her curiosity ignited, asked if this meant she should seek to familiarize herself with death. Snake's response was immediate and firm. That is merely what imitators do after becoming intoxicated by the idea of a dark magician, he said. Snake's gaze dropped momentarily, his expression thoughtful before he issued a solemn warning. One must tread carefully with death. Then, turning back to Camus, his eyes sharpened, locking onto hers with an intensity that seemed to pierce through her very soul. This, above all else, she must never forget. A black sorcerer does not embrace death. They keep it at arm's length, always. Camus's expression grew serious, the gravity of his words settling over her. She listened intently, neither interrupting nor faltering. Snake continued, his voice steady, but imbued with profound meaning. Before she could hope to understand death, he explained, she first had to understand life. The ground around them was strewn with scattered human skeletons, their hollow eye sockets staring blankly into the void of time. His voice, calm, yet heavy with significance, carried through the stillness. A true black sorcerer, he elaborated, does not revel in death. Instead, they cherish life more deeply than anyone else. They are the ones who comprehend the delicate balance between existence and oblivion, who feel compassion for the dying rather than seeking to hasten their end. His words hung in the air, a reminder of the profound responsibility that came with the path she had chosen. Camus lowered her gaze, her expression distant as the realization settled in. Unlike the misguided perception of the world, which painted black sorcerers as nothing more than harbingers of doom, they were in truth scholars of mortality, figures of wisdom rather than destruction. As Snake continued to navigate the area, Camus hesitated for a moment before reaching out to him, her hand extending slightly. Her eyes sparkled with curiosity as she finally broke the silence, her voice soft but probing. She wanted to know why he had chosen the Tower of Darkness. At her question, Snake's sharp eyes widened ever so slightly, a rare flicker of surprise breaking through his usual composure. He hadn't anticipated such a personal inquiry. For a moment, he was silent, his gaze drifting downward as his expression darkened. A fleeting shadow of sorrow crossed his face, a brief but unmistakable glimpse of a painful memory. In that instant, the images of his siblings, Adolf and Respane, surfaced in his mind, their presence a haunting reminder of the past he carried with him. Then, his expression hardened. He turned his back to her, his voice cold and devoid of emotion as he spoke. "In this world, there is light and shadow," he said. "If one ceases to exist, the balance will collapse." Camus frowned, her brows furrowing in frustration. She muttered under her breath, annoyed that he was speaking in riddles yet again. A few nights later, deep within the Tower of Darkness, Snake stood on the 666th floor, his hands clasped behind his back as he stared into the yawning abyss before him. The faint glow of torchlight flickered against the ancient stone walls, casting restless shadows that danced along the corridor. His solitude was abruptly broken by the sound of hurried footsteps echoing through the chamber. Camus rushed toward him, her breath coming in short gasps, yet her face was alight with excitement. Her eyes sparkled with joy, and a triumphant smile played on her lips as she eagerly held up a sheet of parchment, her enthusiasm evident. Snake's gaze lowered, his curiosity immediately sparked. But the moment his eyes fell on the drawing, they widened in stunned disbelief. It was a magic circle, but not just any magic circle. Snake reached for the page slowly, his fingers trembling faintly as they traced the intricate, meticulously drawn lines. His expression shifted, a mix of awe and unease settling over him. The design, the formula, was astonishing. It surpassed even his own extensive knowledge. It was flawless. He scrutinized it repeatedly, searching for any flaw, but found none. The perfection of the circle was undeniable, leaving him both impressed and deeply unsettled. A sinking feeling settled in Snake's stomach. How far had she delved into the abyss to uncover something so profound? His sharp eyes locked onto hers, searching for answers in her expression. But Camus suddenly averted her gaze, a faint blush coloring her cheeks. With a hesitant tone, she confessed that she wanted his help in performing the spell. Snake's piercing gaze narrowed, his voice colder and more deliberate as he posed the question that cut to the core of the matter. "Do you truly love Vikir?" He studied her intently, comparing the light in her eyes to the darkness that consumed his own soul. Camus was not like him. She was nothing like him. Unlike Snake, who had been wholly consumed by the seductive pull of black sorcery, his heart steeped in its shadowed depths, Camus remained pure. Her emotions were raw and unguarded, untouched by the corruption that had claimed him. As she closed her eyes, her smile softened into something serene and radiant. "Yes," she admitted softly. "I love Vikir." Snake exhaled slowly, a weight lifting from his chest. The abyss had not yet tainted her. She still wore her heart openly, her sincerity shining through like a beacon in the darkness. Snake's gaze lowered, and for the first time in what felt like an eternity, a faint smile touched his lips. Camus was better than him, stronger in ways he could never hope to be. Taking a deliberate step forward, he made his decision. They would undertake this task together. The two began gathering the necessary materials, their workspace quickly becoming cluttered with tools and relics of forbidden sorcery. Among the items were a bucket of water and several small wooden barrels, their contents ominous and laden with significance. Snake stood with his arms crossed, his eyes fixed on the barrels, his expression contemplative. His thoughts turned to the man Camus sought to resurrect. Vikir van Baskerville was no ordinary soul. Camus, her exhaustion evident in the dark circles beneath her eyes, extended a hand toward the barrels and explained the extent of her preparations. The Baskerville clan had supported her efforts, and with their help, she had obtained samples of Vikir's blood and strands of his hair. Reaching into her robes, she produced a glowing sphere, a spirit vessel, its interior swirling with the restless souls she had gathered from the forest. After a moment, he turned to Camus, his voice steady yet tinged with concern. "Do you understand the paradox of Theseus's ship?" he asked. "Even if they succeeded in reassembling Vikir's body, his mind, memories, and very essence could be altered. What if he returned as someone entirely different?" Camus didn't hesitate, not even for a moment. Still bent over the circle, her hand remained steady as she continued carving the symbols into the ground. Without looking up, her voice was firm and unwavering. "It's too soon to worry about that," she replied. With unwavering focus, Camus traced the final symbols into the magic circle, her pen moving with meticulous precision across the stone floor. The intricate design was now complete, its lines glowing faintly in the dim light of the chamber, a testament to her determination and resolve. Camus and Snake rose to their feet, their eyes locked on the center of the circle where the barrels containing Vikir's blood and strands of his hair sat. Without hesitation, Camus took a decisive step forward. The moment had finally arrived. Snake, watching her closely, furrowed his brow. Was she rushing into this? His concern was evident, but he said nothing. Camus raised her hands, mana beginning to surge from her fingertips. Her expression was resolute, a quiet yet fierce determination burning in her eyes. She had waited long enough, too long. A flicker of hope shone in her gaze as she turned to Snake, her voice steady but urgent. Mana swelled around her, filling the chamber with an electrifying energy that seemed to hum with life. Snake remained silent, his focus entirely on her. Then, without a word, he extended his hand, his own mana flowing forth to join hers. The two forces intertwined, their combined power amplifying the spell as the circle beneath them began to glow brighter, the air crackling with raw, untamed energy. The chamber shuddered as the magic circle activated, its intricate symbols pulsing with an eerie, ominous light. Thunder roared through the air, and from the depths of the abyss, a torrent of malevolent energy erupted, swirling like a tempest unleashed. The sheer force of the dark energy was overwhelming, its chaotic power threatening to consume everything in its path. Camus raised her arm to shield her face, her teeth clenched as she fought to withstand the violent surge. The intensity of the energy was staggering, but her resolve held firm. Snake's eyes widened in astonishment. The ritual was working, flawlessly. The magic circle, meticulously crafted, was performing as intended. Could this be the first true breakthrough in the history of black sorcery? The thought sent a ripple of awe through him. The dark energy condensed, spiraling violently toward the center of the formation. From the swirling chaos, a shadowy figure began to take shape. Moments later, Vikir stood before them, his form whole and unmistakable. But something was wrong. His eyes burned with a murderous intensity, their glow piercing through the dim light. Slowly, deliberately, he turned his head, his gaze locking onto Camus. The air grew heavy with tension as the weight of his presence filled the room. The moment Vikir's figure materialized, Camus' eyes widened, overwhelmed with joy. It had worked. Tears brimmed in her eyes as she took a hesitant step forward, her heart pounding with disbelief. He was here, right in front of her. But before she could reach him, the magic circle surged violently, its dark energy spiraling out of control. The air crackled with instability, and in the next instant, Vikir's body exploded. A deafening shockwave ripped through the chamber, its force shattering the ground beneath them and hurling debris in every direction. The blast struck Camus like a sledgehammer, a strange surge of mana flooding her body. She gasped, her vision blurring as blood spilled from her lips. Snake instinctively raised his arm to shield himself from the explosion, his body bracing against the chaos. But when his gaze landed on Camus, injured, her body swaying unsteadily, his eyes darkened with profound concern. The triumph of the moment had shattered, replaced by the grim reality of the ritual's consequences. The chaotic energy gradually dissipated, leaving behind a heavy, suffocating stillness. Camus, barely able to keep herself upright, felt her strength ebbing away. Blood trickled from her lips as her vision blurred and darkened. Before she collapsed completely, her eyes met Snake's. In that moment, she understood. This was the consequence of mana rebounding, the devastating backlash of a failed spell. She had failed. Darkness enveloped her, swallowing her consciousness whole. Then, suddenly, light. When her eyes fluttered open, she found herself in an unfamiliar place. Before her stood a door, its edges glowing with a soft golden light that spilled into the void around her. Had she died? Her gaze remained locked on the door, her mind swirling with confusion. Why had the spell failed? It had been perfect, flawless, or so she had believed. Had Vikir's body fragments decayed beyond repair? Had his soul already departed the forest, untethered and lost? Or had he found enlightenment, choosing to leave behind this world of resentment and sorrow? The questions lingered, unanswered, as the golden light beckoned her forward. A deep, aching sadness settled in her chest, heavy and unrelenting. What had been the purpose of all her struggles? The weight of her failure pressed down on her, and tears streamed down her cheeks, unchecked. For the first time, a dark thought crept into her mind. Perhaps it would have been better if she had died alongside him. Then, a gentle touch brushed away her tears. Camus' eyes widened in surprise. It was Snake. His hand cupped her cheek, his touch unexpectedly warm, his gaze devoid of malice. Instead, there was only quiet resignation. In that moment, he revealed the truth. He had never chosen the Tower of Darkness willingly. He had been forced into the shadows, because he could not stand beside his sister, Respane, and because he could never belong to the light. Camus stared at him, confusion flickering in her tear-streaked eyes. Snake's lips curved into a soft, almost wistful smile. She reminded him of something he had long forgotten, a glimmer of hope, a spark of purity that had been lost to him. His expression softened as he looked at her, a silent acknowledgement of the light she still carried within her, even in the midst of her despair. The courage to wear her heart on her sleeve, the strength to defy what seemed impossible. Snake's grip on her shoulder tightened, his expression earnest, and filled with regret. If only I had been honest. If only I had dared to fight against fate. Things might have been different, he admitted, his voice heavy with sorrow. Then, in a sudden motion, he pushed her. Camus' eyes widened in shock as she stumbled backward, her body tipping into the abyss. Cold water enveloped her, its icy embrace pulling her deeper. Through the rippling surface, she heard Snake's final words, a wish whispered into the void. I hope you can be reunited with the one you love. As she sank, her hand reached out for him, but he had already turned away. His back faced her as he stepped toward the door, bathed in golden light, his figure growing smaller and smaller. Camus' outstretched fingers grasped at nothing but water and darkness. She kept sinking, deeper, until reality itself seemed to shatter around her. When she awoke, she found herself lying on the cold, unyielding stone floor. The metallic scent of blood filled the air, sharp and overwhelming. Beside her, Snake's lifeless body lay motionless, crushed beneath the weight of fallen debris. His form was drenched in crimson, a stark contrast to the pale stillness of his face. Camus' breath hitched in her throat, her vision blurred, her mind struggling to comprehend the scene before her. Yet the truth was undeniable, no matter how much she wished it weren't. Snake was dead. A choked gasp escaped her lips, a raw mix of fear, grief, and denial tearing through her. She wanted to scream, to cry out, but no sound came. The weight of her loss pressed down on her, leaving her paralyzed, her voice stolen by the crushing reality of what she had lost. Snake's hand had drained of blood to the point where his bones became visible, the few remaining specks of blood on his skin drying into dark crusts. Several minutes passed without movement until a lone fly, wandering through the ruins, approached him. Soon, more flies arrived, circling in lazy patterns around Snake's lifeless form. The resurrection spell had been so catastrophically powerful that Snake had perished in his desperate attempt to save his niece. Now, a massive crater marked the ground, its center occupied by two figures, Camus's barely conscious form and Snake's motionless corpse. Camus lay bleeding from her mouth, her eyes dull with exhaustion. Her body refused to respond, leaving her trapped in a growing pool of her own blood. She understood better than anyone. This was the inevitable price for wielding forbidden magic to cheat death. They were on the 666th floor of the Tower of Darkness, so deep that only a faint pinprick of light was visible from above. No help would come to this hidden, cursed place. No one will find us here, she thought, the bitter truth settling upon her like the flies upon Snake's body. The darkness swallowed her fading consciousness as the flies' buzzing grew louder, the only witnesses to their doomed experiment. Camus resigned herself to the certainty of death in this desolate place. Her master, who had sacrificed his life in her stead, would have found such a notion absurd. Yet, she had exhausted every option and no longer possessed the will to continue. As her thoughts drifted, she recalled the last time she had seen Vikir in the forest. He had turned his back to her, poised to draw his sword. If there was one regret she harbored, it was that, in the end, she had never truly met him. Closing her eyes, she wondered if death would finally allow her that chance. A voice interrupted the silence, suggesting that she still harbored a desire to live. The words barely registered, yet with the last remnants of her strength, she forced her exhausted gaze open, confusion flickering across her expression. Her attention settled on the lifeless corpse of her master lying nearby. In her weakened state, she questioned whether the voice was merely a hallucination, a cruel trick of her faltering mind. Yet the voice resounded once more, dispelling any doubt. Someone, or something, had responded to the yearning she did not even realize she had. Unable to move, barely able to think, Camus mustered the strength to ask if they were a demon like those she had once read about in books. The voice affirmed her assumption, recognizing that she possessed knowledge of demons. Wasting no time, the demon proposed an offer: salvation through its power, contingent upon a contract. Camus, weakened by blood loss and unanchored to life, refused without hesitation. Intrigued by her apathy, the demon pressed further, inquiring about her true desire. Camus remained silent, uncertain of how to respond. As the demon's gaze fell upon the shattered ground, understanding dawned. It was a failed magic circle, an attempt to resurrect someone. With growing interest, the demon questioned whether there was a deceased individual she wished to see again. A knowing, sinister smile surfaced as the entity introduced itself as Ser, the demon of indulgence and corruption. This was her domain, her expertise. If Camus sought to reunite with the one she had tried to bring back, Ser was willing to grant that wish, for a price. Camus's eyes, dulled by exhaustion, slowly widened, a faint glimmer of hope flickering to life. She studied the demon, silent in contemplation. Memories surfaced. Snake's final words before his death, the moment he had pushed her into the water, murmuring his wish for her to reunite with her loved one. With her strength nearly spent, Camus shut her eyes, torn between hesitation and resolve. But in the end, she made her choice. She accepted the contract. A delighted smile spread across Ser's lips at the answer. As the pact was sealed, Camus' eyes opened once more, no longer clouded with resignation, but burning with newfound determination. She had believed every possibility had been exhausted. Yet if a path remained, she would not turn away. Night hung heavy over the city, the moon casting its pale light upon the landscape. On the outskirts, the castle of the Morgue family stood in solemn silence. Camus arrived at its gates, her presence immediately drawing the attention of the guards. At the entrance, Adolf approached, his breath uneven, accompanied by several guards. As Camus, now fully recovered from her wounds, moved through the castle corridors, his gaze remained fixed on her. The moment he saw her standing before him, he froze. His voice, edged with both relief and frustration, broke the silence as he demanded to know if she had any idea how much worry she had caused. Something had changed. Her hair, its color was different. With downcast eyes, Camus avoided his gaze, uncertain of how to respond. Adolf's expression darkened as he studied the unfamiliar hue, confusion flickering across his face. His tone hardened as he pressed for answers, demanding to know what had happened to her, where she had been for the past 10 days. Suspicion laced his voice, convinced that the wretched snake was somehow responsible. Camus did not respond. Without a word, she walked past her uncle, her silence sharp enough to cut through the tension. Adolf's eyes widened, his jaw tightening in disbelief. Clenching her fists, she continued forward, the weight of exhaustion evident in every step. A quiet, sincere apology left her lips. She was tired. The words made Adolf and the guards turn toward her, their confusion deepening. None of them understood what had changed, only that something had. From the shadows, Sarah emerged, a knowing smile playing at her lips. Amusement flickered in her gaze as she feigned sympathy, remarking on how effortlessly Camus ignored the uncle she had not seen in so long. Camus' eyes hardened, a fierce determination replacing the sadness that once lingered there. Without hesitation, she issued a cold command. The demon was to remain silent. Camus moved down the hallway, the soft glow of an ornate ceiling lamp casting long shadows across the walls. Her voice was resolute as she made her intentions clear. If the demon failed to prove her usefulness, their contract would be broken. Faced with this ultimatum, Sarah chose to demonstrate her power. Thus, their pact was sealed. As part of the agreement, Sarah would grant Camus a portion of her strength and aid her in reuniting with Vikir van Baskerville. In return, Camus was required to surrender full control of her body to Sarah for 1 hour each day, during which she would remain completely unconscious. Furthermore, she was strictly forbidden from speaking of Sarah or anything related to demons. Days later, Camus met Sarah deep within the forest. The demon extended her hand, summoning a surge of dark energy, its sinister presence crackling in the air. From this contract, Camus gained 2 distinct abilities. Holding a lock of hair between her fingers, she opened her palm, allowing it to fall to the ground. Then reaching forward, she channeled her newfound power, one that defied the natural order. Before her, the lifeless form of a corpse began to stir. Sarah watched in silence, arms crossed, a pleased smile playing on her lips. The power she had bestowed allowed Camus to seek out what she desired most, and more importantly, to resurrect the dead. Seconds passed, and then, success. A figure with striking red hair slowly came back to life. Camus' breath caught in her throat. Her hands trembled as she clasped them together, tears welling in her eyes. The impossible had happened. Rose had returned. Without hesitation, Camus rushed forward, throwing her arms around her cousin. The weight of years of grief and longing dissolved in that single moment. Rose, the cousin she had lost to the barbarians, was alive once more. After several days, they returned to the Tower of Darkness, using candles to illuminate the space and carefully drawing a magic circle on the ground. Sarah hovered above it, her power weaving through the air as she took control of several spirits. Yet as the ritual progressed, confusion flickered across her expression. For the first time, she experienced an anomaly. Vikir's soul, the very one Camus sought, was nowhere to be found. Standing behind her, Camus lowered her gaze, absorbing the implications of this failure. But surrender was not an option. Determination flared in her eyes. During the day, she concealed her true intentions under the guise of closed training, using the time to care for Rose. At night, she moved in secret, tirelessly searching for any trace of Vikir. Her mother and uncle raised no objections, nor did they question her unusual behavior. Isolated in her room, she meticulously drew magic circles with ink-stained hands, each attempt another step toward her goal. Over time, she grew distant. Her mother, her uncle, the people of the clan, all became secondary, fading into the background. Every thought, every action was consumed by a singular purpose. Finding Vikir left no room for anything else. One night, within the Tower of Darkness, a sudden burst of laughter echoed through the chamber. Startled, Camus turned sharply, her eyes narrowing in shock. A man stood behind her, clad in an elegant suit, his piercing gaze laced with amusement. Her pulse quickened as she demanded to know how he had entered. The stranger smiled, a slow, ominous expression. He was Dantalion, the 9th corpse. His voice carried an unsettling amusement as he dismissed her concerns, stating that his business was not with her. A shift in the air signaled danger. Dantalion's eyes gleamed with a sinister light, his smile stretching wider as his true form revealed itself. He extended a hand, his presence suffocating, and issued a single command: "Bring him Sayre." Everything unraveled from that moment. The next day, Rose was gone. Sayre's gaze shimmered with wicked delight as she calmly explained the events to Camus. Dantalion, an old ally, had required a servant and had taken Rose. With a smirk, Sayre added a warning. Once the 9th corpse vanished, he was nearly impossible to track. Dantalion, a demon and ally of Sayre, had taken Rose and vanished without a trace. Rage surged through Camus as she extended her hand, demanding to know how Sayre could have allowed it to happen. Sayre merely turned to her with an unfazed smile, hands gesturing in nonchalance. Rose had already been dead once. She could simply be fixed again. There was no reason for anger, but Camus's fury only deepened. Her eyes burned with unrestrained rage as she clenched her fists, the weight of realization settling upon her. Sayre, no matter how human she appeared, was a demon at her core. That day, when she first sought Rose, she had arrived at the ruins of an orphanage, the very place where Vikir had once defeated Dantalion. The night sky loomed overhead, casting shadows over the shattered structure, its foundation split in half. As she attempted to revive Rose, a presence emerged from the darkness. Camus turned sharply, her curiosity flaring. Standing before her was the Bloodhound, his piercing gaze locked onto her. Vikir raised his bow, an arrow already nocked, his stance unwavering. Now, back in the present, the wind carried through the air, sweeping strands of Camus' hair across her face. Vikir spoke first, his voice calm, noting how much time had passed. The sight of him struck her like a force she was unprepared for. Her knees buckled, and she collapsed to the ground, tears brimming in her eyes. Sorrow and relief intertwined, rendering her speechless. Vikir had removed his mask, and through the gaps in the towering wall of skeletons, Camus could see him clearly for the first time. A joyful, almost disbelieving smile formed on her lips as she took in the familiarity of his face. Yet, he had changed. So much had changed. Vikir, too, studied her in silence. She was different from the girl he had once known. Realization struck her with full force. Vikir was alive. Her breath hitched, emotions overwhelming her as the questions she had long buried surged forward. She wanted to speak, to demand answers, to ask him why he had not come for her, why he had remained silent for so long. But Vikir simply stepped away from the wall of skeletons and moved toward her, his composure unshaken. Camus averted her gaze, her mind clouded with uncertainty. Why was he speaking so calmly after all these years? Why had he never searched for her? If he had been alive all this time, why had he let her believe otherwise? Vikir had no way of knowing how much she had endured, how fiercely she had fought to see him again. As he closed the distance between them, Camus remained frozen, unable to utter a single word. He stopped just before her, his gaze sharpening as realization set in. She had made a contract with a demon. He demanded answers, seeking to understand what had happened, but Camus stayed silent. She wanted him to see her as someone dignified, someone strong. Even now, in what could be her final moments, she refused to break. Yet, as she looked at him, an ache settled deep within her. His eyes, so much more intense than before, held a depth she had never seen. He had become someone strikingly refined, a presence that now felt distant. In contrast, she had only ruined everything. Vikir's expression shifted, confusion flickering across his face. He called her name, pulling her from her thoughts. Slowly, she lifted her head, meeting his gaze in silence. She could feel it. Her time was running out. Soon, Sayre would take control, and when that happened, Vikir would be forced to fight. She knew he would stand against the demon without hesitation. The last thing she could do for him now was ensure he did not fight alone. Yet in this moment, as she looked at him one last time, A quiet gratitude filled her heart. He had recognized her. He had found her. And for that, she was thankful. Vikir's eyes widened, a mix of fear and confusion flashing across his face. A magic circle materialized beneath Camus, and from it, jagged spikes erupted upward, poised to strike. Tears welled in her eyes, not from sorrow, but from a strange, fleeting happiness. With a soft smile, she silently awarded Vikir a perfect score, 100 out of 100. The spikes shot toward her. Camus closed her eyes, embracing what was to come. Then, the sharp scent of blood filled the air. A crimson pool spread across the ground, warm droplets splattering against her skin. Her eyes snapped open in shock. Vikir stood before her, arms wrapped around her in a protective embrace. The spikes that should have pierced her had instead torn through his back. Staring at him in disbelief, she struggled to comprehend what he had done. Her voice trembled as she asked why. Vikir, undeterred by the pain, remained composed. In a steady tone, he explained that he understood. She had been unable to speak because of the contract binding her to the demon. He held her tightly, unfazed by the wounds. She had never managed to land a critical blow against him before, and this moment would be no different. Tears streamed down her face as she wept, unable to understand why he was doing this, why he was willing to sacrifice himself again. Vikir lowered his gaze to the blood-stained ground. If attempting to take her own life had been her way of conveying that she could not speak of the contract, then she no longer needed to worry. He would handle it. His eyes darkened, burning with hatred. No matter what it took, he would never lose to a demon. A sinister energy pulsed through the air. Serre seized control. Camus' body stiffened as her eyes glowed with an eerie brilliance. A slow, wicked smile stretched across her lips. The sky burned crimson as the towering statues of Hugo le Baskerville and Seth le Baskerville loomed imposingly. At the base of the monuments, Vikir embraced Camus, and for a fleeting moment, silence enveloped them. But it was short-lived. Soon, the demon seized control of her body. Her appearance shifted. Her clothes, her face, even her hair transformed. With eerie delight, she greeted him, pleased to make his acquaintance. Serre watched in surprise as Vikir revealed that she had heard much about him from her roommate. Vikir's eyes gleamed with irritation, his gaze sharp and unamused as it locked onto her. The spikes had impaled Vikir's body, leaving him gravely wounded. Yet despite his injuries, his composure never wavered. Cold and deliberate, he demanded to know what she had done to Camus. Serre's focus sharpened on Vikir, her gaze flickering toward him with something akin to twisted fascination. A smile curled on her lips as she taunted him, asking if he was truly concerned for Camus. Without giving him a chance to respond, her third eye dilated, its grotesque iris unveiling Camus, limp and unconscious, her limbs ensnared by Serre's pulsating muscle tissue. Serre's grin widened, exposing rows of needle-like teeth as her expression darkened. In a hushed, mocking tone, she explained that Camus was slumbering deep within her, that she had every right to claim the girl's body for the day. Then she sneered, questioning how long Vikir intended to cling to her. Before he could react, Serre summoned her power. In an instant, skeletal warriors materialized overhead, their spears poised to strike. Vikir lifted his gaze, his focus sharpening on the threat before him. The skeletal warriors stood poised to strike, their spears gleaming with deadly intent. Instinctively, his body tensed, every sense honed for battle. The undead lunged forward, their weapons slicing through the air, but just before impact, Vikir released his hold on Camus, now Serre, and leaped backward, putting several yards between them. As he landed, the gaping wounds in his chest began to knit themselves shut, flesh weaving back together with unnatural speed. Serre rose to her feet, studying him in eerie silence. The skeletal warriors remained motionless around her. Then, a flicker of amusement crossed her face. With a casual touch, she reduced the undead to ashes, her lips curling into a demonic smile. This was no ordinary battlefield. They stood within Amdromalius's exclusive domain. The realization struck her. Vikir was the one who had slain her comrade. A dark irony settled in her mind. The man Camus had been searching for was none other than the infamous demon hunter himself. Serre's slender fingers drifted absently to her chin, her nails lightly grazing her skin as her mind churned with suspicion. Her gaze lifted slowly, drawn to the distant heavens. Her azure eyes, sharp as cut gemstones, flared with sudden confusion, the pupils dilating in disbelief. How could this man know so much about the 10 elite corpses? Such secrets were buried deep, known only to those who danced with death itself. Serre extended her hands and began walking toward Vikir. She recalled how his soul had remained hidden even from her demonic eye, an enigma she had yet to unravel. Serre wasn't sure if Vikir truly belonged to this world. He sat with one hand resting on the ground, watching her silently, offering no response. His stillness spoke volumes. A faint smile appeared on Serre's lips. To her, he had always seemed cold and distant. Perhaps, she thought, he would react if she told him the sorrowful tales of Camus. In an instant, the wounds inflicted by the spikes on Vikir's body vanished, as though they had never existed. He turned his gaze toward the demon, his eyes burning with fury. Serre then revealed a dark truth. Camus, in a desperate attempt to save a single man, had resorted to the forbidden magic of complete resurrection. The spell had failed, leaving Camus paralyzed and unable to move. "She's a pitiful, naive girl," Serre said with disdain. Camus had lain motionless for days, having exhausted every option and surrendered all will to live. With a chilling smirk, Serre asked Vikir if he wanted to hear something amusing. Her azure eyes gleamed with malevolence as she pointed to herself. Just before death could claim Camus, she had called out to a demon. And in that final, hopeless moment, she became her last and only hope. Vikir's eyes widened, a flicker of confusion breaking through his usually stoic expression. Serre's words struck deeper than he expected, the story unraveling in front of him like a cruel revelation. Camus, what had she done? With a mocking tone, Serre twisted the knife further, recounting how, even after forming their contract, it had been agonizing to hear Camus whisper his name, longing for him, mourning him. The image of her returned to Vikir's mind, unbidden but vivid. Camus, swallowed by darkness, her small frame trembling as she shut her eyes and pressed her hands over her ears, trying to silence the world. She had kept apologizing over and over, blaming herself for being taken by the barbarians, blaming herself for leaving him behind. She had relived that tragic day endlessly in her mind. She truly believed she should have died in his place. That guilt had eaten away at her. The deeper she sank into the darkness, the more unbearable the thought of his death became. And yet, in some quiet corner of her shattered soul, a spark of hope had lingered. What if he was still alive? As she lay helpless on the cold ground, her body barely clinging to life, a single thought haunted her. If Vikir is still alive, why hasn't he come for me? She hadn't wanted much, just not to be left behind, just not to be alone. With a mocking lilt, Ser mimicked Camus's voice, taunting Vikir with a feigned longing. "I miss you." Blazing with hatred, Vikir drew his sword and charged, his intent to strike unmistakable. Ser raised her hands calmly, a smile curling on her lips. His eyes cold and unwavering, Vikir slashed at her with deadly force. Yet, just before the blade could land, he froze. Ser's gaze locked onto the sword, her azure eyes gleaming with smug delight. That arrogant smile deepened as she grasped the truth. Vikir understood the demon-forged contract that tethered her life to Camus's. If Ser died, so would Camus. In a swift motion, she activated the magic circle etched beneath them. Black lightning erupted with a deafening crack, and from the ground, a skeletal head emerged, undead and monstrous. Between its gaping jaws stood Ser and Vikir, suspended in a deadly standoff. She was certain that Vikir could not bring himself to kill the girl who waited for him with such desperation. As the undead snapped its jaw shut, Vikir reacted swiftly, evading the attack with a well-timed leap. Landing with a fierce expression, he fixed his gaze on the ground, readying himself for a counterattack. He closed the distance to the undead, unleashing a series of powerful slashes. But to his surprise, none of them had any effect. Confusion flickered across his face, just as Ser's eyes lit up with excitement. With a confident smile, she watched him struggle. If Vikir had assumed she would rely solely on magic, something he could cut through like Camus, he had underestimated her. A simple graduator stood no chance against her true strength. Seizing the moment, the undead gained momentum and clamped down on Vikir with a crushing blow. The force of the strike left him immobilized. Without hesitation, the undead charged forward, using its full power to slam Vikir into the ground. Again and again, it battered his body before hurling him against the base of the sword statue. The impact was devastating. The statue cracked under the force, and blood began to spill once more from Vikir's wounds. Ser taunted him, jeering that rather than saving anyone, he was the one on the verge of dying. Wounded and still, Vikir lowered his gaze to the ground, lost in thought. Memories surfaced. His battle with the spider, the presence of Madame, a creature of overwhelming power. Despite the pain, he reached for his sword, steeling himself to fight once more. He struggled to comprehend the truth, that Camus had formed a pact with a demon to save him. Hiding deep within the forest had not protected her, it had twisted her fate. Once destined to be a hero, she had become a contractor of darkness. A grim image took shape in his mind. A night soaked in blood, the necessity of killing a man to sever the bond between demon and human. To destroy the demon, the contractor must fall first. It was a truth he had always known. Vikir's eyes began to burn with fury, his gaze locked onto Ser. He didn't fully understand why he had claimed he wouldn't lose to a demon while still under the sun, but the words had been spoken from a place of conviction. As he remained frozen in thought, Ser's tail coiled around his foot. Without resistance, she lifted it slightly, observing him with cold amusement. He was thinking too much in the middle of a battle. Her eyes burned with rage, and without hesitation, she snapped her tail with violent force. Vikir's body was hurled through the air, colliding with one of the statues. The impact was so intense that deep cracks split across the stone. Despite his injuries, Vikir gritted his teeth and clenched his fists, his mind conjuring an image of a scale, Camus on one side, her family and the barbarians on the other. He understood the weight of his decision. If the 10 elite corpses were not destroyed, humanity would face a cataclysmic downfall. The choice was cruelly simple: sacrifice Camus or allow the world to perish. For Vikir, the answer was clear. Yet as sorrowful memories of Camus' life surged through his thoughts, a strange light returned to his eyes, one not of despair, but of hope. He began to breathe heavily, gripping onto that faint, fragile possibility. If even the slightest chance existed, he would not let it go. From a distance, Sayre ascended onto the outstretched palm of an undead and advanced toward him, still crumpled against the shattered statue. She stared in disbelief. That a human, one not even considered particularly strong, had managed to defeat both the 9th and 10th elite corpses defied her expectations. Sayre's eyes gleamed with malevolence. Raising her sharp claw, she poised to strike, taunting Vikir with the revelation that he was the reason the gate to the demonic realm remained unopened. Vikir, drained of strength, couldn't move, helpless in the face of the coming blow. With a savage cry, Sayre drove her claw into his chest, shattering the statue behind him into fragments. Smoke rose from the impact, curling into the air as her claw sank deeper, twisting with brutal force. Vikir's mouth opened in a scream, his body convulsing from the sheer agony. Trembling, he struggled to lift his hand. Sayre's rage only grew. Even now, he was still thinking of Camus, still clinging to hope for her, despite being nothing more than an insignificant graduator, incapable of defeating her. Her eyes burned with cruel delight as an arrogant smile spread across her face. To her, Vikir was a pathetic human, desperately waiting for a miracle that would never come. But the moment the word miracle echoed in his mind, something shifted. Vikir's expression hardened. Slowly, he extended his trembling hands and seized the demon's horns. Startled, Sayre's eyes widened in shock and confusion. She hadn't anticipated this. Through clenched teeth, Vikir muttered that he liked the sound of that, a miracle. Sayre's attention locked onto him, stunned. Before she could even draw another breath, Vikir surged forward and slammed his forehead into hers with a brutal headbutt. The impact rattled her. Sayre's body trembled, her arrogant composure cracking. Fear flickered in her eyes, and her jaw fell slack. Vikir drove his head into the demon once more, delivering a second brutal headbutt. Gritting his teeth, he called out, asking if Camus could hear him. Though Sayre's claw remained lodged in his chest, Vikir clung tightly to her horns, his grip unrelenting. He admitted, with strain in his voice, that it was nearly impossible to defeat this demon and save everyone alone. His voice, raw with emotion, echoed into the depths of the demon's being, reaching Camus, who lay dormant within. Vikir pleaded with her to resist the contract. He reminded her that the demonic pact binding her soul was not absolute. He believed in her strength, in her mastery of magic. Camus' body remained motionless, trapped, yet Vikir's words carried weight. He confessed that the cost for defying the contract would be his own soul, that it would burn as payment. And yet, he vowed to destroy Sayre then and there, no matter the price. Eyes ablaze with determination, Vikir shouted with all the strength he could muster, declaring that together they would forge a miracle. Sayre's gaze snapped toward him, her eyes wide with fury. Enraged, she ripped her claw from his chest and delivered a vicious kick that sent him flying. Vikir's body skidded violently across the ground before crashing against another statue with bone-jarring force. Sayre descended to the ground, her expression cold and resolute. She vowed to turn Vikir into an undead soldier, one who would take the place of the 9th and 10th corpses and serve in her crusade to destroy humanity. Stretching out her hands, she advanced toward him with deliberate steps. Vikir, bloodied and battered, placed a hand against the earth and pushed himself upright. As he wiped the blood from his chest, his gaze burned with defiance. He swore, in a low and unwavering voice, that he would kill her. His eyes dropped once more to the ground, and a memory surfaced. The letter he had once received. At the time, he had doubted its contents, unsure whether it held any real truth. Now, standing on the edge of death, It had become his final hope. With his body torn and bruised, he drew his sword and took a step toward the demon. As he walked, his gaze fell upon the statue of Hugo. Never in his life had he imagined that Hugo Le Baskerville would be the one to guide or support him. And yet, in this moment, it felt as if some part of that legacy stood with him. Sayre stood across from Vikir, her presence shifting as the air around her grew thick and oppressive. Her transformation began in a slow, deliberate surge. Her once humanoid form, a blend of human grace and demonic menace, now gave way to a fully realized nightmare. Gleaming white armor, impossibly radiant, yet ominously cold, enveloped her body like living metal, sculpted with jagged edges and infernal markings that pulsed with dark energy. Her features twisted, becoming something wholly inhuman, eyes blazing with hatred, her mouth curled into a snarl. From every inch of her, a dense, suffocating aura radiated, thick with malice, ancient power, and the stench of death. She raised her hand, and with a bone-chilling hiss, summoned her scythe. An obsidian blade curved like a crescent moon, its edge dripping with shadows. With a voice that resonated like a curse upon the world, she commanded him to die. Vikir stood unmoving, his body bloodied and battered, yet his resolve remained unshaken. He had never imagined he would one day rise to the level of a Swordmaster. But in this moment, something inside him shifted. His breath came ragged, his fists clenched in defiance. He was no longer just a man, no longer a simple fighter. With unwavering clarity, he understood the weight of the battle before him and the choices that had brought him here. Hugo retrieved a pen and began to compose a letter addressed to Vikir. As he wrote, a quiet intensity settled in the room. He understood that Vikir, already a top-ranking graduator, had developed a formidable technique, Fang, a reckless seventh form. But to refine it fully, to wield it without flaw, Vikir would need to transcend into the realm of the Swordmasters. Seated at his desk, sunlight streaming through the window and casting warm lines across the parchment, Hugo continued to write. His pen moved with purpose as he began detailing the journey he had taken to reach mastery. He recalled vividly the moment he first became a Swordmaster, not long after Vikir's birth. That memory brought with it the faces of Roxana and Penelope, their presence bittersweet. Their loss had plunged him into grief so deep that the sword became both refuge and obsession. Hugo spent entire days in the training wing, endlessly repeating the same motions. His journey began as a youth, and by the time he reached adulthood, his technique had grown sharper and more deliberate. Yet even as a top-ranking graduator, the threshold to sword mastery had remained just beyond reach. To cross it, he had to commit everything. Every single day, he swung his sword without pause, each cut driven by emotion, memory, and an unrelenting pursuit of perfection. And then, on the day it finally happened, he gripped his sword so tightly his knuckles turned white. When the breakthrough came, it wasn't with a shout or a clash, but with a quiet realization. He opened his hand, and the sword fell to the ground. He had arrived. Hugo stared at his hands, eyes wide with a growing sense of desperation. Sweat gathered on his brow. His palms were hardened with calluses, crisscrossed with scars, testament to endless hours spent wielding the sword. Yet despite the relentless training, the ceiling above him remained unbroken. He could not breach the threshold into sword mastery. It felt as though he were clinging to a burning nail, refusing to let go. In search of answers, he turned to the library of 10,000 epistles. It was there, buried within the countless tomes, that he discovered the words of an ancient swordmaster, wisdom passed down to distant descendants. The book he found contained not just words, but a faintly glowing magic circle etched into its pages. According to its teachings, to become a graduator, one must discard all emotion. But to become a swordmaster, one must reclaim them. That revelation fractured something within him. His carefully cultivated stoicism, his identity, shattered like a mirror struck by steel. He resolved to follow the path described and began to relearn the essence of emotion. Happiness, rage, sorrow, delight. He chased them all with the fervor of a man starved for something intangible. He laughed when he should have been furious, frowned when joy should have touched his face. The effort to artificially induce feelings twisted the natural flow of his expression. He began to lose control. Bit by bit, his personality distorted. What once defined him dissolved into contradiction and confusion. The journey to mastery became a labyrinth with no end in sight, and the sword could no longer satisfy the emptiness that had taken root within. In a desperate attempt to quench this growing void, he poured himself into the only legacy he could shape, his bloodline. Using his power and influence, he revived the strength of his clan, fathering many children in a bid to expand his reach, to create something enduring where fulfillment had eluded him. The image of his children crawling across a field, scattered with swords, surfaced in Hugo's mind, small, fragile bodies navigating the blade-littered ground as tradition demanded. Following the unyielding rules of the family, he had sent them to the Cradle of Swords, a trial meant to forge warriors from the moment they could walk. But something unexpected happened. As Hugo observed from the shoreline alongside the butler and several others, one child suddenly broke away from the rest and hurled himself into the water. Alarm surged through the group. No one knew why a child so young, so unaware of the world, would struggle with such fierce determination, nor why he endured the pain of the icy water flooding his tiny frame. Hugo placed a hand over his chest, startled by the pounding in his heart. His eyes widened as a strange sensation surged through him. Mana began to stir, not from will, but instinct. He was feeling something he hadn't felt in years. A rush of emotions overwhelmed him. Elation at witnessing rare potential, fury at subjecting such a young soul to torment, sorrow at the child's suffering, and joy sparked by a glimpse of his future. Those emotions swirled together, overwhelming the cold rationality that had long defined him. Without hesitation, Hugo leapt into the water. He moved through the waves with purpose, seized the child by the foot, and hauled him to safety. That single act, spontaneous, instinctive, and brimming with raw emotion, was his turning point. By the next morning, he had awakened as a swordmaster. Now, in the present, sunlight filtered through the office window as Hugo continued writing the letter to Vikir. His expression was solemn, his pen steady. He included a final truth: becoming a Swordmaster and even finding companionship in Pomeranian were things he owed to Vikir. The path to mastery, he wrote, was not paved by cold perfection, but by the capacity to feel deeply and live fully through the chaos of emotion. He trusted, without doubt, that Vikir, too, would find that path. Ser channeled mana into her scythe and swung it with violent force, unleashing a torrent of slashes through the air. Vikir crossed his arms in front of his chest, raising the Beelzebub sword just in time to block the barrage. Sparks flew from the clash, and his eyes widened with surprise. Her strength was formidable. As the battle intensified, Vikir's gaze darkened with rage. Hugo, in this life, had become someone utterly unrecognizable compared to the man he had once known. The bitter realization churned inside him. Across from him, the demon Ser grinned wickedly, her eyes gleaming with malevolence. With a clenched fist, she summoned a massive magic circle beneath her, warping the battlefield with its ominous glow. Vikir, now stripped of the power of the Saintess, knew he had no external crutch left. To survive, to win, he would have to reach the level of Swordmaster on his own, through his own awakening. The circle beneath Ser flared to life, and jagged spikes fashioned from skeletal remains erupted from the ground, striking Vikir's body with brutal precision. His chest tore open as he was flung into the air, blood splattering through his gritted teeth. Pain rippled through him, each breath a torment. Just as Hugo had once said, rage and sorrow burned deep within him. Vikir crashed to the ground, his body skidding and bouncing against the shattered terrain. Ser looked on with delight, her smile wide, her eyes dancing with cruel amusement. To her, he appeared broken, weak, a shadow of his former self. But then, her smile faltered. Her delight turned to fury. Vikir was still moving, still breathing. And worse, his eyes were not filled with despair. They were glowing with something far more dangerous. Despite his body being torn and bloodied, deep wounds streaking across his limbs and face, Vikir stood tall. His chest rose and fell with strained breaths, but his eyes, burning with unshakable confidence, never wavered. A faint, almost feral smile curled on his lips as he locked his gaze on Ser. Ser, catching that look in his eyes, snarled with fury. Her scythe pulsed with power as she unleashed a storm of slashes. All of her strength poured into the barrage. The air split apart as the blades of mana flew toward Vikir. He barely had a moment to react. Before he could even raise his sword, the slashes were already upon him. His eyes flared in shock as the attack collided with brutal precision, enveloping him in a deafening explosion. Smoke and dust filled the air. Ser planted her scythe into the ground and watched, her expression unreadable as silence followed the storm. From within the haze, Vikir's body was hurled into the air, his form crumpling with the debris. Blood sprayed from his wounds. One of his legs had been severed, and agony flashed across his face as he gritted his teeth hard enough to crack bone. Pain lanced through him, but even as he bled, something darker, hotter burned in his core. With what little strength he had left, Vikir pushed off a chunk of shattered rock and activated the 7th technique of Baskerville. His movements were jagged but driven by raw will, propelling himself forward. Rocks scattered beneath his feet as he closed the distance between them. Ser turned, eyes narrowing in disbelief as she saw him charging, still standing, still fighting. Her body tensed, scythe raised, a murderous gleam flickering in her gaze. Vikir roared, fury igniting every fiber of his being, and brought the Beelzebub sword down with all his might. The blade cracked against Ser's skull, but instead of cleaving through, it bounced off with a sharp metallic clang. Her head snapped back, but she remained standing. Confusion gripped him. Questions flooded his mind. Why hadn't it worked? What kind of power was protecting her? But before he could make sense of it, Ser's lips twisted into a smug, arrogant smile. Her expression dripped with disdain. Pathetic, she sneered, her voice laced with venom. "Still haven't learned a thing." With a swift, vicious motion, she seized Vikir by the face. Her fingers dug into his flesh as she leaned in, her eyes glowing with malice. She taunted him, declaring that it was impossible for someone like him to break through her armor, an invincible shield forged from darkness. Vikir instinctively grabbed her arm, but his grip was weak, trembling. His eyes shimmered with a mix of shock and desperation, while Sayre's gleamed with wicked delight. She hurled him to the ground with monstrous force, the impact shattering the terrain and sending shockwaves through the battlefield. "You call that an attack?" she mocked, her voice cold. "You're barely scratching the surface." Without a moment's pause, she dropped to one knee and slammed her hand against Vikir's throat, pinning him to the ground with crushing force. Her body radiated a thick, ominous aura, shadows curling around her like serpents in the dark. Eyes closed and lips tugged into a pleased, sinister smile, she relished the moment. To her, Vikir was already defeated. Sayre's grip only tightened, holding him immobile against the cold earth. A magic circle ignited beneath her, pulsing with purple runes that shimmered with dark energy. "So tell me," she whispered mockingly, "did you really believe Camus could break free from the demon's contract? That she'd ever wake up and resist us?" Her laughter echoed across the ruins, bitter and triumphant. From the glowing magic circle beneath them, several hands erupted, one of them seizing Vikir by the head. Smoke curled from his nose as a searing rage built within him, but he could do nothing. More hands followed, wrapping tightly around his limbs and torso, locking him in place. In a heartbeat, he was completely immobilized. Sayre's eyes gleamed with cruel delight. She rose to her full height, raising one hand toward the sky as though summoning divine judgment. Her lips curled into a grin as she taunted Vikir, daring him to resist what came next. Above them, a second magic circle formed in the sky, pulsing ominously. From its depths, a storm of spectral hands rained down, dozens, then hundreds, striking Vikir's trapped body with devastating force. The sheer power of the impact blasted a crater into the earth, smoke and dust engulfing the battlefield in a thick veil. When the haze cleared, Vikir lay at the center of the crater. One of his arms was gone, and blood spread beneath him in a growing pool. His body was mangled and broken, his flesh torn and soaked in crimson. But even then, he moved. Sayre's gaze locked onto him, her expression shifting from triumph to confusion. He was still alive. With a trembling hand, Vikir pushed against the ground. The act of moving, of simply lifting himself, was excruciating. Every breath was a battle, every movement dragged through pain. Even the healing powers of the salamander could no longer knit his wounds together. His regeneration had reached its limit, and yet he rose. Sayre began to approach, her footsteps slow, wary. She stared at him as if trying to determine whether what she was seeing was real. Was this man truly human? Vikir didn't look at her. His gaze was cast downward toward the bloodied ground beneath him. In that moment, an image flashed through his mind. Camus, her tear-streaked face pressed against his chest, her eyes filled with sorrow and hope. His body was failing, but his heart, his purpose, remained unbroken. She asked quietly, why was she alone again, left with only his broken body? Her voice trembled, echoing with pain. Vikir, despite the agony coursing through him, began to move. He rose unsteadily to his feet, the smoke around them slowly thinning. With only one arm remaining, he drew the Beelzebub sword and started walking forward, every step toward the demon a defiance of death itself. Then, through the lingering haze, Camus' voice rang out. She called Vikir an idiot, her words biting with affection, saying she hadn't fought her way back just to see that expression on his face. Vikir froze. His bruised, bloodied face turned slowly toward her, his one eye wide with disbelief. For a moment, the battlefield seemed to fall into silence. Sayre, too, was stunned. Her eyes flared with confusion and rage, unable to comprehend what was unfolding. Camus reached up, her hands trembling not with fear, but resolve, and began peeling away the demon's skin from her face. Her eyes glimmered with clarity and courage. With a soft, determined smile, she told Vikir she had done exactly what he asked. Panic overtook Sarah. She shouted, reminding Camus of the cost. If she resisted the demonic contract, her soul would be shattered beyond repair. But Camus didn't flinch. Using both hands, she tore away more of the demon's corrupted guise from her face and neck. Her voice rang with steel as she told Sarah the truth. She wouldn't last long, not like this. Then, with fire in her eyes, she turned to Vikir and told him to cut Sarah into pieces. She added, almost playfully, that if he failed, her neck would just have to become the sheath for his sword. Vikir's gaze dropped to the ground. A breath escaped his lips, a low, tired sigh, but a smile tugged at the corner of his mouth. Even now, at the edge of death, she still joked like that. She wasn't just surviving, she was fighting with everything she had. In that moment, Vikir understood. She was truly born to be a heroine, and for that, he decided, she deserved a perfect score. Camus tore the last of the demon's skin from her neck and stood tall, smiling, the fire of resistance blazing behind her eyes. Vikir's breath was ragged, blood still trickling from the corner of his mouth, when Camus, her voice soft but steady, asked if he finally understood. Her hand reached out to him, trembling but determined, her gaze filled with quiet fire. "Show me the man I fell in love with." A flicker of terror crossed Sarah's face. The demon sensed it. This moment wasn't going her way. Panic twisted her features, and in a desperate move, she forcefully reclaimed control of Camus's body. Behind her, a massive magic circle unfurled like an ominous halo, casting an eerie red glow across the battlefield. "They're insane," Sarah hissed through gritted teeth, her voice dripping with fury and disbelief. She extended both hands, snarling. "Did you really think this would be enough to break my armor?" Without waiting for an answer, skeletal tentacles erupted from the magic circle, writhing through the air like cursed serpents, each one aiming straight for Vikir. But Vikir didn't flinch. He unsheathed his blade, its steel glinting with an intense, pulsing mana. The sword began to hum with energy, resonating with his heartbeat. He stepped forward, unwavering, and in a single breath, he moved. His swings were fluid, deadly precise. The tentacles were cleaved mid-air, shredded into harmless fragments before they could reach him. Sarah's eyes widened in disbelief. Her confident smirk crumbled into a stunned silence as she watched Vikir walk through the chaos like a storm given form. Then, it happened. Vikir's chest began to glow faintly, a warm, radiant light emanating from his heart. Mana surged outward, not wild or violent, but alive. It was no longer just power, it was emotion, raw and untamed. Rage, sorrow, joy, love. It all pulsed through him at once. He understood now what Hugo had meant. The heart wasn't just muscle, it was memory, meaning, and every feeling they had tried to bury. Inside the demon's third eye, Camus hung in suspension, her arms bound, her vision dark. But she felt him. She knew he hadn't forgotten her. With tears glimmering in her lashes, she lifted her head. A faint stream of light began to pierce through the shadows. Her lips parted in awe as she whispered his name. The demon's third eye was sliced open in a single stroke, and Vikir, bloodied and smiling, knelt before her. His sword rested across his lap as he looked up at Camus with the gaze of someone who had found something long lost. Camus' breath caught. Her jaw dropped as the moment washed over her. Vikir wasn't just angry because she'd been hurt. He wasn't only sad because she had to fight alone. He was alive in that moment, because she was there, because this reunion, impossibly, had come to pass. All of those emotions surged into his body like a flood, and his hand gripped his sword tighter as the mana intensified. His eyes burned with elation, and with a cry of determination, he moved. In the blink of an eye, Vikir blurred past Sarah, his blade flashing like a falling star. He landed behind her, the battlefield still. Sarah gasped. She didn't understand. She couldn't understand. She turned her head, confusion etched across her face as the pain began to ripple through her. Vikir didn't say a word. He simply walked away, his back to her, as his mana erupted inside her like wildfire. And for the first time, the demon screamed, a raw, guttural sound that echoed across the battlefield, as mana burst violently from her body, erupting in chaotic streams in every direction, like cracks splitting through a dam. Hugo's statue towered over the chaos, its imposing presence a silent witness to the unfolding battle. The humans who wore colored glasses, ill-suited to their true nature as they navigated their lives in ignorance. Vikir clenched his fist, the aura emanating from the Beelzebub sword solidifying into a palpable force. Those who had removed their glasses could perceive realities invisible to ordinary humans, realities they could sever with ease. These individuals, who had ascended to supremacy, were known as Swordmasters. Vikir's eyes burned with hatred as he moved with lethal precision. Before Ser could react, his blade carved a deep gash across her, its edge unerring. Gradually, the demonic aura surrounding Camus' body dissipated, freeing her from its grip and allowing her to reclaim control. The remnants of the demon's essence crumbled into ash, Ser's eyes widening in disbelief. She had failed. Her gaze locked onto Vikir, rage igniting in her expression. She had been tasked with opening the gate, and now that mission lay in ruins. Within moments, her form disintegrated, her existence reduced to nothing more than drifting embers. Vikir, his body battered and bloodied from the battle, his arm lost in the clash, turned his gaze upward to the crimson sky. Smoke curled from the stump of his shoulder as he sank into contemplation. He felt out of place, as though clad in antiquated garments. His strength, perception, and judgment had transcended mortal limits, surpassing even the boundaries of transcendence itself. The weight of his evolution settled upon him, undeniable and absolute. He could no longer sense the mana the Saintess had once drawn from within him. A flicker of worry lit up Vikir's eyes as he turned, his gaze heavy with sorrow. Behind him, Camus lay motionless on the fractured earth. The wind whispered around him as he took slow, deliberate steps toward her, hoping, aching, to feel the warmth of their reunion, to share in that long-awaited emotion. But as he neared her, something shifted. A strange sensation crawled up his spine, halting him in place. His limbs froze. Confusion swept across his face, and before he could make sense of it, darkness overtook him. Vikir collapsed beside Camus, their bodies lying still at the heart of the ruined battlefield. In the center of the crater, the Divine Immortal's ring began to glow, a quiet, pulsing purple light that intensified with each breathless moment. It stirred as though awakened by their silence, its magic finally untethered now that the enemy had fallen. The glow surged upward in a beam of radiant light, tearing through the crimson sky above. As it struck the heavens, the barrier born of the ring's power slowly began to dissolve, fragmenting like shattered glass fading into stardust. Unconscious, Vikir and Camus remained unaware as the ground beneath them shimmered, unraveling into light. The spell activated, teleporting them away from the tower's final floor and back into the realm of the living. Hours passed. Still, Vikir did not stir. But from the folds of his tattered clothes, a tiny spider emerged. With careful, delicate steps, it climbed onto his arm, pausing to study his face. The little spider bounced gently on Vikir's chest, trying with all her might to stir him awake. Each jump was filled with urgency, tiny legs landing again and again. But Vikir didn't move. As she began to tire, she settled down beside him with a quiet sigh. Then, the faint sound of footsteps brushing against the grass caught her attention. Someone was approaching. Graceful, deliberate steps. A figure in a skirt emerged under the pale light of the moon, drawing closer. The spider's body tensed, her eyes narrowing in alert. But when she looked up, her gaze froze in astonishment. It was Rose. She stood silently a few paces away, her expression unreadable, her eyes reflecting the moonlight as they locked onto Vikir. Her gaze bore into him, deep and unblinking. She seemed lost in thought, caught in an internal conflict as she watched him lie motionless. Sensing something was wrong, the little spider shot to her feet and released a tiny but defiant hiss, her stance fierce and protective. She planted herself in front of Vikir, refusing to let harm come to him. But Rose didn't raise a hand in violence. Instead, after a long pause, she stepped forward and gently reached down, not to Vikir, but to Camus. Carefully, she slid Camus' limp arm over her shoulder, and with effort, lifted the unconscious girl into her arms. The spider blinked in confusion, her fury giving way to bewilderment. Then, just as Rose turned to leave, cradling Camus against her, a faint rustle broke the silence. Behind her, Vikir stirred. With a trembling hand, he pushed against the ground. His body shook from exhaustion, blood still seeping from his wounds, but he forced himself up. Pressing a hand to his injured arm, he raised his head. His eyes were dazed, hollow with pain, but somewhere inside, recognition flickered. "Wait," he said. Hearing his voice, Rose's eyes widened in surprise, and she came to a halt. Seeing that she was able to move freely, Vikir felt a quiet sense of relief. Camus was safe. That alone was enough for him. Rose's expression shifted subtly, her eyes gleaming with curiosity as she turned to face him, her gaze unwavering. In the distance, smoke began to rise from the shattered remains of the city. Vikir pressed a hand against the wound on his shoulder, his gaze lowering to the ground. It was a shame, he thought, that their reunion had to end like this. But for now, the most important thing was to leave this place as quickly as possible. Sliding a hand into his pocket, Vikir drew out a small object and with quiet resolve, tossed it toward her. He asked only that she give it to Camus. Rose caught it effortlessly. Her eyes widened in surprise, the corners of her mouth lifting faintly as she looked down at the item with a trace of cheerful recognition. Vikir, still bleeding and battered, lifted his hand in parting. With a faint smile, he revealed the final message. If Camus wished to see him again, she would have to follow where it led. Rose's attention lingered on the item in her hand, her expression shifting into quiet intrigue. Without a word, she turned her back on him. With Camus still resting against her shoulder, she began walking away from the battlefield, leaving Vikir behind in the settling dust and moonlight. The little spider quietly climbed onto Vikir's shoulder, curling up against his neck as both of them watched in silence, eyes fixed on the distant figures of Rose and Camus as they disappeared into the night. Back at the festival grounds, a sudden commotion rippled through the crowd. Someone was shouting, breathless and urgent, drawing attention from all directions. It was a man dressed in a flamboyant woman's costume, running at full speed through the gathering of students. His voice rang out over the noise as he delivered the news. The one who had attacked the academy was none other than the infamous Night Hound. The crowd froze. Murmurs turned into gasps, and students exchanged alarmed glances. One asked how severe the damage had been. The man, still panting, responded that, unexpectedly, there had been no casualties or destruction at all. Bianca, wearing a stitched-up Frankenstein costume, lowered her gaze to the ground, her expression shadowed with concern. Her thoughts drifted to the girl in the skull mask. She now suspected it had been the Black Mage. Her classmate, Tutor, in his gleaming Valkyrie costume, rubbed his chin in thought, agreeing with the possibility. If the Black Mage had indeed fought the Night Hound, it explained her mysterious strength and presence on the battlefield. He admitted, albeit a bit sheepishly, that he hadn't dared to get involved in their fight. The situation had been too overwhelming. Piggy, wrapped in glittering fairy wings, looked visibly shaken. His round eyes shimmered with residual fear as he muttered that the ordeal had nearly caused him to faint. Meanwhile, Sancho, clad in his Cheongsam Qipao dress, turned aside with a hardened expression. His voice was calm but firm as he said that the Night Hound was, without a doubt, the most terrifying opponent he had ever laid eyes on. While the group remained deep in conversation, Vikir, still dressed in his witch costume, quietly approached from behind. With a half-hearted chuckle, he admitted that he'd been so terrified during the attack he could barely breathe. The moment his voice broke through the air, every head turned. Eyes widened with surprise and immediate concern. Questions rushed in all at once. Where had he gone? Why hadn't he come back? And did he even realize how worried they had been? Vikir scratched the back of his head, clearly unsure how to explain himself. Dolores crossed her arms, her brows furrowed in a mix of frustration and relief. She spoke with quiet sternness, pointing out that no one had seen him at all while they were investigating the streets. She demanded to know where he had been, her tone firm but familiar. She knew him too well. Vikir wasn't the kind of person to abandon his friends or hide when things got dangerous. Sinclair, dressed in an elegant vampire costume, observed him quietly, her expression unreadable. Vikir's eyes briefly flickered with unease, struggling to form a response, until a sharp, teasing voice cut in from behind. A figure in a skirt stepped into view, calling Vikir a reckless fool for diving into danger alone. The Triplets had arrived, all three dressed identically in maid uniforms, and none of them looked amused. One of them placed his hands on his hips, frustration etched into every movement. With an exaggerated sigh, he scolded Vikir, asking what they were supposed to do if he kept charging off by himself. Midbro, gripping his broom like a commander's sword, added his own warning, voice sharp as he ordered Vikir not to pull something like that again. Lowbro's eyes gleamed with an intense glare, his stare cutting through the air as he echoed the same warning. The three of them moved in unison, surrounding Vikir with synchronized scolding and clenched jaws. Watching this bizarre scene unfold, Sinclair closed her eyes with a soft, amused smile. She couldn't help but think that Vikir was, unintentionally, building his own gang. Meanwhile, Dolores gasped slightly, her eyes going wide in realization. Once again, it seemed she had completely misread the situation. Several minutes passed before the first rays of sunlight stretched across the sky, bathing the world in a soft, golden hue. With a quiet, uneasy gaze, Vikir looked upward, his eyes full of silent questions. He didn't know if she was safe, if she was truly okay. The sun continued its slow rise over the horizon, casting warmth across the city. Around him, everyone paused, taking in the beauty of the morning. But Vikir's thoughts remained distant. He would wait, eagerly, quietly, until the day he could see Camus again. Elsewhere, hidden in the ruins of an old, forgotten church at the edge of the city, a soft glow began to pulse from within. At the center of the decrepit sanctuary stood a faintly glowing sphere, ethereal and still. Beside it, silent and watchful, stood Rose. Moments later, ripples stirred the surface of the sphere, and from within emerged a figure dripping with residual energy. Camus stepped forward, her body trembling, hair clinging to her damp skin. She placed a hand against the door of the sphere, pausing with a dazed, unreadable expression. Then slowly, she stepped out into the light. Rose turned to face her, saying nothing. She simply watched as Camus examined her hands with an almost mechanical motion. Her body bore the remnants of chaos, the aftermath of Serre's breakdown and the shattered contract. Because of that final confrontation, she hadn't even had the chance to say goodbye, or thank Vikir. The thought made her clench her jaw. Anger flickered in her chest, not at him, but at herself, for being foolish enough to believe, even for a moment, that he might not have survived. She hated how deeply it had scared her. Still, Rose remained silent beside her, giving her space. But then her thoughts wandered, to the way Vikir had looked at her, the way he had shielded her with everything he had, no matter how bloodied or broken he became. Her hands rose to her cheeks, heat blooming there as a blush crept across her face. She remembered the exact moment she'd peeled away the demon's skin from her neck, the image of Vikir's smile clear as day. That memory alone made her heart stir with something fierce and soft all at once, because in that moment, she'd realized just how much she meant to him. This time, she hadn't run away. She had fought beside him. Camus closed her eyes, and a quiet smile curved her lips as the weight of that truth settled over her. They had made it through, not because they were invincible, but because neither of them had given up. Exhaustion clung to her like a second skin, dark circles beneath her eyes betraying how far she'd pushed herself. Tilting her head to the side, she let out a tired breath and murmured to the empty air, as if asking the world itself, wasn't Vikir the kind of man worth risking everything for? Floating beside her was the fractured remnant of the demon Serre, her form smaller now, weakened, ghost-like. Camus turned her gaze toward her with a smug, almost mocking smile curling across her lips. Serre's ears twitched, her eyes brimming with tears. Her voice trembled as she questioned how Camus could have defied their pact. To her, this was nothing short of betrayal, an impossible contradiction, a scam. Camus' expression remained composed, her tone cool and distant as she replied that she now had full control over her body. Whether Vikir had severed the contract or something deeper had unraveled it, she wasn't entirely sure. What mattered was that Serre no longer held the reins. Fury bloomed in Serre's tiny form as she clenched her fists, her trembling eyes glowing with venom. She revealed that breaking the 12-hour contract had come at a cost, a penalty that granted her only a sliver of life, a fleeting moment before death claimed her. Camus locked her gaze on the demon, and a violet flame flickered to life in her palm. With a quiet whisper of magic, she summoned two small but potent barriers of force, compressing them around Serre's fragile body. A cruel satisfaction glinted in Camus's eyes as she watched the magical barriers begin to crush Serre slowly. Her voice was calm, almost amused, as she stated that now, if she wished, she could kill the demon using magic alone. Serre writhed, her hands clawing at the invisible walls closing in around her. Her body shook with effort, her screams rising in pitch as pain overtook her. Eyes overflowing with tears, she finally broke, sobbing and trembling as she begged Camus to stop, to spare her. She swore she'd do anything at all. Upon hearing the demon's plea, Camus' eyes gleamed with wicked delight, and a slow, knowing smile curled across her lips. If Serre wanted mercy, there would be a price. In exchange for sparing her life, Camus demanded everything: the demon's power, her authorities, all remnants of their former bond. Their contract was broken, and now their roles were reversed. They were no longer equals, they were master and slave. Serre turned her back with a defeated sigh, her posture heavy with resignation. A flicker of sadness crossed her expression as she accepted her new reality. Camus rested one hand on her hip, her tone suddenly lighter. She mused that without Serre, she never would have met Vikir in the first place. Strange how even the darkest paths could lead to something bright. Serre glanced over her shoulder and asked quietly what Camus intended to do now. Camus looked up at the sky, thoughtful, then answered. It was time to open the gate. At those words, Serre's eyes widened with a mix of awe and confusion, as if she couldn't believe what she was hearing. With a hint of hesitation, she asked if Camus truly meant it. Camus laughed softly, brushing hair from her face as she smiled. Of course not. Was Serre insane enough to believe that? She was joking. With everything that had happened, she had no intention of repeating past mistakes. Rose stepped forward to help Camus into her robe, the fabric whispering against the wind. Camus explained that her first priority now was to return to the morgue estate. Her mind wandered. Thoughts of Uncle Adolf, of her mother, of a future now possible because Vikir was still alive. There were broken pieces to mend, things she had destroyed that she now needed to set right. She lifted the robe's hood over her head, her eyes growing distant with sorrow. In her memory, Uncle Snake's face emerged, his tired smile before he had fallen. Her heart tightened. There was a duty she had to fulfill, to announce and mourn the passing of her master. Camus clenched her fist, the fabric of her robe tightening around her knuckles. Her gaze softened with gratitude. From the depths of her heart, she thanked Snake. Because of him, she had been given a second chance. A chance to see Vikir again. Opening her hand, she revealed a golden coin resting in her palm. Her smile returned, gentler this time. If she joined the academy, she could become Vikir's junior. Rose and Serre watched her silently, eyes filled with confusion, unsure of what was going through her mind. A breeze stirred the fallen leaves around them, carrying them into the sky like fragments of a new story beginning. Camus' cheeks flushed a delicate pink, her eyes warm and brimming with affection. She made a quiet, fierce vow. When they met again, Vikir would be hers. The eventful festival had finally come to an end. Yet even after it was over, its aftermath lingered in the air like dying embers. It was daytime, and the students made their way back toward the academy. Among the crowd, 3 boys walked together. One of them leaned closer to his friends and asked if it was true that the Night Hound had appeared during the festival. The boy wearing glasses turned his head with a serious gaze, revealing that he had heard the Night Hound had come to launch another attack. The blonde-haired boy glanced at his friend and, wearing a sincere expression, added that according to rumors, the teachers had intervened to stop the Night Hound. At this, the black-haired boy's eyes widened, a mixture of disdain and fear flickering through them. To him, the Night Hound was an evil figure who should already be locked away in Bali's infamous Nouvelle Vague prison. He closed his eyes dramatically, extended his hands as if delivering a prophecy, and mentioned that a new villain had supposedly appeared this time as well, an unregistered black magician. The boy in glasses nodded slightly and explained that he had heard the 2 villains had fought one another, allowing the teachers to subdue them more easily. The blonde-haired boy simply watched his friends, silent but attentive. The 3 boys continued their lively conversation, smiles tugging at their faces as they passed by the wall, still bearing the scars of the Night Hound's attack. Around them, students chattered away with carefree voices, unaware of how close they had come to disaster. The Night Hound incident, which might have ended in tragedy had it not been contained, was already fading away, becoming just another rumor to be shared and forgotten. The students filed into the academy, splitting off and heading toward their respective classrooms. Somewhere down one of the busy hallways stood a door marked with a simple plaque, the Journalism Club. Inside, the club members gathered around a large table cluttered with newspapers and half-finished drafts. Dolores suddenly rose to her feet, slamming her hand onto the table. With an angry glare, she demanded to know who had written a particular article. Piggy and the others fell silent, turning their attention to the papers scattered before them. Among the mess was a headline featuring a striking image of the Night Hound, his eyes gleaming with menace, his body stained with blood. The article beneath it detailed the so-called atrocities committed by the Night Hound, claiming that his rampage had crossed every imaginable line by daring to attack the Imperial Academy itself. According to the author, the Night Hound's actions were not acts of desperation, but premeditated crimes, branding him both anti-humanitarian and anti-state, a villain who had to be punished without exception. The article also listed several key landmarks that had been destroyed during the Imperial Capital War, including the Imperial Bank, the Capitol Clock Tower, the Indulgentia Orphanage, and the Royal Memorial. Dolores snatched the article from the table, her eyes burning with anger as she swept her gaze across the room, making it perfectly clear that while the Night Hound had indeed appeared at the festival, he had not caused any chaos. The true disturbance, she insisted, had been the work of the mysterious black magician. The club members stared at her in stunned silence, confusion flickering across their faces. Meanwhile, Vikir remained composed, his expression unreadable as he quietly skimmed through the article once more. Dolores, still fuming, began reading aloud selected portions of the article, her voice laced with frustration. According to the article, the Night Hound had come to the festival and massacred students, labeling him a criminal by imperial decree. Yet, in reality, he had done nothing of the sort that day. Dolores emphasized that journalism should stick to facts, not emotional embellishments. After venting her frustration, she let out a sigh and once again demanded to know who was responsible for writing the piece. Piggy, overwhelmed by nervousness, frantically shook his head in denial. Tutor's wide eyes darted toward Piggy, his face pale with fear, unsure of what to say. In contrast, Vikir calmly continued examining the articles, unaffected by the growing tension in the room. Dolores's sharp gaze eventually locked onto Vikir, her expression turning even more serious. When she realized the truth, Vikir simply admitted without hesitation that he was the one who had written the article, explaining that he had done so under the instructions of Professor Banshee Morgue. Dolores planted her hands firmly on the table, furious that chaos always seemed to erupt whenever she was absent. Before she could say more, Vikir cut in respectfully, addressing her as Director Dolores, and pointed out that she had been busy handling student council duties. Dolores slipped her hands into the pockets of her pants, pulled something out with a sigh, and calmly reminded them that her absence was no excuse to publish an article without verifying the facts. She retrieved 3 folded documents and placed them neatly on the table, resting her hand over them as she spoke. These, she revealed, were official statements issued earlier that morning by the Imperial Guard, confirming that the destruction of the capital's main facilities had not been caused by the Night Hound. She then laid out 3 photographs, each depicting scenes from the attacked sites. Though the devastation was evident under the night sky, the ground bore strange marks. Dolores explained that while the Night Hound's primary weapon was a sword, the destruction shown here lacked any evidence of sword wounds. Instead, the traces looked as though a giant snake had slithered through the area. She pointed to the evidence, describing a figure, a woman wielding a whip, entwined by a white snake with striking purple eyes. This new villain, officially designated Ms. Rachel, was presumed to be female. Her motive for the attack remained unknown, but it was estimated that she possessed the power of a graduator. The nature of her weapon had yet to be clearly identified. Dolores concluded grimly by revealing that no witnesses had survived the encounter. Upon hearing this, Tutor and Sancho's eyes widened with shock and fear, putting them instantly on alert. Dolores, still resting one hand firmly on the table, raised 3 fingers with the other. Her gaze sharpened as she fixed her eyes on Vikir, asking him firmly not to pin all the crimes on the Night Hound. There were 3 villains involved, she said, and it was crucial to distinguish the acts committed by each one. Vikir, maintaining a calm and composed demeanor, remained silent for a few seconds before nodding. In truth, it did not matter much to him. He had criticized the Night Hound primarily to distance himself and to craft an antagonistic image should anyone grow suspicious of him later. Tutor crossed his arms, rested his head on them, and with a mixture of curiosity and unease shining in his eyes, wondered aloud where this new villain, Ms. Rachel, had come from. Sancho also crossed his arms, and with a calm expression, noted that the only information they had was that she left traces resembling the path of a giant snake. With a surprised expression, Sinclair raised her hand and asked how they were certain the villain was a woman. Dolores placed her hands firmly on the table and, her face turning thoughtful, imagined a stone with a lipstick mark on it. She explained that at every crime scene, a lipstick mark had been found, a clear signature meant to announce who had committed the attack. Piggy stretched his arms out to the sides, his eyes gleaming with confusion, while Tutor raised a finger, sparking a flurry of chatter among the group. Vikir, seated quietly among them, lowered his gaze to the ground, lost in thought. His focus shifted to Dolores, and a flicker of rage sparked in his eyes. Whether the new villain admired or despised the Night Hound was irrelevant to him. Whatever her intentions were, it didn't matter. If she crossed his path during his demon hunt, he would simply eliminate her. Just then, Anna burst into the room, kicking the door open with a loud bang, a stack of papers clutched in her arms. She strode to the table and dropped the papers in front of Dolores, who stared at them in confusion, unsure of what they were. With a straightforward look, Anna explained that they had received an overwhelming number of reports after the festival ended. She pulled out a separate envelope, walked over to Vikir, and revealed that one letter was addressed to him. Vikir kept his calm, his gaze still low, as he quietly extended a hand to take the letter and thanked her. He unfolded it carefully, blinking in confusion at the unexpected delivery. As he read the contents, his eyes widened in alarm, his composure breaking for a moment. While he remained engrossed, Sinclair quietly leaned closer, her attention drawn to the letter by curiosity. It turned out to be a tuition payment notice for the first semester. The next day, Vikir went to visit his brother. Pomeranian sat quietly on his lap, her small hands resting on his, a peaceful smile spreading across her face as she closed her eyes, feeling perfectly happy. Osiris, sitting across from Vikir on the sofa, picked up a cup of tea. Sunlight streamed through the windows, filling the room with a soft golden light. Casually, Osiris offered to pay Vikir's tuition if it would help. He took a slow sip of his tea, then asked what was truly holding him back. Vikir turned his eyes toward the window, his mind sinking into a long, quiet reflection. He gently patted the little girl's head, his movements soft and thoughtful. Sensing his unease, Pomeranian placed her tiny hands over his, her happiness only growing stronger at the comforting touch. After a pause, Vikir spoke with quiet honesty, explaining that he wanted to keep his identity as a Baskerville hidden. He didn't want to rely on the family's wealth or cause complications in his daily life by drawing unwanted attention. Vikir found himself recalling Sinclair and Bianca teasingly suggesting he wear stockings and a maid uniform to raise money for his tuition, while Dolores sat nearby, pretending to read, but clearly watching. He knew he had only 1 week left to come up with the scholarship amount, but no matter how desperate he was, he refused to accept any of the ridiculous jobs the girls had proposed. Closing his eyes, Vikir felt the weight of worry settle heavily on his chest. His partial scholarship, reduced due to his so-called behavioral issues, had now become a real problem. Across from him, Osiris lifted his teacup, pausing mid-sip as his eyes lingered on Vikir. Curiosity flickered across his face. Why was Vikir trying so hard to downplay his abilities? But then, a sudden thought struck Osiris, filling him with a quiet, almost stunned realization. He couldn't help but wonder. Did Vikir dream of becoming the classic underdog, the hidden prodigy who lives humbly among the ordinary, only revealing his strength at a decisive moment? A small, amused smile tugged at the corner of Osiris's lips as he remembered his own childhood dreams. Back when the other children played without a care, Osiris would cross his arms and stand solemnly before a tree, blushing as he imagined himself cutting down hordes of monsters, hiding his power until the perfect, heroic moment. Meanwhile, Pomeranian, warm and content, had curled up in Vikir's lap and drifted into a deep, peaceful sleep, her tiny face serene as if nothing in the world could disturb her. Osiris leaned forward slightly and suggested that Vikir consider taking up monster hunting part-time. Vikir's attention snapped to his brother, his eyes widening in surprise. Calmly, Osiris proposed that he visit the Pathfinders Guild and hire an explorer to accompany him on hunts, offering Vikir a chance to build experience, and maybe even bring him a little closer to realizing whatever dream he was chasing. Vikir, still puzzled, touched his chin thoughtfully. He wasn't sure if monster hunting would truly help him achieve his goals. With a more serious gaze, he sank into deep thought, considering the idea of working with the Pathfinders Guild. It didn't seem exactly aligned with his dream, but something about it pulled at him. He remembered a figure from before his regression, a swordsman with a ponytail, someone who had left a deep impression on him. That explorer had been one of the heroes who helped forge the human alliance during the brutal era of destruction. Most of the field guides on demonic creatures that Vikir had studied had been created thanks to his research. In fact, the entire foundation of the monster geography school had been built on the knowledge he left behind. Vikir couldn't shake the memory of the Wanderer's tragic death. The man, who had fallen in battle against the demons, had been nothing more than a country bumpkin, isolated and without any allies. He had faced the onslaught alone, and it had cost him everything. Vikir knew the story well. The details were etched clearly in his mind. A faint smile tugged at his lips as he realized that recruiting the man was the right thing to do. In a way, he owed it to him, not just for the sake of the future, but to honor the legacy of someone who had been cut down too soon. Vikir turned to his brother Osiris, gratitude filling his chest. Osiris, sensing his brother's silent thanks, smiled warmly, glad to have helped him. Elsewhere, in the city, the Pathfinder Guild known as Sherpa was beginning to settle into evening. The sun was dipping below the horizon when a voice rang out, announcing the return of the Guildmaster. One of the men in the guild asked how the day's hunt had gone. With a forceful stomp of his boots, the Guildmaster made his presence known, causing the group to gasp in surprise. The blonde-haired man, known as Michael Pincher, or simply Mike, stood tall, carrying the massive body of a giant boar on his back. With a cocky grin, Mike pointed at the boar with his thumb, his eyes gleaming with pride. He confidently declared that the hunt had been a complete success. The guild members gathered around, admiring the beast. It was clear to everyone that graduates like Mike were operating on a whole different level. After leaving the boar's carcass on the ground, Mike walked toward the guild's door, a determined look on his face. Deciding it was time for a break, he entered his office, sat down, and pulled out a book. Mike rested his head on the table, letting out a deep sigh. He scratched his head, feeling the weight of the situation bearing down on him. Once again, they were in trouble this month. He didn't have enough money to cover both the food expenses and the salaries of the guild members. His eyes clouded with worry and frustration. The large mercenary guilds were suffocating him, preventing him from achieving his dreams. He was overwhelmed, and it was no surprise. He had no support to lean on. The weight of his own failures pressing on him. He blamed himself for the current mess. If he hadn't been scammed in his youth while chasing his dream, he wouldn't be struggling now. He opened a drawer and grabbed a towel. Closing his eyes, he wiped the sweat from his forehead, feeling like an idiot. But there was still a flicker of hope. His dream was still alive. He clasped his hands together and began to imagine the emblem of the Baskerville family. That was his goal, to enter the Baskerville family. Just then, someone approached, their brown boots tapping steadily across the floor. The figure wore a hood, concealing most of their features. The stranger walked up to the giant boar's body and asked if anyone knew where Mike was. The men standing around fixed their serious gazes on him. One of them approached the hooded man and asked how someone so young dared to speak the guildmaster's name so casually. The hooded man simply stated that he was a client here to make a commission. The guild member scoffed, demanding to know if he thought clients could just waltz in and act like they were superior. Without a word, the hooded man turned and began to walk away, his thoughts dismissing the man as nothing more than an annoyance. Seeing this, the guild member's eyes widened with rage. He lunged toward the hooded man, attempting to grab him. In an instant, the hooded figure moved with lightning speed, leaving the man frozen in shock. The guild member and his companions tried to catch up, but they were no match for the hooded figure's speed. In one fluid motion, the man leaped and landed right in front of the window to Mike's office. Mike's heart skipped a beat as his hands tightened into fists. He stared, surprised and confused, as the man stood before the window and asked if this was indeed the guild master's room. Mike stood up quickly, his confusion growing, and demanded to know who this man was. The hooded man casually sat on the window ledge and again stated that he was a client, here to make a commission. Mike's jaw dropped as sweat began to bead on his forehead. The man slid down from the window and approached Mike, pulling out a sheet of paper. As Mike's attention focused on the paper, he realized just how fast this person had been. He hadn't even had a chance to react. Alarm bells rang in Mike's head. This man was skilled, far more skilled than anyone he had encountered. He took the commission request and began to read, making it clear that the proper official process had to be followed. But as his eyes scanned the document, his expression shifted. Shock rippled through him, and he looked up in disbelief. The hooded man then removed his hood, revealing his identity. The name that followed was enough to leave Mike frozen in place. The person who had come here to hire him was none other than Vikir van Baskerville. The night sky stretched clear and cloudless as Vikir and Mike walked through the hushed village streets. The houses were dark, their windows shuttered, indicating that the townspeople had long since gone to sleep. Mike reviewed the request report in his hands with care, noting Vikir's affiliation with Coliseo Academy and the clearly stated intention of hiring a guide for monster hunting. As they made their way down the path, Mike stole frequent glances at his companion, his cheeks tinged with awe. It was difficult for him to process that he was walking beside a true member of the legendary Baskerville family, Sir Vikir himself. Overwhelmed by emotion, Mike came to an abrupt stop and bowed deeply before Vikir, the weight of the moment pressing on him. To work alongside someone of such renowned lineage was a privilege he had never imagined. Vikir paused, clearly puzzled by the sudden gesture. Mike, flustered, admitted that meeting Sir Vikir had always been one of his dreams. Without a word, Vikir raised his index finger to his lips, his expression stern. His eyes locked with Mike's, silently instructing him to stay quiet. Whatever his true name was, it would not be spoken here. Apologizing for his enthusiasm, Mike confessed his lifelong aspiration to join the Baskerville family. Vikir's eyes flickered with surprise as he realized Mike's admiration ran deeper than mere curiosity. This man had clearly nurtured this dream for years, perhaps even before Vikir's own return through time. Mike's fists clenched with enthusiasm as he spoke, his face alight with fervor. The Baskervilles, known across the continent as the Iron-Blooded Sword family, were legendary for their prowess in monster hunting along the Western Front. To him, joining their ranks meant the chance to learn their famed combat style. the invincible sword techniques that had become the stuff of myth. The very thought made his heart race with anticipation, but as quickly as the excitement rose, it faded. Mike lowered his gaze, scratching the back of his head with a sheepish expression. His broad shoulders slumped slightly as he confessed that part of his motivation was more personal. Those who joined the Baskerville clan were promised land and a home, something he believed was the only way he could give his wife the life she deserved. Yet, in his desperation, he'd trusted the wrong people. Swindled by smooth-talking brokers, the dream had slipped out of reach, leaving only regret behind. Vikir observed him in silence, eyes narrowing with quiet discernment. Despite Mike's casual demeanor and rough-edged charm, Vikir saw through to the truth. This man was a graduator, someone with enough raw ability to stand alongside elite mercenaries. After a moment of reflection, Vikir lowered his gaze, a faint smile tugging at his lips, his hood casting a shadow over his expression. He stated plainly that Mike's dream might still be within reach, but its fulfillment would depend entirely on his own resolve and discipline. Mike blinked in surprise, struggling to process the words. Then, realization dawned. His eyes lit up, and a broad, hopeful grin spread across his face. Emotion swelled in his chest as he nodded eagerly, bursting out with a pledge to give everything he had. But before he could say more, Vikir raised a hand in warning, his voice sharp and quiet, as he reminded Mike once again to keep silent. A few hours later, Mike was on the road in the middle of the night, driving a carriage loaded with goods. Vikir, meanwhile, was on a secret mission, attending the academy under a false identity. His enrollment was so confidential that not even his own family was aware, and he received no assistance from the influential Baskerville household. As a result, he had turned to Mike, the most reliable guide in the region, to help finance his tuition. When Mike learned of this, he covered his mouth, overwhelmed with emotion. Tears filled his eyes as he struggled to comprehend that Sir Vikir, the person he respected most in Baskerville clan, had personally acknowledged and praised him. Vikir sat in stillness among the wooden barrels, his hands clasped and his demeanor composed. In a measured tone, he instructed Mike to address him simply as Sir, going forward, avoiding the use of his name altogether. Mike nodded earnestly, his eyes alight with resolve, fist clenched in silent affirmation. Yet inwardly, Vikir couldn't help but question whether the man before him was truly as capable as he appeared. With a hint of curiosity in his gaze, Vikir studied Mike more closely before revealing his status as a student of Coliseo Academy. He then posed a thoughtful question, asking which monsters he could hunt frequently without drawing unwanted attention. His voice was calm and deliberate, carrying genuine intent. Mike turned with an easy smile and explained that one of the more manageable yet profitable monsters to hunt were gnolls. These peculiar creatures, he said, had the head of a hyena and the stocky body of a dwarf, and they always moved in packs. They were native to the highlands just beyond the imperial capital. While a single gnoll posed only a moderate threat, classified at a C+ danger level, their group behavior elevated them to A rank when encountered in numbers. As the cart rolled forward, Mike continued detailing their advantages. Due to their relatively low individual strength, even a first-year academy student could engage with them repeatedly without raising suspicions. Moreover, the imperial family had labeled gnolls as a harmful species, offering bounties for every confirmed kill. Their hides, meat, and bones could also be sold for additional income. Listening in silence, Vikir began to study Mike with a more discerning eye, gradually coming to acknowledge the man's quiet expertise. After a few hours of travel, they arrived at the gnoll's habitat, and the merchandise carriage came to a halt. The area was teeming with gnolls, some armed with crude swords, others prowling the surroundings with sharp, watchful eyes. Hidden behind thick brush, Vikir and Mike studied the monsters with focused, serious expressions. Mike pointed toward the creatures and explained that gnolls had a tendency to collect shiny objects. For this reason, The most common hunting tactic involved scattering glass beads to lure them into the open before launching an attack. Vikir, seated beside him, remained silent. His gaze was calm but sharp as he carefully observed the gnolls. He quickly deduced that the glass bead method was effective only when dealing with a small number of the creatures. Upon hearing this, Mike's eyes widened in surprise, and he nodded in agreement, impressed by Vikir's insight. As they conversed, a serpent concealed among the branches above coiled silently, its cold eyes locked on them with deadly intent. Mike caught a faint hiss and turned slightly, just in time to notice the snake slithering into striking position. Yet Vikir remained perfectly still, his focus fixed ahead on the distant gnolls. In the next instant, a flash of movement cut through the air with razor precision, decapitating the snake before it could lunge. Its head dropped to the ground with a dull thud between the two men. Mike's eyes widened in shock, unable to comprehend what had just happened. He had seen no blade, no motion, only the aftermath. Still seated, Vikir hadn't shifted an inch. He calmly pointed over his shoulder with his thumb, unfazed by the lifeless serpent at his feet, and asked if the barrels on the cart contained oil. A bead of sweat rolled down his temple, not from exertion, but from focus. Mike, still stunned, gave a silent nod. Blood trickled steadily from the serpent's severed neck, dripping between the barrels as Vikir calmly observed the distant hills. Without looking away, he remarked that he could likely wipe out the entire gnoll colony with minimal direct combat. Mike's eyes widened in disbelief as the serpent's blood continued to patter to the earth. The idea that Vikir planned to eliminate an entire gnoll pack, one so formidable that even Imperial punitive forces approached it with caution, using nothing but barrels of oil, seemed unfathomable. Still unmoving, Vikir's gaze stayed locked on the swarming beasts ahead. A faint, sinister smile formed at the corner of his lips, and an unmistakable spark of thrill flashed in his eyes. Watching him closely, Mike felt a ripple of unease. He couldn't begin to guess what Vikir had in mind. Following his orders, Mike retrieved several barrels of oil, and together they cautiously approached the entrance of the cave where the gnolls resided. The small monsters were unaware of Vikir's presence and continued to slip inside the cavern undisturbed. Vikir moved in silence, his footsteps soundless against the earth as he reached the mouth of the cave. From his concealed vantage, he peered inside, studying the movements of the gnolls. One of the creatures, lagging behind the rest, suddenly halted. Its glowing red eyes widened, sensing a presence. It sniffed the air, low growls rumbling in its throat. Within the shadows, Vikir caught sight of the entire pack. Dozens of gnolls, their crimson eyes glowing like coals in the darkness, alert and restless. Mike stood frozen a few steps behind, a knot of tension in his chest. The sheer number of monsters inside that cave was staggering. A misstep here wouldn't just endanger them, it could trigger an outbreak that might overrun nearby villages. But Vikir remained utterly still, his expression unreadable as he analyzed the scene before him. Mike watched closely, aware that someone like Vikir wouldn't move without a clear plan. Then, beneath the pale gleam of moonlight, Vikir advanced with deliberate calm, approaching the cave's entrance as if walking into the jaws of death itself. Mike, breath caught in his throat, followed at a distance and quietly set the oil barrels down near the entrance. He said nothing, only watched. Together they stared into the gaping dark, their eyes unwavering, waiting for the moment to strike. Vikir lowered his gaze to the earth, recalling that this mountain housed 3 known entrances to the gnoll's lair. The passage before them led to the lower-tier den, where the weaker creatures resided. He crouched down, placing one palm against the ground. His eyes slipped shut as a quiet surge of mana pulsed from within him, spreading outward and sinking deep into the soil. The energy moved with deliberate purpose, as though searching for something beneath the surface. To steady his focus, Vikir summoned an unusual mental image. Wine glasses soaring mid-air at a grand banquet, their fragile arcs somehow guiding his concentration. Since ascending to the rank of Swordmaster, He had gained an acute sensitivity to aura, and now he allowed that awareness to guide the flow of mana. It began to spread further, tendrils of energy crawling across the terrain like veins of light beneath the surface. Mike stood back, his great sword resting across his shoulders, observing without a word. Then, without warning, the mountain trembled violently. 2 of the 3 known entrances erupted with force, columns of dust and debris exploding outward in great plumes. Frozen in place, Mike's eyes widened with fear and bewilderment. The earth continued to quake beneath his boots, and he realized, whatever Vikir had unleashed, it was far beyond his understanding. Moments later, a torrent of gnolls surged from the cave, eyes blazing with primal fury as they charged into the open. But before they could fan out, Mike rolled the oil barrels down the slope toward them. The containers struck with heavy thuds, bursting apart on impact and drenching the front lines in slick, glistening oil. The creatures skidded to a halt, confusion spreading among them as their snarls turned into startled growls. Without hesitation, Mike hurled the remaining barrels with all his strength, sending them crashing into the chaotic mass. Flames reflected in Vikir's eyes as he stood poised with a torch in hand, a smirk curling on his lips. There was a familiar gleam in his gaze, one tinged with memory and resolve. It was a strategy he had once used long ago, during his desperate days surviving in the forest. Back then, it had failed, against a far more terrifying opponent, Madam. But this time was different. These weren't unstoppable monsters, these were low-level gnolls. The gnolls, slick with oil and blinded by confusion, continued their frenzied charge. With a cold, deliberate smile, Vikir released the torch. The moment it struck the soaked earth, a searing inferno erupted. Flames surged outward in a violent wave, swallowing the creatures in an instant. Their howls of agony tore through the night as the fire consumed them. In enclosed spaces like the cave, fire became more than just a weapon. It became a death sentence. The heat was devastating, but it was the smoke, thick and toxic, that sealed their fate. Vikir had already sealed the upper exits, leaving no path for the suffocating fumes to escape. The cave became a furnace, a sealed tomb of fire and smoke. As the blaze roared within, Vikir and Mike stood motionless at the threshold, shadows flickering across their faces in the firelight. Mike watched in stunned silence, a storm of awe and dread churning within him. These were monsters, yes, but witnessing their annihilation delivered with such clinical precision shook him to his core. Vikir hadn't flinched, hadn't blinked. Not a flicker of doubt crossed his face. It was a brutal reminder that to be a Baskerville meant more than wielding a sword. It meant becoming something sharp and merciless. Sensing Mike's unease, Vikir turned his head. His expression was unreadable, calm as ever. In his eyes was not cruelty, but quiet certainty. He said nothing. He didn't need to. Mike, however, stared at him with admiration. In his eyes, Vikir was undeniably impressive, cool beyond words. Vikir, noticing the expression, tilted his head slightly in confusion and scratched at his hair, unsure of how to react. Hours passed, and smoke began to drift from the mountain's peak. With torches in hand, they re-entered the cave. Inside, the air was thick with the acrid stench of smoke and charred flesh. The cavern was filled with the lifeless bodies of gnolls. Mike examined the corpses carefully, then nodded with a serious expression. It was as he had expected. The gnolls had succumbed to smoke inhalation. Having spent years in the hunting world, he recognized the signs immediately. Vikir, his face calm and composed, began walking deeper into the cave. He reminded Mike to set aside the praise for now. There was still a chance some gnolls had survived, and they couldn't afford to lower their guard. Mike placed a hand over his chest, quietly moved by the fact that Vikir was concerned for his safety. Vikir, on the other hand, looked at him with a puzzled expression. Something in Mike's reaction stirred a faint, unwelcome memory in Vikir, an echo of Secretary Chihuahua's nervous mannerisms. The resemblance was fleeting, but it left him strangely unsettled. They moved deeper into the cave, stepping over the charred remains of the fallen gnolls. The air still carried the sting of smoke and scorched flesh. As they walked, Mike suddenly slowed, his eyes locking onto a curious formation in the ground, a large rock that didn't seem natural. His expression sharpened with suspicion. Without hesitation, he drew his sword and struck. The sharp clang of steel on stone drew Vikir's attention. He turned with a measured glance, asking if something was amiss. Mike continued to strike, his blade slicing with practiced precision. He pointed out subtle tool marks, evidence of deliberate carving. One final blow shattered the formation, revealing a hidden passage. Both men stood frozen, staring at the opening in disbelief. Beyond it lay a chamber glittering with gold coins piled high in chaotic abundance. Vikir stepped forward cautiously, eyes scanning the room. It was more than a stash. It was a vault, meticulously concealed, intentionally placed. This wasn't random. This was purpose. Behind him, Mike remained near the entrance, clearly rattled. He ventured a guess. Perhaps the gnolls had simply hoarded the gold, drawn to its shine like magpies. It wasn't unheard of. Vikir didn't answer. Instead, he picked up a coin, examining it in the firelight. Then, without a word, he tossed another toward Mike. Catching it, Mike inspected the piece, confused by its worn face. Vikir's voice was calm, but resolute. The coins were unmarked, no serial numbers, no official minting. They weren't bank-issued. That meant they couldn't have entered circulation legally, and the idea that wild gnolls had independently acquired such treasure? Impossible. Mike's brow furrowed, trying to process the implications. Who would hide such wealth here, in a den full of monsters? And why? Vikir dropped the torch to the ground and straightened his posture. His tone left no room for doubt. Someone had turned this cave into a hidden vault, and that someone was dangerous enough to exterminate the entire colony if it meant recovering what was theirs. A sudden sound broke the silence, measured footsteps echoing from the mouth of the cave. A woman emerged, her high heels clicking against the stone. She stepped casually onto a corpse, smiling faintly as she licked her hand, the gesture disturbingly languid. Her eyes scanned the chamber with interest. Then, with a voice edged in mockery, "So," she murmured, "some rats have found their way into my coin box." Vikir, still holding the gold coin, rose to his feet with a grave expression. One thing was certain, Mike's attention was locked onto the coin, his eyes wide with shock, surprise, and confusion. Near the cave entrance, the ground was littered with gnoll corpses. The mysterious woman reached the entrance and silently observed the bodies, her gaze calculating. The secret treasure room's entrance was concealed deep within the cave. Vikir explained that whoever had used this place as a storage vault was powerful, confident enough to slaughter every monster and claim the gold coins. Mike carefully examined the coins, unsure whether Vikir meant all this loot had been stolen from a bank. Vikir lowered his gaze to the ground, the memory of a recent news report surfacing in his mind. A bank had been looted. He remembered it vividly. He had written the article himself. It detailed the actions of an unknown criminal, someone imitating the Night Hound and replicating their crimes. This imposter was targeting facilities around the capital, and every one of those buildings had been stripped of their assets. Vikir knew one of those targets had been a bank. All the witnesses had been found dead, and the only clues left behind were the imprint of a lipstick and something that resembled the trail of a giant snake. In that moment, the mysterious woman struck. Her whip sliced through the air with lethal accuracy, aimed directly at Vikir. He tilted his head with calm precision, effortlessly dodging the blow. The whip cracked against the cave wall behind him, shattering stone and sending debris flying. Mike, momentarily caught up in Vikir's story, spun around. his face draining of color as the whip recoiled from its missed strike. Vikir watched in silence, unmoving. Slow, heavy footsteps echoed through the cave. The woman retrieved her whip with fluid ease, advancing toward them with the silent menace of a predator. Her grip tightened around the handle, and her voice, cold and sharp, cut through the air as she muttered that it seemed rats had crawled into her safe. Mike stood frozen, his thoughts spiraling in confusion and fear. But Vikir knew her at once. Rachel. From where he stood, Vikir took in the figure before him, Ms. Rachel. Her presence was a force in itself, radiating intimidation with every measured step she took. Her silver hair was pulled back tight, gleaming under the dim light like tempered steel. The outfit she wore was as ruthless as she was, a sleek, dark blend of combat readiness and cutting-edge design, hugging her form with armored precision and a neckline that dared anyone to drop their guard. Her eyes were hidden behind a jagged black visor, making it impossible to read her gaze. Only the cruel tilt of her grin gave away the enjoyment she took in this moment. In one hand, she held her whip, the coils gleaming white as they hung mid-air, still recoiling from the strike she just unleashed. Vikir noted her stance, firm, unyielding, planted on cracked stone, a silent testament to the raw power behind her movements. Vikir's eyes drifted to the jagged scar carved into the cave wall, the serpentine trail left by her whip. Now it all made sense. The so-called marks of a gigantic snake at the crime scenes hadn't been some mythical beast. They were nothing more than the aftermath of her weapon's strike. Even her voice, Vikir realized, was masked, twisted by magic into a tone warped and unfamiliar to others, but unmistakable to him. She tilted her head, a mocking gesture, and extended a hand as if inviting them into a game she'd already won. Disbelief colored her movements. She hadn't expected anyone to stumble upon her treasure room. Whether Vikir and Mike were lucky or catastrophically unfortunate, even she couldn't decide. Behind her visor, her blue eyes widened in sudden shock, the once malevolent smirk slipping from her lips as her gaze met Vikir's. Her fingers clenched tighter around the handle of her whip, as if willing herself to suppress the tremble creeping into her hand. She hadn't expected this. Not him. Not here. Vikir stared back, his expression contorted with confusion. Beside him, Mike remained frozen, still gripped by the weight of the moment, his hand instinctively resting on the hilt of the greatsword strapped to his back, though he hadn't yet drawn it. Vikir tensed, his thoughts spiraling. He couldn't understand why she had suddenly grown cautious. What had shifted? A question gnawed at him. Did he know her? Across from him, Rachel dipped her head, fingers adjusting the visor on her face. A low, bitter laugh slipped from her lips. Whatever else was uncertain, one thing was clear to her. This was a stroke of pure luck. Then it came. A wave of raw, suffocating mana erupted from her body, distorting the air with its oppressive weight. The very atmosphere seemed to twist and darken around her. Her smirk returned, darker than before, as if savoring the irony. Vikir had walked into her lair of his own accord, and she couldn't have asked for a better gift. Rachel unleashed her suffocating mana, and it spilled into every corner of the cave like a living shadow, thick and heavy. She let go of her whip, and it slithered through the air, coiling around her like a serpent drawn to her power. The sheer weight of her aura was crushing. Mike stepped forward, unsheathing his greatsword and planting it firmly in front of him, trying to steady himself. A few paces behind, Vikir watched in silence, his eyes narrowing. He could feel it clearly now. She wasn't just strong, she was at least a top-rank graduator. Mike, who barely qualified as one, didn't stand a chance against her. Vikir's brows knit together, tension coiling in his jaw. He knew he was the only one here capable of going toe-to-toe with her, but that knowledge brought no comfort. If he revealed his true power now and she somehow escaped, the consequences could spiral beyond control. The risk was too great. And yet, doing nothing wasn't an option either. As debris churned through the cave, caught in the turbulence of Rachel's mana, Mike glanced back. He saw Vikir standing motionless, lost in thought, the fringe of his hair casting shadows over his eyes. To Mike, it made sense. Vikir was a genius, a hero in the eyes of many. Still, doubt crept into Mike's mind. Maybe Vikir wasn't strategizing. Maybe he was afraid to face Ms. Rachel head-on, especially when she stood as a top-rank graduator, radiating power like a storm barely held in check. Then Mike stepped forward, silently placing himself between Vikir and Rachel, shielding his companion from her line of sight. The movement jolted Vikir from his thoughts, his focus snapping back as Mike positioned himself in front of him. Without turning around, Mike spoke, his voice low but firm. He informed Vikir that the Imperial garrison was currently patrolling the base of the mountain. Before Vikir could respond, Mike's greatsword ignited with a brilliant flare of golden mana, light rippling around him in radiant arcs. His jaw tightened, and a fierce resolve burned in his eyes. Taking a firm defensive stance, he made his intent clear. He would hold Rachel back, do whatever it took to draw her away from the entrance. He urged Vikir to use the opening, to break away and link up with the garrison while he bought him the time. He turned his head slightly, just enough for Vikir to catch the faint smile on his face. Even though their time together had been brief, he said, it had been an honor to meet him. Before Vikir could respond, Mike lunged forward, cutting through the air with a roar. He gripped his greatsword with both hands, drawing it back as he charged straight at Rachel. With a powerful downward swing, he brought the blade crashing toward her. Rachel leapt back, her movements sharp and fluid. The sword struck the ground with brutal force, sending a burst of debris flying in every direction. Her feet barely touched the ground as she landed, whip coiled tightly in her grasp, ready to counter. But Mike wasn't done. Gritting his teeth, he forced more mana into his weapon, golden light intensifying around him as he launched a horizontal slash toward her midsection. Once again, Rachel danced out of range, her movements unnervingly precise. This time, she infused her own mana into the whip, the weapon glowing with raw energy as it coiled back like a serpent preparing to strike. A low chuckle escaped her lips. So, he'd gone mad, she mused. Then she lashed out. The whip snapped through the air in a vicious upward arc, and struck. It caught Mike square beneath the jaw, slicing a deep, jagged gash from his chin to his cheek. His vision blurred instantly as pain exploded through his skull. Blood poured freely, and his stance faltered, knees buckling under the force of the blow. Mike blacked out for a moment. Just a single strike, and it had sliced through skin and shattered bone. He staggered, barely managing to stay upright as the world swayed around him. Blood pooled beneath his boots, and his greatsword lay discarded behind him. Rachel stood still, silent, her hand coiled tight around the whip, watching him without a word. Mike couldn't believe it. They were both graduators, yet the gap between them felt like a canyon. Pain burned along the gash on his face, but he pushed it aside, locking eyes with Rachel, his jaw set with grim resolve. He brought his arms together, dipping his head low as he focused every ounce of energy he had left. Golden mana flared up around him once again, brighter than before, fueled by desperation and will. Rachel seized the opening. Her whip unraveled like a serpent uncoiling, and she struck again and again. Each lash tore into his body, carving deep wounds with terrifying precision. Blood sprayed from every impact, staining the stone beneath him. But Mike didn't fall. He endured. Every strike, every wave of pain, he took without flinching. Because he knew Vikir, who stood behind him, was destined to become a Swordmaster. It would be a waste, no, a tragedy, for someone like that to die here. He smiled, even through the agony. That, he thought, was reason enough to stand. Rachel's eyes widened, her whip falling still for the first time. A flicker of fear crossed her face, sharp, fleeting, but unmistakable. She didn't understand why Mike was smiling through the blood and broken bones. Before she could react, he moved. With a roar that echoed through the cavern, Mike lunged forward. His armor was shattered, barely clinging to his body, but his fist was clenched tight, glowing with golden mana. His eyes blazed, unwavering. In that moment, he believed it. coming here, standing his ground, dying to protect Vikir. This was his purpose. He closed the distance, ready to strike, to give everything in one final blow. Then a voice cut through the chaos, sharp and commanding, telling him not to throw his life away. A silk thread shot through the air, glimmering in the dim light. It struck Rachel's mask with pinpoint accuracy, exploding across the visor like a web. Rachel screeched, staggering as her vision blurred under the sudden mesh of silk. Mike froze mid-charge, shocked, breath heaving. Rachel turned slightly, clawing frantically at the silken web clinging to her mask. She didn't know what this vile, clinging substance was, only that it was blinding her. And it had to come off. Then, in a blur, Vikir moved. He lunged forward, his eyes locked on her exposed back, twin embers burning crimson. In one fluid motion, he closed the distance and drove his foot into her with brutal force. The impact cracked through the silence. Rachel's body jolted forward as blood burst from her mouth, the air driven from her lungs. Mike's eyes widened, stunned. He couldn't believe what he'd just seen. Vikir's kick had hit with such overwhelming power that Rachel shot across the cave like a cannonball, slamming into the far wall with a deafening crash. Stone split and dust erupted in all directions, swallowing her in a cloud of rubble. The tremor from the impact rippled through the cavern, echoing into the mountainside. Outside, birds took flight in a sudden panicked flurry, startled by the force of the blow. Vikir reached out and gave Mike's back a firm pat, his voice calm as he told him he was strong. His eyes, however, never left the swirling dust where Rachel had crashed, her figure still obscured in the haze. Mike, clutching his battered arm, turned his head slowly, confusion etched across his bloodied face. Within the cloud, Rachel stirred. Her body trembled from the blow as she gripped her side, rubbing at the spot where Vikir's kick had landed. Her teeth ground together in silent fury. That strike, it wasn't normal. It was brutal, precise, devastating. Just how strong was he, really? Behind him, Mike's weight slumped against Vikir's back. His body was broken, breath rasping and wet, every movement dragging a fresh line of blood down his face. Vikir knew the truth. His kick wasn't enough to take her down, not someone like Rachel. But he couldn't let Mike know. He couldn't reveal what he truly was, a Swordmaster. So he whispered low, just enough for Mike to hear. "This is our chance," he said. "We need to run." As the dust began to settle, Rachel came into view, sitting upright amidst the rubble, her chest rising and falling with ragged breaths. Her eyes locked onto Vikir, who was already turning away, Mike slung over his shoulder, fleeing without hesitation. Her voice cracked through the cave, sharp and venomous. "How dare you run away?" Vikir didn't look back. He didn't offer her the satisfaction of a response. The cave mouth loomed ahead, wide and dark, spilling indigo night across the threshold. Moonlight bathed the forest beyond in a wash of silver and shadow, cool and quiet. The scent of pine and wet stone drifted in with the breeze. He stepped into it, letting the night wrap around him. But then he stopped. Turning slightly, his gaze cut back to the broken figure behind him. "You should escape too," he said flatly. Rachel, one hand gripping her side, the other pressed to the ground for balance, glared at him with clenched teeth. Her body refused to move, every breath laced with pain. "We'll be back soon," Vikir continued, his voice low and steady. "With the Imperial garrison." His eyes gleamed crimson, a cold fury flickering in their depths. "And if you plan on touching that treasure room again, prepare yourself. The consequences will be dire." Rachel's breath hitched. She couldn't stand, couldn't even speak. Vikir's lips curled slightly, his tone dipping into something taunting. "See you soon, Ms. Rachel." Rachel propped herself up with trembling arms, pain rippling through her body as she watched Vikir's figure grow smaller in the distance. Her vision blurred with rage, and through gritted teeth, she spat after him. You motherfucker!" But Vikir didn't look back. A moment later, he and Mike vanished beyond the cave's mouth. Outside, the forest was deep and silent. Mike hung limp, unconscious, his head resting gently against Vikir's shoulder. His breathing was shallow, his weight heavy, but Vikir carried him without pause, navigating the thick underbrush beneath the moonlight. For a while, there was only the sound of his footsteps. Then, unexpectedly, Vikir laughed. It came from deep in his chest, quiet at first, then fuller, genuine. He'd lived so long, so many years and lifetimes that he thought he'd stopped growing. But tonight proved otherwise. A memory surfaced, sharp and unexpected. Chihuahua, cornered and bloodied, held hostage by a clown-faced man. Even then, in the face of death, he had stood his ground. Loyal, fierce. That same fierce loyalty now echoed in Mike. Vikir had never seen it in his previous life. Not like this. Something buried deep had stirred. As he stepped out from the shadow of the trees, the forest gave way to a clearing. Above him, the night sky stretched vast and clear, one star gleaming brighter than the rest. He stared at it for a moment, a rare softness in his gaze. Maybe, he thought, his past was finally beginning to heal. The knights of the Imperial Guard arrived at the cave's entrance, their formation halting as they took in the scene before them. Eyes widened in disbelief. Confusion rippled through their ranks. The path into the cave was littered with gnoll corpses, dozens of them piled atop one another in grotesque heaps. The metallic scent of blood still clung to the air, and the ground was stained dark. None of them had expected this. Whoever had done this wasn't ordinary. Among the gathering knights, a hooded figure stood quietly at a distance, Vikir. His gaze was calm, unreadable, as he observed the unfolding reaction without a word. The expedition to subdue the Gnoll village had come to an abrupt end with the arrival of the Imperial Guard. By then, Ms. Rachel had already vanished, leaving behind only destruction and wealth. A staggering amount of it. Carts were brought in, bags filled with gold coins were loaded by the dozens. Beneath torchlight and the rising moon, the knights worked through the night, hauling the treasure from the depths of the cave. By dawn, every last coin had been claimed and packed into the imperial carriages, all of it confiscated in the name of the Empire. Morning light spilled across the camp. Mike, wrapped nearly head to toe in bandages, lay propped up on a cot. Despite the pain, his eyes sparkled with joy, a quiet smile playing on his face. Not long after, Vikir approached, 2 hefty bags of gold slung over his shoulders. He dropped them beside the bed with a thud, a satisfied glint in his eyes. This, he said with a relaxed grin, was his share, money earned by his own hands. After selling off a portion of the loot and claiming the reward for eliminating the Gnoll threat, the payout was more than generous. Mike stared at the bags, his gaze distant but peaceful. Surrounded by pain, bruises, and the scent of healing salves, he let his thoughts drift in silence, content in the knowledge that it had all been worth it. Vikir glanced over at Mike, a soft smile tugging at his lips. He casually mentioned that the fire and smoke had ruined most of the leather, but he'd managed to sell the gnoll bones, teeth, and claws for a hefty sum. That snapped Mike out of his thoughts. He looked up, the faintest grin returning to his face as he met Vikir's eyes. Vikir pulled a chair close and sat beside him, his expression shifting to something more serious as he glanced at Mike's bandaged form. Quietly, he asked how the wounds were healing. Mike laced his fingers together, resting his hands on his lap, and gave a crooked smile. Every joint hurts, he admitted, but the doctors were optimistic. Once the bruises and breaks healed, he'd be able to live normally again. Vikir nodded at that, understanding now why Mike had made it to the rank of graduator. There was more strength in him than met the eye. Without a word, Vikir reached into his coat and tossed a small, heavy bag into Mike's lap. The weight of it made Mike flinch slightly, and he quickly untied the cord. Inside, golden coins gleamed in the morning light. His eyes widened in disbelief. His jaw slackened. He had never seen this much money in one place, let alone in his possession. Vikir had made sure the bag was full, a generous payment for Mike's help during the expedition, and enough to cover any expenses while he recovered. With injuries like his, working wouldn't be possible for a while. Mike lowered his gaze to the floor, stunned into silence. Emotions swelled in his chest, hard to put into words. Sunlight filtered in through the window, spilling warmth across the room. Mike slowly clenched his fist around the bag. After a pause, he looked back at Vikir, his voice steady. "So," he asked, a calm expression settling on his face. "Are you heading back to the academy now?" Vikir gave a small nod. Mike didn't lift his head. He simply sat there, his grip tightening on the bag of coins, content to have stood, even briefly, beside someone he regarded as a living legend. Vikir watched him for a moment, a flicker of curiosity and something gentler passing through his eyes. He recalled, almost offhandedly, that Mike had a deep understanding of monster ecology. The words struck a chord. Mike's head shot up, eyes wide in disbelief. His jaw slackened, then curved into a proud smile. With a spark of youthful energy, he stretched out his hands, his voice gaining strength as he explained that he'd once traveled across the entire continent. He spoke of the monsters he'd studied, how he could identify their nesting habits, locate rare subspecies, distinguish between variants and superior breeds, all from memory. His gaze drifted as he spoke, touched with the wistfulness of someone recalling long-forgotten roads and old adventures. Vikir rose from the chair and turned away, his coat brushing against the floor as he walked toward the door. Mike blinked, confused, his attention snapping back to the present. But then Vikir paused. He turned his head slightly, a small, knowing smile playing at his lips. He told Mike to wait here. The words hit harder than expected. Mike's eyes welled with emotion, his heart stuttering in his chest. Vikir's voice was clear and steady. He was going to need Mike's help. Again. Mike sat frozen, unable to speak, the weight of Vikir's trust sinking in. He simply stared after him, silent but overwhelmed. At the same time at the academy, Professor Banshee Morg was in his office, buried in a mountain of paperwork. Frustration simmered beneath his usually calm exterior, knowing full well that the burden of the academy's administrative work had fallen entirely on his shoulders. As he worked, a sudden knock at the door pulled him from his thoughts. He blinked, lifted his head, and gestured for the visitor to enter. Dolores stepped inside, holding several documents in her hands, her expression uncertain. Professor Morg glanced at her, his eyes sharpening with curiosity, as she explained her purpose. She had come to discuss the classmates in need of scholarship assistance. She approached his desk and placed the petitions before him. With a furrowed brow, he began to read them carefully. Dolores elaborated. These were pleas from students facing serious family hardships, students who might not return next semester. Some struggled to keep their grades up due to demanding part-time jobs, while others had abstained from working altogether in hopes of maintaining their eligibility for financial aid. Her gaze turned steely as she pointed out a troubling pattern. Among those who had received scholarships, several cases warranted reevaluation. There were students from wealthy families who had submitted falsified documents to pose as financially disadvantaged, securing aid meant for others. The situation, she insisted, demanded correction. The scholarships needed to be reclaimed and redistributed to those genuinely in need. Professor Morg's expression shifted from interest to fury. His eyes flared and his patience frayed. Slowly, he rose, pointing a trembling finger at Dolores, his voice low but charged with anger. The scholarships, he reminded her, had been granted strictly according to the school's regulations. As president of the student council, it was her duty to uphold and enforce the rules, yet her gaze burned with fury as she leaned forward and placed a firm hand on the table. She urged the professor to re-examine the cases of disadvantaged students, those who, despite falling outside the strict parameters of the regulations, were still in desperate need of support. Professor Morg bristled at the suggestion, his eyes narrowing with frustration. To him, it was an accusation, an implication that he was being asked to redo work already completed. Dolores, her expression now hard with determination, reminded him that her position required her to speak out on behalf of struggling students, regardless of how uncomfortable those truths might be. His voice turned sharp as he demanded to know who would take responsibility for the extra burden. After all, she wasn't the one increasing his salary to compensate for double the labor. Dolores's composure began to crack. A cold gleam of contempt flickered in her eyes as she stepped forward, placing both hands firmly on the desk. She stared him down, her voice unwavering, and made it clear that this was not just administrative busywork. This was about the future of real people, students who had been overlooked and left behind. The air between them grew thick with tension. Just as it seemed the standoff might boil over, the office door creaked open. Both Professor Morg and Dolores turned their attention toward the unexpected arrival. Their eyes widened in surprise. It was Vikir. He stood calmly in the doorway, a heavy bag of gold coins. Without knocking, without hesitation, he had entered the professor's office, his expression serene and unreadable. Professor Morg sneered, his voice laced with mockery as he asked whether Vikir's parents had forgotten to teach him basic manners. At the remark, Vikir's expression shifted subtly. A faint smile tugged at the corner of his lips as he recalled his father, Hugo, and the stern but proud way he had instilled their family motto, respect the strong. Vikir's gaze dropped to the floor, falling into a brief silence that left Dolores watching him with a puzzled expression. Professor Morg rubbed his temple, sighed, and asked why Vikir had come, half expecting yet another complaint about scholarship decisions. Without answering immediately, Vikir walked calmly toward the desk. Dolores's eyes followed him, her curiosity growing with each step. He placed the bag he was carrying on top of Professor Morg's cluttered table. The heavy thud of the gold-filled sack drew the professor's full attention. He stared at it, brows knitting in suspicion. When Vikir opened the bag, the glint of polished coins caught the light. The room seemed to pause as the gold shone brilliantly between them. With a calm, straightforward gaze, Vikir looked the professor in the eye and stated that he had come to pay his tuition. Morg's eyes widened, disbelief flickering across his face. He demanded to know where a student could have acquired such a fortune. Adjusting his glasses, Vikir explained that he had taken part in the recent expedition against the Gnolls. By chance, while resting, the fire he had lit had spread into the Gnoll cave, and the entire swarm was wiped out in the blaze. At that, Professor Morg slowly stood, placing his hands on the desk, his body language stiff with a mixture of shock and rising curiosity. To Professor Morg, none of it made sense. His mind reeled with questions, but Vikir remained calm, his gaze steady as he explained that the professor could confirm everything with Mike, the guide who had accompanied him on the expedition. He then asked whether the amount he had brought would be enough to cover next semester's tuition. Professor Morg's eyes narrowed as he examined the pile of coins more closely. He picked up a few, feeling their weight, and placed them back on the table with a glint of surprise in his eyes. It was more than enough. Vikir could pay for all 4 years of tuition in a single transaction. Vikir's gaze dropped to the floor again as he quietly added that the rest of the money was meant to cover someone else's tuition as well. Dolores froze, her eyes locked on Vikir, sweat forming on her brow as she processed what he was saying. Professor Morg glanced at the remaining coins and raised an eyebrow. The surplus was far beyond what was needed for tuition alone. He muttered something about not knowing whether Vikir was planning to pay fees or purchase a building. To him, this didn't look like the move of a student. It looked like the ambitions of a future professor. But Vikir, still calm, stated his request. The leftover funds were to be used for students who had been unable to pay their tuition. Dolores's eyes widened, disbelief washing over her. She hadn't expected such a gesture. Professor Morg looked at Vikir with suspicion, asking if he truly meant to donate all that money for scholarships. Vikir nodded, then added a condition. Recipients of the aid would need to complete a set number of volunteer hours at a local orphanage. A silence followed his words. Then, with a bemused expression, Professor Morg pointed a finger at him and asked if he wanted to give the scholarship a name, perhaps something like the Vikir Scholarship. Vikir wished to remain anonymous, so he chose to name the scholarship Perry's Scholarship. When Dolores heard this, Her eyes widened in astonishment. She brought her hands to her mouth, her cheeks flushing as her gaze lit with determination. Vikir formally requested that Professor Morg register the scholarship under that name. By then, the sun had begun to set, casting golden light over the academy. Elsewhere on campus, the student council room buzzed with quiet excitement. Word had already spread among Dolores and the other council members. An important scholarship sponsor had appeared, one who offered a new opportunity. For many, it felt unbelievable. Now students could earn scholarships by volunteering at an orphanage. Even more shocking was the rumor that noble and powerful families would be excluded from eligibility. Dolores clasped her hands together, falling into thoughtful silence. No one knew who the anonymous benefactor was, the one who had stepped forward and offered hope to the academy's underprivileged students. Her mind swirled with questions, curiosity gleaming in her eyes. She couldn't stop wondering about Vikir's true identity. Her thoughts wandered to all the things she knew about him. Vikir had placed first in the written midterm exam and ranked among the top in the practical evaluations. He was disciplined, focused, and respected by his classmates, a model student with no visible flaws. Her memory returned to the scene in Professor Morg's office, the moment when Vikir had quietly, without pride or boastfulness, offered something that would change the lives of others. She knew that the eyes behind Vikir's glasses often seemed cold and unreadable, but she could never truly know what lay beneath that exterior. The image of Vikir sitting quietly beside Perry flashed through her mind. Perry was the girl who had been sacrificed during the battle against Dantalion, a loss Vikir still carried deeply. Dolores rose and began to walk toward his room, convinced now more than ever that beneath his chilly demeanor, Vikir's heart was warm and tender. Her eyes sparkled with affection, and a faint blush crept across her cheeks. When she reached the door to Vikir's room, she hesitated, swallowing the nervous lump in her throat. She longed to see him, to speak with him. With trembling fingers, she reached out to knock, her heart heavy with a mixture of responsibility and a sense of debt, like someone who had witnessed Perry's final moments alongside the Night Hound during the fight against Dantalion. Just then, Piggy, scratching his neck, opened the door. His eyes widened in surprise at the sight of Dolores. They both stood there silently, confusion flickering in their gazes. She asked softly where Vikir was. Piggy glanced toward the empty room, and with a sincere but uncertain expression, admitted he didn't know. Vikir had been wandering at night lately, always disappearing without a trace. Something in that statement caught Dolores' attention, and her eyes grew wide with surprise. Piggy nervously rubbed the back of his head, closed his eyes briefly, then confessed that while the room belonged to Vikir, there was barely any luggage there. It was as if he were prepared to leave at any moment. Curiosity shone brightly in Dolores' eyes as Piggy turned to her, worry evident in his voice. He admitted that Vikir seemed troubled, and as his roommate, he feared that Vikir might disappear for good. Piggy turned away abruptly, confusion still clouding his expression. Dolores silently left the room, her back turned as she walked down the hallway bathed in sunlight. Piggy watched her go, wondering quietly if Dolores' concern for Vikir ran deeper than mere friendship. As Dolores walked away, her thoughts churned with questions. Who was Vikir really? At the Imperial Central Station, sunlight streamed down brilliantly, casting a golden glow that brought out the majesty of the grand architecture. Crowds gathered by the platforms, each person waiting for their train with quiet anticipation. At platform 999, Bianca stood poised with a delicate carry-on in one hand and her purse resting on her shoulder. She wore a white ribbon-laced top paired with a matching hat, her outfit pristine and elegant. A faint blush warmed her cheeks as a smile tugged at her lips. It had been far too long since she'd last stepped beyond the academy gates. Behind her stood Sancho, Tutor, Sinclair, and Piggy, all dressed in the standard Coliseo Academy uniform. Tutor, wearing a slightly confused expression, commented that anyone seeing them might think they were headed for a vacation rather than a battlefield. With a sharp gaze, he reminded Bianca that they were going to fight. Unfazed by his warning, Bianca glanced at him, unimpressed. Her tone cool, she questioned whether he truly expected her to remain on high alert in a public train station. Dismissing his concerns, she lifted her index finger and gestured to the side. Everyone turned their attention in the direction she pointed. Not far off, a group of students were laughing and chatting among themselves. With a confident smile and a gleam in her eyes, Bianca pointed toward them and declared her intentions clearly. No matter what, Coliseo Academy would take first place in the Olympic survival competition. Until then, she intended to enjoy a small taste of freedom beyond the academy walls. To mark the beginning of the Olympic survival competition, the 4 major institutions representing the empire gathered in one place. Leading them was Coliseo Academy, the prestigious elite school renowned for offering the finest education in all disciplines. From the north came Boot Camp Varangian, a rigorous warrior training school specializing in cold climate combat, where students honed their skills with blades, spears, axes, and bows. Joining them was Themyscira Women's University, an all-female institution that mirrored Coliseo's academic excellence while cultivating a distinct and formidable presence of its own. However, this year's event brought an unusual twist. The hosting responsibilities had fallen to a 4th institution, the Easton Mage Training School, commonly referred to as the Magic Tower. Tutor, eyes on Bianca, asked with mild curiosity if the Magic Tower was indeed hosting this year. Bianca turned toward him, her expression composed, and confirmed it. She explained that the venue was Dortsmile, a city located in the southeastern part of the continent, known not only for its picturesque views and vibrant culture, but also as a famed tourist destination and home to the Magic Tower. As they moved through the bustling station, a voice echoed from the loudspeakers, announcing the arrival of the Continental train at Platform 999. The next stop would be the Imperial Capital's Central Station. At the sound of this, the eyes of Tutor, Bianca, and Sinclair lit up with anticipation and joy. In contrast, Piggy stood stunned, jaws slack with disbelief, as the massive train roared into view. It barreled toward the platform at high speed, trailing trails of glowing blue smoke. A large, intricate magic circle hovered at its front, pulsating with arcane energy. With a powerful screech, the train slowed to a halt at the platform. Piggy clenched his fists, his eyes gleaming with pure excitement. It was his first time riding a magic-powered train. Sancho, hands confidently on his hips, wore a proud grin as he remarked that he had already experienced this train once before, back when he traveled to enroll at Coliseo. While Piggy remained entranced by the magical marvel before him, Bianca raised her finger and scolded them not to wear such foolish expressions. Her commanding voice drew everyone's attention. With calm composure and a sharp glint in her eyes, she pointed toward the train and revealed that students from both Varangian Academy and Themyscira Women's University had already boarded at the previous station. According to Bianca, they couldn't afford to look weak in front of their competitors. They had to carry themselves with pride. Just then, the train doors opened and students began to disembark. Among them emerged a towering man with a cross-shaped scar etched across his face, and a woman in striking red shoes. Piggy, Sancho, and the others immediately turned their attention toward the imposing pair. Their curiosity piqued. Trailing behind the burly man, more students from Varangian Academy stepped off the train, their expressions stern and disciplined. Their robust builds bore a striking resemblance to Sancho, as if cut from the same martial mold. Not long after, the students from Themyscira Women's University began to disembark, clad in their distinctive red and pink uniforms, their poise elegant yet fierce. The final 2 to step off were a curious pair. One was a tall figure from Varangian Academy, arms crossed and wearing a self-assured smile. At his side stood a girl dressed in Themyscira's uniform, her eyes concealed beneath a curtain of bangs, her presence quiet, yet unreadable. Sancho's gaze followed them with growing intensity. His usual light-hearted demeanor faded, replaced by a grave expression. He could feel it. Something about these two was different. The station buzzed with activity as students from all academies funneled toward the station's convenience store, grabbing snacks and supplies before the next leg of their journey. Piggy blinked, confused, his eyes wide as he tried to process the sudden exodus. Tutor, arms crossed and brows furrowed, observed the movement with suspicion. The air felt heavier, tenser. After a moment, he extended his hand to the side with a confident smirk and remarked that the other students would lose their composure the moment they laid eyes on Sancho. Piggy tilted his head, puzzled. "Why?" he asked, arms outstretched. Standing beside him, Sancho broke into a wide grin. Tutor chuckled, then closed his eyes and replied matter-of-factly. Sancho had ranked first in the entrance exam for Varangian Academy, but instead of staying there, he'd made the bold decision to enroll in Coliseo Academy instead. Sancho's grin widened as he nodded in agreement. With his usual swagger, he added that he was always ready for a good fight. Their conversation was cut short as Bianca approached, her expression thoughtful. She remarked that Sinclair might have an even harder time than the rest. Sinclair turned to her, surprised, eyes slightly wide at the comment. Bianca's voice remained calm as she recalled a detail others had nearly forgotten. Sinclair had placed first not only in the entrance exam for the Magic Tower, but also for Themyscira Women's University. Sinclair let out an awkward chuckle, eyes briefly closing as if to shrug off the pressure. As they boarded the train, she spoke more openly about her feelings. She admitted that being first had actually made her hesitant. It wasn't about fear of failure, it was the weight of expectation. If she placed first again, great, but if she didn't, the disappointment would be hers alone to bear. She didn't want to carry the burden of others' hopes, just her own. Ahead of them, Piggy was already moving down the aisle, studying the train ticket in his hands. Tutor followed behind, extending a hand toward Sinclair with a reassuring grin. He told her not to worry too much. After all, the true aces were the third-year students. According to the information they'd gathered, there would be 53 third years, 32 second years, and only 21 first years. Sancho and the others listened quietly, the calm glint in their eyes reflecting their focus. As Tutor continued, his thoughts wandered toward the rewards of the competition, legendary magical artifacts rumored to be stored in a shared vault between the four academies. He imagined them vividly. A book pulsing with arcane energy, a gleaming sword, a rune-inscribed dagger, and an ancient necklace. If they placed in the top 10, they'd be allowed to choose one. With that goal burning in his chest, Tutor silently vowed to claim a treasure, no matter what. They arrived at their seats, and Bianca was the first to settle in, quietly turning her gaze toward the window. Tutor remained standing for a moment, placing his suitcase on the overhead shelf, then remarked wistfully that it would have been nice if Vikir had joined them. Sancho dropped into his seat and crossed his arms, watching as Tutor finally sat beside him with a tired sigh. He muttered that once again, Vikir had chosen to join a different team, abandoning them like before. Sancho looked at him calmly, a faint smile playing on his lips. He reminded Tutor that Vikir likely didn't have a choice. He made a promise to someone. When a man gives his word, he should keep it. That was just the kind of person Vikir was. Across from them, Bianca rested her head against her hand, her eyes drifting toward the aisle as her thoughts wandered. She recalled that Vikir's assigned seat was in a different train altogether. A flicker of concern passed through her. What if he got into trouble with students from rival academies? Sinclair, overhearing, turned to her with widened eyes, now equally uneasy. The idea hadn't crossed her mind until now. Meanwhile, Piggy spun around in his seat, face pale and drenched with nervous sweat. But unlike the others, his concern wasn't about students from rival academies. What truly worried him was the group of people Vikir had been placed with. At that same moment, in a different train, a boy with tousled purple hair sat quietly, his gaze distant and unfocused as he stared at the floor. It was Grenouille of House Leviathan, the third son of the infamous poison-wielding Leviathan family, one of the Empire's 7 great noble houses. Raised on endless praise and expectation, Grenouille had always been regarded as the brightest mind of his clan. No one had ever bested him, until the day he set foot in Coliseo Academy. He still remembered it clearly. Beneath a cherry blossom tree, he had seen her for the first time, Sinclair. That day, he watched her from afar, stunned. She was the one who had crushed his pride by ranking first in the entrance exam, while he had landed second. A noble genius defeated by a commoner girl with no name, no title, no bloodline. He had placed a trembling hand over his chest, face flushed from a mix of disbelief and humiliation. It had been his first true defeat. But as time passed, something unfamiliar and unsettling began to bloom within him. He recalled how she had lifted her hand beneath the cherry tree, watching a single petal fall into her palm, unaware of his gaze. Her snowy white hair, luminous skin, and eyes wide and innocent like a young deer, her very presence disturbed him in ways he could not explain. Grenouille silently admitted the truth to himself. He had fallen for her. Even if his pride screamed to deny it, his heart betrayed him. He wasn't just watching Sinclair anymore. He was quietly, helplessly cheering for her. He approached her, finger raised as he called her a commoner, a smirk playing on his lips as he asked if she had found a team yet. Sinclair turned around, surprised by his sudden attention. He edged closer, battling his own frustration. His only insult was commoner, a word that felt too weak to truly put her down. Reluctantly, he decided to let her join his team. At the news, Sinclair's eyes sparkled with joy. She waved eagerly and called out a name, Vikir. Without hesitation, she dashed past Grenouille as if he didn't exist. His eyes widened in shock and confusion, teeth clenched tightly as anger simmered beneath the surface. Behind him, Vikir stood silently, lost in thought. Sinclair reached out, smiling warmly as she spoke with Vikir, and in that moment, Grenouille's world began to crumble. Back on the train, Grenouille sat with his back to the window. Nearby, Vikir and the Baskerville triplets were gathered in a heavy silence, the air thick with unspoken tension. Grenouille stretched out his legs, resting his feet squarely on Vikir's knees. Vikir's gaze locked onto him, a flicker of irritation flashing across his face as he stared down at the unexpected intrusion. He fell silent, unsure of what to say. Grenouille returned the look with eyes filled with disdain. He couldn't understand why Sinclair was drawn to Vikir. He assumed it was because they both came from lower-class backgrounds. Determined, Grenouille knew he had to completely crush Vikir this time. That was why he had joined the team. Vikir's eyes shifted quietly to the side, avoiding confrontation, for now. From beneath his cloak, Grenouille pulled out a bottle, his glare sharp and unyielding. He declared, with no room for argument, that he intended to be the leader of the team, asking if Vikir had any objections. Vikir met his challenge with calm eyes, stating he only cared that Grenouille did his role well, and then raised an eyebrow, questioning why Grenouille had chosen to rest his feet on his knees. The Baskerville triplets, sitting nearby, clenched their teeth and glared with barely contained fury. They couldn't believe anyone dared disrespect Vikir so openly. Grenouille shrugged, explaining he just needed a place to stretch his legs, and called Vikir commoner, taunting him by asking if he minded being the footrest of a noble. The triplets' eyes widened with rage, fists tightening as they struggled to keep their fury in check. Grenouille sneered and asked Vikir if he was ready to fight, and if he knew what it truly meant to suffer the agony of poison. With a sharp glare, he raised the bottle to his lips, preparing to take a sip. Then, pointing a finger at Vikir with furious intensity, he warned him not to act arrogantly around him anymore. If Vikir slipped up, Grenouille threatened, he would implant a venomous insect inside his body. Dark poison began to ooze and shimmer from Grenouille's outstretched hand like a living shadow. He spat the word commoner again, demanding if Vikir understood the warning as the toxic energy pulsed from his palm. Vikir's eyes dropped to the ground, silent, lost in his own thoughts. Without a word, he stood up, calmly pushed Grenouille's feet off his knees, and announced he was going to the bathroom. Turning his back, Vikir left the area, while behind him, Grenouille's eyes flared with barely contained fury. He demanded to know what Vikir was doing. With crimson eyes, Vikir closed the door quietly, placed a finger to his lips, and shot Grenouille a sharp, commanding look, an unspoken order to be silent. His eyes burned with restrained fury. The Baskerville triplets tensed, ready to teach Grenouille a harsh lesson. Clenching his teeth, Grenouille seethed, thinking Vikir was insane. But before he could react, the triplets seized him by the head, forcing his eyes wide with fear and confusion as a scream tore from his throat. Meanwhile, Vikir stepped out of the cabin and began to walk away. He muttered an apology, but knew he couldn't let Grenouille cause any trouble. Gazing thoughtfully out the window, Vikir reminded himself that in this Olympic survival competition, success was mandatory. Only the top 10 competitors earned the right to claim an artifact from the shared treasure trove, and with that right came responsibility. His eyes glowed with fierce determination as he imagined standing atop a cliff, facing down a demonic eye. That artifact, the inanimate demon known as Decaravia, the 7th elite corpse, was the one he had to find and destroy. The 7th elite corpse, Decaravia, took shape in memory as a star-shaped mass with a single unblinking eye at its center, silhouetted by a dark eclipse blotting out the sun. Unlike the other demons, Decaravia manifested as an inanimate object. Before Vikir's regression, it had remained hidden. The Academy's shared treasure vault unknowingly stored the dormant relic. In the previous timeline, Decaravia awakened after the rise of the other demons and became a decisive asset to their forces during the Empire's downfall. Vikir tightened his fists and stared at the floor, thoughts sharpening like a drawn blade. Fate had handed him a rare chance to sever this threat at its root and prevent a future catastrophe. Determination settled over him. Once he secured a top 10 finish in the Olympic survival competition and gained access to the vault, Decaravia would be destroyed. Vikir returned to the train's private compartments and rested his hand on the doorknob, turning it slowly before stepping inside. The atmosphere had shifted. Grenouille, who had once dripped arrogance, now sat hunched over in silence. The wine bottle lay tipped on the floor, its contents half spilled. His head was bowed, lips moving in a barely audible mutter. When he lifted his face, it swayed limply from side to side. His complexion had turned ghostly pale, and a thin line of drool clung to his mouth. He was clearly in a drunken stupor. Vikir stepped further into the room, eyes steady as he observed the pitiful scene. Without a word, he nodded once to the triplets. Their eyes lit up instantly with approval, and grins broke across their faces. One by one, they turned to Vikir and gave him an enthusiastic thumbs up. The sky stretched out in a brilliant blue, streaked with drifting white clouds. Below, vast mountains rolled by as the train sped forward, trailing plumes of blue smoke behind it. Vikir sat quietly, a sense of relief settling over him. One more unpredictable element had been removed from his path. Hours passed, and eventually the train began to slow, a thick cloud of dust rising as it pulled into the station. Students poured out onto the platform, laughter and chatter filling the air as they reunited with friends. The blue of the sky had deepened into a warm orange, the sun sinking low on the horizon. Among them, Vikir and the Baskerville triplets stepped off the train, the triplets stretching their limbs and yawning from the long journey. Grenouille followed shortly after, dragging his steps with a dazed, fatigued expression. As Vikir lifted his gaze, something ahead pulled his attention. The orange glow of evening bathed the southeastern city of Dortsmile, famed across the empire as a picturesque destination. At the heart of the city stood a towering structure, slender and imposing, cloaked in enchantments that twisted the space around it. Vikir's focus sharpened. The magic tower loomed in the distance, wrapped in spatial magic so dense that even contemporary mages had yet to unravel its secrets. His thoughts drifted to Andromalius's ring, and a question took root in his mind. Could the tower possess similar powers, or perhaps even more? The Divine Immortal's ring possessed the power to conjure a protective barrier, a magic revered even among high-ranking mages. As the train station buzzed with energy, several men bearing the Empire's flags stepped forward, their expressions bright with cheer. Leading them was a green-haired man who extended his hand warmly, greeting the students with a smile. He remarked on how long it had been since their last meeting, welcoming them once again as representatives of their prestigious academies. His gaze lingered on Dolores, who stood tall with her hands gently placed over her abdomen. Her eyes gleamed with unwavering determination, and a confident smile played on her lips. She was the official representative of Coliseo Academy. Beside her, a rugged man draped in a wolf's pelt crossed his arms, his eyes alight with anticipation. His name was Jurassico Bakiraga, the proud and fierce representative of Boot Camp Varangian. Then came a striking woman with orange hair who rested one hand on her hip and smiled with self-assured charm. This was Lovegood Malini, the chosen representative of Themyscira Women's University. Dolores approached the group with a warm smile and asked how everyone had been. Lovegood, still resting one hand on her hip, turned toward her with a playful grin and remarked that they all looked exactly the same as the last time they'd met. Jurassico, arms still folded across his broad chest, chuckled and noted it had been just under a year. Before anyone else could speak, the green-haired man lifted a hand and with startling precision announced that it had been exactly 11 months, 3 days, 11 hours, 43 minutes, and 12 seconds. Jurassico's eyes lit up with delight. That kind of meticulous memory, proud and exact, was exactly how he remembered him. He'd always been the clever one, the Magic Tower's representative, a man known only by the bizarre name Arrogant Smarty Pants, adjusted his glasses with a cool composure and, with a flat expression, declared that his name might be difficult to comprehend for anyone whose brain was made of muscle. Bianca stared at the group, utterly confused. Her brows furrowed in disbelief. Was his name really Arrogant Smarty Pants? Beside her, Sinclair mirrored her expression before explaining the oddity. In the Magic Tower, she said, there was a long-standing tradition where seniors gave new names to juniors. That alone had been enough to make Sinclair turn down her admission. With a slight grimace, she recalled the name they'd wanted to give her, Soft Cotton. According to Sinclair, his real name had to be something far more elaborate, something like Hohenheim. At that, the man in question gave a confused glance, stuck a finger in his ear, and looked off to the side with a smug, absent-minded air. His actual name was a mouthful: Philippus Aureolus Theophrastus Bombast von Hohenheim. Still, Sinclair admitted that Arrogant Smarty Pants honestly sounded better. Just then, Piggy, nose buried in a book, approached the group. With a surprised look, he remarked that all the school representatives gathered there were clearly not to be underestimated. His tone carried a mix of awe and caution. Bianca and Sinclair turned to him at once, their curiosity piqued. Both girls blinked, eyes wide, clearly intrigued by his observation. Jurassico, meanwhile, grinned with visible excitement. His eyes sparkled as if charged by Piggy's comment. Tales about him weren't exaggerated. Rumor had it that during his first year, he defeated all the fourth years in combat and seized control of the Varangian boot camp. Another legend whispered that his grandparents hailed from a savage barbarian tribe deep in the wild reaches of Le Rouge et Le Noir mountain, a place where few dared to tread. The representative of the Magic Tower had never lost a single match against President Dolores throughout the entire University League. His talent was so widely recognized that it was said he would be appointed as a professor the moment he graduated, well on track to becoming the youngest master in the history of the tower. Lovegood, hands still resting confidently on her hips, scanned the others with a quiet authority. As the representative of Themyscira University, her prowess wasn't limited to magical skill. Her natural charisma gave her an edge in commanding attention, earning her the nickname Themyscira's Zenith. Beyond the battlefield, she dazzled crowds as a leading dancer in one of the Empire's most prestigious theater companies. Meanwhile, Piggy kept reading from the book in his hands, eyes darting across the page. Based on the data he'd found, the tournament rankings were likely to unfold with Hohenheim and Jurassico battling for first and second place. President Dolores would probably take third, while Lovegood was projected to come in fourth. Bianca and Sinclair exchanged glances, then turned their eyes toward Piggy, silently processing what they'd just heard. Confusion flickered in their expressions as they tried to grasp how he had all this insider information. Finally, Bianca tilted her head and asked where he'd even gotten the book. Before Piggy could answer, a hand extended into view. It was Hohenheim. While the sun still hung in the sky, Hohenheim stood with one hand on his waist and a confident glint in his eyes. Aware of how difficult the journey to the Magic Tower had been, he made the decision to escort the students directly to their accommodations without delay. Hours later, night fell. The sky bloomed with stars as Sinclair, Bianca, Piggy, Sancho, and Tutor arrived at their lodging. As they lifted their heads, their eyes widened in astonishment and delight. Before them stood a charming, mushroom-shaped building, softly glowing under the moonlight. None of them could believe this whimsical structure was where they'd be staying. Soon after, the Magic Tower's cooks laid out a grand feast. Platters of savory meats, fragrant fish, and decadent desserts adorned the tables. Tutor, now changed into more comfortable clothes, grabbed a fork and knife, his mouth watering at the sight of it all. A grin spread across his face. The buffet was far better than he'd imagined. Piggy, seated beside Sinclair, kept glancing around with increasing concern. His head tilted left and right, scanning the room with a confused expression. Then, in a quiet voice, he asked if anyone had seen Vikir. He was starting to worry. Bianca, her face suddenly serious, pointed silently toward a table in the corner. Vikir sat there alone. Tutor, setting his fork down with a sigh, glanced at Piggy and told him to stop worrying so much about Vikir. With a dry tone, he added that Piggy would do better to start worrying about himself instead. The dining hall was quiet as the students focused on their meals. Each academy had sent their own mix of participants, 21st year, 32nd year, and 53rd year students, bringing the total to 100 students per school. With 4 academies gathered, there were 400 contenders in total, yet only the top 10 would earn the right to claim an artifact. Bianca rested her head on one hand, her eyes narrowed and burning with silent irritation as she glared sideways. Her expression caught Tutor's attention, making him pause mid-bite and glance at her, puzzled by the sudden tension. Just then, one student approached the serving table, only to find it empty. The reason became clear almost immediately. A towering student from the Varangian boot camp had piled all the remaining food onto a single plate and sauntered off with a smug grin. At their table, the Varangian students laughed and dug into their overflowing dishes, their plates stacked high with food. Bianca's gaze locked onto them, her annoyance only deepening. The fact that they had to share accommodations with the Varangians already grated on her nerves, but their blatant lack of courtesy made her furious. Meanwhile, the Varangians sat with enthusiastic smiles, seemingly unaware or unconcerned with how others felt. The Varangian students moved to refill their plates, shoving others aside with the confidence of a well-practiced routine. To them, meals were a battle of rotation and reflexes. Meat should flow without pause, and hesitation was a weakness. They believed the first 5 minutes of the buffet were crucial. Miss that window, and you'd be left scraping for scraps. In their world, quantity reigned over quality. As one girl was jostled in the rush, she lost her balance and stumbled to the side. Before she could hit the ground, Sancho stepped in, catching her by the shoulder. She gave him a grateful glance and murmured a quiet thank you. Meanwhile, the Varangians laughed amongst themselves, distracted by their spoils. Seizing the moment, Sancho raised his voice just enough to catch their attention. His calm but firm tone cut through the noise as he pointed out the obvious. If they ate everything, there'd be nothing left for anyone else. The Varangian students turned slowly, eyes narrowed with interest and curiosity. Sancho met their gaze without flinching, hand raised in a quiet gesture for order. He pointed out that they were cutting the line and causing trouble for everyone else. Tutor and Piggy, watching from a few steps back, froze in stunned silence. Their eyes widened, jaws slack, as if they couldn't believe Sancho had just stood up to the infamous Varangians. The man with the ponytail lifted a pair of tongs and pointed them at Sancho, his eyes narrowing as he stared him down. His tone was mocking as he demanded to know where exactly the line was at the buffet and why Coliseo Academy students were making such a scene over a meal. Behind Sancho, the girl took shelter, peeking from behind his back. Yet Sancho showed no fear. His expression was calm, almost unreadable. But beneath that calm, Sancho's frustration simmered. He had tried to brush it off, reminding himself that stress could interfere with muscle recovery. But this wasn't something he could ignore. The ponytailed man's gaze sharpened with fury as realization dawned. He clenched his teeth tightly. Now that Sancho was in uniform, he finally recognized him. A sneer curled on the Varangian's lips. He jeered at Sancho, calling him a coward who had run away after completing the Varangian entrance exam. Sancho said nothing at first. Then, with a sigh, he calmly pushed the tongs aside with his hand and spoke plainly. He hadn't fled. He had placed first in the Varangian entrance exam. But at Coliseo Academy, he'd placed fifth. That's why he chose Coliseo, because he believed there was more to learn there. The man's eyes burned with fury, his fist tightening before he finally growled his name, Balacin. He claimed Sancho had met him during the entrance exam. Tutor, half mocking, placed a hand over his mouth and muttered that there was no way Sancho would remember someone like him. Bianca, more composed, extended her hand and noted that anyone who placed first in the Varangian entrance exam clearly still had a lot to learn. Sancho simply closed his eyes and smiled. He gently asked them to stop making fun of the weak. Balacin's expression twisted with rage. He crushed the kitchen tongs in his hand and snarled that he was the leader of Varangian's first-year class. He then challenged the first years of Coliseo Academy to a duel. Pointing directly at Sancho, he demanded that he send out their best warrior. A hush fell over the Coliseo students. Eyes turned toward a single figure not far from the commotion, Vikir, quietly eating at a nearby table. One by one, their attention settled on him. No one spoke. They simply watched. Balacin glanced around in confusion before finally stomping over. He slammed his palm against Vikir's table, rattling the plates and cups. But Vikir didn't flinch. He remained seated, calm as ever. Balacin leaned in, his voice low and seething, and asked if Vikir was the strongest among the first years. Vikir didn't answer. He simply stared at the floor in silence. But inwardly, he was seething. Balacin had knocked over his meal, one he had taken time to neatly cut and prepare. It wasn't just rude, it was unforgivable. Balacin placed both hands firmly on the table and leaned in, his stare sharp and demanding as he tried to draw Vikir's attention. Vikir, seated across from him, didn't respond, his silence calm, almost cold. The atmosphere shifted. The surrounding students froze, their gazes locking onto the two of them. Tension rippled through the room like a drawn blade. Eyes widened, breaths hitched. Everyone understood what was about to happen. Balacin's furious expression deepened as he clenched his teeth. With a voice low and taut with aggression, he repeated the question. Was Vikir the strongest among Coliseo Academy's first-year students? Vikir remained composed, showing no sign of panic. He sank into quiet thought, his expression unreadable. Moments later, Balacin slammed his elbow onto the table with force, the sound sharp and deliberate. He lowered himself into the seat across from Vikir, eyes burning with contempt. Without mana, he proposed a challenge, a simple arm wrestling match to test Vikir's true strength. Still silent, Vikir stared down at the table, his gaze distant, as if weighing something far beyond the immediate provocation. He didn't move. He didn't answer. Balacin's expression twisted with arrogance. Mistaking Vikir's quiet for hesitation, he sneered and accused him of being afraid. If that was the case, he said, Vikir could just admit it. There would be no shame. In fact, he'd be quite impressed if this was truly the level of strength Coliseo Academy claimed as its best. Bianca, Piggy, Sinclair, and Tutor all reacted at once, their eyes blazing with fury. Their glares locked onto Bollison, brimming with indignation. Tension crackled in the air until someone finally intervened. Dolores stepped forward, her expression sharp with displeasure. She placed her hands firmly on the table, her presence commanding the room. Her gaze locked onto Bollison's, intense and unwavering. She made it clear, there would be no inter-academy conflicts before the tournament. Her words cut through the rising heat of the moment like a blade. Vikir's attention shifted to her, eyes narrowing slightly in confusion. Only then did many of the onlookers recognize her properly. Dolores, the president of Coliseo Academy's student council. Bollison lowered his eyes to the table, his jaw tense. The atmosphere began to settle. With a cool finality, Dolores told them all to quit the childish posturing and focus on what mattered. If they truly wanted to prove themselves, they'd better sleep early and be ready for the tournament. At that moment, a broad-shouldered man approached, his presence immediately drawing everyone's attention. He rested a firm hand on Bollison's shoulder, noting the tension in the air with casual amusement. Glancing toward Dolores, he remarked on the youthful energy, suggesting that a bit of conflict might make things more interesting. Bollison turned to see who had spoken, and his eyes widened in confusion and awe. A red-haired man stood behind him, grinning with unrestrained excitement. Dolores's gaze snapped toward him, her eyes widening in disbelief. She hadn't expected this. A flicker of shock passed through her expression, recognition and uncertainty mingling in her silence. Next to her, Vikir sat unmoving, observing the scene with his usual composed detachment. He recognized the man instantly. It was Jurassico, the president of the student council from Boot Camp Varangian. Even he had come. A ripple of confusion spread through the surrounding students. Standing with hands braced at his waist, Jurassico regarded Dolores calmly. Bollison, he observed, had wagered both his own name and the honor of Boot Camp Varangian's first-year class by challenging Vikir. Surely the strongest first year of Coliseo Academy should be free to answer. His tone brimmed with good-natured excitement, clearly eager for Vikir's acceptance. Vikir remained silent, weighing the situation. Dolores met Jurassico's gaze, replying that, under the current circumstances, a duel simply could not proceed. Jurassico's grin only widened. Resting a reassuring hand on Bollison's shoulder, he gestured toward the eager Varangian with a thumb, noting that the young warrior was desperate to prove his strength. Bollison snorted, hot breath curling like smoke, still itching to lock arms with Vikir. Across the hall, Bianca, Sancho, Tutor, Piggy, and Sinclair bristled in unison. Insults directed at themselves they might endure, but none would allow their friend to be slighted without answer. Dolores admitted, with a heavy tone, that even she could sense how eager the others were to see Vikir display his strength. Around her, his companions clenched their fists, their stares locked onto Bollison with sharp, unblinking intensity. The weight of their expectations hung in the air. Watching them, a flicker of concern crossed Dolores's face. Her eyes narrowed, and with a tense breath, she hesitated. If she used her authority now, forced them to back down, it might undermine the morale of Coliseo Academy's first years on the eve of the tournament. Yet, as student council president, the safety of her peers came first. Vikir watched her quietly, curious about what she would decide. As if sensing her dilemma, he lifted his head, his eyes gleaming faintly. Then, without a word, he turned and fixed a silent, unwavering gaze on Bollison. Jurassico chuckled and casually threw his arm around Bollison's neck. With a grin, he murmured something under his breath, convinced that Vikir's silence came not from calculation, but fear. Fear of getting hurt. Jurassico assured the gathering that any contest would remain strictly controlled. His words, however, sent a flash of uncertainty across Bollison's face, the younger warrior suddenly unsure of the stakes he had set. Across the table, Vikir's thoughts drifted to memories of Jurassico from his previous life, the half-tribesman who rose from discrimination to lead Varangian boot camp, who humbled fourth-year seniors and became a living legend of the United Human Forces. Under Jurassico's command, Varangian students forged an unbreakable cohesion, strong enough to force even Vikir's respect. Dolores stepped back, studying Vikir in silence, weighing the mood. Jurassico, still resting a broad hand on Bolason's shoulder, waited wordlessly for Vikir's reply, the hall falling into a tense hush around them. Vikir lowered his gaze, silent for a moment, then gave a small nod. He would accept the arm wrestling match. At his answer, Jurassico closed his eyes and burst into hearty laughter, overcome with excitement. In his enthusiasm, he accidentally pulled Bolason into a headlock, squeezing him so tightly that the younger student yelped in protest, flailing as he begged for help. Dolores, watching the scene unfold, turned to Vikir with a furrowed brow and asked if he was truly certain. Vikir rose to his feet slowly, his expression unreadable. He knew this would draw attention, perhaps more than he liked, but he said nothing, quietly considering the weight of the moment. If he let himself become fixated on trivial matters, he knew he'd lose sight of what truly mattered. Vikir kept his gaze lowered for a moment, then slowly lifted a hand and pointed. Not at Bolason, but at Jurassico. Calmly, he stated that he wanted to arm wrestle Jurassico instead. A stunned silence followed. Confusion spread like wildfire. Eyes widened, whispers broke out. No one could quite process what they had just heard. Bolason's face twisted with disbelief and rising fury. His clenched fists trembled at his sides as he growled that he was supposed to be Vikir's opponent. Even Dolores's jaw dropped. She stared at Vikir in stunned silence, unsure what to say. But before tension could escalate further, Jurassico stepped forward. With a glint of exhilaration in his eyes, he extended his hand, and a broad, eager smile broke across his face. Bolason stepped back, confused, a flicker of fear creeping into his eyes. He couldn't understand what Vikir was planning, but Vikir's expression had hardened, quiet, steady, and resolute. Jurassico caught the shift instantly. This wasn't a bluff. Vikir was serious. With a glint of excitement, Jurassico let out a breath and lowered his elbow onto the table. A surge of mana rippled off his body, pressure thickening the air around him. Yet he wore a wide, almost thrilled smile as he accepted the challenge. Vikir mirrored the motion, calmly setting his elbow down and gripping Jurassico's hand. The table creaked under the weight of their combined presence. Dolores moved to stand beside them, her expression sharp and composed. "The rules are simple," she said, her voice cutting through the silence. "Victory, defeat, or surrender. Those are the only outcomes." Around them, the room fell still. All eyes locked on the table. Determination burned on both sides. Vikir braced himself, ready to take on Jurassico. Dolores kept her gaze fixed on him, concern etched deep in her eyes. She quietly warned that she would halt the duel at any sign of injury. The two locked hands firmly, and Dolores signaled them to prepare. Suddenly, Vikir began to push with surprising force, catching Jurassico off guard. His eyes widened in surprise, uncertain of what was unfolding. A thrill sparked on Vikir's face. At Dolores's signal, the duel officially began, and both surged with power. Jurassico soon gained the upper hand, but Vikir stayed focused, determined not to lose this match. The crowd erupted in cheers, their excitement palpable. Nearby, one of Jurassico's men rested his hand under his chin, puzzled. He had expected Vikir to fall quickly, but was stunned that Vikir's body could withstand Jurassico's might. Another man's eyes widened in disbelief. He suspected Jurassico wasn't using his full strength, afraid of breaking Vikir's arm. With eyes blazing with determination, Bolason clenched his fist and shouted for Jurassico not to hold back. Piggy placed his hands on top of his head, worry etched across his face for Vikir. Sinclair's eyes widened, with both surprise and concern, unsure of what was unfolding. Tutor's gaze grew sharp with astonishment. He had recognized Vikir's strength during the match in Neftali, but never expected him to withstand Jurassico. Sancho stood in shock, unable to believe the sheer power Vikir possessed. His curiosity piqued. Tutor studied the scene closely and remarked that if Jurassico was taking this seriously, Vikir's victory might truly be within reach. The arm wrestling match intensified, and Jurassico clenched his teeth with fierce resolve, refusing to lose to Vikir. Dolores watched intently, frozen in place. His hand began to tremble, and he clenched his teeth tightly, unable to believe just how strong Vikir was. His eyes widened in disbelief. Initially, he had planned to end the arm wrestling match by carefully controlling his strength. But the moment he gripped Vikir's hand, his thoughts shifted. He pictured Vikir's muscles pulsating with mana, imagining the strain running through his triceps and shoulders. He noted how the shape of Vikir's hand was perfectly designed to maximize the power of his forearm muscles. Despite being ahead in the weight category himself, Jurassico realized that Vikir's technique operated on a completely different level. In that moment, he envisioned himself trying to drag an immovable mountain. He felt that, beyond technique, it was like trying to pull an immense rocky mountain with sheer force, his face glistening with sweat but wearing a determined smile. The way Vikir wielded his power reminded him of a seasoned veteran who had endured countless battles. He saw in Vikir a depth of experience comparable to his own father's and wondered how that could be possible. Curiosity surged within him, eager to uncover who Vikir truly was. Vikir lowered his gaze toward the ground in silence before speaking in the language of the Balak tribe, revealing that he was a hunter. At this, Jurassico's eyes widened, filled with a mix of fear and surprise, shining brightly. Vikir locked his gaze on Jurassico and declared his identity as a hunter of the Balak tribe. No longer holding back, Vikir unleashed his full strength, slamming Jurassico's hand down against the table with such force that smoke began to rise. Jurassico clenched his teeth tightly, while Dolores covered her face with her hands, uncertain of what was unfolding. Confusion spread through everyone's eyes as a sudden dust storm rose, obscuring the scene completely. When the dust finally settled, the broken table lay shattered, Vikir was on the ground, and Jurassico stood nearby. No one could tell who had won. Jurassico glanced down at his hand with a puzzled expression, just as Vikir, seated on the ground with a serious look, quietly admitted defeat. The crowd erupted in cheers, applauding Vikir for his resilience and for holding his ground against someone as powerful as Jurassico. Jurassico clenched his fist tightly, fully aware that Vikir had deliberately let him win. He then approached Vikir, whose gaze locked onto him with eyes beginning to shine. They shook hands, and in the language of their tribe, Jurassico acknowledged that Vikir was the pride of the deep forests. His eyes gleamed with joy as he vowed never to forget him. With a smile, Jurassico grabbed Vikir's arm and raised it high, praising Vikir's incredible strength for having withstood his power. Vikir remained silent. Nearby, Sancho's eyes lit up with happiness, a broad smile spreading across his face as he recognized the bond of true friendship forming between the two men. Tutor crossed his arms and couldn't help but smile. Jurassico was impressive, a true man in his eyes. Piggy clenched his fists, his eyes gleaming with excitement as his heart raced. He couldn't wait for the tournament day to arrive. Night had fallen, and with the burning passion of warriors, the first evening before the competition drew to a close, the air thick with intense heat. Finally, the day of the Olympic survival competition had come. Inside the tower, the management office of the Magic Tower was bustling. At the head of the round table sat an elderly man, the master of the Magic Tower. Long white-bearded Whale gently stroked his beard and spoke, expressing how honored he was to welcome them all for this year's competition. Across from him sat a woman with striking purple hair. She was Hippolyte, the director of Themyscira, and beside her sat a man with a scarred face, the general of boot camp Varangian, Vasilios. Also present was Professor Morg, the deputy director of Coliseo Academy. They were all gathered around a glowing hologram. Long, white-bearded Whale thanked everyone for coming to the Magic Tower and expressed his sincere gratitude. Hippolyte pointed at the hologram with a sharp finger, remarking on how incredible the Magic Tower's extra eye always was. Vasilios couldn't help but smile, knowing he could observe all the students within. With a warm smile, Long White-Bearded Whale confirmed this, explaining that the hologram displayed the activities of all 400 students. Red dots flickered across the map, revealing this year's survival competition battleground, the enemy, and the Black Mountain. Everyone watched intently, spotting Vikir somewhere on the map, monsters looming closely behind him. Long White-Bearded Whale asked if they weren't all curious and excited to see how the students would survive such a hellish terrain. The sun blazed high in the sky, heralding the start of the Olympic survival competition. This year's tournament would unfold within the vast and mysterious interior of the Magic Tower, a structure whose internal dimensions far exceeded its outward size, housing countless realms and terrains. The chosen battleground was Le Rouge et le Noir Mountain, a perilous expanse of jagged peaks and dense forest shrouded in perpetual twilight. As night fell over the high, craggy mountains within the tower, Sancho lunged forward with his axe in hand, the gleam of determination in his eyes. In front of him, the others gripped their weapons and surged through the dark forest, their focus locked on the path ahead. Scattered across the map, students from various academies had been teleported to random locations alongside their assigned teams. Each group now faced the unforgiving environment of the shadowed wilderness. Their mission: endure the trials, adapt quickly, and most critically, prevent their HP shields from dropping to 0. That was the cardinal rule of the competition: survive at all costs. Suddenly the ground shook beneath them as a monstrous figure stomped forward, its massive weight sending tremors through the earth. Piggy's eyes widened in shock as his attention locked onto the approaching beast, a colossal creature with eyes blazing a deep, furious crimson. It loomed over them, its sheer size making Sancho appear as insignificant as an insect. With a guttural roar that echoed through the forest, the monster charged. Sancho and the others skidded to a halt, their focus drawn entirely to the towering threat before them. According to the competition rules, survival could be achieved either by evading monsters or confronting them head-on. This time, retreat wasn't an option. The monster raised a massive fist and brought it crashing down. The impact shattered the ground, sending shards of stone and earth flying in all directions. In the chaos, Sinclair's expression hardened with focus. She quickly raised her staff, conjuring a shimmering barrier of magic that expanded around her teammates just in time to absorb the blast. At the front stood Sancho, gripping his axe tightly, eyes locked on the creature. Behind him, Sinclair stood firm with her staff, while Piggy and Tutor flanked her sides. Bianca remained at the rear, eyes sharp and alert. Beyond survival, there was another key rule to the tournament. Teams could earn points by slaying monsters. This was more than just defense. It was a chance to strike back. Piggy, ever the strategist, turned to Tutor with a firm tone, laying out the plan. They would keep the monster occupied, draw its attention, and buy time for the others to strike. He then glanced at Sancho and instructed him that once his shield dropped, his priority was to escort Sinclair and Bianca to safety. Tutor listened closely, eyes narrowing as he assessed the battlefield. With a sharp nod, he acknowledged the plan. Piggy then faced Bianca and Sinclair, asking them to aim for the monster's vital points while he and Tutor handled the distraction. Sinclair, clutching her magic staff, exchanged a glance with Bianca. Both girls gave a silent nod, their expressions steeled with resolve. The beast, now fully enraged, let out another thunderous roar. It pounded its fists into the earth and charged again, its eyes blazing. Without hesitation, Piggy and the others surged forward, sprinting to meet the incoming threat. Determination burned in their eyes. They weren't just planning to survive. They were ready to take the monster down. The beast lunged with all its might, slamming its massive fists down in a violent roar, but Tutor leapt into the air, narrowly avoiding the blow as the creature's strike shattered the rocks below. Just moments before impact, Piggy dropped low and rolled aside, his face tight with tension as the ground exploded around him. Infuriated, the monster unleashed a flurry of wild strikes, pounding the earth with devastating force. Shards of stone and debris flew in every direction. Amid the chaos, Sinclair raised her hands and cast a strengthening spell on Bianca, a soft glow enveloping the archer. Bianca rose with calm precision, her eyes narrowing as she leveled her bow at the raging creature. Sancho stepped in front of her, shield at the ready, prepared to intercept any counterattack. Seconds dragged by. Bianca had yet to release the arrow. Tutor, now at her side, furrowed his brow in confusion. What was she waiting for? Sinclair gripped her staff tighter, closing her eyes and channeling her mana. A surge of magical energy flowed into Bianca's arrow, the air shimmering around it. Bianca's eyes began to glow as she focused everything she had into the shot. "I'm almost ready," she murmured. Then, she released. The arrow soared through the air like a streak of light, striking the monster with pinpoint precision. It pierced deep into its body, cutting through flesh and bone with unnatural ease. The beast stumbled, then collapsed with a thunderous crash, the forest shaking with its fall. Piggy turned sharply, his eyes widening with a mix of shock and alarm. The fallen beast had landed dangerously close. Tutor, still eyeing the monster's corpse, couldn't shake the thought that Bianca may have delayed her shot on purpose. Hands on her hips and a smug look on her face, Bianca tilted her head. "Honestly, I shouldn't have bothered saving you," she said with a scoff. "Maybe I should have waited even longer." But before her arrogance could linger, a panicked voice rang out. "Run!" Bianca blinked, momentarily thrown off. One eye opened in confusion, unsure of what had just happened. Across from her, Sancho and Sinclair were staring ahead, their eyes wide with fear. "Move! Get out of there!" they shouted in unison. Tutor and Piggy turned toward their frantic teammates, puzzled, until the rising heat hit them. A roar split the air as a wave of blazing fire surged toward them from beyond the trees. They hadn't noticed it before, but now it was too close to ignore. A massive explosion erupted as the wave of fire struck, sending trees and debris hurtling through the air. The ground shook, smoke billowed, and chaos swept the area. At the center of the devastation stood the one responsible, his hand still outstretched, flames dancing around his body like a living aura. His eyes burned with contempt as he sneered, "Insects, all of you from Coliseo Academy." It was none other than the notorious arrogant Smarty Pants. Another method of earning points in the survival competition was by eliminating rival teams, and he clearly intended to take full advantage of it. Wreathed in fire, he spoke with disdain, his voice echoing with superiority. The fact that students from Coliseo dare to stand above those from the Magic Tower in the hierarchy, it's laughable. His HP currently sat at 83, and in this brutal tournament, prey wasn't limited to monsters. People counted too. Grenouille trudged through the dense forest, his HP down to 77. Exhaustion clung to his body, sweat trailing down his face as he wiped it away with the back of his hand. His breath was ragged, and every step felt heavier than the last. He cursed inwardly, frustrated that his stamina was draining so quickly from just walking. The forest felt surreal, more like a nightmare than any real terrain. He couldn't tell if it was part of the real world or something conjured from madness. The twisted trees, the oppressive air, it all felt designed to break him. He glanced around and scowled, wondering where the hell the others had gone. His mind wandered back to the start of the test, to the smug dismissal from the Baskerville Triplets who had told him to do his best to keep up, and to the silent judgment in Vikir's eyes. The memory sent a fresh wave of sweat down his back, and his eyes flared with anger. They had all rushed off so recklessly. Now, Grenouille couldn't help but wonder if they'd already been eliminated and sent back to the waiting room, or if they were just that far ahead. His thoughts drifted back to the train. In his mind, they were nothing but a bunch of useless idiots. Regret settled heavily in his chest as he recalled that moment. If only he hadn't let his guard down, he could have put those guys in their place once and for all. Suddenly, a strange aroma wafted through the air, catching Grenouille's attention mid-thought. He stopped, sniffing. His cheeks flushed slightly, and a low grumble came from his stomach. The scent was unmistakable, fresh, hot food. His mouth began to water instinctively. Wiping his lips with the back of his hand, he grinned and started moving toward the source, his pace quickening. Giving off the scent of food in the middle of this hellish forest was as good as waving a flag that said, "I'm right here, come and get me." Reinvigorated by the promise of a meal, Grenouille pushed forward with renewed energy. His grin widened as he muttered to himself that he'd paralyze whoever it was with his poison magic and take their food for himself. Not long after, in the distance, Grenouille spotted the warm flicker of a campfire. His eyes lit up. He was sure he'd stumbled upon an easy meal. But as he crept closer, something felt off. No one was sitting around the flames. Before he could process the odd silence, his shin brushed against something, thin and taut. A trap wire. He barely had time to react. The rope snapped tight around his ankle and yanked him into the air, flipping him upside down. Panic surged through him as he flailed and screamed in horror, his voice echoing through the trees. Dangling helplessly, he shouted at whoever had set the trap, demanding to be let down immediately. From the shadows, a figure stepped into the firelight, an archer, calm and curious, clearly surprised that someone had actually walked into their trap. Grenouille's gaze locked onto the stranger, and his eyes went wide with shock, his breath catching as recognition, or something like it, hit him. The ones who had set the trap were none other than Vikir and the Baskerville Triplets. Vikir, standing beside the fire, looked at Grenouille and calmly asked what he was doing there. Grenouille's panicked expression shifted into one of cautious relief when he realized it was his own teammates. Vikir's HP remained at a perfect 100, while the Triplets displayed 95, 96, and 97 respectively. With hands on their hips and unimpressed expressions, the Triplets stared at Grenouille as if he were a fool. The so-called strategist, outwitted by their most basic trap, it was humiliating. They wordlessly deactivated the mechanism and let him down, his dignity hitting the ground just as hard as he did. They returned to their spots around the fire. The Triplets remained silent, their gazes cool and unreadable. Grenouille forced a smile and took a seat beside Vikir, though he could already feel the tension settling around him. His presence alone seemed to thicken the air with awkwardness. They began roasting meat over the bonfire, the scent wafting through the air. Grenouille's eyes drifted toward the nearby tent, and surprise flooded his mind. There wasn't just food, there was also a well-constructed improvised shelter. He couldn't help but wonder who among them was capable of pulling all this off. The Triplets turned their gaze on him. One of them opened his mouth to explain, but hesitated, catching himself mid-sentence as he almost referred to Vikir as the commoner. Instead, he simply muttered that it had all been Vikir's work. The other two nodded, their expressions tinged with reluctant curiosity. Grenouille blinked, pointing incredulously at Vikir. He asked if a commoner had really done all of this, as if the idea were too ridiculous to believe. He scoffed quietly, rejecting the thought. In his mind, someone like Vikir, a nobody, shouldn't have been able to manage something so well planned. The Triplets stared him down, their eyes beginning to gleam with restrained fury. Grenouille, flustered, raised both hands in panic and hurriedly explained that he was just curious. He only wanted to know how Vikir had managed to do all this. The scent of roasting meat wafted under his nose, making his stomach growl. His jaw tightened in frustration. Why, he thought bitterly, should someone from one of the 7 great families have to tiptoe around the opinion of some damned commoner? And worse, he couldn't shake the feeling that the Baskerville Triplets were actually covering for him. He placed a hand over his stomach and sighed, the hunger making everything feel more unbearable. Vikir and the others watched him quietly. The Triplets suddenly burst into laughter at his pitiful state, and Grenouille's humiliation deepened. His face flushed with anger. He felt so ashamed, he could die. Then, without a word, Vikir held out a piece of meat toward him. Calmly, he mentioned that they had originally roasted it to lure monsters, but since they were already full, Grenouille could have some if he wanted. Grenouille's eyes widened, the smell flooding his senses, and his mouth watered uncontrollably. Hesitating only a moment, he reached out slowly for the food, his voice tinged with confusion as he asked why Vikir was being generous with him at all. Vikir's eyes glinted with subtle malice, and a slow, knowing smile curved across his lips. He said he was being generous because Grenouille was, after all, the team leader. Grenouille blinked, confused. But Vikir wasn't just toying with him. He had calculated that Grenouille's poison magic could actually prove valuable in the forest. Perhaps, Vikir thought, the arrogant noble might be of use after all. Grenouille's throat tightened. He clenched his eyes shut as tears welled up and streamed down his face. That damn commoner, the one he had dismissed and looked down on, had shown him an unexpected kindness. It hit him harder than he anticipated. Maybe Vikir wasn't so lowly after all. Without another word, he took the roasted meat with trembling hands and began to eat through his tears. His HP climbed from 77 to 90. Vikir and the triplets remained quiet, watching him in stunned silence. Who would have guessed? Grenouille was a softie. Later, a sharp whistle sliced through the air. An arrow, flying fast and laced with poison, embedded itself in the leg of a fleeing monster. Vikir lowered his bow with steady precision. At his side, Grenouille stood firm, arms extended and eyes burning with focus as he cast his poison magic. The Baskerville triplets launched forward with gleaming eyes, blood pounding with excitement. The monster, a bear-like beast with jagged steel horns, turned, bellowing in fury. But it was too late. The triplets were already on it, slashing and striking in coordinated bursts. Wounded and overwhelmed, the creature crashed to the ground moments later, lifeless. Vikir calmly stated that they had already hunted 30 beasts. The triplets grinned, clearly pleased. This was proving easier than expected. Grenouille stood behind Vikir, stunned into silence by their seamless coordination. Vikir glanced toward the triplets and mentioned that if they truly wanted to break into the top 10, they'd need to hunt even more. Grenouille couldn't take his eyes off Vikir. His mind churned with questions. Why was Vikir focusing on monsters when everyone knew that hunting other students awarded more points? As if lost in thought, Vikir tilted his head back and stared up at the night sky, his expression unreadable. Grenouille's curiosity deepened. Whatever Vikir was planning, it was something he couldn't quite grasp, and that unsettled him more than he cared to admit. One lens of Vikir's glasses caught the glint of the stars above, hiding one eye beneath a mirrored reflection of the night. The feeling was unmistakable, familiar. The survival scores, the monster hunts, the methodical elimination of others for points. He had seen it all before. It was just like the trials in Baskerville. Back then, he had kept to the shadows, tracked the beast silently, and taken first place while avoiding everyone's eyes. That place had felt like home. But ever since entering Le Rouge et Le Noir mountain within the magic tower, something had been gnawing at him, a dull, persistent anxiety. His instincts as a swordmaster were stirring. Something wasn't right. Vikir's gaze shifted to the ground, trying to pinpoint the source of the disturbance. Then he sensed it. Something was closing in, fast, with killing intent. The wind shifted. The forest fell silent. Every fiber in his body warned him. The triplets immediately stepped forward, swords drawn, shielding Vikir without hesitation. Vikir pulled out his bow, his expression calm but focused. Grenouille, still unsure what was happening, extended his arms and began shaping his poison mana, ready to defend. Then they saw her. Grenouille's eyes went wide. It was Sinclair. She was staggering toward them, her HP down to 38. Her body was scraped and bruised, clothes torn, face pale with fear. She collapsed to her knees, panting hard, hands braced on the ground, barely able to speak. Vikir? Inside the administration room of the Magic Tower, the professors stood gathered around the glowing panels, eyes fixed on the real-time data feeds tracking the students. Among them was Professor Morg, his arms crossed, gaze stern. The system's display revealed a grim update. Of the original 400 participants who had entered the competition, only 149 remained. The breakdown flashed clearly across the screen. The Magic Tower held steady with 46 survivors. Varangian followed closely with 45. Themyscira trailed with 35. And at the bottom of the chart, Coliseo Academy had only 23 left. The chief of Varangian, Vasilios, let out a deep laugh as he studied the statistics before him. An arrogant smile spread across his face, fueled by the sight of Coliseo Academy's numbers plummeting. Their already small group had taken a devastating blow. Hohenheim had just wiped out a large portion of their first-year students. Across the table, Hippolyte, headmaster of Themyscira, lightly touched her chin and smiled. She remarked with amusement that Hohenheim looked particularly commanding today. Meanwhile, the master of the Magic Tower, long white-bearded whale, stroked his beard and extended a hand toward the display. A chuckle escaped him, unable to hide the satisfaction in his voice as he watched his student, arrogant smarty-pants, finally reveal his true nature. In his view, Coliseo Academy simply had no fortune in this year's tournament. The old magician turned his gaze toward Professor Morg, eyes narrowing with curiosity as he asked what had him so deep in thought. Professor Morg, his expression distant, continued to stare silently at the hologram, lost in contemplation. While the old magician clearly took pleasure in the misfortune befalling Coliseo Academy's students, Morg didn't respond to the smugness. Instead, he maintained his silence, focused solely on the screen before him. After a moment, he extended his hand, and his tone heavy with concern, began by offering an apology. As hosts of this year's survival tournament, the Magic Tower bore a certain responsibility. He then questioned aloud whether anyone truly believed this map was safe for a competition of this scale. The old magician scoffed, his expression steeped in arrogance, and asked sharply what exactly Morg was implying. Professor Morg kept his eyes fixed on the hologram, his expression grave. He explained that the Magic Tower hadn't modeled the tournament environment after an ordinary forest, but rather on the deeper, unreleased zones, areas still largely uncharted and classified. This meant the terrain wasn't just difficult, it was outright hostile. Worse still, the summoned magical beasts became increasingly dangerous the further one ventured, escalating to threat levels far beyond what students were equipped to handle. He continued, referencing a report unearthed by the Morg family years ago. According to that report, a powerful monster, estimated to be S rank, had once surfaced in the forest's restricted zone, resulting in significant casualties. With a flat tone and eyes drained of emotion, Professor Morg pointed out that if a creature of that magnitude appeared again during the competition, the real question was whether the Magic Tower's systems would respond in time. Did they, he asked, have any real countermeasures in place for the worst-case scenario? The old magician, cloaked in his usual air of arrogant superiority, didn't even bother to glance at Professor Morg as he responded. With a dismissive tone, he claimed that the so-called news should be corrected. Mere rumors, nothing more. He admitted he'd heard the stories of an S-rank beast, but dismissed them as unsubstantiated tales. Covering part of his face with one hand, he explained that since that alleged incident, not a single credible sighting had been reported. He made it a point to mention that these rumors originated from none other than the Morg family, longtime rivals of the Magic Tower. From the start, he had never trusted anything that came from them. As for the competition itself, he reassured those present that all summoned monsters were carefully calibrated to match the students' skill levels. According to him, participants currently ranged from low-level sword experts and fourth circle mages to the lowest ranks of academy graduates. The room went quiet for a brief moment. Then, with his hand still resting against his face, the old magician added one final note. If a student of the 7th circle or higher, or someone who had reached the level of Swordmaster, were to participate, the system would begin summoning monsters far beyond student capabilities. But that, he claimed, was an impossibility. What he didn't know, what none of them knew, was that among the competitors stood Vikir, and Vikir was a Swordmaster. Even in the event of unforeseen complications, the old magician assured that the competition would simply be suspended. Meanwhile, inside the tournament's waiting room, Tutor, Sancho, Piggy, and Bianca reappeared one by one, their HP shields having dropped to 0. Tutor rubbed the back of his head with an awkward expression, muttering that the rest of their team had been eliminated too. On the other side, Piggy clutched his head in frustration, spiraling into regret. If only he hadn't let his guard down, they might still be in the game. Unbothered, the old magician reminded everyone that students whose HP shields reached 0 were automatically teleported to the waiting room, as per the system's safety protocols. For him, that safeguard eliminated any cause for concern. With an arrogant smile tugging at his lips, he turned toward Professor Morg. Removing his glasses, he fixed Morg with a sharp glare and accused him of making a fuss solely because Coliseo Academy had the fewest students remaining. His tone hardened, laced with irritation, as if Morg's concerns were nothing more than a sore loser's excuse. Professor Morg rose to his feet and firmly demanded that the old magician stop spouting nonsense. The old magician turned his head slightly, making it clear that this was a gathering of the Empire's finest magicians, and that the Morg family, known mostly for their reputation, and Coliseo Academy were worlds apart. With a smile, he interlaced his fingers and dismissed Morg's concerns as nothing more than pointless worries over impossible fantasies that would never come to pass. Hearing this, Professor Morg clenched his teeth tightly, his eyes blazing with fury. Deep down, he knew reasoning with the stubborn old man was futile. Meanwhile, deep within the forest, Vikir sat silently before the bonfire, fingers interlaced as he stared into the flames. With a thoughtful gaze, he asked whether Tutor, Piggy, Bianca, and Sancho had been eliminated. Across from him, Sinclair gave a quiet nod. Clutching her magic staff tightly, her eyes brimmed with sorrow. She explained that Tutor and Piggy had been attacked while unarmed by Hohenheim of the Magic Tower. As for Bianca and Sancho, her voice faltered, the words refusing to come out. Vikir's expression darkened as he recalled the name. Hohenheim, a renowned figure, one of the great heroes during the era of the Fall. Even among legends of the same generation, there were gaps in power, and Vikir understood just how wide those gaps could be. Sinclair felt a sense of relief for having found Vikir, but as she glanced over his stats, a flicker of confusion crossed her face. How was it that his HP still read a perfect 100? She looked at him quietly, questions swirling in her mind. Vikir, ever unreadable, met her gaze without a word. Leaning against a tree nearby, arms folded, Grenouille listened in. Sinclair's eyes lit up, and with a soft smile, she admitted how easily she grew tired. How just running a short distance through the forest had drained her HP. But Vikir, she said, was on a different level entirely. Vikir remained still, lost in thought, his expression unreadable. Grenouille's jaw tightened, his eyes flared with frustration. Watching them so comfortably close made his blood boil. To him, it was obvious. They had simply hidden deep in the forest, quietly hunting beasts to keep their condition intact. There was nothing impressive about that. He scoffed inwardly, convinced he could have done the same, if not better. Vikir's eyes narrowed, sharp and focused. Without a word, he turned and drew several arrows from his quiver, notching one to his bow and aiming directly at Grenouille. Grenouille froze, his eyes widening in panic. He threw his arms up in surrender, stammering that he hadn't said anything out loud. He was only thinking. Sinclair turned toward him, puzzled by the sudden tension. But then she saw it too. Lurking just behind Grenouille, a tentacled monster slithered through the underbrush, its limbs poised to strike. Without hesitation, Vikir released the arrow. Grenouille dropped to the ground with a scream, shielding his head with both hands as if the shot were meant for him. The arrow flew past and struck the creature's writhing limbs dead on. From deeper in the trees, someone wielding a staff infused with pink mana watched the scene unfold. Their eyes narrowed in surprise. Even under the effects of a silent spell, one meant to mask all movement, Vikir had sensed the threat. Sinclair and the triplets immediately drew their weapons. Grenouille scrambled to his feet, breath ragged, and bolted toward the group, his face pale as fear. The student behind the surprise attack stepped forward, emerging confidently from the shadowed forest. She was from Themyscira Women's University, Lovegood. One hand rested on her hip, the other gripping her magic staff with practiced ease. She scanned the clearing with cool disdain, amused that the Coliseo Academy students had thought they could hide in such an obvious spot. At her side stood two teammates, a shield-bearing girl with 70 HP and an archer whose stats sat at 81. Lovegood casually ran her fingers through her hair, her gaze sharp and smug. Lifting her staff, she pointed toward Vikir's group and called them out, foolish and arrogant for thinking they could stay out of her reach. One of the girls beside Lovegood narrowed her eyes as she caught a clearer look at Sinclair. Recognition sparked. Sinclair, already gripping her staff, met their gazes with steady resolve. The archer leaned toward her teammate, asking quietly if she was sure it was her. With a tense nod, the other girl confirmed it, Sinclair, the so-called traitor. Despite ranking first in Themyscira's entrance exam, she had chosen to attend Coliseo Academy instead. Her voice lowered, and she urged her friend not to say any more in front of the president. But it was too late. Lovegood's expression twisted with contempt. She took a step forward, voice sharp as she demanded how Sinclair dared to reject Themyscira, the top female academy in the Empire, only to settle for Coliseo. Her tone dripped with scorn as she accused Sinclair of switching schools over something as petty as romance. Twirling her fingers through her hair, Lovegood rolled her eyes and scoffed, throwing in one last jab. Coliseo didn't even have any decent-looking guys, did it? But mid-sentence, she froze. Her eyes landed on Vikir. A jolt shot through her chest. Her breath caught. Her pink eyes widened, and a flush crept up her cheeks. Her words died as quickly as they'd begun, replaced by stunned silence. Her gaze clung to him. How could someone look so nerdy, so effortlessly cute, and still somehow handsome? Vikir blinked, confused. Why was she staring at him like that? Inside, Lovegood was spiraling. She didn't even hear her teammates call her name. All she could think was, he's my type, my exact fucking type. She began to drool. Sinclair, watching Lovegood practically melt over Vikir, calmly raised her hand and placed it over Vikir's face, shielding him from view. Her expression was anything but calm. Eyes burning with fury, her fingers trembled as she clenched her fist. Her voice was low, taut with restrained rage, as she addressed Lovegood with deliberate venom, calling her ma'am and demanding she stop ogling Vikir. The effect was instantaneous. Lovegood's companions went pale. Their jaws dropped, mouths parted in silent disbelief. Did she just call the president ma'am? Lovegood's eyes widened. Her expression slowly darkened, amusement evaporating like mist. An oppressive aura radiated off her in waves, laced with fury. Mana began to surge, her body trembling with rage. Veins bulged as her grip tightened on her staff, and the ground beneath them began to quiver. "You arrogant bitch!" she hissed, her voice sharp as a blade. Power burst from her like a dam breaking. Tentacles made of pulsing mana erupted from the earth, writhing towards Sinclair. The clearing seemed to darken as the air thickened with pressure. Vikir and Sinclair stood their ground, silent, watching her without flinching. Lovegood's pink eyes gleamed with murderous intent, her scream tearing through the forest as she launched the attack. Deeper in the forest, the ground trembled as a series of explosions shattered the silence. Hohenheim, his HP at 83 and a smug smile playing on his lips, stood at the center of the chaos. With arrogance dripping from his voice, he called out to his fleeing opponent, ordering them to stop running and surrender, insisting that a healer alone was powerless without fighters by her side. Opposing him was Dolores, her jaw clenched tightly, eyes blazing with determination. She extended her hands, summoning a shimmering barrier just in time to block the oncoming attack. Her HP had already fallen to 55. The flames roared fiercely as Dolores took cautious steps backward, unaware that the ground behind her was fracturing. Sensing the shifting earth, she spun around, eyes widening in shock and dread as fire erupted from the cracked soil, trapping her in a ring of flames. Confident, Hohenheim advanced slowly, each step scorching the earth and leaving molten lava in his wake. His magic circle ignited in his hand, glowing ominously, and with cold finality, he made it clear to Dolores that escape was no longer an option. Hohenheim's glasses caught the reflection of the blazing fire, concealing his eyes behind the glare. A malicious laugh escaped him. He was certain that defeating Dolores would be just the first step, and wiping out the rest of Coliseo would be effortless. The Magic Tower was destined to claim victory in this year's survival competition. Dolores panted heavily, refusing to give up. She knew she couldn't fall here. Suddenly, a figure wielding a sword appeared, poised to strike. Both Dolores and Hohenheim turned their attention toward the newcomer, their expressions a mix of surprise and confusion. It was Jurassico, his body glowing with mana, eyes sparkling with excitement. He challenged Hohenheim's arrogance, warning him not to be so conceited. With a powerful swing, Jurassico launched his attack. Hohenheim reacted just in time, summoning a barrier to block the blow. Gritting his teeth, he realized Jurassico was a graduator. Jurassico's eyes gleamed with joy, a smile revealing jagged teeth spreading across his face. Noticing that Hohenheim had reached Class 4, he knew he couldn't afford to fall behind. Gathering all his strength, Jurassico struck the barrier with his sword once more. At the same moment, the tentacles summoned by Lovegood surged swiftly toward Vikir and Sinclair. Vikir lifted his bow, arrows nocked and ready, while Sinclair clenched her staff with both hands, beginning to weave powerful spells. The Baskerville triplets closed in, slicing through the tentacles with precision and force. Vikir readied his bow to shoot, noticing that the magic Lovegood wielded was similar to that of the Morgue triplets, known as the Three Flowers. Yet, hers combined 3 different types of magic, demanding an extraordinary level of focus. He couldn't believe she could handle it so skillfully, even in such an emotional state. Suddenly, Vikir's eyes widened in shock, his body freezing as dread washed over him. In slow motion, he lowered his bow to his side and slowly turned his head, his expression filled with fear and uncertainty. The dense forest around them trembled, birds scattered in panic, and Vikir sensed a suffocating, ominous energy closing in. Elsewhere in the forest, where Dolores, Hohenheim, and Jurassico were locked in a tense 3-way standoff, the ground suddenly shook violently like an earthquake, throwing them off balance. Both Hohenheim and Jurassico stared down at the trembling earth. Hohenheim wondered aloud if it was an earthquake, while Jurassico looked puzzled, having heard no reports of such tremors in the forest. In that moment, something burst from the ground, sending dust and debris flying in all directions. Everyone's attention snapped to the source, their eyes wide with shock and fear, unsure of what was unfolding. As the creature fully emerged, Dolores, Hohenheim, and Jurassico were left speechless and stunned. Farther in the forest, Vikir and Sinclair also fixed their gaze upward toward the monstrous silhouette looming against the moonlit sky. A giant spider had risen from the earth. Vikir's eyes widened in disbelief as the shattered reflection of the S-rank beast appeared in the lenses of his glasses. The spider opened its massive mouth and let out a terrifying roar, causing the forest trees to tremble. It was Madame Eightlegs. Madame Eightlegs loomed high above the forest canopy, her towering form eclipsing the moonlight. Though just a holographic manifestation, she radiated overwhelming power. She opened her jaws wide and unleashed a deafening screech that echoed across the entire forest. The sheer force of her cry caused the ground to shake and trees to topple like brittle sticks. Below her, where shattered trunks and debris scattered in all directions, the triplets moved with remarkable speed, weaving through the chaos and avoiding incoming strikes. Vikir, with his bow gripped tightly in one hand, darted across the ruined terrain. Sinclair clutched her magic staff, her chest rising and falling rapidly as she struggled to steady her breath. At the front of the group, Grenouille was the only one screaming, panicked, wild-eyed, and entirely overwhelmed by the monstrous presence bearing down on them. Lovegood stood frozen, her complexion pale as the color drained from her face at the sight of the towering S-ranked spider. She had no idea what kind of creature this was. Her companions, alarmed by her stunned silence, began to panic and urged her to move, shouting that they needed to escape immediately. While fleeing, Vikir turned his head slightly toward Madame Eightlegs. The moment he laid eyes on her, he understood. The source of the ominous sensation he had felt ever since entering the forest within the tower had been her presence. Before his regression, stories about the madam were scattered fragments of folklore, whispered through generations. It wasn't until extensive investigation and multiple revisions that she was formally cataloged in the Empire's Monster Encyclopedia. In other words, not even the Magic Tower had ever properly encountered her before. Vikir now realized her appearance here wasn't just coincidence. It was the ripple effect of his previous battle against Madame Eightlegs, a variable no one else could have predicted. Suddenly, one of Madame Eightlegs' limbs shot forward, surging with mana and barreling straight toward Lovegood. She stood frozen, her grip on her staff loosening as it slipped slightly in her hand. Around her, her teammates screamed her name, but their voices felt distant, muffled beneath the pounding of her own fear. Her eyes were wide, consumed by terror. Her body refused to move. She couldn't believe it. She was about to be eliminated without even lifting a finger in defense. Just before the monstrous limb could strike her, one of her companions, a broad-shouldered girl wielding a sword and shield, leapt in front of her. Planting herself between Lovegood and the oncoming attack, she raised her shield high. Gritting her teeth, she glanced back at Lovegood with a desperate look and shouted for her to get out of the way. The impact landed with devastating force. Despite her best efforts, the burly girl was flung aside as if she were made of paper. Lovegood stood frozen, barely raising her arm to shield her face as Madame Eightlegs' mana-infused leg swept past her by mere inches. When she finally turned around, her breath caught in her throat. Her eyes went wide, stunned by what she saw. The sheer power of the strike had sent Anna, her friend, hurtling through the air until she slammed into a tree with a sickening thud. Anna's shield lay shattered on the ground, and her motionless body slumped beneath it, unconscious. Madame Eightlegs loomed in place, her many eyes narrowing as she surveyed the forest, mandibles twitching with anticipation. A low, guttural click escaped her mouth, saliva dripping as her senses locked onto the scattered body heat of nearby students. Without hesitation, the beast surged forward, a blur of monstrous limbs tearing through the forest. She thundered past Vikir and Sinclair, who stood frozen, stunned into silence as the wind from her charge whipped past them. Grenouille collapsed onto the ground, landing on his rear with a thud, his face a mask of disbelief and confusion. He sat there trembling, struggling to process the fact that Madame Eightlegs had passed them by without incident. He had been certain elimination was inevitable. A few steps away, Vikir stood tall, his fist clenched at his side. The glint of his glasses hid his eyes, but his focus was sharp, fixed on the monstrous silhouette of Madame Eightlegs disappearing into the trees. He could tell she was hunting the other students now. Lowering his gaze, Vikir's thoughts darkened. What was the tournament management doing? There was no way something like this should have slipped through their control. An irregularity of this scale. It couldn't possibly be part of the competition. Unless... His train of thought abruptly shattered. Shouts echoed through the forest. Lovegood and her teammate rushed past him toward the fallen Anna, calling her name in desperation. Vikir turned to watch, silent. Anna lay motionless, her body scraped and battered, her HP reduced to 0, yet she was still there, barely breathing. Lovegood stared in stunned disbelief, her mind racing. Anna's shield had broken. Her HP was gone. But why hadn't she been teleported back to the waiting room? Her remaining teammate hovered nearby, equally shaken. Confusion clouded her expression as she stared down at Anna's still form, unable to comprehend what was happening. Then the truth struck her like a blow. She gasped, covering her mouth with trembling fingers. They were stuck. There was no emergency teleport. No failsafe. They were truly trapped in this nightmare. Lovegood dropped to her knees, her staff falling beside her, hands limp in her lap. She stared at the dirt, eyes vacant, her breath shallow and ragged. Grenouille stepped forward cautiously, his nerves plain in his posture. His face was twisted with unease, brows furrowed in disbelief. He extended a shaky hand, his voice demanding, but uncertain. If their HP had hit 0, why hadn't they been taken out of the game? Where was the system? Where was the safety they were promised? Grenouille slapped his forehead and let out a hollow, broken laugh. Nothing made sense anymore. An S-rank monster had just appeared out of nowhere, and now, even with their HP at 0, they weren't being teleported back. His mind reeled. Why wasn't the administration stopping the competition? Why wasn't anyone doing anything? Beside him, Vikir stood motionless, eyes sharp and thoughtful, unmoved by the chaos. But Grenouille's panic only worsened. He dropped to his knees, fingers tangled in his hair, eyes wide with dread. The truth crashed down on him like a wave. They'd been abandoned. The system had failed. The administrators had lost control. They were on their own. Vikir finally broke his silence, his voice calm and deliberate as he told Grenouille to get a grip. But it was no use. Grenouille's breathing quickened, his screams rising in pitch, filled with pure terror. He couldn't stop himself. He couldn't calm down. He wasn't ready to die. Not here, not like this, not forgotten in some cursed forest. Then suddenly, the sound of rustling leaves, heavy footsteps in the underbrush. Someone or something was approaching. Dolores, Jurassico, and Hohenheim stepped out from the trees. Jurassico, his sword slung over his shoulder, eyes narrowing as they settled on Vikir. Hohenheim followed behind. Dolores's gaze swept over the group, her expression taut with concern. She took a step forward and asked if everyone was all right. Meanwhile, chaos surged through the operations room of the Magic Tower. Holographic displays pulsed red, alarms echoing across the chamber. Hippolyte pointed sharply at the projector, her voice cutting through the noise as she turned to the old magician. Her tone was cold and furious, demanding an explanation for why students with 0 HP weren't being returned to the lobby. One of hers was gravely injured, and she ordered the old magician to extract the girl immediately. Seeing the injured student, it became clear that immediate evacuation was critical. Professor Morg's voice rang out across the chamber, sharp and commanding, demanding the tournament be halted at once. The old magician's arrogant composure crumbled. His face went pale, and his eyes widened in stunned disbelief. This wasn't possible. He refused to believe that a creature like that existed in the forest. But deep down, the truth hit him. Everything Professor Morg had warned about was real. Gripping the edge of the console, he muttered through clenched teeth. Lies. If Madame Eightlegs hadn't appeared, the Magic Tower would have claimed victory. Hearing the old magician's words, Professor Morg didn't wait for explanations. Teeth clenched, he shot to his feet and grabbed the old magician by the collar, fury blazing in his eyes. His voice thundered through the operations room as he demanded to know whether the old magician intended to kill every student out there, or if he would stop the tournament now. For a moment, the old magician simply stared, stunned by the professor's outburst. Then, with a chilling calm, he shook his head. Calling off the tournament was no longer possible. Professor Morg's glare sharpened, but the old magician remained eerily composed as he explained, when an entity the magic tower itself struggles to contain manifests, it causes a complete system overload. Once that happens, not even the administrators have full control. With rising urgency, Professor Morg demanded answers, any way to get the students out. The old magician's hand hovered over the holographic display before settling on a pulsing bright marker. He spoke gravely. If the students managed to kill Madame Eightlegs, the system would reset, and control of the tower would be restored. Elsewhere in the forest, Dolores knelt beside the fallen Anna, healing energy radiating from her hands. Though Anna's HP shield had taken the brunt of the blow, she was only unconscious, her breathing stable. Dolores looked up and offered Lovegood a calm, reassuring smile, confirming that Anna would recover. Lovegood sank down beside them, her hands limp against her knees as she stared silently at Anna. Relief began to set in. If only for a moment, the chaos had been held at bay. Dolores remained seated, her gaze fixed in the direction where Madame Eightlegs had disappeared into the forest. Distant echoes of destruction, shattered trees, panicked cries signaled the monster had found new victims. All she could do was hope the others had somehow escaped. Behind her, Vikir stood motionless, his expression unreadable, the reflection of his glasses hiding his eyes. He stared at the ground, thoughts heavy with brutal clarity. Madame Eightlegs wasn't just a monster. She was a Class S calamity, a being categorized alongside natural disasters. Her presence alone was enough to crush the human spirit and extinguish the will to fight. Vikir recognized that this wasn't the same Madame Eightlegs he had faced outside the magic tower. She wasn't using her poison, and many of her eyes were gone, leaving her with numerous blind spots. Her once sturdy body was now riddled with holes. Though it was only a theory, Vikir suspected this madam had been summoned by the magic tower as a replica of the real one, a shadow of the madam from the past. He stared ahead, analyzing how best to bring down this S-class monster. But even if the others could tell the difference between the real madam and this imitation, it wouldn't matter. His gaze drifted to Lovegood, who sat motionless with her head bowed, then to Hohenheim, whose expression had turned grim. They couldn't win, not even against this weakened version. Finally, Vikir looked toward Jurassico and considered whether he should focus on helping them shake off their fear and regain the will to fight. He clenched his fist. If he wanted to reach his goal and prevent further casualties, then he would need power, much more than he had now. Then a sudden movement shattered the stillness. Vikir looked up, surprised. It was Lovegood. She had risen to her feet, staff in hand, brushing debris from her skirt. She couldn't remain frozen in despair any longer. Anna, her junior, had nearly died because of her own hesitation. Lovegood's eyes burned with renewed purpose. She would go after Madam, not just to avenge Anna, but to stop the creature from hurting anyone else. Her resolve blazed through the remnants of fear and guilt. She was going to make the monster pay. After all, she was the president of Themyscira Women's University. As Lovegood started toward the path Madam had taken, a blade suddenly slammed into the ground before her, halting her steps. She scowled, only to see Jurassico standing there, emboldened by her fierce resolve. With a half smirk, he told her that spirit like hers belonged with the Varangians. Resting his hand on the hilt of his sword, he declared he would follow her, fight alongside her. Dolores stepped forward next, her face tight with tension, but her stance unwavering. More than anyone, she understood. They couldn't afford to lose another student. Lovegood turned, her expression unreadable as she silently took them in. Then slowly, all eyes shifted to Hohenheim, who stood apart from the group, still and unreadable. The unspoken question lingered. Would he join them, or remain a spectator in the shadows? Lovegood didn't want to admit it, but they needed his strength. Without it, their chances were slim. To everyone's surprise, a slow smile curved across Hohenheim's face, moonlight catching on the edge of his glasses. With practiced ease, he adjusted the frames, and despite his usual indifference, conceded that while the situation was undeniably irritating, he was willing to agree to a temporary truce for the sake of the Magic Tower's victory. Vikir watched them all, a flicker of respect sparking in his eyes. He had misjudged them. These weren't just students. They were the same warriors who had once stood at the vanguard during the era of destruction, unflinching in the face of annihilation. A faint laugh escaped him. Without looking back, he called to the Baskerville Triplets, who had been huddled close behind. He instructed them to listen carefully, eyes sharpening with urgency. They would need to relay his words to Lovegood and the others. His expression darkened as he began to outline the method to bring down Madame. The forest quaked with each step Madame Eightlegs took as she chased the fleeing students. Panic filled the air. Screams and frantic shouts echoed as they urged each other to run. Among them, a Coliseo student sprinted beside a girl from Themyscira Women's University, both of their faces etched with terror. Then the girl stumbled. Her legs buckled beneath her, and she hit the ground hard. The boy skidded to a halt, spinning around with wide, frantic eyes. She reached out a trembling hand, voice cracking as she said she had twisted her ankle and begged him to help her. Tears welled up as her body trembled with fear. He looked at her, just for a moment. His face fell, eyes shadowed with dread. His breath caught in his throat, and then, with a choked apology, he turned and ran, leaving her behind as Madame Eightlegs closed in. Madame loomed over the girl, jagged legs raised and ready to strike. Paralyzed by fear, the girl broke into sobs, tears streaming down her face as the weight of betrayal sank in. She couldn't believe the Coliseo boy had left her behind. Just as one of Madame's legs came down to impale her, a blast of fire exploded between them, crashing against the spider's head. Smoke billowed outward, clouding Madame's vision and momentarily shielding the girl. But as the haze began to clear, the monstrous spider stood tall and unscathed, its armored carapace untouched, the flames dancing uselessly across its surface. It was Hohenheim who had unleashed the blast of fire. His expression was sharp with focus as he noted that insect-type monsters were typically vulnerable to fire magic. Yet the flames had done nothing. The spider remained untouched. Unfazed, Hohenheim kept his staff raised, already channeling a second blast. A faint smile tugged at his lips. This was exactly what he expected from an S-class monster. Behind him, Dolores, Sinclair, and Grenouille stepped forward, weapons at the ready. Hohenheim extended his free hand, and a glowing magic circle flared to life. A barrage of fireballs erupted from it, soaring toward Madame Eightlegs. Each one struck its target, but the monstrous spider remained still, completely unfazed. Behind him, Dolores raised an arm to shield her face from the heat, while Sinclair gripped her staff tightly, eyes fixed on the unfolding battle. Hohenheim began recharging his mana, preparing to launch another volley. Frustration tightened his jaw. He couldn't understand why his flame magic had no effect. She was a bug-type monster. Fire should have been her weakness. Hohenheim remembered the moment from just hours ago. He, Grenouille, Dolores, and Sinclair had been sprinting toward the monster with urgency in every step. Ahead of him, one of the Baskerville triplets stood poised, sword in hand, ready to face the looming threat. Highbrow glanced back at Hohenheim, his tone flat as he explained the situation. It was pointless. The fire Hohenheim had used was hellfire, which, while powerful, wasn't effective against Madame Eightlegs. It simply couldn't inflict any meaningful damage. He also pointed out that her exoskeleton was far too tough for a direct assault to break through. He went on to explain that while her legs were structurally weaker than the rest of her body, attacking them came with a risk. Whenever she was cut, she had the terrifying ability to multiply. Her only true vulnerability lay in the thin cracks scattered across her exoskeleton. Meanwhile, on the other side of the forest, Midbro led the charge, with Vikir, Lovegood, and Jurassico close behind. Even if Hohenheim's attacks couldn't harm Madame directly, his fireballs still served a purpose. They kept her attention. That distraction was exactly what Vikir's group needed to slip in close and strike at her weak points. Hohenheim turned to Highbrow, curiosity flickering across his face. While he appreciated the triplets' insight and strategy, he couldn't help but wonder, how did they know so precisely how to fight Madame Eight Legs? Highbrow glanced away, a bit awkward, recalling Vikir's words from earlier. "Don't tell them I told you. Just play it off." Avoiding Hohenheim's gaze, he mumbled that he'd encountered Madame in the forest once before. Everything he knew, he claimed, came from surviving that encounter. Not lingering on the explanation, Highbrow quickly shifted the conversation. If they followed his lead, he said, they'd have a real chance at defeating Madame Eight Legs. Madame Eight Legs opened her gaping maw and released a thunderous, defiant roar. Thick saliva sprayed through the air, raining down on Hohenheim. Her many eyes gleamed with fury. She had grown tired of his relentless fireballs. Channeling mana into her legs, she shifted targets and launched herself toward Dolores' group with terrifying speed. Hohenheim's eyes narrowed as he watched the spider charge. He clenched his fist and shouted to the others, warning them that they wouldn't be able to hold her attention much longer. On the opposite side of the battlefield, Lovegood stepped forward with unhurried grace, the tip of her staff dragging gently across the ground. As she walked, a trail of pink mist spilled from the staff, and wherever it touched, vibrant flowers bloomed. Then, she began to spin the staff above her head, a confident smile playing on her lips. She announced that Dolores and her team had bought her enough time. Mana surged through her body and flowed into the staff as she slammed it against the earth. A brilliant magic circle flared to life beneath her, and moments later, enormous vines burst from the ground. As Madame lunged, Lovegood's vines surged forward, intercepting the spider's strike. The monstrous creature paused mid-attack, sensing danger. With a swift motion, Madame leapt backward, narrowly evading the snaring vines. They scraped along her sides, but failed to fully bind her, though they had clearly forced her onto the defensive. As Madame hovered in mid-air, Lovegood raised her voice, calling for the others to strike. The Baskerville triplets surged forward without hesitation, blades drawn, their movements swift and precise. Jurassico joined them, his massive frame charging into the fray with equal ferocity. Together, they launched a coordinated assault on Madame's back, striking at multiple points in rapid succession. The flurry of attacks created streaks of red and blue light, flashing like bolts of lightning across the spider's armored body. But they didn't stop there. The triplets pressed on, their swords slashing relentlessly at the thick, unyielding carapace. Jurassico followed suit, his mana-infused blade crackling with power. With a guttural roar, he unleashed everything he had, pouring his strength into a single, crushing blow against the monstrous creature's hide. As the triplets and Jurassico landed on their feet, they stared into the thick wall of smoke left behind by their combined assault. The battlefield was silent, the aftermath hidden behind swirling gray. Jurassico narrowed his eyes, uncertainty churning in his chest. He couldn't see the result, but he was sure he had felt his blade cut deep. He tightened his grip on his sword, the weight of anticipation coiling in his muscles. Then the smoke began to thin. His eyes went wide. A massive shadow loomed before them. Madame Eight Legs still stood, her colossal form rising like a nightmare through the haze. The monstrous spider's silhouette stretched across Jurassico and the triplets, casting them in darkness. Their faces froze, mouths parted in disbelief, eyes filled with dread. Across the forest, Grenouille, Sinclair, Dolores, and Hohenheim wore the same expression. A stunned stillness gripped them. Shock, fear, the creeping sense of impossibility. Even Lovegood, usually composed, was struck silent. Her lips parted, eyes darkening as the weight of what they faced truly sank in. Dread began to settle over her like a heavy fog. Under the pale light of the moon, Madame Eight Legs stood tall and unshaken. The limbs severed by the triplets and Jurassico lay scattered across the ground, but already new ones had grown in their place. The regeneration was so fast, it would have seemed unreal if not for the evidence of her severed legs still lying nearby. With a deafening screech, Madame let out a roar that rippled through the forest, shaking the very trees. She gave the group no time to regroup, no chance to breathe. It was her turn to strike. Without warning, she began slamming her legs down in rapid succession, each impact quaking the earth. Explosions of dust and debris filled the air as her legs crashed down in a chaotic rhythm, turning the battlefield into a storm of destruction. Dolores, quick to react, conjured a shimmering barrier just in time, shielding the group from Madame's devastating strike. Behind it, the others stood frozen, their expressions unreadable, caught between shock and disbelief. The Triplets and Jurassico didn't hesitate. Gritting their teeth in frustration, they turned on their heels and bolted, retreating from the relentless barrage. The pounding of Madame's legs behind them echoed like thunder, each impact a reminder of the monster's overwhelming power. Highbrow couldn't help but glance back. The sheer destruction Madame unleashed sent a chill down his spine. Fear gripped him as he recalled what had happened just hours before. Vikir had pulled the Triplets aside, taking them to a secluded part of the forest. He remembered raising his hand, stopping Vikir with a question that had weighed heavily on all of them. Will we really be able to kill that thing? The uncertainty in his voice had mirrored the doubt on each of their faces. Vikir had turned his back on the Triplets when he answered, his voice steady and expression unreadable. He told them plainly, it was impossible for them to defeat the spider. The words hit like a hammer. The Triplets stood frozen, eyes wide in disbelief. Vikir didn't look at them. Instead, he lowered his gaze, speaking quietly. The group already understood what it meant to face an S-tier monster like Madame Eightlegs. He remembered their faces in that moment. Jurassico staring down at his own trembling hands, Hohenheim shaking so violently he had to sit, gripping his right wrist just to stop it from quivering. They were all afraid of dying. But what terrified them more than death was doing nothing, standing back while their friends were slaughtered. That was why Lovegood and the others would still fight. Not because they believed they could win. Maybe deep down, they all knew the truth, that they couldn't. But even so, they would fight. Vikir recalled the fire in Lovegood's eyes when she rose to her feet, turned away from her friend, and asked her to take care of Anna. Even in the face of despair, even when all hope seemed lost, Lovegood and the others had chosen to stand and fight until the very end. One of Madame's massive legs came crashing down toward Lovegood, but she reacted in time. Crossing her arms, she conjured a barrier that flared to life just before impact. The leg struck with brutal force, sending a shockwave through the shield and knocking Lovegood backward. Her eyes squeezed shut as tears welled at the corners. Gritting her teeth, she held the barrier firm, refusing to let it collapse under the crushing weight of the spider's limb. Elsewhere, Vikir dropped to one knee and pressed his palm against the earth, channeling mana deep into the ground. Power surged from his hand like a current, veins of energy splitting the soil beneath him. The earth beneath Madame Eightlegs began to crack, glowing faintly as Vikir's energy erupted upward like a volcanic surge. For a moment, Madame paused. Her many eyes darted downward, sensing the sudden instability beneath her. Jurassico stared in shock, the red glow reflected in his eyes. The way the ground crumbled beneath Madame, it looked almost like an aura explosion, though far more focused and precise. Highbrow said nothing, watching in silence as Vikir's power shifted the tide. Highbrow stood frozen, stunned at first. Then his expression shifted. Surprise flickered across his face as he recognized the mana pulsing through the ground. It was familiar. He had felt it before. His thoughts snapped back to hours earlier, to their conversation with Vikir, his expression grave as he laid out the plan. He told them that when he gave the signal, they were to strike with everything they had. No hesitation, no holding back. The Triplets had remained silent, listening intently as Vikir spoke. Then, with a slight turn of his head, he glanced at them from the corner of his eye. Slowly, deliberately, he raised his index finger, a signal and a warning. This, he had said, was the only way to defeat Madame. Highbrow's eyes widened. This was Vikir's signal. Without wasting a second, he relayed the order to return to their positions. This was the moment Vikir had prepared them for, the one window where Madame, thrown off balance, could be struck. Jurassico and the triplets wasted no time, enveloping themselves in glowing layers of mana armor as their energy flared to life. At the same time, Dolores pressed her hands together, channeling her power into a support spell. A wave of magic surged outward, enhancing both Hohenheim and Sinclair. Their staves lit with power, and with unwavering focus in their eyes, they took aim, ready for the final strike. Lovegood, her knees still trembling from Madame's earlier blow, forced herself upright. She gripped her staff tightly, defiance in her stance and unwavering resolve burning in her eyes. Then Hybro's voice cut through the chaos, loud and commanding, rallying everyone with a single call. This was the moment. Use everything. Hit her with everything you've got. The triplets and Jurassico responded without hesitation, surging forward like comets locked on their target, their mana flaring behind them. Vikir, meanwhile, rose slowly to his feet. Mana still pulsed in his right hand like a flickering flame, steady and controlled. His expression remained unreadable as he lifted his gaze to watch the others launch their final assault. His crimson eyes gleamed with quiet intensity, like a seasoned swordmaster who had seen too many battles. In that moment, he knew. Lovegood and the others, they weren't just students anymore. They were becoming heroes. Lovegood raised her staff once more, calling forth her vines. They erupted from the earth, surging toward Madame in one final determined strike. Dolores remained still, hands clasped tightly as she continued her chant, her voice unwavering. Nearby, Grenouille, Sinclair, and Hohenheim combined their magic, fire, wind, and poison, twisting together in perfect harmony to form a single devastating spear of elemental power. Above Madame, the Baskerville triplets and Jurassico appeared like shadows descending from the moonlight, their weapons drawn, ready to deliver the final blow. Madame's many eyes turned upward, locking onto them. Vikir watched, silent but resolute. They weren't strong yet, not in the way legends were, but they hadn't faltered. And that, he knew, was what set heroes apart. Not power, but will. These were the ones who would end the battle. They had chosen to stand, but Madame would not die quietly. Sensing the danger, she prepared to counterattack, her limbs bracing to strike. Vikir stepped forward, his bow in hand. He drew back an arrow, mana surging into the shaft until it shimmered with crimson light. His eyes gleamed, not with doubt, but with absolute confidence. He, more than anyone, understood the truth. Heroes are not born. They are forged, through pain, through failure, through resolve. He could guide them, but they had to take the final step themselves. Vikir released the arrow. The force of it shattered the ground beneath his feet. The arrow tore through the air like a streak of fire and struck true, slicing clean through one of Madame's legs just as she prepared to attack. A deafening scream erupted from her mouth as pain overwhelmed her. Wounded, off balance, and enraged, Madame reeled. The others didn't falter. With eyes blazing with resolve, the triplets, Dolores, Lovegood, Hohenheim, Sinclair, Jurassico, and Grenouille, let out a unified roar, their voices echoing with unwavering determination. The triplets and Jurassico charged forward, their weapons slicing through the air in perfect sync as they launched a frontal assault on Madame Eight Legs. At the same moment, Hohenheim unleashed a searing torrent of flame, aiming directly at her exposed back. The fire struck true, exploding on impact and engulfing her in a wave of heat and smoke. By the time the smoke cleared, the sun had already risen. Madame's corpse lay sprawled across the earth, motionless. Deep gashes split open her back, and every one of her legs had been severed, strewn across the ground like the remnants of a nightmare. The wind stirred the dust and scattered debris, but no one moved right away. Lovegood stood in stillness, her eyes locked on the fallen beast, saying nothing. Grenouille dropped to the ground, exhaustion weighing too heavy to keep him on his feet. Sinclair stood clutching her staff, her wide eyes fixed on the corpse, her breath shaky, caught somewhere between relief and disbelief. Dolores stared ahead, mouth slightly open in shock. Beside her, Hohenheim watched quietly, a faint, incredulous smile tugging at his lips. He still couldn't believe it. They had actually brought down an S-class monster. One of the triplets dropped to his knees, gasping for air, while another hunched over, hands pressed to his thighs as he fought to steady his breathing. The third stood upright, his gaze fixed on Madame's corpse, a heavy, grave look on his face. Jurassico stood at the front, eyes locked on the lifeless monster. Like Hohenheim, he watched in silence, the same faint disbelief lingering in his expression. Vikir kept his gaze fixed on Madame's corpse until her massive form began to dissolve. With the Calamity's death, the Magic Tower's system reactivated, and Madame's presence flickered before vanishing entirely. The system's restoration triggered the end of the tournament. Without warning, every student was immediately teleported back to the lobby. Vikir stared down at his hands, his expression unreadable, quietly studying them as if sensing something had changed. Sinclair, standing nearby, watched him with wide eyes, too stunned to speak. Soon after, Vikir and the others regrouped with the remaining students and professors, the ordeal finally over. Ahead of them stood Piggy, Sancho, Tutor, and Bianca, all rushing forward with broad, relieved smiles. Vikir and Sinclair's eyes followed their approach. Amid all the chaos they had endured, the fact that no one had died felt nothing short of a miracle. Suddenly, Piggy threw his arms wide and lunged at Vikir, wrapping him in a tight hug. Vikir stood there, frozen, caught completely off guard as Piggy clung to him, trembling and sobbing. His eyes remained wide with shock, his body stiff and uncertain of how to respond to the flood of emotion pressed against him. The University League rankings were updated, listing the 10 heroes responsible for the impossible victory. Hohenheim claimed first place, with Jurassico in second. Lovegood ranked third, followed by Dolores in fourth. The 5th through 7th spots were taken by the Baskerville Triplets. Vikir stood at 8th, Sinclair at 9th, and Grenouille rounded out the list in 10th. The fact that several first years had broken into the top 10 was shocking enough, but what truly stunned the observers was that every single one of them was from Coliseo Academy, the team that had stood against Madame Eightlegs. The investigation results confirmed that Madame Eightlegs was an S-rank entity, and even the monitoring spells placed over the tournament zone had been severed by the system overload. With the strongest participant being only a 4th circle mage and all 10 top students merely low-ranking graduators, the fact that they managed to kill an S-rank monster raised considerable skepticism. However, reports clarified that the floor beneath Madame had collapsed, creating an opening that allowed the students' coordinated attacks to land effectively. In the end, the administration concluded that the spider's emergence had been a system error, and her defeat was ultimately dismissed as a fortunate accident. The old magician, long white-bearded whale, stood atop the stage with his head lowered, eyes fixed on the ground, his expression heavy with sorrow. Before him, the gathered students watched in silence, their faces marked by disappointment and regret. As the master of the Magic Tower and the one responsible for this year's tournament, he slowly raised his head to address them. With a somber gaze, he pledged to see the competition through to its conclusion and announced that once it ended, he would step down from his position. His voice was steady, yet weighed down by guilt, as he offered a formal apology, officially closing the chapter on the incident. Later that day, Tutor grabbed a pitcher of beer and raised his mug high, announcing a toast in honor of Sinclair and Vikir for making it into the top 10. A satisfied smile stretched across his face as he stood, while his teammates, Sancho, Piggy, Sinclair, Bianca, and Vikir, watched him quietly. Nearby, the students from Bootcamp Varangian sat in subdued silence. One of them turned to glance at Tutor, while the other stared down, weighed by his own disappointment. Bianca, seated beside Tutor, crossed her arms and shot him a sidelong glance. With a sheepish tone, she told him it wasn't the right time to celebrate and urged him to sit back down. Feeling the heaviness in the air, Tutor awkwardly agreed and lowered himself into his seat. At that moment, Sancho lifted his head and quietly scanned the room. Despite everyone having escaped the forest safely, the atmosphere remained heavy. The encounter with an S-ranked monster had left its mark, a lingering trauma none of them could easily shake. Sancho then closed his eyes and let a small smile tug at his lips. He raised his mug toward Vikir and Sinclair, his voice steady with appreciation. He admitted that Tutor was right. They owed gratitude to those who stood their ground and fought when it mattered most. One by one, the others followed his lead, raising their mugs in quiet congratulations to Vikir and Sinclair. Bianca still found it hard to believe that their first years had managed to rank 8th and 9th. But before she could say more, their quiet celebration was interrupted. A student from the Magic Tower approached Sinclair and gave her a light tap on the back. Startled, Sinclair turned her head, slightly flustered, and found herself looking up at a pair of unfamiliar faces. One of the boys awkwardly rubbed the back of his neck, while the other, his hair neatly cropped, glanced between her and Vikir. They asked if she was the white-haired girl named Sinclair and if the boy with glasses was Vikir. When she nodded, they both offered their thanks, saying they remembered how the two of them had helped others in the forest when most people were only trying to save themselves. Sinclair smiled politely and said she was glad to see they'd made it out unharmed. Vikir kept his gaze lowered, quietly listening. One of the students scratched his forehead, then pointed at them, his expression turning earnest as he admitted he was genuinely surprised. He hadn't expected commoners, who probably hadn't even received a proper education, to be the ones saving nobles like them. Sinclair's smile froze, her eyes widening slightly in disbelief, unsure if he was serious or simply stupid. Meanwhile, Vikir didn't even bother to lift his head or acknowledge the comment, as if it wasn't worth his attention. A hand slammed onto the table, Bianca's. She grabbed the student by the collar, her eyes burning with fury, demanding he repeat himself. She wanted to know if he truly believed background mattered when it came to saving a life. The student flinched, his body tensing as panic flickered across his face. He quickly tried to explain, his voice shaky, claiming it was a misunderstanding. All he meant, he said, was that it must have been harder for commoners to achieve what they did. Sancho stepped in, gently pulling Bianca back by the arms and urging her to let it go. Reluctantly, Bianca released the student, who wasted no time fleeing with his companions, not daring to look back. Still seething, Bianca muttered under her breath, insisting to Sancho that people like them didn't even deserve to be saved. No one paid much mind to the student's words, except for Sinclair. She sat quietly, her gaze lowered, a faint sadness shadowing her expression. Vikir watched her in silence, mildly surprised. He hadn't thought a comment about commoners would affect her this much. Usually, she'd brush things off and steer the conversation elsewhere. Breaking the heavy mood, Piggy clapped his hands loudly, drawing everyone's attention. Smiling brightly, he suggested they change the subject. The first tournament was over after all, and the top 10 would soon advance to the second round. Still smiling, Piggy raised 2 fingers and explained that the next phase involved adapting to the apprentice system. From what he'd heard, the top 10 would visit the palace and the Empire's 7 great families, take on a quest, and in return, be awarded an artifact managed by the 4 universities. Bianca joined in, adding that traditionally, participants weren't allowed to choose the family they'd be apprenticed to. This was done to maintain fairness and avoid any perception of bias. She placed a hand on Tutor's shoulder and raised a finger, clarifying her point. For example, she couldn't receive a task from the mystical archer family, and Tutor was barred from accepting one from the azure spearman family. Tutor crossed his arms and nodded in agreement, silently affirming her explanation. Bianca then turned to Vikir and Sinclair, pointing out that since neither of them was affiliated with any noble family, they had no such restrictions. Vikir listened quietly, but his attention drifted. He noticed Sinclair's hands resting in her lap, clenched tightly into fists. But Bianca wasn't finished. She raised her index finger again, stressing that there was one unspoken rule everyone followed. Never choose the iron-blooded sword family. At the mention of that name, Vikir's body stiffened, his posture tense. Sinclair, however, lifted her head slightly. Unbothered, Bianca went on. She explained that in past years, students who chose the iron-blooded sword family rarely passed their trials. Some, according to rumor, never returned at all. She clasped her hands together and looked at Vikir and Sinclair with an eager smile, asking which house they were going to pick. Then she turned to Vikir first, inviting him to answer. Vikir looked up at her, his face neutral, hiding any reaction. The following day, as the sun dipped below the horizon, the train departed from the magic tower, leaving behind the chaos of the trials and the shadow of Madame Eightlegs. Inside one of the carriages, Vikir sat alone, an envelope in hand. His expression remained unreadable as his eyes scanned the contents. Stamped at the top was the unmistakable emblem of the iron-blooded sword family. The letter detailed a quest marked with the highest difficulty rating, 6 stars. As Vikir read, memories of the previous day surfaced. He recalled the stunned faces of Bianca and the others when he announced his choice. He didn't know the details of what happened within the family itself, but the Baskervilles had a reputation that spoke for them. Bloodthirsty, ruthless, and insane. Bianca had covered her face, her frustration barely contained. Tutor and the rest stood in stunned silence, all of them knowing that no sane person would willingly align themselves with a family of lunatics. Vikir rested his hand on the seat beside him, eyes fixed on the passing scenery beyond the train window. The rhythmic clatter of the wheels filled the quiet, but his mind was anything but still. He didn't yet know that this second assignment would serve as the final gateway to facing Decaravia, the 7th Elite Corps. The parchment had promised that completing the task would earn him Hugo's acknowledgement, but before that, there was something he needed to confirm. Sliding a hand into his pocket, Vikir retrieved another envelope, the letter sent by Hugo himself, the one containing instructions on how to become a Swordmaster. No matter how many times he read it, the contents gnawed at him. His powers being exposed wasn't what bothered him. What unsettled him was why Hugo was helping him at all, especially when Vikir had been fooling him all along. He pressed a hand to his chin, dissecting the letter in his mind. Hugo's thoughts were difficult to read, especially now that he seemed like an entirely different person compared to before Vikir's regression. Vikir turned back to the fading sunset sky. Even so, he was grateful. Without that letter, he would never have reached the level of supremacy. But the question remained. What was Hugo truly after? And to find that answer, Vikir knew he would have to meet him face to face. When Vikir stepped into Hugo's office, his eyes widened, caught between confusion and unease. For a brief moment, he stood frozen, speechless at the scene before him. Hugo, once a man who carried fear like a second skin, sat behind his desk with his fingers neatly interlaced. The trademark scowl that had long defined his face was gone, replaced instead by a warm, almost fatherly smile as he welcomed his son. Vikir felt his mind reel. He couldn't understand what had changed. With a cautious frown, he asked what had happened to him, his tone laced with concern. Hugo casually grasped the end of his ponytail and gestured to the neatly braided knot. He explained that it was Pomeranian who had done it. According to him, yet another prodigy born of the Baskerville family. Vikir's gaze drifted across the room, noticing the subtle but undeniable changes. The once austere office was now scattered with Pomeranian's mats, toys, and playful clutter. Hugo chuckled softly, adding that Pomeranian had been waiting to see Vikir, but she had gotten too sleepy. In the end, Barrymore had carried her off to bed. Hugo's eyes gleamed with quiet joy. Even though Pomeranian was well past the age for such things, as her grandfather, he wanted her to experience the simple joys she had been denied in her early years. Vikir lowered his gaze to the floor, unsure how to respond to the warmth he wasn't accustomed to. Wordlessly, he placed the envelope on the desk, the letter Hugo had sent him by Osiris. Hugo's eyes fell on it at once. The seal had already been broken. Lowering his head, Vikir asked when Hugo had first realized he was hiding his true strength. Hugo closed his eyes, his voice calm as he explained. Once someone reached the supreme level, they could perceive things far beyond ordinary sight. Resting a hand flat on the desk, Hugo added that there were sensations one could pick up on without needing to see them directly. Vikir should understand that better than anyone. Vikir's mind drifted back to his past. He sank deep into his own thoughts, recalling the hatred, the disgust, and the cold thirst for revenge that once consumed him. He wondered whether Hugo had been silently observing all along, quietly watching where that growing power would eventually lead. While Vikir was lost in thought, Hugo's sudden words pulled him back. His eyes widened, caught off guard by the unexpected tone. With a cheerful smile, Hugo admitted that he'd been so distracted he hadn't noticed until now. Vikir's academy uniform suited him well. He asked if life at the academy had been enjoyable. Vikir froze, his mind blank for a moment, unable to process the warmth behind the question. He stayed silent, but slowly, a faint smile crept across his face. Night had fallen, but Vikir felt a quiet happiness settle in his chest. Until now, Hugo had always treated him like a subordinate, the Bloodhound under his command, or as the family patriarch viewing a distant relative. But tonight, for the first time, Hugo looked at him simply as his son, and Vikir couldn't help but cherish that. Beneath the star-strewn night sky, the Baskerville mansion rose proudly, its silhouette bathed in silver moonlight. A few windows still glowed with warm light, casting soft reflections on the polished floors inside. Down one of the quiet, dimly lit corridors, Vikir and Hugo walked side by side. The stillness between them lingered until Hugo glanced at his son, a subtle smile playing on his lips and a glint of satisfaction in his eyes. He broke the silence, saying he had good news to share. Vikir turned toward him, concern flickering across his face as he asked what it was. With calm confidence, Hugo revealed his decision. He had appointed Vikir as a senator. For a moment, Vikir simply stared at his father, unable to respond. The words hung in the air, and all he could do was process them in stunned silence. Vikir kept his gaze on the floor, the glint of his glasses hiding his eyes. Without lifting his head or looking at Hugo, he spoke quietly, questioning whether a senator held the same authority as the Seven Counts. Hugo, still watching his son, confirmed that he was correct. A senator held immense influence within the Baskerville family, just one step below the vice-patriarch and Hugo himself. After a pause, Hugo turned his gaze away, fingers resting on his chin as he fell into thought. If Vikir had truly studied the last century of family records, he would know. This appointment made him the youngest senator in the Baskerville line. Without hesitation, Vikir placed a hand over his heart and bowed deeply, accepting the responsibility with solemn respect. He pledged to fulfill the duties of the title with honor. Hugo said nothing, but a quiet smile formed on his lips, a smile shaped by pride as he watched his son accept the weight of legacy with such composure. Vikir's gaze fell to the floor again, a flicker of sorrow passing over his face. He realized that as a senator, he would wield considerable power. But what stood out most was the freedom to appoint aides at his discretion. Images of Cindy Wendy, Chihuahua, and Mike flashed through his mind, their faces vivid amidst the rising weight of his new role as senator of the council. Shifting the conversation, Vikir turned and commented that he'd heard people had been having a hard time lately because of Pomeranian's frequent tantrums. The lightness in Hugo's expression vanished almost instantly. His hand gave a faint tremble, and he looked away, a shadow darkening his face. He quietly admitted that once again, He had been reminded that raising a child was a difficult, often painful process. But even so, the joy Pomeranian brought to everyone far outweighed the hardship. Vikir glanced at his father, eyebrows tightening in surprise. He hadn't expected such a vulnerable response. Hugo kept his gaze fixed on the floor, emotions flickering beneath the surface, confusion, regret, and something close to guilt. He remembered a night not long ago when he had stepped quietly into Pomeranian's room and asked if she wanted to play with her grandpa. She hadn't even looked up. Her voice was cold, dismissive. She said she needed to finish her book and that he could play by himself. The memory lingered, sharper than he wished to admit. Hugo's eyes grew heavy with a deep, quiet sadness. In a low voice, he admitted that Pomeranian rarely asked him to play anymore. More often than not, she shut herself away in the 10,000 epistle library, reading alone for hours. His hand rose to his braid, fingers grazing the ribbon tied neatly at the end. His gaze softened, touched with faint melancholy. He confessed that Pomeranian had braided his hair like this some time ago, and he hadn't undone it since. He'd kept it that way, secretly hoping it might catch her attention again. Hugo went on to say that if he hadn't told her Vikir would be visiting, she likely wouldn't have left her room at all. Vikir's eyes widened slightly, confusion flickering across his face. The situation was clearly more serious than he'd realized, even if his expression remained calm. It became clear that Hugo was genuinely worried about Pomeranian's growing distance. Letting out a long, theatrical sigh, Hugo pressed his fingers to the bridge of his nose, then extended his hand in a helpless gesture, asking if she might be going through puberty. Vikir, still processing everything, was left speechless, thrown off not just by the question, but by the rawness in Hugo's reaction. Vikir and Hugo stood just outside Pomeranian's door when sudden screams burst from within. Both men snapped to attention, instincts flaring. Hugo, heart lurching with panic, rushed forward and flung the door open, shouting as he entered, demanding to know what was wrong. Vikir stayed close behind, his body tense, senses sharpened. Something felt off. But inside the room, there was no danger. Pomeranian sat comfortably on the floor, completely unharmed, a bright smile on her face as she held a book triumphantly above her head. She had finally found what she'd been searching for. All around her, books lay scattered in piles, some already read, others still waiting. For a moment, both Hugo and Vikir stood frozen, caught between relief and disbelief. As the door creaked open, Pomeranian turned around with a curious glance, completely unaware of the panic she had just caused. Relief washed over Hugo's face. With a soft smile, he told her that her grandfather had arrived and gently asked what had gotten her so excited. Behind him, Vikir's expression also relaxed, a quiet smile forming as the tension melted away. Hugo crouched down, arms open, ready to embrace her, but before he could, Pomeranian darted past him and ran straight to Vikir. She wrapped her arms tightly around his leg, clinging to him as she asked why he had taken so long and whispered that she had missed him. Vikir gently stroked her head, the corners of his mouth lifting in a soft, almost apologetic smile. He admitted he had arrived later than he should have and asked if she had been waiting for him. Without hesitation, Pomeranian nodded and said she had waited for him every single day. Hugo's gaze dropped, a shadow passing through his eyes as the realization settled in. His granddaughter no longer looked to him the way she once did. Pomeranian, unaware of the turmoil in Hugo's heart, looked up at Vikir with wide, glowing eyes and told him she had finally found what she'd been searching for. Intrigued, Vikir leaned in slightly and asked what it was she had discovered. In response, Pomeranian opened her book and pointed to an illustration of a gnarled, ancient tree. She told him simply, she wanted this. It was the tree of departed souls. According to legend, Grandam Tsersi Morg had planted it in the White Salt Desert, a place hidden deep within the forested region of the Le Rouge et Le Noir Mountains. The tree was no ordinary life form. It was a mana tree that took root within the mind of a mage and grew by feeding on the karma of departed souls. Its seed could only sprout in the aftermath of mass death. Those who dared to consume the fruit of the tree of departed souls would inherit the power of the spirits that had nourished it. Vikir studied the illustration, disbelief slowly taking hold. The tree of departed souls. He had only ever heard of it as a legend, a phantom of the mind realm that existed in old myths and forgotten tales. That Pomeranian had unearthed this, after sifting through countless books and fragments of lore, was remarkable in itself. He couldn't help but wonder if this was more than simple fascination with an artifact. She had always shown a prodigious talent for black magic. Deep down, Vikir understood this wasn't a passing obsession. Something in her was drawn to the tree, as if by fate. His eyes drifted back to her. Pomeranian still held the book up for him to see, staring at him with wide, hopeful eyes that all but pleaded for his help to find it. Before Vikir could fully absorb what he'd just seen, Hugo stood up, abruptly pulling his attention away. Both Vikir and Pomeranian turned to him, caught off guard. Pomeranian tilted her head slightly, only now realizing her grandfather had been there the entire time. Hugo's eyes burned with a fierce, controlled intensity, a quiet storm simmering beneath his composed exterior. He locked eyes with Vikir and declared without hesitation that he didn't care what the tree was. If Pomeranian wanted it, then it had to be brought to her, no matter the cost. That was Vikir's task. Vikir's expression darkened into a frown. The command struck him as absurd, even reckless, but he said nothing. Orders were orders. The iron-blooded sword family had spoken. The mission was now official. Retrieve the tree of departed souls. Difficulty level, 6 stars, near impossible. A few days later, Vikir arrived at the forest of Le Rouge et Le Noir mountain, near the western front at Hill 207. He moved quietly through the thick underbrush, alert and cautious. According to the book, the tree of departed souls could only grow in very specific conditions, most notably the white sand desert hidden somewhere within this vast forest. But Vikir couldn't shake his doubts. Before his regression, information about the tree had been scarce at best. It was dismissed by most as a mythical relic, supposedly planted by some nameless figure lost to legend. He glanced down at his hand, the faint outline of Beelzebub's sword embedded beneath his skin, catching his eye. By that same logic, the sword should have been nothing more than myth too, and yet, it existed. So perhaps the tree did as well. Turning his attention elsewhere, Vikir shifted his focus to the small creature tucked inside his hood, baby Madam. He angled his head slightly and asked how long she planned on staying mad at him. The little spider gave him a sideways glare and let out a disgruntled grunt. Vikir sighed and reminded her that her reckless behavior during the last exam had put others at serious risk. To prevent anything similar during the upcoming survival competition, he'd had no choice but to seal her inside the ring's barrier. He looked away, scratching his cheek, eyes thoughtful. His recent fight with Madame Eight Legs had stirred more than just chaos. He knew the blame didn't lie entirely with baby Madam, and, reluctantly, he had to admit that much of the trouble had started with him. After more than an hour of weaving through dense forest, Vikir finally stepped out into the open. He stood at the edge of a cliff, the wind brushing against his cloak as he gazed out over the vast expanse before him. Stretching far into the horizon was the Malatar Desert. The land below was a graveyard of desiccated remains, animal corpses brittle and shriveled, half buried in a crust of white, powdery sand. The air was still, dry, and eerily silent. Vikir descended the cliffside and crouched near the edge of the sand flats. Reaching down, he touched the sand and immediately recoiled. His hand began to shrivel, blood retreating from his fingertips as the skin wrinkled and tightened. Eyes narrowing, he pulled back and studied his hand in alarm. The desert wasn't just dry, it was actively draining the moisture from his body. Staring out across the wasteland, Vikir recalled the ancient tale. The Malatar Desert had been born from the dried tears of an evil god. The land itself was cursed, its soil leaching the life from anything it touched. The relentless drought and the soul-sapping earth had claimed countless lives, leaving behind nothing but sun-bleached mummies scattered across the sands. Vikir's gaze dropped once more to his withered hand, the skin slowly beginning to recover. Now it made sense. Why no one had ever returned with proof of the tree, even though rumors of its existence persisted. Normal humans and monsters wouldn't stand a chance here. The moment they stepped into this cursed desert, they'd wither and die, their bodies drained dry by the very earth beneath them. With a quiet breath, Vikir pulled up his hood and slipped on his goggles. His eyes gleamed with calm determination behind the tinted lenses. There was a difference between him and the others. With the blessing of the river Styx coursing through his veins and the regenerative powers of the swamp marsh salamander, he wouldn't crumble like the rest. He was going to find that tree. 2 hours later, Vikir was still trudging through the relentless desert storm. With every step forward, the flesh on his legs shriveled and cracked, yet by the time he lifted his foot again, his regeneration had already begun to heal the damage. It was a brutal rhythm of destruction and recovery, one step at a time. The sandstorm around him thickened, the air turning into a churning wall of grit. Doubt crept into his mind. He had been reckless, trusting the vague mention in a book. If this went on much longer, even with his abilities, making it out of the desert alive would become unlikely. Then, a thunderous roar shattered the dead silence. Vikir spun around, then froze. A colossal sand tornado was tearing across the horizon, its spiraling column of fury charging straight toward him. His heart jolted. He hadn't even sensed it until now. "Damn it," he muttered, pivoting and bolting in the opposite direction. But it was too fast, far faster than he expected. The howling vortex was closing in. Realizing he couldn't outrun it, Vikir's eyes narrowed. He ducked deeper into his cloak and whispered to the small spider nestled against his neck. His voice was low, steady. "Stay hidden. Don't come out unless I call you." The storm was almost upon them, and it was only the beginning. Trembling with fear, the small spider burrowed deeper into the folds of Vikir's cloak, seeking refuge in the warmth of his chest. Sensing her panic, Vikir knew, if he didn't act now, there'd be nothing left of him but dust scattered across the wasteland. He drew his sword, the metal gleaming faintly beneath the storm-darkened sky. Mana surged into the blade as he steadied his breath, centering himself. Then, with a burst of focus, Vikir unleashed the seventh technique of the Baskervilles. The blade sliced through the air, sending a devastating arc of energy roaring toward the oncoming sandstorm. The clash was immediate, like thunder cracking through stone. The force of the technique collided with the tornado's core, shaking the ground beneath him. Vikir stood firm, though the savage wind clawed at his body, sharp grains slicing his face and arms. He gritted his teeth, refusing to yield. From the safety of his cloak, the little spider cautiously peeked out. Her many eyes shimmered with fear and something deeper, sorrow. She didn't know if he would make it through this, but she knew he was fighting with everything he had. But the technique worked. The raging storm began to unravel, its force weakening, the spiraling sands thinning out until they finally scattered into stillness. The desert fell eerily quiet. Vikir exhaled, only now realizing how tightly his jaw was clenched. The lenses of his protective goggles cracked under the pressure and dropped uselessly to the ground. He stood there, chest heaving, the taste of grit on his tongue and frustration simmering in his gut. So this was the kind of trial he had to face just to reach the Tree of Departed Souls. He cursed silently. What the hell am I supposed to do next? A small, familiar wriggle against his ribs pulled him from his spiraling thoughts. Vikir looked down and found little Madam still nestled inside his cloak, alive and trembling. Relief softened the tension in his face. He let out a breath and gave a faint, reassuring smile. "It's over," he whispered to her. "You can come out now. You're safe." He gently asked why she had been so frightened, though deep down he already knew. But before she could respond, something shifted in the haze beyond them. A movement, a presence. Vikir's eyes sharpened. Just beyond the curtain of settling sand, a hulking figure began to emerge, its form monstrous, its silhouette warped by heat and dust. Then he saw them, rows of jagged, uneven teeth glinting in the weak light. Vikir froze, his breath caught. What in the world was that? The little spider shrank back into his cloak, her trembling intensifying. And then Vikir understood. He wasn't just looking at a creature. He was standing in the shadow of a massive, open jaw. A beast's mouth, wide, ancient, and lined with fangs the size of tombstones. The skull belonged to a dragon so immense. Vikir stared in stunned silence, entirely unprepared for the monstrous truth looming before him. Vikir stood still within the gaping jaws of the dragon's mouth, the world around him warped by the sheer scale of the remains. From above, the dragon's body was a gruesome display, sliced into massive chunks, its neck and spine severed and laid out in a deliberate circular formation. At the center of that ring, jagged obsidian-like spikes jutted violently from the earth, as if the ground itself had been impaled. He could only stare in silence, awe and dread curling in his chest. The interior of the beast's mouth loomed above him like a cathedral of bone. The shape, the size. This wasn't just any dragon. It was a basilisk, an S-rank catastrophe known in ancient texts as the Sand River Dragon, a monstrous fusion of dragon and demon. Its very breath could kill flocks of birds in flight. Wherever its scales touched the earth, life vanished. Entire regions turned into wastelands. That was why this land hadn't seen grass or bloom in over 500 years. The creature wasn't just a threat. Its mere existence was a calamity. No sword could pierce it. No spell could bind it. It wasn't something you fought. It was something the world tried to forget. Baby Madam peeked out from Vikir's cloak, her tiny body trembling as tears welled up in her eyes at the sight of the fallen basilisk. Perched on his shoulder, she clung to the fabric with shaky legs, clearly distressed. Vikir noticed her reaction and gently raised a hand, giving her a soft, reassuring pat. "The dragon's already dead," he murmured, his voice calm despite the weight of the moment. "There's nothing to fear." But deep down, unease lingered. Before his regression, this creature had been one of the 3 great disasters of the outer world, long before the fall. The basilisk was infamous not only for its destructive power, but for its ability to vanish completely without leaving a trace. Unless it revealed itself, no one even knew it existed. Vikir had always believed it was still out there, hiding. Stepping out from between the jaws of the basilisk, Vikir made his way toward the massive chunks of the creature's body scattered across the sand. As he walked, a sense of disbelief gnawed at him. This dragon hadn't just died, it had been utterly destroyed. The basilisk was known to possess regenerative abilities, far superior to even the swamp marsh salamander. For something this powerful, something that bordered on immortality, to be reduced to scattered remains, it could only mean one thing. There was a being capable of slaying an S-rank monster with near limitless healing. That realization alone sent a chill through him. The landscape itself only deepened his unease. The sheer atmosphere of the place was unsettling, twisted, wrong. The level of space-time distortion here was more intense than even the Magic Tower or Andromalius's famed barrier. Rising from the heart of the white sand desert loomed a black tower, alien and unnatural against the pale backdrop. Vikir's instincts screamed one thing. The Tree of Departed Souls was inside. Vikir pushed open the heavy doors at the base of the jagged spikes. The moment they creaked apart, a rush of wind burst forth, sweeping over him like a breath from another world. From within his cloak, Baby Madam peeked out, her many eyes widening in silent surprise. Without warning, a spiral of purple mana coiled around Vikir's body. Invisible to the average person, the swirling energy pulsed and twisted through the air like a living thing. As he stepped further inside, the mana grew so dense it stung his skin. He raised his arm to shield his face, bracing against the force. Behind him, baby Madam clung tightly to his cloak, her tiny limbs digging in to avoid being torn away. When the surge finally ebbed, Vikir let out a low chuckle. He recognized it. This was negative dimensional aura. Distorted, chaotic, and rare. It was confirmation that he was exactly where he needed to be. Baby Madam huffed as the wind died down, loosening her grip with visible relief. As Vikir stepped into the tower, his eyes were immediately drawn to the massive swords embedded in the ground. Some half-buried, others tilted at odd angles like relics from forgotten battles. The further he walked, the dimmer the chamber became, shadows thickening until only the faint outlines of twisted roots were visible. They sprawled across the room like veins, stretching from the walls to the ceiling, all converging toward a single point. At the heart of it all stood the base of a gnarled, ancient tree. Coiled around its central roots was a throne carved from rough clay, worn by time. Upon it sat a knight, motionless, draped in remnants of armor that had long since begun to crumble. His grainy, stone-like hands rested atop the hilt of a sword, the blade driven deep into the earth beneath him. The Tree of Departed Souls, according to legend, it was planted by the Grand Mage Zerg in the heart of the White Desert, hidden deep within the forests surrounding Le Rouge et Le Noir mountain. A mana tree unlike any other, it doesn't root in soil, but in the mind of a mage. It grows by devouring the karma of souls, and its seed only germinates through mass death. The fruit it bears holds the condensed power of the souls it's consumed. Whoever eats it inherits their strength. As Vikir ventured deeper into the chamber, an eerie familiarity crept over him. The place reminded him of the Cradle of Swords. He studied the blades scattered throughout the area, each one angled upward, their tips piercing the air rather than the earth. That detail stood out. If there was a connection here, he was sure of it. These weren't random placements. A thought flickered through his mind like a warning bell. Was this place tied to the Baskerville bloodline? As Vikir approached the stone throne, he came to a stop, his gaze fixed on the silent knight seated upon it. He studied the figure closely, wondering if this was the master of the tower. Yet no mana, no breath, no trace of life radiated from the knight. It was as if the man had long since passed on, leaving behind nothing but an empty shell in rusted armor. Still, there was something unsettling in his stillness, an echo of dignity that refused to fade. A torn red cape hung from his shoulders, frayed and dust-covered, yet stubbornly clinging to the battered plates that protected his form. Vikir's eyes narrowed. If this man had been the one to slay the basilisk, then he must have been someone of incredible power. A figure lost to time, unknown, unburied, yet unforgettable. Vikir ignored the knight and moved to the side of the throne. He crouched, stretching out his hand. His priority was retrieving the Tree of Departed Souls. He could question Hugo about the tower later. As his fingertips brushed the tree's root, a soft click echoed behind the throne. 2 candles flickered to life, their crimson flames slicing through the darkness. Vikir froze. One by one, more candles ignited, until the entire chamber was bathed in a deep red glow. Baby Madam, perched on his shoulder, began to screech in panic. The entrance door slammed shut with a heavy thud, sealing them in. The red light cast eerie shadows across the knight's form. Then, the knight's fingers twitched. The hand once wrapped around the sword's hilt slipped free. A groan of metal followed as the knight placed a gauntleted hand on the throne's armrest and slowly pushed himself upright. A smirk tugged at Vikir's lips, followed by a soft chuckle. Of course it wouldn't be that easy. Nothing ever was. Beside him, baby Madam stared wide-eyed, dread swelling in her gaze as the armored knight rose to his full height, a towering figure that cast a long shadow over Vikir. Sword in hand, the knight loomed like a giant. Vikir instinctively stepped back, tension coiling in his muscles. Without warning, the knight raised his blade and swung it down in a sweeping arc. The air howled as wind and debris surged with the force of the strike. Vikir moved in the nick of time, leaping backward just as the massive sword crashed into the ground where he'd stood. Stone split, and dust exploded outward, a tremor shaking the floor beneath them. The knight wasted no time, launching into a relentless assault. A wide horizontal slash tore through the air, the sheer force of it kicking up a violent gust. Vikir twisted his body, narrowly avoiding the strike, then ducked low as a follow-up blow came crashing down. The third attack sliced through the space just inches above him, close enough to feel the wind burn across his skin. With fluid, acrobatic grace, he dodged each blow, his movements precise and controlled. But as he maneuvered around yet another swing, something became clear. The knight's attacks were predictable, repetitive even. There was no strategy, no sense of awareness behind them, just raw, aimless power. Vikir landed lightly on his feet and exhaled through his nose, a flicker of disappointment crossing his expression. These strikes weren't the refined techniques of a seasoned warrior. They were just empty swings, aggressive but lacking intent. Vikir reached behind him with both hands, pulling free the Anubis bow. His jaw tightened, teeth clenched in quiet frustration. He had expected more from a knight tasked with guarding such a significant place, something formidable, legendary. Instead, what stood before him was a husk barely worthy of the title. Disappointment simmered in his chest as he cloaked himself in a layer of protective crimson mana. Raising the bow, he drew the string taut, his fingers steady, eyes locked on his target. He murmured to himself, curious how a knight devoid of mana or life could even fight. But now wasn't the time for questions. Answers could come after. He released. The mana-infused arrow burst forward, spinning as arcs of crackling crimson lightning danced along its shaft. It soared through the air with deadly precision, aimed directly at the knight's chest. The armored figure didn't flinch. He stood unmoving, as if resigned to the blow. But just as the arrow closed in, the knight lifted his head, and through the shadowed slit of his visor, a single eye blazed to life. Crimson, just like Vikir's. The knight, who mere moments ago had displayed no trace of mana, suddenly leapt into the air, invoking the Baskerville first technique. In a blur, he twisted mid-air, and the arrow Vikir had loosed passed clean through him, leaving not so much as a scratch. It struck the ground behind him with a thunderous bang, scattering sparks and crimson arcs across the chamber like exploding fireworks. Vikir froze, his eyes wide with disbelief. His crimson gaze flickered with shock as he muttered under his breath. That was the Baskerville first technique. The realization hit hard, but there was no time to process it. The knight landed with crushing force, then launched himself forward. His grip tightened around the hilt of his greatsword, both hands locked in place, and his speed surged with every stride. Vikir's brow twitched in silent frustration. Of course, the knight had been concealing his power all along. He gave a quick glance to baby Madam and told her to hide, his voice low but firm. As she scurried away, he slipped the bow back into its slot. No more holding back. This wasn't a fight he could afford to take lightly. Vikir clenched his fist, summoning the Beelzebub sword. Dark energy surged as the weapon began to manifest from the back of his hand, elongating into a jagged blade pulsing with hunger. The closer the sound of clashing metal grew, the tighter his grip became, channeling a torrent of mana into the blade. The sword drank deeply from his reserves, greedily feeding off his energy. The instant the knight's sword came crashing down, Vikir moved. He twisted to the side and countered with a vicious slash of the Beelzebub sword. Sparks erupted as steel met steel. But the knight wasn't finished. He flowed through the Baskerville 7th technique and seamlessly followed it with the 8th. Both techniques landed cleanly. In that moment, the two stood with their backs to each other. Vikir staggered, blood pouring from a deep gash along his left side. His cloak was shredded, fluttering in pieces around him, and his eyes, once glowing crimson, faded into a pale white as pain surged through his body. Behind him, the knight remained still, his visor beginning to crack. Thin fractures webbed across the metal before it gave way. Shards clattered to the floor one by one until the entire mask crumbled with a final echoing thud, revealing more of the face beneath. The knight slowly lifted his head, revealing the lower half of his face wrapped tightly in worn, time-stained bandages. He inhaled, a slow, deliberate breath that carried the weight of someone untouched by urgency, as if the passage of time held no meaning for him. Vikir, now panting heavily, wiped the sweat gathering along his jaw and brow. His crimson gaze locked onto the knight as he turned to face him fully once more. His thoughts raced. That footwork, the lurking ambush, and before that, the 8th technique. No doubt about it. Those were techniques of the Baskerville clan. But how? Who the hell are you? Though much of the knight's face remained shrouded in shadow, the visible bandages confirmed his features were almost completely obscured, like a corpse wrapped for burial. From beneath the darkness, one hollow, glowing crimson eye peered back, bearing the unmistakable light of the Baskerville bloodline. Then came his voice, low and cold, with a finality that seemed to silence the world around them. I am Canacorso le Baskerville, Undertaker of the Grave of Swords. The Baskerville sword techniques were nothing like simple cuts or thrusts. They tore through flesh and shattered bone, leaving wounds so grotesque that other clans feared the Baskervilles for the sheer strangeness of the injuries they inflicted. The knight's last strike had nearly taken Vikir's entire shoulder, the gash running deep enough to slice through his clavicle and down to the sternal portion. Only his regenerative abilities spared him from losing the arm entirely, the torn muscle and intercostal tissue already knitting themselves together. Dropping to one knee, Vikir steadied his shoulder, his gaze locking unflinchingly on Canacorso. The 8th technique was only a step beyond the 7th, yet Vikir found himself unsettled. The regeneration he had gained from the basilisk outside the tower felt agonizingly slow. His thoughts shifted, methodically taking stock of his arsenal, the Beelzebub glutton of flies and canine tooth. The first was the deadly poison of Madame Eightlegs, an S-tier ability. The second, immortality from the basilisk, also ranked S-tier. The last, silent heal from Mushusu, was an A+ tier ability. Even with all of these, he realized, time was not a luxury he could afford in this fight. Smoke curled from Vikir's gaping wound as he fixed his glare on the formidable knight before him. Canacorso stood motionless, the battlefield steeped in an eerie silence, broken only by the whisper of wind that stirred his long, wavy hair and tugged at his cape. Memories from another time flooded Vikir's mind. One family, one nation. In the age of chaos, when a single house ruled as if it were a kingdom, there had been 7 counts, each a pillar of power. Among them, the strongest was the man who once led the Baskerville family at the height of its glory. But that same man had turned his back on the world in pursuit of greater power. His name was Canacorso le Baskerville. Vikir forced himself upright, panting heavily, as the pool of blood at his feet began to crust and dry. His voice was raw with strain as he demanded to know if the knight before him was truly Canacorso le Baskerville. The wind picked up, tearing at the battlefield as more of the knight's armor shifted, revealing bandages wound tight beneath the steel. In a voice as cold as the steel he wore, Canacorso gave a sharp, unwavering confirmation. Tilting his head slightly, he asked through his bandaged mouth who Vikir was. Vikir clenched his teeth in frustration, his wound still knitting itself back together, and muttered his name. Vikir van Baskerville. The old knight leaned forward, a glimmer of intrigue in his stance, repeating the name with emphasis on the middle word. Van, not Le. The distinction stirred questions in Canacorso's mind as he studied the young man before him. It was astounding. Vikir had reached the highest domain before even maturing. Not only that, but he carried the demon sword Beelzebub, a weapon long believed lost since Canacorso's time. His sharp gaze flicked to the wound he had inflicted, watching in disbelief as it regenerated even after being struck by the 8th technique. What an absurd fellow you are, he remarked. Vikir's expression hardened into a scowl as he shot back that the only absurd one here was the knight himself. Having lived 2 lives, Vikir never imagined he would face someone who truly mastered the Baskerville 8 technique. At first, he couldn't sense the knight's presence, nor could he detect any sign of life force. But the moment Canacorso revealed himself, the aura he radiated felt as if it could tear Vikir's skin apart. Recalling the last strike from the knight, Vikir was certain of one thing. He had no chance of winning this battle, at least not yet. Taking a slow, steady breath, Vikir asked if this was the same knight who had created the lurking ambush technique, and sought to understand the old knight's true power level. Gripping his sword's hilt tightly with both hands, Canacorso decided to unveil his full strength. He focused his energy and drove his blade into the ground with such force that the earth shattered beneath him. The air around them stilled as he began to unwrap the bandages covering his face. His head bowed slightly. Canacorso spoke in a low voice, describing how he had mastered the 7th technique by embracing a tangled storm of emotions: joy, anger, sorrow, and pleasure, all intertwined in a complex dance. This was the secret behind his power. As the tight bandages loosened and slipped away from his face, revealing scarred skin beneath, the old knight continued his tale. He explained that during his battle with the basilisk, he had been on the brink of death, and it was only his intense will to survive that allowed him to acquire the 8 technique, right before he died. His words grew muffled in Vikir's ears as disbelief and dread widened his eyes. The bandages fell to the ground near the sword he had plunged into the earth. Canacorso's face was half charred to the bone, the skull exposed. One eye socket was hollow, while the other burned with a crimson glow. He went on to say that after mastering the 9th technique, he became a Death Knight, the embodiment of death itself. The Baskerville library contained scant information about Death Knights. Their risk rating and origin were unknown. According to Vikir's knowledge, a Death Knight was once a noble warrior whose power and mind were consumed by the abyss. After crossing death's threshold, they were condemned to an eternal descent, their bodies slowly crumbling under the dimension's mana until their souls vanished completely. Vikir's throat tightened, and he swallowed hard, terror flooding through him as his face drained of color. The 9th technique. Was that truly the highest mastery a sword wielder could reach? His eyes remained fixed on Canacorso, who stood silently, his gaze unflinching and locked onto Vikir, someone who had stared death in the face to attain such a level. Canacorso lowered his eyes and spoke again, revealing that he was not the creator of the lurking ambush. The reason? He had never obtained the 10th technique. His eyes drifted to his hand as he recalled a passage from an ancient tome. To claim the 10th technique, one must die once and return to life. Though he had died, he failed to revive himself. Because of this failure, his body transformed into that of a Death Knight, binding him to the tower forever. Sweat beaded and trickled down Vikir's face as he absorbed the old knight's tale. With a slow, steady voice, he asked how someone like him could become trapped. "Where is this place? Who imprisoned you here?" "You know nothing, boy," Canacorso snarled, raising his sword, the tip aimed sharply at Vikir. There was no way to find out, because no one knew of this place. Canacorso lowered his head and told Vikir that this place was the Grave of Swords, where the life and death of the first Baskerville patriarch were forever intertwined. The first patriarch had been born in a place called the Cradle of Swords, and here was where he had met his end. This was the inevitable place where those who seek the ultimate truth of the sword would find themselves. Vikir clenched his teeth as he listened to the old knight continue. The grave where a true Baskerville meets their demise, Vikir's presence here was proof that fate had drawn him to this place. A scowl formed on Vikir's face as he questioned what fate had to do with any of this. Canacorso then answered Vikir's earlier question about who had imprisoned him. It was the tower itself. The tower restrained him, preventing any escape. Entrusted with the role of undertaker for the Grave of Swords, Canacorso greeted true Baskervilles who came here. Over time, he had realized that a true Baskerville, one marked by fate, would come to find him. Only such a person could release Canacorso from this endless timeline, despite the fact that Vikir could not kill him. Vikir's mind swirled with questions. his gaze sharpening as he struggled to grasp the weight of Canacorso's words. His wounds nearly healed, he finally asked whether the fated person Canacorso spoke of was none other than himself. Resting his hands upon the pommel of his sword, Canacorso met Vikir's eyes with unwavering conviction. He believed Vikir could master the Baskerville 10th technique, but to do so, Vikir would have to taste death in their battle. With deliberate slowness, Canacorso drew his sword from the ground, its blade shimmering with a cold, merciless light. Until their duel reached its end, Vikir would not be permitted to take a single step away from this place. To Canacorso, this was destiny. He would kill Vikir, and Vikir would kill him, for only through such an exchange could the 10th technique be claimed. His expression shadowed, voice turning as cold as steel, Canacorso declared that this was the only way Vikir could free him, because this was the destiny the tower itself had chosen. Vikir reignited the Beelzebub sword, dark crimson wisps seeping from its edges like smoke from a dying fire. Bringing the blade close to his face, he cloaked himself in a shroud of red mana. His eyes locked with Canacorso's, and in a low, commanding tone, he declared that fate was dull. Only his own choices were worth trusting. A surge of power exploded from Vikir's body as he shifted into an aggressive stance, fully resolved to kill Canacorso and escape this place. Canacorso said nothing, his posture firm and his sword ready. In the next heartbeat, Vikir vanished, closing the distance in a blur that left only a gust of wind in his wake. Yet Canacorso did not move. Vikir reappeared mere inches away, blade raised for the kill. The Death Knight's gaze stayed locked on him, unwavering even in the face of the incoming strike. With a flicker of fury, Canacorso prepared his counter, his thoughts seething. Was Vikir truly mocking the very essence of fate? Before Vikir's blade could descend, Canacorso struck with startling speed, driving the palm of his hand into Vikir's jaw. The impact snapped Vikir's head back, but he didn't fall. Gritting his teeth, his vision blazing with rage, he could barely fathom that the Death Knight had deflected him without even drawing his weapon, using only his bare hands. Canacorso moved without hesitation, his sword flashing free in one smooth motion. He swung in a fierce, cutting arc, the strike carrying not just force, but a question. Could Vikir truly defy his fate? Vikir reacted in time, bringing his weapon up to block, but the impact was brutal. The collision sent him hurtling backward, his boots carving deep grooves in the ground as he struggled to stay upright. The sting of the blow burned through his arms, and a frustrated thought bit into his mind. Shit, so much for ambushes. Canacorso pressed forward, unyielding, his steps measured yet relentless. Vikir's eyes widened at the sheer pace of the advance. As the Death Knight closed in, he rebuked him coldly for daring to catch his breath in a battle where a single lapse meant death. The next strike came with surgical precision, cutting through the air like a killing whisper. Vikir's instincts flared, and his blade rose in time to meet it. Steel clashed, ringing sharply in the still air. Every blow from Canacorso carried a terrifying weight, speed, strength, and flawless skill all woven together. With each exchange, Vikir felt the gulf between them more keenly, every strike a reminder of the Death Knight's overwhelming mastery. Instead of breaking him, the clash only hardened Vikir's resolve. His jaw clenched, his focus narrowing to a single point. He had to push through the crushing pressure, relying on the techniques he trusted most, both before and after his regression. Determination burned in his eyes as he readied the fourth Baskerville technique. Across from him, Canacorso caught, for the briefest flicker of a moment, a glimpse of Vikir's true potential. This was fate in its purest form, a level of mastery and depth no one his age should possess. Yet from the instant Vikir had stepped into the tower, Canacorso had known. This was the chosen one. The Death Knight's grip tightened on his sword, his stance sinking lower as power coiled along the steel like a drawn bowstring. He would meet Vikir's challenge with the fifth Baskerville technique. The air between them crackled, their killing intent rising like a storm about to break. Canacorso's slash came down with devastating force. a blow that left no room for escape. The power behind it dwarfed Vikir's own. The strike crashed through his defense, pain lancing through his body and wrenching a cry from his lips. Still, he did not yield. Teeth gritted, eyes gleaming with defiance, Vikir surged forward. Every drop of mana he possessed poured into his blade as he prepared to unleash the 6th Baskerville technique. Canacorso stood unmoving, unshaken, and advanced to meet Vikir head-on. He made no move to evade. Instead, he chose to counter, channeling the 7th Baskerville technique. The clash was brutal. Before Vikir's blade could find its mark, Canacorso's sword thrust forward like a spear of condensed mana, piercing straight through Vikir's chest. The impact sent him hurtling across the battlefield until his body slammed against the sword statue with a bone-jarring crash. Blood poured from the deep wound, his coughs wet and ragged. None of his strikes had landed. Every attack had been dodged, every exchange tilted in Canacorso's favor. Raising his blade, Canacorso gathered a mana so fierce it bled into the air as red and black lightning crackled along the steel. He was a monster unlike any Vikir had ever faced. Locking eyes with him, Canacorso's gaze was a silent challenge. Take this blow if you dare. Vikir didn't waver. Wrath burned in his eyes as he launched forward, summoning the 7th Baskerville technique. But Canacorso was already 2 steps ahead. He drew upon the 9th Baskerville technique, driving his sword into the ground. Dark mana erupted from the impact, spilling outward like a living shadow, swallowing the battlefield. The slash moved with crushing inevitability, slow but impossible to avoid. Vikir's eyes widened in shock. There was no room to escape. The blow struck. Agony unlike anything he had ever known tore through him, his vision dimming as the color drained from his face. Canacorso's mana wormed its way through every vein, every nerve, burning and ripping him apart from the inside. The crimson-stained sky broke, sunlight streaming across the field as Vikir collapsed to his knees. His body was torn with deep gashes, his strength utterly spent. His eyes rolled white, his mouth hung open in silent pain, and then, slowly, his body slumped forward, hitting the ground with a heavy thud. The aftermath of Canacorso's 9th technique left a deep crater where they had stood. Canacorso watched in silence, disappointment shadowing his features. Blood pooled around Vikir, soaking into the dirt. His shoulder and back bore wounds that left him drowning in his own lifeblood. Time blurred. Minutes passed before Vikir's eyes cracked open. He floated in a sea of crimson, weightless and adrift, the battlefield gone. Before him stood a door, unfamiliar, foreboding, its frame glowing as pure white light spilled through the threshold. He had no idea where he was. Vikir's eyes fluttered open, his body adrift upon an endless sea of blood. For a moment, his mind reeled. Just seconds ago, he had been fighting Canacorso. Fragments of memory clawed their way back, the older warrior's blades swinging with terrifying precision, the crushing force behind every strike, and finally, the ninth technique shattering his seventh as he faced it head-on. His hand rose weakly, trembling as he replayed the battle in his mind, dissecting each movement. Then realization struck, and his eyes widened in shock. Where was he? Confusion twisted his features. Fear pressed into his chest. Bracing himself on shaking arms, Vikir pushed upright, blood splashing faintly as the crimson sea shifted beneath him. His breaths came heavy, ragged. Was he dead? His gaze lifted, scanning the void. The horizon stretched in all directions, endless and suffocating, just blood and darkness. But then, piercing through the emptiness, he saw it. A glowing white door stood in the distance, radiating light so stark it seemed out of place in this nightmare. Silence overtook him. His heart pounded. Fear surged. The line of death? The words of Canacorso echoed in his mind. The Death Knight had awakened his eighth technique here, on this very threshold, battling a basilisk with nothing but desperation and the will to survive. Vikir rose to his feet. Each step through the thick red liquid was heavy, yet his resolve carried him forward. As he drew closer to the door, fear gave way to clarity. His jaw tightened, his fist clenched. If this door truly marked death, then the fact he hadn't crossed it meant he wasn't gone yet. He lifted a hand toward the glowing frame. For a moment, hesitation rooted him in place, the weight of the unknown pressing down. Then, lowering his gaze, he stared at his palm, and his eyes widened with relief, warmth, life. He wasn't dead, but this place, this strange realm between death and fate, could it be? His chest tightened as he whispered the thought to himself. The 10th Baskerville technique. Vikir's thoughts spiraled, back to the obsidian tower, the basilisk's rotting corpse, the searing agony of Canacorso's 8th technique tearing through his flesh. He saw again the man's looming figure, hands resting calmly on his sword's pommel, words echoing like a curse through his mind. You can reach the end of the 10th technique, but only by experiencing death itself. Now, standing waist-deep in the endless sea of blood, Vikir lowered his gaze, his fist clenched tightly at his side. The reflection staring back at him in the crimson surface looked hollow, distant, eyes filled with a sorrow he hadn't allowed himself to acknowledge. Was this what Canacorso meant? His past surged forth like a wound torn open, the guillotine's blade flashing down, the suffocating finality of death, and then the impossible, awakening again, reborn as a child. If Canacorso's words were true, then his execution had fulfilled the 9th technique's condition. His regression, his rebirth, was the impossible step into the 10th. Memories of his brutal death and former life crashed into him, suffocating, blinding. His jaw locked as fury roared inside him, his teeth grinding so hard it hurt. He was the only one. The sole being in existence twisted into this fate. Chosen, yes, but also cursed, consumed by a rage that clawed at his very soul. His knees buckled, and he collapsed into the sea, blood splashing outward in violent ripples. His scream ripped through the void, raw and merciless, a curse hurled at the very notion of destiny itself. It all felt like mockery, a cruel joke the universe had played at his expense. The glowing door ahead loomed brighter, its eerie radiance cutting across the endless dark. Vikir's breathing steadied, though his chest still heaved. He stared at it, hollow-eyed, despair and defiance warring within him. Was this it? Was his death, his struggles, his very existence nothing more than a path carved by fate? As he delved deeper, spectral hands erupted from the sea of blood, their ghostly fingers coiling tight around his body. Vikir's fist clenched. Once, in his battle with the Madam, he had sworn never again to live a life bound by another's will. Yet now, as the hands constricted around his throat, he offered no resistance. Hundreds of grasping arms dragged him into the crimson tide, and he remained silent, seething inwardly as he let them pull him under, his form sinking deeper into the abyss. Delusion whispered at the edges of his mind. The further he descended, the more his past unfurled before him. His war with Madame, the savage clash with Dantalion, who twisted Quilt in the Indulgentia Orphanage, Andromalius, who had ensnared his brother Seth le Baskerville, and Seer, who bound his fiancée Camus Morgue. His desperate struggle against the 10 elite corpses surfaced, each memory tearing at him, devouring his strength until he could scarcely hold on. Doubt hollowed his chest. Was any of it real? Had his battles, his risks, his sacrifices, all that he had bled for, meant nothing? And even if he reached the 10th Baskerville technique, the summit he had chased for a lifetime, would it ever be enough? As the spectral hand tightened around his throat and dragged him deeper into the abyss, Vikir's thoughts turned inward. Would mastering the Baskerville 10th technique finally bring him happiness? It was the summit he had pursued all his life, the very peak of his existence. Yet even now, he doubted whether it would be enough. Canecorso's words echoed relentlessly in his mind. He could not leave the tower until he had faced death, and only then would Canecorso be freed. If this was true, if he was trapped here with endless time to grasp that technique, what meaning would it hold? What worth was power gained in a prison without end? Then a vision split the darkness. A battlefield sprawled before him, corpses strewn across scorched earth, swords jutting upright like grave markers. The sky bled crimson as the 10th elite corpse razed the world he had fought to protect. Amidst the ruin, a glimmer broke through. The faces of his father, his family, the Balak tribe, his companions, and Perry, the orphan girl slain by the elite corpses, smiling at him with a haunting warmth. The realization cut deep. If his strength brought only destruction to those he wished to shield, then power alone was meaningless. But if his fate was tied to this power, he would wield it for their sake, never for the tower's. Rage flared in his eyes, his teeth bared as his resolve crystallized. Bubbles tore upward through the crimson sea, and with a roar he shattered the spectral grip that bound him. Vikir burst from the depths, gasping in the open air, defiance blazing in his gaze. This was not his resting place. His place was with them, his family, his tribe, his friends. He would escape. He would survive. The sea of blood convulsed violently, twisting into a roaring crimson tornado that spiraled around him, its ferocity mirroring the storm within his heart. Slowly, the raging tornado of blood began to shift, its spiraling form condensing until it shaped itself into a sword forged from crimson. From within it, a surge of overwhelming mana radiated outward, shaking the abyss. Vikir extended his hand, seizing the hilt. This was a weapon reserved only for those who had walked the edge of death. The moment his grip tightened, the blade blazed with a fierce, otherworldly light. His eyes hardened with resolve, for he knew what he held. The 8th technique, the key to the door of death itself. Determination coursed through him. There was no more hesitation. It was time to leave this prison behind. With a sharp breath, Vikir raised the sword high, conviction burning in his gaze, then drove it into the glowing door before him. The blade turned like a key within the lock of reality, and an eruption of blinding light tore through the darkness. Meanwhile, in the tower above, Vikir's body lay still within the crater carved by the Death Knight's devastating strike. Blood stained the shattered ground, and his flesh bore countless wounds. He looked lifeless, his spirit extinguished. Nearby, Canecorso le Baskerville stood in silence, disappointment etched into his face. With a weary glance, he muttered to himself that Vikir had been extraordinary, perhaps too extraordinary. Awakening to such power might have been more than he could endure. With that, Canecorso turned his back, ready to return to his throne, his judgment already sealed. But then the air shifted. Seconds later, a torrent of mana exploded behind him, so intense it warped the very atmosphere. Canecorso froze, eyes widening in disbelief. Slowly, he turned. Vikir was on his feet, His body radiated an overwhelming godlike energy that flooded the tower. Canacorso's gaze locked onto the aura, and recognition struck him like a blade. It was unmistakable. The 8th technique, the power Vikir had mastered against all odds. While Canacorso's focus wavered, Vikir struck. He lunged forward with lightning speed, his eyes blazing as he vanished and reappeared behind the Death Knight, his arm thrust like a crimson spear aimed at his opponent's heart. Canacorso's eyes widened in disbelief, but before the blow could land, the Death Knight's blade flashed. With a swift draw, he deflected the strike, forcing Vikir to retreat. The clash's impact reverberated through the chamber, driving Canacorso back several meters. He ground his heels against the blood-stained floor, fury twisting his features. The idea of being pushed back by a mere brat, one who had only just touched the 8th technique, was unbearable. His eyes burned with rage as he glared at Vikir, spitting out words that even if he had attained the 8th technique, he was still incomplete, that his fate was already sealed. But Vikir cut him off. His voice, though ragged from exhaustion, carried unshakable conviction. His fate, he declared, was to ascend to the Baskerville 10th technique. Panting, his chest heaving, he lifted his head and added that for now, survival mattered more. There were things waiting for him outside this tower, duties he had to fulfill, and for that, he could not die here. Confusion flickered across Canacorso's face, his eyes narrowing at the mention of things to do. The Death Knight's gaze lingered, studying the raw power radiating from Vikir's battered form. This was no mere survival instinct. Something deeper anchored him to life, an unyielding purpose. Yet to Canacorso, even that was insufficient. His grip on his sword tightened, his voice cold as iron. As long as the tower bound him, escape was impossible. Then came a sound that shattered the moment. Behind Canacorso, the great door of the tower groaned as it creaked open. Both warriors froze, their heads snapping toward it. Light spilled through the widening gap, sunlight, golden and pure, accompanied by a rush of fresh wind. Their eyes widened, shock written across their faces. Silence fell over Canacorso. The door had moved of its own accord. Such a thing should have been impossible, yet here it was, undeniable. Suspicion and disbelief warred in his expression, but no deception lay in the air. Vikir lifted his sword cautiously, wary of a trick, every muscle tense in anticipation of betrayal. But the howling wind carried Canacorso's low voice across the chamber. It was no trick, no ruse. Perhaps, he admitted bitterly, this was the tower's will. Their fight had reached its destined end. Closing his eyes, Canacorso gave his judgment. Vikir was to leave. His fate lay beyond these walls. The grave of swords had spoken. One would walk free, the other remain in chains. Freedom for Vikir, eternal imprisonment for himself. A cruel decree, one that left Canacorso uncertain whether liberation would ever come for him. Vikir's voice shattered the silence, sharp and unwavering, as he asked if Canacorso wanted him to return one day and end him with the Baskerville 10th technique. The Death Knight's eyes widened, disbelief flickering across his face. But Vikir's gaze burned with unyielding resolve as he made his oath. When he mastered the 10th, he would come back. Not to destroy, but to free Canacorso with his own blade. He urged the Death Knight to wait for that day. For a long moment, there was only the howling wind. Then slowly, a smile curved across Canacorso's lips. Fate, he murmured, would continue to flow regardless of what came. Yet in that flow, he recognized the weight of Vikir's resolve, and so he accepted it. He would wait. The wind swelled, scattering dust across the chamber, its currents curling around the two warriors. Vikir's eyes narrowed as he asked if Canacorso had been the one who tore apart the sword scriptures of the lurking ambush. But the Death Knight's form was already breaking apart, dissolving into the rising haze. His fading voice carried through the dust, a final murmur. That too was the will of the tower. The mist grew thicker, swallowing walls, floor and ceiling alike, until the tower itself dissolved into nothingness, leaving the land open and free. Vikir stood rooted to the spot, stunned, struggling to grasp the enormity of what had just passed. A soft sound broke his stillness. The baby madam emerged from hiding and fluttered onto his shoulder, chirping with unrestrained joy. Only then did Vikir glance down and realize he was holding the tree of departed souls. His eyes narrowed, sharp with understanding. Canicorso had known. He had always known what Vikir was seeking. A smile tugged at Vikir's lips, proud and resolute. Despite the chaos, despite the cruel turns of fate, the mission of the iron-blooded sword family was complete. The tree of departed souls was now in his grasp. A golden light poured from the chandelier above, casting its brilliance across the ornate golden door of the vault. Before it stood the professors of Bootcamp Varangian, Themyscira Women's University, Coliseo Academy, and the Magic Tower, each bearing solemn pride. Facing them were the 10 victorious students, the champions of the National University League. At their head, the venerable long white-bearded whale spread his arms wide, a broad smile creasing his ancient features as he offered praise. He congratulated the 10 who had triumphed through their house trials, marveling at their accomplishments. With a voice steeped in both warmth and authority, the old magician commended the freshmen as well, declaring that their success in passing the second stage of the apprenticeship system had surpassed all expectations. Vikir stood apart, silent, his gaze lowered to the floor, unreadable. At his side, Grenouille wore a smug grin, his confidence radiating like a flame, while Sinclair's fists tightened, her cheeks burning with exhilaration she could hardly contain. The professors of each academy regarded them with respect, acknowledging not only their victories. Long white-bearded Whale's voice filled the vast chamber as he began to outline the rules for how the students would claim their artifacts. Lifting a finger toward the ceiling, he explained that beyond the treasure room's gate lay countless dormant artifacts, and that today, on the only day of the year, the vault would remain open for 5 hours. His sharp gaze swept across the gathered students as he revealed that once those hours passed, the doors would close and would not open again until the following year's competition. At this, the Baskerville Triplets' eyes widened in surprise. The old magician stressed that this was an ironclad rule. Should anyone fail to return in time, even the professors would be powerless to save them, and he urged the students to remember that well. His expression darkened as he turned to a specific student, the one who had completed the Baskerville family assignment, Vikir. For the first time, Vikir lifted his head, meeting the magician's gaze. Long white-bearded Whale's eyes hardened with clear irritation as he scolded him. The others had nearly been delayed from entering because of his late arrival. Poor time management, he warned, would see him locked away inside the vault forever. He advised Vikir not to linger too long within. At his words, Grenouille and Sinclair, standing at Vikir's side, exchanged uneasy, forced smiles. The reprimand did not end there. If Vikir intended to be late, the least he could have done was send word. No one knew what had happened to him, and they had nearly filed a missing report. Long white-bearded Whale reminded him that his own reputation and position had been on the line, and he was obligated to see the competition proceed without incident. Sinclair tried to stifle a laugh behind her hand, while Vikir stayed silent, his anger and unease simmering just beneath the surface. His gaze dropped to his feet, thoughts spiraling. To him, only a single day had passed within the Grave of Swords, yet when he emerged from the tower, he had been told 10 days were gone. The battlefield where he clashed with Canicorso Le Baskerville had been the lowest floor, so perhaps the upper levels warped time and space even further. Then, suddenly, Vikir's head snapped up, his eyes narrowing. His attention locked on the vault door, and a shadow fell across his expression. From its surface, he could feel it, an ominous pulse, thick with demonic energy. And in that instant, he understood. He had taken another step closer to the 10 elite corpses. Slowly, the vault door began to creak open, and from within spilled a blinding surge of blue light, sharp and intense, flooding the chamber. A countdown had already begun. 5 minutes and 30 seconds remained before the door would shut once more. Long, white-bearded Whale and the other professors seated themselves near the entrance, their figures cast into shadow. The vast room, once bright and grand, now lay cloaked in darkness, the only illumination, the ethereal blue glow spilling from the vault. Behind each professor, the proud emblems of their respective academies gleamed faintly in the haze. Time stretched on in silence, until the head of bootcamp Varangian shifted in his seat, glancing to his side at Hippolyte of Themyscira Women's University. He broke the stillness with a quiet observation. It was nearly time for the students to return. Resting her chin on her hand, she regarded the glowing doorway with keen curiosity, musing over what kind of artifacts the students might emerge with this year. Long, white-bearded Whale turned toward her, his eyes calm yet knowing, and reminded her gently that it was never a matter of the students selecting the artifact. Rather, it was the artifact itself that decided which student was worthy to carry it beyond the door. At his words, Professor Morg remained still, watching them in silence, his expression unreadable. Long, white-bearded Whale spoke with steady authority, explaining that no matter what artifact a student brought back, the very fact that they carried one meant they had already been acknowledged as worthy. For that reason, he urged the professors to welcome them with warmth and genuine congratulations. Vasilios glanced toward him, but held his tongue, expression unreadable. Hippolyte, however, closed her eyes with a faint smile and gave a firm nod, silently agreeing with the old magician's sentiment. Professor Morg, on the other hand, remained still, his thoughts drifting. He recalled long, white-bearded Whale's words from the day Madame had appeared. If she had not intervened, the magic tower would have secured this year's victory. Morg remembered how the old magician had once confessed his desperation for the tower to triumph, and yet now he cloaked himself in concern for the students. To Morg, the hypocrisy was glaring. Long, white-bearded Whale, sensing Morg's silence, glanced at him with mild confusion. But Morg only clasped his hands together, his gaze fixed on the intense blue glow pouring from the vault. Quietly, he wondered how many students would be chosen this year. At that moment, the portal began to ripple and figures stepped through. The first to emerge was Hohenheim, clutching a radiant staff. Behind him came Lovegood, flicking her hair as she displayed a delicate hairpin, and then Jurassico, who raised his fist triumphantly, clad in newly forged metal gloves. Sinclair and the Baskerville triplets followed close behind, their steps purposeful as they approached the professors. Hippolyte addressed them warmly, asking each student who had obtained an artifact to reveal the abilities of their treasures. Hohenheim stepped forward eagerly, raising his staff high as it glowed with vibrant light. He explained that it was forged with a pink dragon scale, its power amplifying his mana beyond measure. With a bright smile, Lovegood showed her artifact, a heart-shaped hairpin. It granted protection against psychic and magical spells. Though it carried a condition, its power could only be activated if someone she truly loved stood beside her. Jurassico lifted his hands proudly, revealing the artifact known as the King's Hand Gauntlets, a weapon that dramatically increased his physical strength. Dolores stepped forward. She held up a golden artifact that gleamed brilliantly in the vault's light. It was the Mirror of Truth, a relic that revealed the true nature of a person's heart. Yet its power came with a limitation. It only worked on those within the scope of the wielder's skill. The Baskerville triplets lifted their blades high, revealing the 3-branched swords they had obtained, artifacts that grew stronger when wielded together. Their proud display was followed by Sinclair, who turned with a gleam in her eye and pointed to the hat resting on her back. A purple gem was set into its crown, pulsing faintly with power. The artifact that had chosen her was the Hat of Wealth, a relic that amplified her mana in direct proportion to the money it consumed. Hippolyte crossed her arms, her sharp gaze lingering on Sinclair's hat. She could hardly believe it. Every single student had been chosen by an artifact. This year's group was unlike any class before them. In a thoughtful tone, Vasilios remarked that this could only mean the artifacts themselves had recognized the student's extraordinary talent. Then, with a slight edge of concern, he wondered aloud if all of the students had emerged. Long, white-bearded Whale lowered his eyes to the ground, his voice suddenly hoarse. There were 25 seconds left. The words struck like a spark. Hippolyte's eyes widened in shock, her head tilting toward the old magician, confusion plain on her face. Why had he not said anything sooner? Vasilios, calm but watchful, turned toward long white-bearded Whale, his eyes narrowing. He asked why the old man was sweating so heavily. Beads of sweat rolled down the magician's face as he raised a trembling hand to his head and began to count down the remaining seconds before the vault sealed. Professor Morg, his hands still clasped tightly, broke the silence with a grave tone. There was one student who had not yet emerged. His gaze sharpened, his eyes narrowing with both anger and disappointment as he declared the name, Vikir, a student of his academy. Long white-bearded Whale pressed a hand against his face, panic shuddering through him. His body trembled as he cried out. 20 seconds remained. Never before had there been a student who failed to exit the treasure room, even if they were not chosen by an artifact. The portal began to blaze with violent intensity, its glow flooding the chamber. With his voice breaking, the old magician shouted his final warning. If Vikir wanted to live, he had to come out now. Sinclair's eyes locked on the glowing portal, her expression clouded with confusion. Where was Vikir? The thought pressed at her chest. Dolores, sensing her unease, turned sharply. Her gaze met Sinclair's, and she muttered Vikir's name under her breath. The seconds ticked away, each one heavier than the last. The Baskerville triplets spun toward the vault entrance, their faces paling as panic gripped them. Vikir had yet to appear. 10 seconds, long white-bearded Whale called out, his voice echoing like a tolling bell as he began the final countdown. Jurassico, Hohenheim, and Lovegood stared in stunned silence, eyes wide as the numbers fell lower. Jurassico clenched his jaw, unable to believe that Vikir still hadn't emerged. 4 seconds, the old magician's voice rang. A shadow stirred within the portal. Someone was forcing their way through. Out stepped Grenouille. His teeth ground together as he stumbled forward, his decision made. He would not be trapped inside. He squeezed his eyes shut, unsure if he'd escaped in time. Then, with a harsh thud, he collapsed face first to the ground. At that precise moment, the golden door of the treasure vault slammed shut with finality. Breath ragged, sweat dripping down his face, Grenouille pushed himself upright. A cocky grin spread across his lips as he declared, almost theatrically, "The protagonist always arrives late." Gasps rippled through the chamber. Sinclair and Dolores exchanged a look of shock, their eyes wide with both surprise and dread. They had never once imagined Grenouille was the one still inside. The Baskerville triplets stood frozen, disbelief written across their faces. As the smoke and lingering glow from the portal faded, silence fell like a heavy shroud. Breaking it, Grenouille frowned, baffled by the tension that gripped the room. "What's with this atmosphere?" he muttered. But Professor Morg's face told the truth. The color drained from him entirely, his eyes stretching wide with horror. His voice was caught in his throat as the realization struck. Vikir had not come out. Even with the golden door sealed shut behind him, Vikir's eyes glimmered with calm resolve. From his perch high above, balanced on a pillar, he took in the chamber, a faint relief stirring in his chest. At last, silence. At last, solitude. He wasted no time. Dropping down, his boots kissed the stone floor without a sound. He straightened, gaze hardening with iron determination. Before the seventh corpse had the chance to stir, he would end it here, inside the vault, where no witnesses remained. Moonlight filtered faintly through the chamber, weaving shadows over a sea of treasures. Jewels gleamed, potions shimmered, relics pulsed faintly with dormant enchantments. Yet Vikir's eyes brushed past them all. His focus never wavered. He had only one purpose: find the seventh corpse before its master could interfere. Then he caught it, a scent, a familiar choking trail of sulfur and rot curling in the air. His pupils sharpened, rage surging in his chest. A demon. The artifacts stirred as he passed, each one glowing faintly in recognition, each one calling for him. The vault's legend proved true. Students would know their artifact by its light. But Vikir only pressed forward, offering them nothing but a silent apology. They were not what he sought. Then he stopped. Amid treasures of unmatched grandeur, a mace gilded in gold, a shield etched with sacred sigils, a bow that thrummed with energy, rested a sword. Flawless, gleaming. Its golden sheen captured the chamber's light, as if divinity itself had been forged into steel. Beautiful, enticing. A lie. Vikir's hand clenched, knuckles bone white. He knew this false radiance. He knew this game. The seventh corpse, Decaravia. It had chosen to wear the mask of beauty, for the greatest darkness never cowers in shadow. It blinds, dazzling all who look upon it. Vikir raised his hand, crimson aura coiling along the back of his wrist like liquid fire. Tendrils of energy, dark and sinuous like whiskey, erupted from the Beelzebub's sword, extending outward with unnatural speed. His gaze hardened, steely and unwavering. The game of hide-and-seek was over. In a single fluid motion, the sword arced through the air, carving precise, devastating lines. The display sword shattered under his strike. Splinters of enchanted wood and shards of metal rained down, revealing the horror it had concealed. Decaravia hovered above, motionless, its demonic eye closed. Vikir's slash cut across its single orb, leaving a streak of crimson etched into its surface. The massive eye snapped open, vertical pupil widening with a malevolent intelligence. Amber light radiated from it, fierce and scorching, like the sun itself. The air thickened, charged with oppressive energy as the demon stirred from its long slumber. Weak, ignorant, you dare rouse me. The voice vibrated through Vikir's bones, reverberating like molten steel. Before him hovered Decaravia, the seventh of the 10 supreme corpses. Its risk rating was S+, its true size unknown. Discovered deep within the gate of destruction, in the serpentine womb of chaos, it was a natural enemy of humanity. Invulnerable, immortal, one of the 10 disasters foretold in legend. Crops would wither before it like locusts, leaving ruin in its wake, as decreed in the 10 Commandments of the Apocalypse.